but those things should not eat you. Sadly, a lot of people end up thinking about their loss a lot because they could have done better.
To lose in finals, just one step before winning.
是因为他们一直以来都很在场所有的观众。
Mentality, but I think it's opposite. You remove the fear of losing, so you would not be afraid to do.
You got more fans, you got more prestige, everything changes when you start winning.
Things just worked out for us, and TI5 was our tournament to win. That was one of 2 tournaments we won throughout that entire year, and it was the big one.
觉得自己这是真的吗？就是我当时拿完冠军第一时间就问自己这是真的吗？也没有一些很高兴的一些反应，然后觉得后面确定自己不是在做梦，然后就非常的兴奋吧。
就是如果我会给一个没有打过 TI 决赛的人的意见的话，就是当你打 TI 决赛的时候，就那几个小时，希望可以好好的珍惜，因为时间过得很快，一下子就会过去，然后你会很后悔当时没有好好的享受。
The strongest players doesn't win, it's the strongest team that wins, and it's almost always like that. If you don't perform every second of your games, you might lose to a team that's actually not better than you, but they're just hungrier.
I don't think any Dota player will go into these games and crumble under pressure. This is when you get your strongest. This is when it's going to be the hardest to break you. I strongly believe that if I woke up a morning and I had to play the TI final, I would play the best Dota of my life. And that's all that would matter to me. If I played my very best, nothing else would matter.
Players know what to do in an instant of a second inside a game. That goes for commentary as well. If a commentator knows this is the moment.
Here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dive! In from Universe! It's a disaster!
I do think that TI is very special for everyone. History of Dota is like written at TI.
Navi is about to be caught. Oh, this could be a total disaster! Vacuum in! Ravage on everyone! The black hole as well! Light of Heaven turns it around!
Players and casters are making the history together, of course, but if you don't put voice on what you are doing, it's worthless.
Not letting it completely wash you away.
I always want to ride the wave that is the crowd. If they're that loud, then I'm matching them. I will try and keep up.
Bulba wants to open up. Tucky's dragging him back. Nixon holds Bulba away. Joe, low life. He can't Shakuchi. Nice. He can't Shakuchi. Liquid get first blood.
That's what the thing is about classic good casting. Every single time, I still get goosebumps.
Everything hangs in the balance. It all comes down to this.
The last game of the International 3 finals between Alliance and Na'Vi. 5th game, everything on the line.
One more game, $2 million on the table. Winner, first place at the International, the ages and the prestige of being the best Dota 2 team in the world.
The big one, the $1 million dream coil. Everybody remembers that play. I can remember every single word Luminous is screaming.
Alliance are doing it! They need a little more of those to fall! Don't! It's Jeopardy! There's a glyph! It could be their last!
All this hype is building. The TPs are canceled. The $1 million dream coil has already happened. They're pushing in.
BKB! They want this round! They're gonna do it!
And it's just Alliance is doing it! The Kings of the North!
Alliance wins! They win TI3! The Alliance just won $1.4 million!
Every time I think about it, I get the shivers. It's just so good.
If you have the same game commentated by different people, it will be a very different story for each commentator because each commentator will highlight something different. The way that Toby does Black Hole, the moment that Enigma is picked, he's like, okay, let's do this, I'm ready. You can see his whole face, his lights up.
Even though it's become a meme and died as a meme, he still gets giddy.
This is gonna be it. He's ready for it.
They're losing their Rama. Black Hole! Big one from Fly! Coming and follow up into a call! Natus Vincere dumps one! It's a double kill! It's an accurate slam! It's a disaster! Oh, VP! Hands firmly pulled down.
Toby is also really good at commentary because he used to do acting jobs, so he knows how to use his voice without depleting it. And I think the Korean commentators do that as well. They get singing lessons or voice lessons so that.
아니 이 장엄한 베나루의 홀에 예? 아까까지만 해도 도서관이었어요. 왜냐면 관중의 반들이 잠을 자고 있었거든요. 자다 깼는데 아직 게임하니까 짜증난다 이거죠.
They basically had to entertain the entire Korean audience or whoever was listening because the game was so dull.
그래 밀고 있죠. 그렇지 밀고 있죠. 이게 밀고 있어요. 밀고 있어요. 야 제발.
Oh my god, I love that clip so much. Boston Major.
At Fnatic versus OG, it was the grand finals. It was an insane game. We're playing against Mega Creeps.
This was OD Pixel's moment. He starts talking on the microphone. He says some stupid shit that makes no sense.
Is he going for it? No, he's not. He is. No, he is going for it. No, he's not. Oh my god!
No, no, no. Oh my god!
That could have been it! Anything he said would have gone down in Dota 2 history! And God, if it wasn't the perfect response to that moment.
The best commentators are the ones that can actually entertain the crowd and, more importantly, create the memories. When that one amazing play comes along, you have to elevate that to become memorable for eternity.
this is the moment. Каждая игра в нашей жизни вела нас сюда.
This tournament exists because we all love Dota. It's as simple as that.
To have your name on the Aegis, it's proof that you belong. 这不仅仅是冠军盾，而是 Dota 的全球盛典。
We all love this game. The highs and the lows.
It's not just what happens in the game. It's the bonds you make with the people outside of it.
Building friendships that will last for the rest of your life.
在打第一届 TI 的时候，我就有感觉这会是一个很特别的比赛，
而是把 Dota 和竞技带到了一个全新的高度。
One thing has remained the same: the strength of Chinese Dota.
Even before there was a TI, China was the epicenter of competitive Dota.
Where's the Aegis? You thief in the night!
并且，中国观众是全世界最热情的粉丝之一。
在这儿，为了冠军盾而战斗，有着非凡的意义。这让我感觉，我们的 Dota 终于回来了。
This is the dream.
为赢得冠军盾而战，是一个梦想。
It's not a dream. It's the international.
Because of you, we get to compete in the biggest esports event in history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
谢谢。Спасибо.
Thank you.
谢谢。
感谢上海，接待我们。
Let's play some Dota.
隆重介绍全球 Dota 顶尖战队 TNC.Predator。ViciGaming。2014年国际邀请赛冠军 Newbee。2015 2017年国际邀请赛冠军 Team Liquid。TNC.Predator。2013年国际邀请赛冠军 Alliance。Infamous。Fnatic。Royal never give up. Fnatic. Mineski.2011年国际邀请赛冠军 Natus Vincere。VirtusPro。2015年国际邀请赛冠军 Evil Geniuses。PSG.LGD。 际邀请赛冠军 OG。 有请 Gabe Newell。
Welcome to the International. On behalf of the Dota community, I'd like to say thank you to the citizens and government of Shanghai for their hospitality and kindness. We are absolutely delighted to be holding this year's International here in China. My biggest question, are we going to finally have a repeat winner? Let's watch some Dota and find out. 谢谢 Shanghai.
It is the final proving ground. The arena in which legends are born. A trial by fire that puts the worthy and wanting alike to the ultimate test. It is the International. A tournament that summons the world's finest Dota teams to wage battle for the Aegis of Champions and carve their names into the chronicles of history. Clashing in tournaments around the globe, each contender has earned the right to stand here. For some, the road called upon the consistency expected of champions, and a resurgent power rose to join them at their best. Some teams have defied expectation to merely arrive here. Others still seek to harness the full potential of veteran lineups. They gather now at the chosen place, Shanghai, where the fire of the faithful burns bright and a legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. Each team must run the final gauntlet, where one moment can spark the rise to greatness, and a single misstep can bring it all to ruin. 16 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can claim immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest celebration of Dota 2 on planet Earth. It is, of course, the one and only, the International 2019, live from Shanghai in China. For the very first time, the International on Asian soil. And what a start to the day. I've got Lacoste, Lyrical, and Trent alongside us. Gents, I'm kind of glad. You might have noticed it's a little bit noisy in here. It's absolutely packed to the rafters, by the way. Gents, I'm glad we don't have to break down and analyse the opening ceremony, because I don't even know where we begin. Maybe with Ice dodging through rather than doing that. I don't know. What a great start.
I mean, it's amazing that an opening ceremony can make me kind of forget that we just played all those group stage games, because none of that matters. What matters is how you perform here, and I think that ceremony just, it gives you the shivers, man.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, some of the videos in the middle as well, Lacoste. So I saw, some old stuff. You were back there in the
I
old
was
days.
there, but there was no shot of me, sadly. They showed only the good players, but it still gives me chills. I could actually see my hair on the hand getting up. I mean, it's extremely good to be here in Shanghai, China, and This is what we want to see. This is the most beautiful time of the year.
Yeah, it is. Lyrica, what'd you make of that first 20 minutes of the day? What a way to
It just blew
start.
my mind. It was unbelievable. And like every single moment of it too, you could just hear the crowd reacting. I've never seen it this big. It's on a Tuesday morning. And they're all out here. It's 9 in the morning. What the heck's happening?
I came in and I kind of just, we sat down and we kind of got ready. You just kind of look around and you go, holy crap, they're packed. How did they all get in here? I didn't even notice them. And then you suddenly start that noise. You'll hear it come through our mics, I'm sure. It's absolutely incredible. Trent, I also I was measuring the cheering levels.
Yeah.
Because, suddenly I was like, oh, wow, they really like Team Liquid. They really like VirtusPro. I don't know. It's just crazy.
It worked. The jerseys, right?
The
Panda?
Yeah.
No, they were thinking ahead.
They were so smart. They were so smart.
I heard tried something similar. It wasn't quite as loud, but there's a little bit of a cheer.
Well, we're going to get more from you guys because we've got plenty to talk about before we head into analysing, I guess. Let's loosely call it that. But of course, we want to introduce you to more of our broadcast team. Two of which they're like the Abbott and Costello of Dota 2, or the No Tail and Fly. No, actually, Casey Slacks, rescue me.
Oh, well, you've come to the right place, my friend.
Hello. So good to be back, Casey.
We're so excited to be here. Some of our favorite things to do every TI is to talk with fans. And the fact that we're able to do that here in China is so exciting for me. And we've already been able to talk to a bunch of people. We can't wait to bring you their stories.
Absolutely. I've been all over the world for Dota, and there's always that group of people that are screaming, the Chinese fans, no matter what, wherever I go. And now it's the entire arena, man. It's fantastic. I can't wait to be here in person.
The arena is packed. You guys excited?
Yes.
Excited. Yeah. 我喜欢 Shanghai. Shanghai 很美.
Shanghai 美.
We're really excited for some good Dota 2.
Oh, I cannot wait. It's the best year competitive that we've seen so far. We're going to bring the action, and we're going to talk to real people here on the ground, Casey.
Yes, we are. All right, let's send it back to the panel.
Thanks very much, Casey Slacks, as ever. A bunch of fun, enjoying themselves.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that they've got a unique challenge here, trying to make it work amongst the crowd, but already they got the lingo down. They're good to go.
Yeah, Casey's absolutely amazing.
They both are. The combination between these two is just...
No, but her Chinese, I want to learn more. That was amazing. I was like, wow, where did that come from?
I was expecting Slacks to speak some Chinese as well.
Were you?
Well, maybe later of the day.
Okay, we should get into things because we've got plenty to talk about before we get to our first game of the day. Our first series of the day, of course, 2 from the upper bracket. But before we get there, why don't we check in with a fantastic, probably the best ever group stage at TI.
The battle for the Aegis of Champions began. Standout teams found their stride early, leveraging Titan teamwork to stay near the head of the pack.
Oh no. Oh, Nico. He doesn't have buyback and Marvel the Ravage. It hits the back lines. KP's gone with the double Laguna through the Grimstroke. You didn't even need to refresh it for that one.
Get ready, they're just going to end it. They can end it because of that. Look at this. The Ana IO, they're just going into there. They can't do anything. They're all just spraying.
But the buyback comes out immediately. Triple kill for Paparazzi. This man smells blood, wants to find the ET. He did so much damage to me earlier, but I'm going to give him the ultra kill and kill you off as well. Not Earthshaker anymore.
Oh, he's back.
He's back again at Earthshaker. The switch back forward finds the Rampage.
Each group was stacked with the world's finest Dota talent, and nothing in this world comes without a fight.
Gabby's in trouble. Gabby's shot down. It's Nisha with the triple kill. And he may not be done yet. The multicast come out, but it was Lotus. Nisha's ready to turn. He looks to Cuckoo. That's going to be an ultra kill. He's not done yet. Stepping forward. He's just shooting them all. Nisha, he's got a goddamn gun inside. Zai killed the Rampage. Zai. Come on, Zai. They'll kill Miracle. Miracle holding on to the buyback for now. Now her buyback GH with a freezing field in the midst of it all. The being given. They get Miracle. The 2-man vortex. He's zipping around. They're popping down the Raiders. They've got Gabby. They're going to look towards Cuckoo. They'll get Cuckoo as well. It's a double kill for GH as Liquid are holding. Another bash off the back of the meld. The duel is out, but it won't be enough. E-Blade Pop trying to actually protect the Legion, but she's already down the Requiem. It's so far away. I need a binoculars to see that ability. That's GG. Infamous are calling it. All the confidence is gone.
Veteran players had to find the will to triumph, forging order from chaos to give their teams a glimpse of light.
Epicenter is there. They're looking for this Tiny. Yeah, he Lotus with the Burrow Strike. Tiny's still in all sorts of trouble here. He does have a toss if he wants to try and use it. Echo Slam catches out 3. Miracle absolutely destroying them. He's got the Maledict on him, though. He's going to take a lot of damage here. Old Chicken is just holding his ground. He's life-stealing back up as well. He gets crit. He gets deleted. Miracle. Oh, that damage. Holy moly.
Arteezy slow on life. He'll try and hit your Rhinans out of S1 to get the hell out of here. Burrow strike in 1 second, but the mana, it got taken away by the Mystic Snake. They have to pop out. They have to fight. At least he'll be able to get one dive back over on the Tusker, or maybe he can get more. A double kill for Arteezy. A triple kill for Arteezy. He's just turned this crap up. Ultra kill, giving the Rampage to Pat.
After 4 days of grueling battle, the field has narrowed. For those who survived, the ultimate test on the main stage awaits.
There we go then, that's the group stage. We're going to recap as well and talk a little bit more about it because it was one of the most fascinating group stages we've had, gents. I'm excited every time the first game starts, but I have to tell you, when the first game started in the group stage, and it was Alliance banning techies in the first phase bans against Secret, and then Alliance are winning for 20 minutes, dominating, and then Secret come up, I was thinking, well, if it's half as good as that game for the rest of the game, I'm happy. It just got better.
You knew it's going to be the greatest group stage ever when you saw the techies ban, the IO being played as a carry, position 4 Invoker. A lot of these heroes are being played in untraditional roles, and this is just the beauty of the Dota.
They're making new traditions now out of these heroes. Like, I'm going to see position 4 Invoker in all of my pubs. We're going to see carry IO. We're going to have to get a lot of reports, right? Yeah, no, it's going to be a problem. But I think that it's not just the hero picks. It's like the gameplay, the comeback from Mega Creeps. It's been crazy.
Yeah. And Trent, I also like the fact that we've had a lot. It feels like a really wide range of styles. No one's really figured everything out. Like, OG have got this kind of crazy, we'll just pick anything and play anything and whatever.
Yes.
We'll play IO carry and we don't care. But then the other teams are kind of like not playing for it. Like Infamous, they've only played 34 heroes. Compare that to Chaos, who played 57 during the group stages. Yeah, it's crazy.
And as the group stage, tends to go on, we start to narrow it a little bit for the heroes. So we do have some of our standout heroes, of course, right? We got like this Ogre Magi going on, the Elder Titan, who ended up being the most picked there too, and then all the combinations with him, like the Gyrocopter, all that magic damage and stuff. So we're figuring them out, but that is what's scary, right? Because you still don't know where you could go. And there's so many heroes that still haven't been touched that are TI classics. I mean, the Darkseer hasn't been picked. Keeper of the Light.
You know why? Why don't we take a quick look, actually, at the heroes that we haven't...
Do you have that power?
We might have that, because we're prepared here at the International. So let's take a look at the heroes that haven't been played yet, because there are only 7 of them.
Yeah, if you buff Darkseer, he's not going to get picked. That's just the way it is. In every single patch, he gets a nerf, keeps being the first ban, first pick material, and now he gets 25 damage on the vacuum.
That's a good point. Okay, let me ask you this. Out of those 7, which one is the most likely to still be picked? Which one might get picked?
I would probably say Darkseer simply because of he's Darkseer and the off lane is still a little sketch to me right now. That Ogre gets banned out. The Ench is banned out.
So Trent's
I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. I played a lot of Darkseer. He feels terrible right now. This hero, like, you could pick anything else. You can run CM off lane and you're going and be more for your team.
He carried you.
You got like 2,000 MMR by playing
and then they nerfed him.
And you're going to turn on him like that?
All right, it's going to be Ursa because he owns Darkseer, and it doesn't matter. They're
Okay. All right. One of the other things I want to bring up, and we're going to show you kind of some notable stats from the group stage. We played 144 games during that group stage, and we averaged nearly 50 kills per game. 50 kills per game. Everyone's like, Dota's pretty quiet these days. Kind of,
that's not quiet.
Hold on, that's not quiet. That, ladies and gents, is the horn, which signals the start of day 1 of the main event.
I'm very, very afraid. I don't know if I'm ready for the hype levels it's bringing out right now.
It could get very hype in our first game of the day. VirtusPro versus PSG.LGD.
I mean, how the thing that's crazy is that this is how TI has started before.
previous seasons, VirtusPro have returned to the International as major champion winners of the regular season, although it hasn't been the best of regular season for them. It's not the domination that they saw in 2018, but rather a calm approach towards TI. They didn't have a great group stage, it has to be said. They are under a lot of pressure after going 8-8 and only qualifying for this upper bracket match in their final game of the groups. VirtusPro settle themselves down and await their opponents, who will get a rapturous applause from the hometown crowd. PSG.LGD to the arena, and the chants have already begun. If VirtusPro had a pretty average season, PSG.LGD had a terrible regular season in comparison. No majors to their name, didn't look good all the way through, have struggled in plenty of those tournaments as well, but they've come here with one purpose: avenge the defeat they suffered 12 months ago in the grand final to OG Esports, and do it on home soil and become first-time champions of the International. It's incredible, actually, gents, when I think about it, that LGD, this legendary name of Dota 2, has never taken the Aegis.
It's pretty unbelievable. And at various points, they've had a couple of different teams that have been up in the top echelon. I think back to TI7, you know, LFY and LGD, both making it up there. And it blows my mind. I have to also say, I think I need to go to a doctor because I've had goosebumps for the past hour. It's just, it keeps going.
It's fine. I think if you have got it, it's spread, because okay. I've got it as well. I've seen the Koss rubbing his neck a little bit and stuff. So I think we've got goosebumpitis.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is actually extremely exciting. LGD, FY was in 2 grand finals of TI, but never
the only player
never
that won them. 2 and not win.
Yeah, and I love what Papi said, that China is the cradle of Dota. When no one knew how to play Dota, we came into the China misery with Nat eHome and the LGD International to learn how to actually play Dota.
Yeah, they definitely set the early meta of this game.
I think you should go back, learn a little bit more about Buddy. Just spamming some pudge in the pubs.
Do you know, I was actually thinking, you guys have been fairly civil and polite so far. I was expecting a bit more spice.
We're going to save it for a little bit later, right? Wait till things get a little, when you need it. Yeah. For now, we don't need to do much, because the crowd is kind of carrying us here.
Let's talk about these 2 teams in group stage, Trent. 8-8 for VirtusPro struggled for the most part and only got through on that final. That one game is effectively a best of 1 for the upper bracket, which they won, obviously. PSG, on the other hand, that have the second best record. And when you look at all of the stats, they feature in the top 2 or 3 teams for most kills, least deaths, best GPM, least deaths on a play. They're up there in the top 2 or 3. VirtusPro don't feature in the top 10 for anything other than deaths.
No, and they started okay, right? I mean, they're coming to this tournament. They won some majors, well, a major. Like, it's VirtusPro, of course. I'm going to go for VirtusPro, right? Yep. These are good players. They've had their historic struggles at TI. I mean, we're not going to lie to you. I mean, that wasn't going to happen. It was, I think, when they got 0-2'd by Na'Vi. It's like, oh, that's not good. And then suddenly you're down, right? They lost another 2 after that, and then every single draw, you're just treading water, right? You're not gaining back up there, and it wasn't right till the end, as you said, where they finally just squeaked their way up, and then everyone's like, oh, see, I knew VP would be upper bracket. Who was worried?
But gents, isn't that the mark of a really good team? The one that aren't playing well, haven't quite figured the meta out, but still somehow make the upper bracket.
Well, you need to play good all the time, and I mean, fans were a little bit considering whether they're going to make it or not, but this is not the VP that we're used to. Like, we know the full divide dot cover. They go all in, the aggressive, you lose 1 or 2 heroes, and suddenly you don't have the Raxes, and this is not what we've seen from VirtusPro.
To your point, though, the thing that I was going to mention is that it felt like they had different ideas coming in when they started compared to when they ended. Right. You look at it, it's like Leshrac and Vengeful Spirit. They're the only team, except for one, that played Vengeful Spirit. They all lost every single game that they played with it. So if they can just get through on pure skill,
stable. It's the type of a team that can come back and really make a run.
Yeah, later on they seem to have moved more towards the PSG playing Ogre and ET straight away, so they kind of figured it out. VirtusPro have kind of gone that way. Oh, okay, that's the meta. Yeah, we figured it out. So they've got good captain, they've got great players. We know they can come back. But what is it about TI, Trent? Because they don't perform here. They did in 2018, they did in 2017 either.
I think for both teams, right, after these performances, when you feel like you're strong teams, you have that question of just like everyone's looking around the room after the game ends like, all right guys, what's going on? Are we staying together? What's the plan here? And VirtusPro, I think, was a team that a lot of people did not think would be staying together, if I had to guess, after last year, right? I would have expected some sort of changes or something, but no, they stuck it out.
They did.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they went for that sort of a change, the shift the blame scapegoat kind of change. Perfect. Yeah. And then LGD was more understand, right? We feel like we can make that change and we can do it. So both of these teams coming back again, same guys, but hopefully fresher and stronger.
It's funny actually as well. PSG didn't have the best of seasons. Didn't win a major. Obviously, weren't very competitive. They were fine, but they weren't greatly competitive. Weren't up there with the secrets of this world. And yeah, every time they placed against VP, they had really good games. They actually finished ahead of VP, 5-4 or head-to-head during the regular season. So they've got their number. And 12 months ago, let's not forget, 2-0 to VirtusPro to send them to the lower bracket. So
they definitely know how to play against VirtusPro. I mean, their styles are pretty much similar with the aggressiveness, but VirtusPro's aggressive level kind of dropped. And as you said, LGD, they were not at not even in top 3 at any major. I think that's the mental thing that they need to go through.
Yeah. Does it matter, Trent, in the end, when it comes down to it? You know, we're at TI. Anything goes now, right?
Right now, it doesn't matter.
Everyone that's left in has a chance.
They do. I would say, though, that the big problem for VP is they're sort of a victim of their own success, that they've never had to struggle during the regular season because they're just that much better. And so when they do struggle at TI, all of the pressure is on them. It's a different feeling, right? Like, you have a different feeling when you've actually never been challenged, really, and you just dominate everybody all year long. It's different. It's tough.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised pressure, because I also want to bring up the pressure on Chinese teams must be enormous. Every time we come out here, guys, right, we talk about this because it happens a lot, right? You know, you talk about the home fan advantage, home crowd advantage, hometown advantage, whatever you want to call it. But actually, it seems to work the opposite way, Lacoste, in China, because the Chinese teams feel like there's more pressure. I mean, we have fans in the hotel last night on the first and second floor just trying to find players.
Yeah, they're
running
very,
around,
very proudful about their country, as everyone is.
Yeah.
And I mean, if this is the year that they are going to take TI, it's this. ViciGaming is looking extremely strong. Same goes
So you don't think it matters for them? You don't think that pressure on them is bad?
Well, it's a lot of pressure, but I mean, these are all experienced players who know how to play under a lot of pressure, and once you're in the booth, I don't think you're thinking about anything else rather than Dota 2.
I think the pressure that I would be more concerned about for them is the pressure they put on themselves, as opposed to the pressure they're feeling.
I've got to win because I'm in China.
Exactly.
All the eyes are up, but it's like I'm putting pressure.
Exactly. So the stress. It's just a very stressful event, and I think for players in particular, the big goal is just to get out of that and let's get into the Dota game and just focus on that.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of again, going back to the intros, if there's one man on PSG.LGD that gets the biggest cheer, it's maybe every time. And he's such an icon out here.
Yeah, and he did something this year that Solo did as well, right? Where he took a break. Where this idea of just like not grinding through the entire year constantly, and LGD used the opportunity to bring up one of their younger players, right? They had I think it was XM who came in. He played a bunch of matches with them, and he was on one of like the minor teams, kind of in the area. And so cool, this guy gets some good experience, maybe gets a break, very good stuff. VP, they do the same thing, right? Solo took a break, and Arzik gets that new perspective, right? He's actually playing in the games, kind of maybe seeing how his team communicates a little bit more in an actual official and stuff. So I think both these teams, that's what it comes down to. It's focusing on TI. It's not about these majors or these minors throughout the year.
It's looking ahead.
Just get here, and then we'll play the real Dota.
I have to disagree with you, Paul, a little bit. I think cheering for Ame was the loudest one, because people love Ame. He's my favorite player.
Have you got some sort
LGD.
of crowd measuring tool under here?
Nah, I just have a good hearing.
Okay, well, I definitely don't.
So we love Ame because when he plays Dota, you know something good and bad is going to happen. Mostly it's good, but they've been picking a lot of Void. And this is the hero that either you look extremely good or what is this guy doing? And they picked Void 4 or 5 times already in the group stage.
Yes. And he tended to look good. We should say that. There
most
two minutes
for now.
Exactly.
Yeah, until VirtusPro figure him out some way. And then he's actually just one game away, by the way, from 300 career wins with PSG.LGD.
Wow.
I mean, because you think of I think of LGD these days, not of Joe8. I actually think of LGD with maybe because he's coming up for like 1,200 games or something ridiculous. But Army's been there a long time now. He's part of the furniture as well.
And what's crazy is that he's relatively young too, a young guy, young player. It feels like a lot of people take inspiration from him too, like across all the other scenes. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like whenever, what is it, LGD Ame fan? That's like the big meme on Reddit, right? That's some insider or whatever. They love him.
Yeah,
exactly.
And he comes with the new jungle strats, right? He gets the new item builds, and you see the NA pubs guys like, oh, what's Ame doing over there? Oh, okay, I'm gonna try that in my game. For some reason, it doesn't work nearly as well. I don't know what's up with that, but
not quite. VirtusPro got plenty of cheers though on the way in. Obviously been decorating themselves with Chinese words. I think that's really smart, by the way. Just a side story, but I think it's really smart that they've appealed to the Chinese fans by changing all the names on the back, and they've got some decorations on the front, and it's obviously paid dividends. So obviously, the majority of the fans here cheer for LGD.
Yeah, but I think the crowd loves VirtusPro. They are cheering for good Dota. They want to see LGD winning 2-1 against VirtusPro because I think everyone wants to see a Game 3 here.
Yeah, I would love Game 3 for fantasy points alone.
There, now you're really thinking
no, I messed up. I didn't do my fantasy.
Lyrical. Come on now.
My bad.
Well, whilst he sucks, let's go over the 3 men that don't suck too much.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. My name's Tsunami, and I'm joined by 2 men whose streams you've probably fallen asleep to. It's Cinder and Purge. It's a pleasure to be here. We are bringing back the draft panel. It's been a long time coming, but we don't really trust them to talk about the Dota. I trust you two to talk about the Dota. Guys, it's LGD versus VP. These teams always face off at the beginning of TI. How is this fated to be all the time?
Oh, they're both really good. Yeah, that's exactly extremely good players. I mean, it's going to happen. You get winner bracket, and there's only, 4 options? So, yeah. I like what they mentioned on the panel over there, that VirtusPro had a really slow start, which is kind of unusual, I want to say. Generally, when we've seen VP in big tournaments, they come in really hot, and then they get cold when it gets crunch time for main events. This time around, they've had to struggle through the groups, which could end up being helpful for them, getting this experience of learning from losses. We've seen plenty of times in previous tournaments that teams that start up losing and regain momentum suddenly go really far. OG barely got 4th in groups last year. They end up winning the whole thing. We've had plenty of tournaments with teams like Evil Geniuses with slow starts. Yeah, I think what's important is that the teams that ultimately want to win TIs, they do what they think is best. They don't try to follow the meta, and I think VP is a lineup that is doing that, even though they had that rough start. One thing that I thought was really interesting about looking over their past drafts is the one hero that they didn't pick or ban the whole group stage was Ogre Magi, which is mind-blowing considering the fact that almost every other team prioritizes it as like the 3rd or 4th best hero, ideally as offlane, sometimes as a support. So that's something that could be really interesting going into the draft.
He's been the hero of the tournament, and for VirtusPro, they seem to be favoring a little bit more of this like Shadow Demon support type thing, as we should see the draft beginning shortly. LGD versus VP, Game 1. It is a best of 3 in this upper bracket. We're going to start taking a look at the heroes.
They're jumping into it pretty quick. No Ogre ban or pick. Enchantress was definitely one of the most important heroes for everybody here. VP ended up banning that in the first stage. In the first 2 picks, we have a Silencer Earthshaker for VirtusPro, and for LGD, we have a Rubik and a Tidehunter.
Silencer first phase, Synderen.
Yeah.
What is all this happening?
I love this hero. And I think Solo has a very good understanding of how to play it in lane. Silencer was a hero going into this tournament that I thought teams were in general going to rate higher than they have, but VP was definitely one of the top teams that I would be looking to pick this hero more than others. Simply, even the possibility of running a core, which I don't know if we've seen them do, but when you pick it this early, it can even be a flex pick. Silencer has a lot of good matchups in mid, and overall, just this first phase in general for both teams is super teamfight heavy. So I think both teams are coming in with this plan that, all right, the way we're going to be playing this first game of the main event will be centered around taking really good teamfight executions. And yeah, Silencer breaks that up really nicely. It'll help a lot against the Rubik and the Tide for sure, because then if you do start an engagement, at least in the first or early part of the game, you can prevent some steals, you can make sure that the Ravage comes late or something like that.
Yeah, the potential for the team fight seems to be a very conservative way to enter a high-stakes event like this, because everyone always says, you know, like, oh, your laning phase may not matter, you know, the late game may not matter, it just matters about your initiation and your team fight execution. They've got the initiation set up as well on VirtusPro with the Earthshaker, a hero that we've been seeing also in a variety of roles. We saw some Miracle Earthshaker in the group stage. Obviously, we saw Tim's crushing it on the Earthshaker. This is a hero that has a lot of flex potential, but is always great at initiation.
The other heroes to pay attention to, not necessarily just in this game, team, but the top 3 supports right now are probably Shadow Demon, Elder Titan, and Ogre is the third most likely. So those all getting banned in the first phase, not too surprising there. LGD using Leshrac a lot in their matches during the group stage. It was a lot of like SD, Leshrac, Elder Titan, Leshrac openings. So they've done their homework.
Something curious about this draft is when you think about the pick order, when we jumped in, we saw the 2 heroes from either side, but the pick order of this game was the first pick Silencer.
Correct.
Into Tide Rubik, who were saying Silencer is good against, and then they picked Shaker into Rubik, which is a classic Shaker counter pick because you can steal the fissure. So it kind of feels like both teams have an idea and they don't really care too much about what the other team wants. They're just like, we have our strategy, we know how to play this, you guys can try to counter us. Let's see if you can beat our best strategy.
So now that we see the Gyrocopter, you're telling me that VP is going to pick up an IO? You got to keep up in the arms race every single time. We've seen a lot of Gyro have success. In fact, a surprising amount of Gyro having success, probably the most popular carry at the group stage, and most of it was without an IO.
Yeah, it's definitely the most surprising carry trend for me, at least, because classically its strength has always been linked to IO, and the IO still seems kind of good. Although in this tournament, not a hero that's been massively banned, so maybe Valve and IceFrog finally pushing it into the right place. But Gyro's strong because he can lane quite well. He does damage just with having levels, essentially. He's gotten some base damage buffs as well, so he lanes kind of okay. And most importantly, the early rotations. You leave your lane with those extra levels you've been given by your team, and then you make kills happen in other places. So he helps scale and tempo in the early game, and then in the late game, he can itemize pretty effectively to be a hard carry.
An added benefit of this hero is also something I've noticed from LGD. They love picking this hero in their second pick, because something you're struggling with when you go into the second phase of the draft, the second pick, is that every pick you take, the enemy gets a counter pick. So ideally, you want to, in this phase, grab heroes that can fulfill multiple roles or go to multiple lanes so that the enemy team can't just target out one of your heroes at a time and just beat them in lane. And Gyrocopter for LGD, oh, that's the first brew pick of the tournament. Let's go.
Knock down one of the unplayed heroes. Brewmaster has finally been selected.
I'm surprised because when I saw him in the graph, or the chart earlier, I thought, oh, Brewmaster's not terrible. He's very good at team fighting. That's one of the best benefits. So between Brew Split and Global Silence and Earthshaker, they should have some nice team fight advantage. You can take one guy out of the fight. That could be Cyclonian the Gyrocopter, for example. And then you look at LGD's draft and you're like, where's your damage? So there's laning potential with the hero. His Ags was changed recently to increase the movement speed of the Brew Splits. There are some options with this hero, and I'm surprised it took this long for him to get grabbed.
Well, Pasha is an accomplished Brewmaster player. They just needed to barely edge their way into the upper bracket, and they're like, now that we're here, now we can start playing our real heroes.
They actually diversified their drafts a lot more than a lot of other teams. They didn't stick with the same core heroes. They were trying things out. Could be a sign that VP has some plans, that they're just trying to feel things out. They know they're a confident team. Wherever they land, they'll do well. And the Ogre does finally make its way in.
So just to finish off on the Gyrocopter, we get a very quick counter pick to the Gyro here with the Morphling. Very thick. I wouldn't consider Morphling in that category, unless, well,
you got to go all strength, full strength, and then you're thick with 2 C's.
Morph can turn into whatever he wants. If he's feeling thick on the day, he can go that way.
I'm thinking he's feeling like Gyro on this day.
He's feeling like Gyro on this day. Clear counter pick. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think LGD have mainly played the Gyro mid on Somnus. I think they've played a carry once or twice maybe, and obviously that's a clear advantage here. But one of the great things about Morphling is, I talked about how, well, you can't really counter this guy in lane necessarily because you don't know which lane he's going to, but regardless of which role he is, Morphling just takes advantage of him being in the game. It doesn't even matter how much farm Gyro has. As long as he has the levels so you can turn into him and get the flak cannon, you can do massive teamfight damage.
And what we're expecting to see as well is that he'll be Gyro early mid-game, and by the time he builds an Aghanim Scepter, then he's going to turn into the Earthshaker. We saw tons of teams abuse this. It is really strong if you get to a decent mid-game.
Yep. There's the fact, something that's kind of a luxury on some heroes, such as Morphling, is when you have multiple options. It's always nice to have these heroes that you go into a situation, and depending on what is going on, you can choose which way you want to go. It's also one of Invoker's conceptual strengths as a hero, which we haven't seen too much this tournament, but Invoker's ability to just, okay, this is this type of fight, so now I'm going to use these spells. This is this type of fight, I'm going to use these spells. And that's kind of what Morphling can do here, right? Is this a Shaker fight? Is it a Gyro fight? If we get the jump, perhaps even when you have Ags, there will be fights that maybe the Flak Cannon is more valuable. And yeah, we're going to have to see what type of fights VP get themselves into.
Maybe even a Brewmaster, potentially. The third passive, Drunken Brawler, is really effective for giving you a lot of crit damage. So in short periods of teamfight, you could jump in, slow the whole team. Even the second skill, I think, is generally pretty underrated. I can't remember the name of it. The one that gives essentially like mischance, kind of like reverse blade mail.
I always assume it's Drunken Haze. Brawlers when you're punching people. Haze is when people are wasted.
That skill can also also be pretty effective depending on.
Isn't it called Cinder Brew?
Cinder Brew, that's the one.
Is it?
Yeah.
I would know.
He's
I'm the
correct.
Cinder guy.
Oh, that's closest to your name. Yeah. Ask me Shadow Demon skills. Go ahead. Release poison. I knew you were going to ask that one.
Demonic something. Demonic something.
Release poison.
VP obviously looking extremely reliant on their team fight. Being able to bring in the Silencer means that, like you said, the Morphling has the luxury of choosing which of the heroes on the field he chooses to turn into. Obviously, we were assuming that he's going to get an Aghanim Scepter fairly on. I can't see any reason why not to. The Earthshaker is just too good potential of a morph target.
It's super strong. However, one weakness of VP's lineup, we've been talking a lot about the strengths of how good teamfight they have. They are at a massive cooldown burden.
Yes.
If they take a team fight and it doesn't go well, they flat out just hit a weak point for 2 minutes when they don't have Global Silence, when they don't have Echo Slime, when they don't have Primal Split. Whereas LGD's lineup, sure, you've got the long cooldown and the Tidehunter, but the rest of the lineup is kind of online all the time. Short cooldowns, really high impact damage spells. And VP are going to try to alleviate this a bit by getting some sustain in the Dazzle.
Well, what if I gave you a hero that had inherent cooldown reduction with the Dazzle? How does that sound?
Doesn't give it to his teammates, though.
No, not quite.
The last pick of a Sven. Sven, a bit interesting, very survivable. I think he's going to be able to just tank a lot of the magic damage, the AoE damage that Morphling's putting out, so maybe he'll be able to sustain against like Bruce Split and things like that.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of rock, paper, scissors going on here, but it's not up to us anymore. I just want to introduce one man, the myth, the promo code. It's BSJ.
Thank you, Neil. I feel like this entire draft was basically each team one-upping each other in the team fight department. And what I see with this first time picking Brew in the entire main event is that they see a combo breaker in the Tidehunter. They have this hard initiation with the Silencer Earthshaker, but if they go on the Tidehunter and he Kraken shells off the global and gets that Ravage off, suddenly everything they want to do in the team fight, the burst with the Morphling Flat Cannon as well as potentially the Ags Earthshaker, is just going to backfire in terms of they are just going to turn the entire fight with the Tidehunter Ravage. So I think this game, I really like the VP draft as it scales into the late game with the Morphling, but the Sven is just much higher paced, and I think that with the Gyrocopter low cooldown in the aggressive mid game, they'll be able to force the issue at a pace that the Morphling won't be able to keep up with. And for no one else to better show us the game, Odie, Pixel, and Fog, take us away.
Thank you very much, Brian. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The first series we're going to be showing here on the main stage of TI9 live from Shanghai. I'm Odie Pixel here at Fog. As Brian said, it really was sort of a one-up of each other with this draft.
It was.
But I really feel like the biggest one-up of them all was that morph. There was no hesitation there from VP. Yeah. They saw that gyro. They were picking that morph straight away.
Especially when you have the rest of the setups, right? Just like they were mentioning, it's not just that Gyrocopter. They have their own backups too with that Earthshaker, even with the Brewmaster, who is the first pick. And also, let's just be really happy here that we're on the first game. Of the main stage, and we got an FY room.
We got an FY room.
We got an FY room.
Oh, we do.
And I love when we see like Rubik and Morphling versus each other, because we're going to see a lot of like, it's not like spell steals, but Morphling kind of has that little like spell steal factor with him as well, right? So we could see like 3 fissures inside of.
Not just sort of the Rubik. The opening to this draft, like this Rubik tied on one side a few times back in the episode. You can expect to do this. They're breaking in with something a little bit different.
Yeah, I agree totally with what they're saying about like trying to break the combo. They see the Tidehunter picked up early. They're like, all right, Brewmaster, hero traditionally not picked too much, but versus that Tide, you don't have to worry so much about him cracking showing stuff off because you're probably just going to be searching for him in the fights just to throw the Wind Panda. So I think the other thing they also about why Brewmaster wasn't really getting picked so much is because his laning phase is pretty bad right now, is what they all were in consensus with. Earthshaker allows you to kind of, you're going to set up pot. Have a much better time. So we'll see if that does play off. LGD aggression. We've seen these Gyrocopters just pop off.
This is a gyrocopter though that is going to have to start in the mid lane, and it's going to be against that No One Dazzle,
Yes.
another sort of VP speciality that they brought out at some of the previous DPC events.
Probably pretty good lane for the Dazzle, I'd imagine. Just being able to constantly poke, you have the heal to push the wave in as well, so it can be hard for you to actually secure anything as a gyro because of that here. But they're already going to start with those missiles, of course, trying to secure those range creeps. He's going to be able to get this one. It's denied.
That was really nicely done by No One. Getting the heal off before the missile connected, so he knew that he would have that time on the range creep to get the deny.
Yeah, very nicely played there. As they had FY sitting mid trying to snipe a courier, so I think that's one of the telltale things is when they're like, ooh, the matchup might be a little bit difficult for us in the mid lane, so let's try to give you a little bit of an advantage there. Isn't able to get it. He's going to go top to try to help out Chalice. This is what I like to call the damage reduction lane. The Rubik and the Tidehunter. Throw your Fade Bolt, your Anchor Smash onto the carry. Going to be very tough for you to get those last hits.
Yeah, on the plus side, at least it's sort of a double range lane for VP.
Yes.
So Ramsey's, obviously the Fade Bolt, he can't do much about getting hit by, but the Anchor Smash, you can try and sort of play it around. And eventually he's going to have those spells to be able to nuke the creeps as well.
Yeah, and he still has a silencer backing him up. One of the stronger support heroes, at least zoning these type of heroes out. Tidehunter, doesn't matter if you have Kraken Shell, because you're just going to be taking those pure damage from those glaives. So
Got Roger looking for some action towards the mid. It was sort of spotted out by the ward. Still though, someone that's taking a lot of damage from this move will be able to stay alive and get himself back behind the tower, but they've got to be prepared for these sort of rotations, LGD.
yeah, it's getting pressured a lot. Only the 2 or 3 last hits right now on the gyrocopter. Versus no one, as we kind of felt it would be, right? That Dazzle pick, that's why they wanted to have it versus this mid lane gyrocopter. Still having Roger kind of chilling around the area.
It's just such a strong lane. You have the offensive potential with a poison touch, and these heals, as you've seen, if you're not used to it, even if you are, even if you're at the top of your game, these heals will throw you off getting those range CS.
Absolutely. So Pasha, we see he's starting to struggle, of course, because Roger's making those moves around the map. So he's just going to look to pull some creep waves, get chased out by X-Nova quite a bit here, as this Ogre who's just going to punch him. But full free farm, importantly for Ame. That's the one we're looking at. The Sven is getting no pressure on him whatsoever.
Oh, bit of a lift back onto Solo, dragging him into the creep wave. FY! He'll set up for first blood. Solo stepping a little too far forward.
It's an FY Rubik. It's game 1 of the main stage. He wants the first blood.
Could be the beginning of a bit of an FY highlight reel, depending on how this game goes. But definitely the fact that Sven is starting well, as you say. This is what BSJ talked about. He was worried about LGD. If they can get that Gyro and Sven off to a good start, it's going to be very tough for VP to sort of hold the game off to the point where Morph is able to come to the fights and really utilize the flak without being run over.
Ooh, look at FY doubling up the wave there nicely for Chalice, making Ramsey's also farm under the tower as well. Some nice moves around here by FY, just building those up. He's just dancing around.
He is. Obviously, what the VP do, they can start to walk Solo over, but FY...
He's got a TP available.
Yeah, he can... I mean, he's taking way too much damage. He's going to head up to the tower, but Solo, he's going to be around for the XP on that one.
Didn't get the in.
What was the plan there from FY? He's just trying to double stack the creep so they push into the tide on the top?
Yeah, I think he wants Chalice to be diving under Ramsey just like this, putting the pressure on him, not letting him to just free farm under the tower. Obviously, not wanting to die there, but it's not the biggest loss. Sure, Solo gets some gold there for himself, but you see Chalice is getting
this massive
having a great time, and look at that. Look at this wave. That's a triple range creep coming in now, so that's going to be a very happy Tidehunter. So I think VP, they should take advantage of this though. I think you want to maybe rotate Roger up top, and you try to set up here for trying to push. Do not let this Tidehunter get that creep wave off of the tower. Look at this. This is really this could actually chunk the tower down a lot. So Chalice, he has the skill of Gush, but he has the skill point of Gush, but no mana just yet. And Roger is making the move over.
And he's got that arcane range, so it's likely that he's going to get the chance to get a couple of fishes out. So we'll see the opening. In they go, collapsing in onto Chalice. TP over will be coming through from the Ogre. They're blocking Chalice off. FY's there with the new cut to Ramsey, but Ramsey starts to shift, turns towards FY, has to wait for him out over towards the trees, and out of that. Chalice still alive. PSG.LGD will be able to keep Chalice safe with the support rotation. They're still trying to poke. In fact, Chalice, he's come back up. The curse is on it. Chalice will still end up going down. Now VP turning their attention over towards X-Nova. They're going to try and change for another. The Fade Bolt from FY will come out.
There's just too many creeps. They glipped the wave onto the tower too, so they just continue diving forward.
Yeah, those stacked up creeps working against PSG.LGD there in that sense. And in fact, VP, they're still poking and they're still fighting. PSG.LGD is trying to come back in for the rune contest, but VP's already picked it up. Be able to grab that one in the top one. Meanwhile, down bottom, Ame does continue to get all the space in the world, enough space himself to head over and grab those 2 bounty runes for the team.
he's going to be the full free farm. The other one, though, if you look at the mid lane, look at that Dazzle. 31 and 10 to the 18-3.
It's just the power
he has really done a great job in this matchup here. They're even trying to fix this right now with a gank setup, but there's not level 6 yet on that gyrocopter, so no call down available. TP is at the ready. Roger's already prepared for this. He's actually smoking himself alone to try to catch something here, and he breaks this.
He sees the entire movement, sees the two supports in the river as the smoke breaks, and no one is going to be very, very safe and sound. They cannot get that surprise movement onto it.
Pasha dropping low from the cleave. Just be careful not to step up too far. A couple more hits and a stun, and he probably can go down here. Pasha.
Oh,
yes, just stepped up.
Oh, no. Pasha getting a little shaky on the main stage. We saw some of those deaths from Pasha in the group stage.
Yeah, if
I'm sure the team would have hoped that it sort of left those behind, but
he did get the Drunken Brawler off before the attack, so it was like a 50-50 chance, but still.
But you shouldn't play for that sort of RNG. That's not good odds. Dude, also managed to get the courier here. VP, so taking that one down from LGD and getting that gold bonus.
They were actually able to finish. I saw Roger chasing it with illusions, but wow, he was actually good to chase it and finish it. That's a bit surprising there, LGD, getting caught off guard. Still farming very well, as we were saying.
Especially with that kill. This Sven lane has just gone better to better.
Yeah, how's their stacks looking? Looks like they're starting to prepare them. Both FY and Xnova will start to do those for the Sven and the Gyro. Both of them can benefit a lot from that, as we probably expect Somnus, though, to be the one who's going to be running around more so as this Gyro ganking while Ame just farms. But Ame's off to such a great start. And immediately starts pressuring Pasha as well.
And Pasha really does have to be careful.
He's doing pretty well, though. Like, the Church Gold, it's not the greatest, but he's kind of tied with the Gyrocopter and actually Tanner, so it's pretty decent, but levels. It's almost a level 6 Brewmaster. So in this game, the Brew has a lot of different potential he can do. Has to be careful of some steals later on from the Rubik. You can cover it pretty easily with your Brawler, but he can dispel the Bloodlust, he can dispel the Warcry, throwing up that Tidehunter as we talked about as well. Going to be very important for that VP side's team fights. That's Pasha. He's making an invasive play here. Not quite level 6, pretty close to it as well.
He's going to get surrounded.
He's surrounded here.
Oh, there are 3 of them after going for the high ground. He has got no one by his side. So we'll be able to walk away. No point shed, of course, in the grave. Fully offensive. No one with a skill build at the moment.
As expected. He's also queued up the book, which we also seem to expect pretty much every single time on the core Dazzles. The one thing is, though, they do have great ways to farm that book. So I think no one does have to be careful when he is like pushing out waves and farming with these, because Gyrocopter and Sven, they eat that book very easily whenever it is going to be used, if it's not inside of just a farming position in the jungle. Solo is spotted on his warding expedition. He's looking in some trouble.
He's got a lot of backup coming in as well, Armate. They should be able to slow this one down. Missiles out. Fisher block from Roger.
Very nicely done.
Will actually shut the play down. They won't be able to chase.
And this is them all bringing the attention away from Ramses. He's able to just get all these free lasteds top now, landing alone versus Chalice. Just keeps turning into the Tidehunter, throwing some gushes and anchor smashes onto him, then shifts back to his form. This LGD, they're playing the farm game. You can just tell from the way they're setting up for all this, getting all these stacks prepared. And now they'll give FY the lane, as Almay will just jungle it up. Xnova will sap that experience. And it looks like VP, they want to get on the aggressive side here. They want to make the move bottom. They see that the Rubik is farming the lane, so they're like, all right, Sven's jungling, we have to put pressure on. Don't let this Rubik just keep fade bolting the wave and getting all this farm. So this looks like they're going to just surround and go for this tier 1, as we expect that LGD will probably do the same on the other side of the map, probably going for the mid tower or that top. Still will be the mid. So a little bit of mirror movements coming into play here from both sides.
We'll see who's able to start the fight first as Armate. Close to no one starts to poke. Roger will get the wrap round. They've been blocked up, kept on the high ground. There's the ult from Pasha. They're ready to run them down. They're straight away on top of the Gyrocopter. Somnus, he's in trouble. They've taken him out. The rest of LGD will be able to get away, but again, Roger blocking off the entire team with that Fisher. They're even going to be able to look to chase Arme a little bit, but the split will end. They won't push it any further. Still, though, great defense from VP.
Yep. Bringing Pasha there. Roger, again, being in the right place at the right time. So far, Roger on point with his Earthshaker rotations in this start, these first 10 minutes. Only level 3, as he's been forced to move around a lot, but he's got the tome. He'll be able to catch back up soon. And it looks like they're giving Somnus the tome in this one. Maybe will be the one taking it from his team. He probably just feels like he got set back a little bit too much versus that Dazzle. Sure, they don't have their Rubik level 6, but he'll probably be able to buy the other tome soon. Yeah, really prioritizing having that gyro off to a good start in that early game. Probably because they want to be able to farm. Like Tidehunter, not really that one who can run around and make plays too much early on. Sure, you have Ravage, but your gyro is that main driving force of your aggression on the LGD side until the later stages.
Sure. And even though his farm might not be great, as long as he can have Arme in the front and he's able to get out all his spells, the magical output of the gyro at this point is still something that VP have to be very wary of.
Absolutely.
You just have to make sure that they can get past Arme and get on top of Somnus. He is still vulnerable at the moment with that lack of farm that he could find in middle. Top lane, space is there, they'll take a tower. Arme's farm continues to skyrocket as he hits 6k net worth at 11 minutes in.
Looks like Ramsey's still going to be going for that Linken's first item. Probably the Linken's into the Aghanims in this game, as the panel was mentioning. Such a good Aghs game, as he has that Earthshaker on his team. But the Linken's very good versus those instant disables, in particular the Rubik.
Roger. Again, he's coming with the wraparound onto mid, looking for FY. FY has got the heal stolen.
But the poison and the Arcane Curse, he's ticking away. Goodbye.
They got him. A lot of damage over time, as you say. Those two spells, a bit of a nightmare. But for FY, at least Ogre won't care too much. He's a little tankier, but anytime FY gets caught out by those two.
They're trying to take advantage here of the slight time that they expect the Brew ult to be down, but Brew ult's going to be back up in about 5 seconds. Pasha does have a TP. He's setting up immediately. Defense of the mid tower.
And again, Roger. He keeps blocking LGD off. They keep coming over to VP's half of the map and they can't get back to their own. X-Nova's trapped. Roger himself, can he get away though with the telekinesis from FY, dragging him back into the missile combo? Turns out Roger, he's still alive. LGD cannot get the trade kill as Arme tries to move forward, but all the damage over time is a pretty sizable heal bomb. And Ramsey's looking for Arme. Arme's dead. Double Ramsey challenge. It's a 5-man Ravage, but is there the follow-up? Sticks a pop. VP, they're back up to full. They'll collapse immediately onto Somnus. They'll get themselves another chalice, will be able to escape. But VP, they are outplaying and coordinating these team fights to perfection.
Such beautiful Roger. I mean, Roger is just coming in so clutch for his team. That wraparound again, he even gets put in the front lines and he survives during all that. They don't have the damage because of how underfarmed the gyro is. Look at Maybe in the game. He's bottom 5 net worth. They don't have the damage for when he's in there.
And that's the second time that LGD's fallen for it. They're sending 3 heroes over the river, and it's as if they're forgetting that there's a shaker in the game.
Such beautiful plays there by Roger. And yeah, like we said, too tanky for him to even go on. Ramses turns into the Morphling there, or turns into the Gyrocopter. Sure, they get double stunned, but at this moment in time, they're way too strong.
It's a bad call from LGD to try and stick around for the fight. They feel confident because they have the Ravage. But at that point, Arme's already dead. There's no way for them to follow it up.
He's not ready to fight just yet. I mean, he's got the phase, he's got the Midas, pretty much has the Echo Saber now finished, but there's a lot of ways to control him, as we said, from that side of VP. This early game aggression coming from this Dazzle, from this Brewmaster, from this Earthshaker seems to be a bit too much for LGD to take right now.
I mean, if LGD want to fight, they've got to do it when they know there's no split. They know there's no global. This is that little bit of an opportunity, but it is hard because Chalice chose to try and commit to that last fight with the Ravage.
And we saw too, right? Like right when the Ravage went off, we saw Solo pop the global before he gets hit by it. So there's no follow-up. Even though in that instance there probably wasn't.
I mean, there was like no one around anyway.
But yeah, just to see what the plan is, why they wanted that silencer.
Still, the net worth very close due to the fact that Arme, even though it was taken out, was able to get back onto the map, and with that Midas finished Echo Saber, he can keep that farm pace up very high. The gap is being closed between himself and Nolan and Ramses. It's both the Morph and Dazzle race to get on par with the Sven's farm. And if VP are able to start to gear up and push around this Dazzle and his Necro, but getting those towers, that net worth will swing even further in VP's favor.
I mean, the Necro won, and then he's already queued up the mech. He's going straight for mech, trying to deal with all that damage that can be coming out from LGD. They're going to be able to counteract a lot of it. Not just that, they're going to get a couple timings together, it might seem, here for VP, as the Blink Dagger from Roger is only 600 gold away. And if we look at the initiation from LGD, it's kind of limited until they get that like Blink Dagger either on the Sven or on the Tidehunter, which they both do have queued up. It will take them some time. So Roger could come in really clutch if he's able to get that one at an early pace, and they're giving him the farm. Very close to that Blink. They're all already grouped up. The Brew Split is available again.
And LGD just avoiding VP entirely for now. See if they do anything about this tier 2 tower push. TP does come in from Xnova with their push of the Necro, but VP doing a lot of damage to this tier 2. LGD will start to get close to the tier 2 top. Maybe think about looking for a trade, but it's not going to be easy. Bottom lane, Pasha trying for the wraparound. Xnova's already out of there, but the tower goes down before the 16-minute mark. VP continuing to keep the pressure up.
Xnova?
They want to try and dive this. They're going to. Ramses goes straight forward up to the high ground. Xnova's dead. Killing spree for Ramses. TPs will start to now come through from PSG.LGD, but VP are able to easily back off, get themselves out of there.
They got what they wanted. They can get an extra kill out of it. They've got map control too. LGD not looking to want to fight until I believe they have those blinks. I think they need some easier ways to set up the fights to be able to just instantly kill someone on the side of VP. VP, when they're all rallied together, they're just seeming way too strong right now. And now the blink dagger is already finished up for Roger. I believe it's coming out on that courier.
And it's just the way that VP's playing. I don't blame sort of Brian in the analysts at the start. You know, you look at these lineups and you think, well, the Gyros Fen, they're going to be able to play the fastest. There's a Morph. He's going to need time. But Ramses is actually able to get really active across the map because they have this mid-dazzle. No one's just this force that enables the Morph so early on. It doesn't matter if Ramses is committing, getting low on the HP, because there will be that burst heal and time for him to shift back. He can play so aggressive. It's catching them off a little bit. Now down bottom.
They don't have enough.
The split's going to be out. They're going to look towards Arme. They're going to surround him. Another heal bomb for no one. Bringing Arme down low. Pump the war cry.
They left him.
He's been abandoned. They've abandoned him. They know that there's no hope for Arme. As VP making moves there with just the two of them. Taking down Arme, the most farmed hero, of course, on LGD's lineup. He just gets shredded by these heroes.
Yep. Pasha in this game, just be able to get how much he got down bottom because of the fissure blocks and everything from Roger. I'm definitely going to be giving Roger a lot of that credit there for that, the setup that's going on for the Brew. He's able to do so much, and now we're wondering, why is Brew not being picked a little bit more? You see how powerful it is. Whenever he has the ulti up, LGD's just booking it. Maybe a bit of that
from that one death in the lane, but hey, you know, it's the first time the hero's been picked this TI. It takes a bit of warming up.
Sure. I mean, he's still got so much done. And
he is.
With the combo.
He's in the zone now, Pasha.
Yeah, with the dazzle, it's seeming really powerful, really potent, how much aggression they can really start over the early game and just allow Ramses to pretty much do whatever he wants as Ramses. He's gone greedy. He actually had the gold for the Lincolns, and he's like, find the point booster. I'm getting set up. I'm getting ready for my Aghanim's. You know, I'm just starting to prep that. Because I know what we're going to get to in this point, as we see that Dota Plus win probability already highly favoring VP. But LGD, they've got their timing now. They've got the blink on Chalice.
They do.
Are they going to be able to find anything?
But at the same time, there's also the potential of the global silence. They'll find Solos. There won't be a global. Or maybe there will. He's actually still alive because of the fact that Roger's able to throw himself in. Global's out. Roger keeping Solo safe. The heals are there. Chalice will now pop the Ravage on Ramses, who will get the Morph kill. It's a big one for LGD, but can they find any more? They'll start to move across to no one with a gush. Another curse thrown out by Solo onto both Xnova and Chalice. They're trying to chase for more here, LGD.
They know there's no Brew split. That's the one thing. They're playing around that long cooldown timing. Trying to
pressure on. Looks like he may be a little too deep for them to continue to dive.
Ramses, he actually clicked the shrine, but he didn't click his attribute shift. So he just gets caught by the stun and dies. If he gets the shift off, he might be all right just there.
Chalice taking quite a beat down here from VP.
He's got the constant dispels going.
Roger, he finds Roger. Roger was trying to sit at the backlines in the river, looking for a potential to get him with the Blink Echo, but Arme finds him.
And how quickly the tides have turned.
Oh yeah, with Ramses falling like that, and Arme and Somnus getting involved in these big kills. The slight gold difference swings back in LGD's favor.
Now you have to be wondering if how painful that point booster pickup by Ramses was. Instead of having a Lincolns in the fight, he would have had it finished. He had the gold when he went to go purchase it. If it gets punished for his greed. As not only just that gold lead swing, you see the experience. It was 2k in advantage for VP. It swings heavily up toward LGD.
Let's see how the gold swings here around these runes. Bouncy rune wise, LGD, they've got heroes set up, down, bottom. They're going to be able to get the majority of them. Oh no, wait, there's 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
2 for 2. Pasha was able to get both of those.
The bottles sometimes confuse things. But they have their
it was 3 for 1, right? Yeah, it was 3 for 1.
3 for 1, you're right.
Yeah, the bottle confused
I saw an illusion.
Yeah, confused me as well. Maybe question myself, but yeah, they manage to get the majority LGD.
Yeah. Now they can go into this roast pit. They have their Brew split. They know that LGD does not have their Tidehunter Ravage or that God Strength, actually.
How long? Yeah, still a bit of time to God Strength.
Yeah.
Can they still try and push VP out of the pit?
Still sitting around the area.
If they could time it right and get him with the stuns.
There's 15 seconds without God Strength, but they have BKB on the Sven.
Poking Chalice, he'll jump in to get the vision, stun out to Ramses. Now the Primal Split comes out from VP, and now it becomes a lot harder for LGD to get close to the pit, as Pasha will be able to hold the team away, get that space for Roshan to fall, and Aegis to be claimed by Ramses.
They might look for a fight anyway, though, on LGD, because they know that there's no split available. Chalice is committing forward. They're going to have Ravage, they're going to have God Strength and BKB on the Sven. They want somebody here.
They are committing far. You have to be a little wary of Roger having the Echo Slam available, but Somnus is ready to go in underneath the tower, stuns out from Arme, there's the God Strength, the Shallow Grave, keeping Roger alive. They'll try and get him out of it. It's a 5-man Ravage, jumps in, Echo Slams out, but he does nothing at all. The BKB's out from Arme. He'll turn over towards Noah, the stun control from X-Nova isn't enough. Noah finally uses, they've got the damage. LGD, they get both. As Chalice sees the perfect opportunity, he's not even done yet. Jumps in for another anchor smash. Keeps the pressure on VP as they're pushed back away from the tier 2 tower. And despite getting the Roche, getting the Aegis, they lose the following fight and they'll lose more map control.
It's the little things, right? Chalice just blinking into the pit there initially, giving vision, causing Pasha to kind of be like, oh my god, I actually need to split for this situation, allows them then afterwards, they know they have the way advantageous team fight versus VP when they don't have split available. Chalice with no fear. He's playing versus that lineup where he's like, they don't really have ways to burst me down as a Tidehunter in this game. With this hood available, he can just freely jump in like that. And yeah, like you said, the beautiful 5-man Ravages we're going to see again here.
I mean, it looks like maybe they'll lose a couple, but indeed, Chalice in the perfect position, even tickling Solo on the edge there. Every single member of VP caught out by that play.
And Pasha, you can tell he was like, I'm not liking this fight too much. He was even starting to TP out. Someone made the call, though, to try to keep it going, and they ended up losing a couple heroes there.
It doesn't get more perfect than that for this Tidehunter. 5k lead off the back of those plays. Roshan gone wrong, but not in the traditional sense. Where VP still managing to be the ones getting the Aegis, it did not matter.
Still gonna have, now they're gonna have Bruce Split available again, so like we're seeing, it's gonna be back and forth whenever these long cooldowns are off for VP, them looking to bring the fight. And they're pretty close to that Aghanims on the morph too, so he will also be pretty scary when he gets that. As we see that shift at the 18-minute mark, a 70% chance for that Dota Plus for VP. Now all the way to that 50-50.
Roche is not always the answer. So LGD making that play. Not a play you always see, you know, only so the top of the top teams would make that.
Yeah,
to go in aggressive after the other team gets Roshan and Aegis. Normally it's okay, they've got Aegis, we've got to reset. They're keeping the pressure on, and LGD, they're straight back in, looking for the next fight already.
Going for the big wraparound, but the scan comes out from VP. They think they even got a slight vision of Ame there for a second there when they were trying to get the wrap. So you see LGD, they're trying to get the wraparound, get the backlines. Even though they're playing into the Brew Split there, they're looking for the Earthshaker, they're looking for that Brewmaster.
No,
trying to catch
it's just every time that Ravage is back up, they're instantly looking for action. No slowdown in play from PSG.LGD, and this is starting to be the tempo that the draft panel talked about. This is what you expect from this lineup. Gyro, Rubik, and Sven ready to fight more than ever at this 24-minute mark.
And double BKBs at the ready, so they're feeling a lot more careful versus this VP side. VP just, I think with this Aegis, this is like the farming Aegis. Just get the Aghanims on that Morphling so they can start hopping around as that Earthshaker inside of the fight's getting into the back lines onto those supports. But LGD, they're staying in unison. Every single one of them playing around each other, all grouped up and out down bottom as 5. Got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left on that Aegis. As LGD, they want these bounties.
VP want to try and force this fight here. They know the LGD's got the numbers, but they do have that Aegis on Ramses. There's the lead in. X-Nova gets the stun. Ame just takes Roger's dead. Pasha will get the ult out in time. Will send Ame up into the air. Chalice is able to get in and claim the bounty route.
You have to back away though, Pasha. That's a fully defensive split. He can't stay there. That's the other thing too, is the Brewmaster. We're talking about, like, sometimes, you know, we haven't seen it in a while. Versus Gyro and Sven, sure, you can dispel some stuff, but your Brewlings die very quickly to the combo of the Flak plus that cleave coming out from Sven.
And Roger's got to be careful. We're
really
seeing a
does.
couple of times where he's the one getting jumped on the front lines. They need that Shaker to jump and go. Without the Shaker, there isn't that instant lockdown. There isn't that initiation really from VP's lineup. They have to make sure that Roger's able to get his spells off.
They're really starting to hemorrhage just a bit too much here, as it's that 7K advantage. And LGD, they're getting all these bounty runes too.
Oh, they are.
There's still one chilling up top.
Climbing.
It's 3 bounty runes for them. The 4th one is still waiting there, so able to keep increasing that lead, and the Aegis will get reclaimed. But I believe that Ags Morphling is online. We'll see what VP is going to be able to make of it.
Let's see if this is what they're missing. The last few fights have been disastrous for VP.
It still feels like they need their BKBs though too. Like they've got this Ags on the Morphling, which is fantastic, but there's just so much magical damage and control that's really coming out from LGD's side. Fear of what a Rubik really can provide, even though FY hasn't been having like the greatest steals or anything like that, just getting the instant lifts or breaking some Lincolns.
I mean, what are the big steals that FY's looking out for?
Fissure.
Fissure.
Yeah, Fissure's probably the biggest one. Bruce Split, of course, but you're not likely to get down versus Drunken Brawler unless you immediately get the lift off before as soon as he gets out, which you can do, but
and by that time the fight's probably over. Yeah. Maybe it helps you chase for the cleanup kills.
Yeah, I would
turn a bad fight even worse for VP. With that chase potential.
Still grouped up though, VP now. Ame shows his face.
He is out on his own. He's gonna go into the trees. We'll go for the TP. Roger.
He's just gonna get stunned up.
He is trapped in there, but VP a little scared. They're aware that there could definitely be quick reactions. PSG.LGD are starting to come over, but Ame was still relatively alone. VP just didn't know. They didn't want to make the mistakes they made earlier and try and force a fight straight up. Now they'll go back with the smoke.
They didn't have any information.
They've drawn the attention. A Solo, he'll head up to the high ground, blink over from Chalice, catches the vision of Solo. Solo, it's going to be focused first. Fisher comes out from Roger. Trying to keep Solo safe. They've got to make sure that both Solo and Roger get the chance to
Here's that Axe.
Get their ults out. They'll commit towards Chalice. Chalice has the Ravage, ready to pop. He's holding on to it for now. Ramses into the Shaker he goes, chases down X-Nova. They're pushing PSG.LGD back up to the high ground, but it's still hard for VP to find the jump that they hope for. As PSG.LGD, they know exactly what's waiting for them on the low ground.
Yeah, and the Ags Morphling, it's strong because Ramses is really high level, but you also want your Earthshaker to be high level. You need him to have that max enchant totem for it to really become that super powerhouse. So only 2 points still for Roger, only level 11. He needs to find himself some level so that they can actually start using that power of the enchant totem.
Yeah, they know themselves. VP, they're still not quite ready to take a full 5v5. It's not easy.
Oh, and look at Ame's pickup here. A little bit, not really super unorthodox, but the Orchid now for that Sven as well. Multiple different ways to catch Ramses. Yeah. Ramses gonna be in trouble. Not only just Ramses, Pasha as well. Brewmaster hates playing versus silences.
Flank. Nice little escape back to base. He's got the stick charges and the heals. We've been buying a very far on the way to make sure that he's not going to get burst.
He's like, I died to that damage over time before, not again.
He knows how much it hurts. But absolutely, you say with that Orchid, there's still a bit of time where Ramses hasn't got that BKB.
Yeah.
He's got to make sure he's got it ready as soon as they'll see that Orchid's out.
A lot of different targets they can go for it. Pasha being one of those main ones, like I was saying, that silence. If he does want to throw it out, it's a bit too close to the base though, being a little bit reluctant.
VP just trying their best to split the map up. Now you know that LGD's playing as a unit now.
Roger. He's getting stalked here by Ame. We'll be able to back off. So 30 seconds, we're going to have these bounty runes coming out. LGD, they've got creeps hitting the base. They're actually forcing a reaction to the base right now, so they're going to look to make an aggressive play. They're like, all right, Silencer just went top. We can definitely look for a fight right now. With a full butterfly finished up on Somnus. They're jumping for Ramses.
They managed to break the link because they're in with the silence. The global does come out. He did manage to shift before the silence came in. So Ramses has got enough HP to be able to waveform back out of there. Pasha is going to start to fight back with the primal split. Surrounding X-Nova, Somnus with the flak. Will start to kill off the Brewlings very, very quickly. Pasha's got to be careful. Grabbing the challenge onto the backlines. They found Roger. Amazing with the damage. Roger's dead as well as Ramses. There'll be a buyback from Solo. They can do it. Sorry, it was Ramses as Roger. It was Ramses and the Shaky even bigger. Now they get Roger. They got both of them. It's a triple buyback from VPs. They'll try and turn.
Oh my God.
But I mean, I got baited. I saw a Shaker
saw the
die.
Shaker.
I was like, Rogers there. I was like, no, hang on. That's Ramses.
He's getting caught off.
Ramses at the start of the fight.
That Orchid, it's really catching him off guard there.
It looked like Ramses was safe for sure. He built up all the HP, but he ends up back in the middle of the fight as the Shaker, and he dies straight away.
They're really starting to run away with this one here on PSG.LGD. They buy back on X-Nova. They're like, let's just bring the fight to them. They don't have anything available. Roger, sure, he's got Echo Slam,
risky play here from VP. It's not a quick Roche. They're trying. They've used 3 buybacks for this attempt.
Chalice is in immediately.
I don't know if VP can get away with this.
Doesn't look like it. They're jumping forward.
Ramses is trying to fight, but he instantly gets stunned. Oh, it's on top.
The Echo.
He whiffs the Echo. He did not get the blink off as VP. They've got to back off.
Oh my! He had it up too. I had him clicked on. It was not canceled. He just didn't get it off there.
Ramses going in again. He has to be careful though when he's the Shaker. We saw him get tripped up in that mid lane, and now PSG.LGD are holding on to a mighty 12k gold lead.
And that was VP buying back 3 heroes, trying to get something, just desperately trying to get anything out of it, and they can't. This Orchid, Ame, purchasing this was just causing so many problems for VP. They're set up here for the fights, but...
He needs that BKB, but
really
again,
does.
it's still back to that point where he's only halfway towards the money. It's going to take a long time. We'll see this again from Rogers. Nothing cancels this.
No, look, he just echoes the floor. It was still on
cooldown.
It was still on cooldown. Okay.
So maybe it was just still on cooldown from before.
I guess it must have still been for a second. All right, when I clicked it, looked like I must have clicked it a second late.
Because he didn't look at it like anything cancelled it. I think maybe just in his mind he felt that the timing was there, and that 15 seconds was still ticking down.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a lot of momentum. Look at this, like Somnus, he's super farmed out. Pretty much all the important heroes on the side of PSG.LGD, they have the farm on VP. They're really starting to fall behind. That mid game, that early game, that Dazzle, sure, no one, he's 4-1 and 4, but it's a Dazzle now at this point. It's starting to become very hard.
Just finding 3 kills across the map. Solo trying to push out that top lane.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Solo must have known that that was going to end in death. I guess at least trying to use his life to make sure that the lanes are pushed out. It's more kills for LGD. It's only 11 to 10, but just the fact that the kills have meant that much more. The buybacks have heavily set VP behind, and the farm rate of Ame's, Sven, and Sonus' Gyro is just at a rate that's very hard.
Yeah. It's really
to keep up with as a whole. The difference between the supports are there as well. Space is there, easy Roche, easy Aegis for Somnus.
It's really telltale that VP has only gotten 1 kill in the last 16 minutes. How aggressive and how dominant LGD really has been around this mid game. Look at that one ticker. They've gotten an Ogre Magi kill in the last 16 minutes. Besides that, it's been only LGD just cruising through, finding every single fight that they want. Pretty much right when I had said that I think Brewmaster was looking pretty good, and why haven't we seen Brewmaster, it just completely shifted the other way around.
It's a game against a Sven and a Gyro. 2 of the best carries in the game to kill those Brewlings.
Yep.
It's not easy for Pasha.
They've got the BKB now on Ramsey, so he's going to be feeling a lot safer. But there's still so much damage now, and now at this deficit, do they even have the damage to deal with LGD's draft? As the BKBs, like we said, are ready. They've got their Aegises as well. And Chalice now picking up more items too. Has the Mac, going to be going for Greaves too. So a lot of mitigation going to be coming out for PSG.LGD. They do have Roger also hitting level 14 now for VP, so in relation to Ramses, he's going to have that Max Enchant Totem. So yeah, double bloodlusted cores on PSG.LGD. 2 of the best, like you were saying.
I mean, is there a chance for VP that this morph could be the game-winning element? Is the sort of the morph shaker interaction strong enough to win a game when they're 15k down?
They have to get some better forms of initiation. Roger, having such a solid early game, has not been able to find almost anything after that. Just seems like PSG.LGD always seems to know where he is in the fights and catching him at the start. It's VP. They will look to set up for bounties. Pasha, though, he's very far up and alone.
He's out of the game immediately, walking to his death.
They want more. But they won't find.
Just have that BKB Ramses, so A little harder for them to catch out.
They're not really splitting up much versus this Morphling. So when I have seen, oh, Nova though, they're jumping forward for him.
Gonna try for the quick kill with the waveform, and they have to try to get a bit more. Is he trouble? Roger's gonna buy him some safety as he jumps in with the Echo. Will popped as well as VP will try and chase for another. They're blocked off Chalice with the Fissure. Very tanky. Tanky enough that they won't be able to commit and stick on him. Chalice is able to walk away. It's a buyback from Pasha. And again, it's just the Ogre dying. They cannot find any of the big kills.
And that was an Echo Slam committed too. And they only get that Ogre. Now a full Aghanim's finished up on the Gyrocopter as well. Ramses considering going for something here. There's still the BKBs available though. He's just in.
All of the big heroes are here for PSG.LGD. VP have to hold back. There's no way that it's in their best interest to try and find a fight, and they will back away.
So some of the times when I have seen these Ags Morphlings with the Earthshakers, what ends up happening is one team starts splitting up, and that's where the Morphling really starts picking himself up. Because you get the one-by-one kills constantly, you get these massive amounts of experience. But PSG.LGD, look at this, they're all just grouped up. They know how strong they are. They still have their Aegis available too. They're trying not to give VP any little type of breathing room at all.
They're playing phenomenally as a team here.
Oh, is he trapped? Oh, he's gonna be able to move out of that? No. Kind of stuck. He'll get out of it. Chalice.
Oh, mate.
He's in position.
Chalice again! He's in with the Ravage. They've got the setup. The Grave does come out in time to find some safety for Ramses. He's back into the ball. Will jump away. BKB popped by no one. BKB from Arme also about to wear off. So despite Chalice getting a big jump, this time VP won't have any casualties. They'll get everyone back to safety.
Actually, nobody dies from that. He lands like a Dream Ravage in the backlines, but they're able to disengage.
They've got the items now, VP, having those BKBs. The Linkers and the BKB, of course, on Ramses. They can play their way out of it.
But do they have the damage is the question. They're going to be able to disengage, but will they actually ever be able to look for kills, setting up onto Somnus and onto Ame? It's seeming extremely difficult here, as Chalice always just seems to be in the front lines, not really taking too much damage. And immediately we'll blink away from Ramses. Yeah, they're just so tanky, and they're really all just starting to pick up more and more items. FY, quiet game, but you look at him trickling up on that net worth. He's ahead of Pasha on the Brewmaster. He's got a Hex queued up. We're already talking about the problems for Ramses getting caught by these stuns, by these silences. If they do ever get that, definitely going to be a really hard game for the Morphling.
Yeah, with butterflies on both cores as well. Yeah. Arme and Somnus.
Oh, Ame also finishing one up too.
He goes for the butterfly.
Selling that Midas. Not wanting to pick up an AC. He just wants to get this instead for his team, as he's going to be able to have that one-to-one. No one really going to be able to bring him down too hard. The enchant totem, though, from the Morphling, you do get that true strike. Which
you do, right?
That'll be one thing, but...
Which sort of makes it like, well, why the butterfly? We do see, obviously, butterfly
it's such a value.
Sometimes.
It's just such a value
The
item.
attack speed.
Yeah.
The edge, a little bit of armor that gives, I guess. And, of course, for just everything else that's going to be trying to him in the fight.
Yeah.
The splits, the summons from no one.
Strength heroes, even dating back forever, it's always been like, I want to buy a butterfly, but sometimes you just don't have the slots for it. This time, he's feeling super confident. They have a 20k gold lead. VP starting to trickle their way out forward here. What can they find?
Ramses. He's going to try and look for the opening. They get the shot of the two. Oh, he's in on the back. Two-man squad. In with the gold streak. Silence is dead. Will be able to save Pasha for a little bit with that shallow grave, but he's silenced, surrounded by Somnus. Pasha's dead. No one's taken out. A sentry's in position, so they'll kill him off through the Glimmer Cave. As no one buys back. And Arme finds him hiding in the trees. Roger. As this is just getting very, very nasty for VP. Every single fight, every single play. I mean, poor old Nova, he's taking one for the team this game.
Oh, for sure.
He is the only guy that's died on LGD's lineup, it feels like, in the last 20 minutes, right?
He is the only one who's died in the last 20 minutes. Yep, 3 deaths for the Ogre, unable to find any kills.
All working to plan. The Ogre Magi strats are real here. And it's absolutely working for LGD.
Hey, he's doing his job. He's bloodlusting in the fights, and then he dies. They're like, all right, X-Nova, great job. Yes, yeah, they're really starting to... I mean, they have been running away with this one for about 20 minutes now. VP unable to really find any breathing room as Ramses. He's stepping up. His BKB just comes back up.
Whoa. He's got to be careful.
That was a little scary.
It's got to feel rough for VP. I mean, they've only killed the Ogre. They cannot kill anyone else, it seems, on PSG.LGD's team.
Oh, look at this too. A bit of a quick easy kill there from a bit of an unorthodox build. Another Basher being built up on a gyrocopter after the Aghanims. So some more control for that Morphling.
I mean, they're
probably feeling themselves.
They're feeling it now, PSG.LGD. They know. 40 minutes in, 27k advantage, 25's coming out as well. Can VP swing this game around? They're running a lineup that has that Brew off lane, this Dazzle mid. I feel like sort of these heroes, their time in the game, it's kind of passed.
It passed
it's
a long time
all
ago.
on the Morphling. Yeah. It's all on Ramses.
It's a full 4 Protect 1 that in the mid game got completely outran here by LGD. And they've lost their timings.
I mean, if they can hold and keep it up, is there not going to be a point of the game where Ramses is like, well, I need to start building right click and screw the Shaker. I've got to become the Jara.
He has to. I mean, he has to get the Manta as well, though. That's the problem. Is that these silences and this control is just too much.
He's not investing yet. So do you think he's thinking, well, let's get a right click. Let's get some damage items.
But what would he get? That's the one thing I'm trying to think. What's the solution? What right click item?
Get Rapier, become Gyro, bam.
Still very difficult. They're so tanky, right? Even then.
You've got the Grave. You'll always get the hits off.
Got the Grave, yeah, that's true.
You'll always get the hits off. I think he's thinking about it. He's still not spending, maybe because he wants both and buyback.
I do believe
I know he's got the recipe anyway, so he is going to continue with the safety route, get that Manta done, and make sure he's got the money for. Yeah, he's just 200 gold short. So
Courier
should have the. Oh no, that's his Manta.
That's the Manta.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got buyback, but he is going to be short of that Manta style for 3 minutes.
And they've already been unable to really kill anybody besides the Ogre, like you said. A DD route.
All right. I think PSG.LGD is gearing up for the finishing blow to VP in this game 1.
They have a Hex on the Rubik as well, like I was mentioning. So those instant disables, we're going to have to watch Ramses if he's going to be able to get that BKB off before he gets caught. Pasha as well as Roger, both playing on the left side there. Ame already pops the God Strength, ready to go.
And jumping in. Solo's dead. Ravage is out. It's going to catch up to Pasha, who's held at the back. Silence to make sure that Pasha cannot get in. Roger, he's trying to poke from the backside with the Fisher, but LGD just pushing in, taking the range racks, fortification. It's only going to last so long as they'll wait it out. LGD finish off the entirety of the mid lane of Rax. Ramses is going to look for the jump forward. He's trying for X-Nova. Poor old X-Nova. But this time
they gave him the cheese.
They gave him the cheese. They gave him the cheese. X-Nova will be able to stay alive with the boys this time. He's not dying today.
That was one of the cheeses, I believe, because they still have the second one, so yeah. And now a full refresher as well. I think they had a refresher shard as well, right? I think they must have used it before.
X-Nova. He had the cheese. They prepared him. They prepared him for this push. They made sure he took his dinner with him. As now they can't even kill the Ogre.
No, they. Maybe they'll give him another one. Do they give him the next cheese? No, they're going to keep FY.
But the mentality now, they've tried to kill the Ogre. They can't even kill the Ogre. As this lead just continues to go. And I feel like we've seen VP in this situation quite a few times in the group stage. And game 2 hasn't gone a lot better after game 1's been this rough. A lot of the games in the group stage where VP did lose, it was very one-sided, very stumpy in this game. For the 20 minutes onwards, it has been. Chalice is in. Ravage catches onto Solo and Ramses. Ramses, he's trying to play his way up back into the Shaker. Will be able to get the 3-man Fisher and jump away. They're kiting up LGD for now. X-Nova steps forward, throws out a Fire Blast, grieves the pop. They're back onto the structures. Another tower taken. This push isn't going anywhere. LGD making themselves feel at home inside the base. There's the second Ravage onto Ramses. Burst down, X-Nova, he's going to get the kill. A beautiful comeback story from the Ogre this game. From dying every team fight to taking out their carry. As the racks are down,
that's kind of
GG well play. It's a win for LGD, it's a win for Ogre Magi. As VP, can they come back in game 2? I don't know if they can. This has been a less than ideal ideal for them to open up on the main stage, but for PSG.LGD in front of the home crowd, this couldn't have gone any better.
No, it seemed like these first 18 minutes or so, VP running away with it perfectly. They have this initiation coming from Pasha every single time. They're always taking the fights on their own accord. Everything's going well, you know, those first 10 kills. Then LGD, they get the Blink Dagger on Chalice, and the whole game explodes and turns around. They fully claim the whole map control. They take several fights in a row that are extremely dominant in their favor. And VP, they hit a brick wall. All they can kill is an Ogre.
All they could kill. Poor old X-Nova. The X-Nova Magi coming into play though at the end with that cheese and killing Ramses. You know, he's gonna feel very happy after that as PSG.LGD take game one, leading this series for now. But there we have it. A beautiful victory for LGD, and VP, they've got some picking themselves up to do after that game.
There we go then. Game number 1 in the bag, and it's exactly the same story as we had in 2018. This, of course, a matchup that we saw in exactly the same round this time last year. No change whatsoever as far as the result of game number 1 is concerned. We're going to get some thoughts from our panel in just a moment, but I think our draft panel are ready to give you some of their thoughts as well. So let's head over there and find out from our 3 men who predicted rightly or wrongly.
I don't really know if we gave a hard prediction, but let's just pretend.
We were right.
No,
we were right.
We were right. Thank you, Purge. Yeah. And I think it was because this Dazzle thing was unexpected. They ended up giving it to no one. VirtusPro initially looked strong, but then it kind of started faltering.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically a support, but lately at various times has been a core. And what was cool about the VP draft is it allowed them to make the Brewmaster pick make more sense, because Brew splits into 3 units. The Shadow Wave is going to be high leveled because he was a core, and that meant that they could do way more mid-game damage. So they basically surprised their opponents with sort of a cheese pick, and then they had a much stronger mid-game than their opponents expected.
Yeah, they got a lot of value out of the Dazzle mid too. We've seen Somnus play a lot of matchups with this Gyrocopter, and the Dazzle he lost his lane. I think for the first time this tournament, he lost his lane really hard. I don't remember seeing him losing it that hard. I think no one was ahead by 2,500 net worth over the Gyro, I believe, at minute 15. But then you get 1 or 2 good team fights. We run into the problems with VP's lineup where we talked about the big cooldowns. If they fail one time, there's an Echo Slam that whiffs, or the Brewmaster split after they take Aegis on cooldown, and you know, LGD just run in and fight into Aegis and win the fight.
Yeah, it was just like 2 good fights by LGD. They got the Morphling kill in the jungle at that one point, and they all ended on an Ogre, and that was all they got. And at that point, they're just going to get outscaled. Yep.
Yeah, they had tried even to finish off that Ogre at the end, and they were confident. They're like, I don't need a cheese. Give it to my Ogre. X-Nova, give him some fantasy points on the board. So that concludes game 1 of the International main event. What a way to start it.
Thanks very much, gents. Yeah, we're going to get some more words from Lacoste, Lyrical, and Trent alongside as well. Gents, enjoy that?
Yeah, well, do you think they're ever going to go back to them if they're wrong? I feel like...
we don't go back to wrong people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how it works.
That's the place to be. Yeah, you get to look good over there, you know? You make a mistake, they just forget about it.
But it's okay, because we don't have to make any predictions whatsoever. We can just have fun over here. This is the fun place right now.
Yeah, we're the fun. If we were smart, we would be on that panel.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, you could look at it though.
If we're not fun, do we need to find this a third job? Maybe observing will do.
Is that easy? Oh. It looks difficult to me.
It's a lot of pressure, too.
Is it?
Speaking of pressure.
Yes.
Oh, you see that one?
Segue.
That's what we do in this panel.
Segue.
He doesn't want to observe, he wants to host. I see how it is. Okay.
No, to me, it was like that crazy moment. Like, VP so far ahead early on. And the other big thing about that game was the Morphling Earthshaker. That combinations looked brutal. Yeah. And it just didn't end up working out for him. I feel like the nerves got to him a little bit on the big stage.
You think
I'm not
so?
sure.
You think nerves?
I
just felt like maybe they needed to be
maybe nerves.
All right. The nerves.
That's what I was trying to say.
It just felt like maybe they needed a bit further ahead. Get ahead and get further ahead. I don't know. Let's check in with our wonderful Casey, who is out roaming the halls as ever, interviewing fans and you know, generally having fun.
How you doing, Red Eye? I'm doing good. We are here interviewing fans here live in the crowd. Casey, pretty good game 1, yeah?
That was an awesome game 1. I think TI9's off to a pretty good start.
As do I, but let's hear about what our fans think. First things first, I found this young man walking around. What's your name, sir?
My name is Jake.
Jake, you're live streaming right now. I don't know if you guys can see this, but he is actually in real lifing at the moment with his own chat. This is some Inception stuff.
That's right. I'm here covering TI from the event floor because I'm not going to stream the the actual games going on.
We are going to sue you, though.
Yeah, I'm going to put the camera down now.
Great. Why are you here? Anyone you want to talk to? Anyone you want to support? Put the board.
Okay. Honestly, I'm here for Alliance and EG. Got some friends on each team, and I wish Bulldog was here. I think he's hiding somewhere, but maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Probably not, though. Thank you very much, my friend. Anything you'd like to say to your fans that are watching?
Oh, wait, these guys? Wait, my fans or your fans?
All right, thanks a lot, boss. All right, you were great.
We're talking to all the fans here, and we found somebody who this is their first TI that they've ever attended. Watch out, Casey. My name is Casey. Nina?
原野
你喜欢哪个队?
LGD
I asked him what team was his favorite, LGD, and what do you think of TI so far? TI9?
TI 到现在你什么想的？那个非常的让人兴奋，老蓝一定是不可战胜。
Sir Action selects Boo How.
Boo How? No Boo How. No Boo How.
Sir Action selects Boo Shiwan.
喜欢。
End the segment, Casey. Thank you very much. What the heck's wrong with you?
Shishi. I'll give you. I'm going to ask you one more time because I want you to be super excited. Nishiwa Nagadoi.
LGD.
Yes. Yes. Great. LGD. Lots of fans in the crowd, and you are still watching your own feed.
I just subscribed to him.
Did you?
No, I did not. Thanks.
He subscribed to me. You can't be subscribed to everyone out there. Thank you very much, Casey, and Sir Action Slacks out there enjoying themselves, but fans also enjoying themselves. Anyone here for their first TI? Anyone?
I mean, if playing a
technically not, because
TI...
you've actually played here. That doesn't count, Lacoste. You've been to 3.
Anyone else here played a TI? I don't think so.
Well, not
yet.
Hey, the Synderen has. On the other, it's got a good win rate, by the way.
Only 4? That's a good number.
Good win rate. Yeah, Tsunami here, enjoying his first.
I'm having a ball.
Having fun?
I was obviously very skeptical. Like, oh, you go to a China TI, the crowd, will it be as emotional and everything?
Yep.
My ears are ringing
Dude,
already
it was
after day
freaking
one.
loud. I honestly, the last time I remember it being kind of like, oh my god, can you guys keep it down? Was Manila Major.
Yeah.
Like, those guys were insanely loud. These guys are on a par. Seriously, it's been a great time. Gents, let's move towards our second game. Obviously, we can wrap up on the first one as well. Trent, what do you make of VirtusPro? Because, like I said, I ended that bit before we spoke to Casey. It's like, I felt like maybe they needed to be a bit further ahead.
It's a strat they've run before, this mid-dazzle.
Yeah.
And it often looks fairly similar. They get very far ahead, and you're like, oh, this is rolling really well for them. But the problem is it's very temperamental.
It's artificial, isn't it?
You make one mistake, it's over.
Yeah.
Right? And that happened, it was kind of like 2 mistakes first. Like the push gets denied, and then you kill the Morphling once, and you just feel super good on the side of LGD.
Yeah. The strategy is good if you're snowballing, because you have Dazzle who's going to get this Necrobook level 1, then he's going to get Guardian Greaves. But you're playing against Sven, who's one of the better heroes against Brew and the Necrobook. He just deletes both of these heroes instantly, even after the split.
And to me, it was like that moment, too, where you don't necessarily want to pick the strats that are on such a tight timing. Like, the cores from LGD, I think eventually we're always going to be able to catch up in that game once they found and killed the Morphling.
Well,
so
that's why you got to be fast.
Exactly, and that's the problem. I think playing on a timer
Just
in this
play faster.
environment, play faster. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Lacoste gets it.
But PSG.LGD though. I mean, that's a great start out of they needed that one in a way, didn't they, Lyrical? Because they don't want the crowd on their back, and I know they probably wouldn't have them on their back, but they'd be nervous. They'd be more nervous as they're 1-0 down.
They'd be on their back.
You think?
Yeah.
I was trying to be nice, man.
No, seriously. But that's the thing about these fans. They're the most passionate, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing in the C region, right? You feel that energy, and then the second you make a mistake, the second you lose one game, it is brutal.
Yeah.
They turn on you very quickly.
I think that...
it sounds like you have some expert knowledge here, Trent, from hockey.
Well, I have people turn on me all the time. It's
right.
I remember you last year in the jersey.
Exactly.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
They thought I was so nice.
I think you kind of brought it on yourself with the wrong jersey.
That's true.
And that's where you went with them. No bad jerseys this year.
No, I'm good.
Not a lot of hockey fans in China?
No.
Okay.
All right. Surprising.
Weird.
Who knew?
Yeah.
As we head into this the second game, Lacoste, what do you want to see different from VirtusPro? Because they have messed around quite a lot with heroes in the group stages. They played the third most heroes, actually, during the group stage.
I want to see some more late-game oriented lineups, because
something that can combat
all the games
PSG.
that they lose, they GG out before 50-minute mark. Only one was after. They're the team that... is going to call an early GG, just focus on their next game. And
that said, they hung in there on game one, though. They were like 20, 30k behind at some point, and they hung on.
For a moment, I thought that they were going to call GG way earlier, because that's how they are. They just focus on the next one.
Yeah, okay.
I kind of like the idea of getting more aggro early. I think you need to have that late game insurance, but like you got to go back to the core of what made this team great. And to me, at least, it felt like it was always getting in somebody's face, Spirit Breaker, Disruptor, just run at people. You know, make them feel uncomfortable.
More CIS style Dota.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard now, though. I feel like the offlaner is one of the heroes that typically helps facilitate that, and the offlane pool is awful right now. You play Ogre or Ench, or you kind of do not. I mean, Chalice did a pretty good job of being
also
aggressive.
same for everyone, though, Trent.
I know.
Another
That's why
teams
it's
are
hard for
making
VirtusPro.
but other teams are making it work fine.
Well, you need other people to step up then.
Yeah.
So you're going to
So
I just don't think Pasha can really be the one to lead it.
We need the Darks here. That's what you're telling me.
Maybe. I don't know about that, though.
I think that as much as I was saying, it's either that or like the Ursa. The Ursa was another one for them that was really cool because you could start the early tempo of taking down Roche and just shut down the map. So if they went for something like that, I'd be pretty happy about it. Even though it's a hero that hasn't been picked all that often, I like the idea of it. Just for their tempo.
We've got a couple of minutes, obviously, before the teams come back out there, having their rest, having their break, and then we'll get in towards the draft. We'll go back to our draft panel, of course. It gives us a little bit of time to talk about group stages a little bit more, because we didn't really cover it massively earlier on. But for those joining us right now, and I know a lot of new people do join us at this point in the international, the group stages were pretty sexy.
Yeah, they really
were.
Really nice moments throughout the group stage. If I had to pick the best one, I would say probably Newbee, their performance throughout the group stage. They could have won. Yeah, they could have won. Yeah, the performance of Team Newbee, who is pretty much a newly formed team. They could have won 2-0. I think against Team Secret, there's just some late game decisions were not there. Also, their game against Alliance, where they had the Anti-Mage fighting against Mega Creeps with the Divine Rapier. So some of these things get stuck in your head.
They've been great, weren't they? Absolutely great. Also, I just want to throw it out there, the Rampages.
Ooh.
Now, I'm a sucker for the Rampages.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There was a wee double Rampage in that game as well, or he was chasing it, and they were, buying back. I get it. But at the same time, there was also a 1v5 Rampage in there.
Yeah,
from
that
a
is
certain
fresh.
Arteezy, which I thought was one of the best we've seen, because it was pretty leery, really.
And on a lifestealer, you don't normally see that.
Yeah. Sameo actually told me last night, I spoke to him a little bit, and he was like, we were telling him, get back. Just get back, what are you doing? Like, don't go deep. And he was having none of it. As the teams return to the center of the Mercedes-Benz Arena here in Shanghai, if you're just joining us, welcome to live coverage of the greatest Dota 2 show on Earth. It is the International 2019. Game number 1 went the way of PSG.LGD against VirtusPro. It is a repeat of the quarterfinal upper bracket that we had at TI8 last year in Canada. And the same result from game number 1. Is that going to be tricky a little bit for VirtusPro? They're just going to be like, oh God, here we go again.
I think that it might be, honestly. This is a team that, like we talked about at the very opening panel,
they have those bogeys, don't they? The EG thing they had before where they couldn't get over it, they just kept losing.
And so they're like a victim of their own success. And it's a sort of, you compare this to a team like Alliance, right? Like heartbreaking losses, normally you end up having a lot of trouble dealing with them. Alliance, they're used to heartbreaking losses this year. And so they've gotten a lot of practice against it. VirtusPro, not so much. Only at TI.
I think teams, though.
You're getting quite bro. I think the heads are having an effect on us, right? The Jakiro head on you. We have to trade them, see if it works the other way around.
You can't split Jakiro's head.
That's true.
Yeah.
2 for 1.
Yeah.
But my point with that was that they've gotten really, really good at dealing with it, and now they're one of the best teams at coming back after a loss. VirtusPro, this is going to be the testing ground for them. Did they learn from last year?
Well, and also, we've seen it in the groups. They were under pressure day 1, under pressure day 2, under pressure day 3, under pressure. All right, day 4, guys, we've got to qualify for them, and they did it.
They love nothing more than shutting up people who are talking about them, right? That is VirtusPro's favorite
we don't
thing.
play enough heroes.
Yeah.
Oh, let's just play every hero, then pick every hero.
Exactly.
We don't ban properly. Oh, let's just ban everything properly. We can't win from behind. Oh, we win from behind.
I like what they did here. They brought 2 coaches, so they can blame 2 people if something goes wrong. So they actually have Arziku as their old coach, and they have a new guy from Gambit.
Yeah.
Inside the mind
Do they just flip a coin if they get knocked out? All right,
Who do we blame?
Who's getting cut? All right.
More options for blame. I like it. PSG, obviously, quite calm right now, Lyrical. Come back out. I know it's home crowd and the pressure's still there, but they coped perfectly well with it game 1. No reason to suspect they wouldn't in game 2.
No, definitely. I think that this is a team that that understands the feeling of loss, but also how to come back from it. And the biggest issue would maybe be coming back from a win. That's not as hard. That's a lot more simple to do.
Yeah, definitely easy coming back.
Coming back from a win.
Exactly. Right.
Oh, man. How do we do that again?
I'm not sure that's a thing.
No, it's not. But like, just run the same draft. Let's run it back. Let's see what they do. If I'm them right now, the other thing about it is that like their draft worked exactly how they thought it would. I think that they were ready for that early aggression and then sort of absorbed it, and now we're going to come back again and do the exact same thing.
It's also what they've shown in the past, right? I mean, they just Tidehunter again, right? Gyrocopter again. Nothing too surprising there. So stick with what works.
LGD played really well around the timings of these big ulti cooldowns. The Silencer ulti, the Brewmaster, one of them is on cooldown. They go into Roche, but they take objectives, and the second Roche was crucial. 3 buybacks. This is what VP loves to do, especially when they have a Silencer. Solo was the guy who invented it. Buyback, use global silence, go in, bait some BKBs. But this game, it did not happen. And after the second Roche, it was just everything fell apart because they didn't get the buyback to get Aegis and the cheese, and they didn't get any of those.
Yeah, tough game all round. They've definitely got to switch things up in this second game as we head towards the draft, obviously, momentarily. I want to talk about Arme. Doesn't always get the project. We talk about maybe a lot, we talk about Rams and everything, but Arme had an amazing group stage. He had the least amount of deaths of any player in the group stage, and it was by quite a distance as well. Just 26 deaths in the whole of the group stage.
He had a lot to prove, I think. A lot of people were questioning last year, obviously, in the grand finals. There were a lot of people that were blaming him, I think unfairly so. And in the end, he's coming out here showing, I still got what it takes. There's a reason that people emulate my style the world over, and he's owning with it. So, yeah, I'm super big Ame fan. I think that just needs to keep doing what he's doing, definitely.
He has the least deaths because he played Faceless Void 5 times, so you can time walk. And we shouldn't take that into consideration.
You're not supposed to reveal the inner secrets of how and why, Lacoste. What are you, some sort of analyst?
Nah, I'm just here to have fun.
You're on the wrong panel right now, buddy. Wait until later. Come out with the analysty things later.
We can promote them.
Is that a promotion?
I think so.
Oh,
promotion working with these guys.
Yeah, it's a promotion for the analysts. For the host, though, the desk gets much smaller. You know, first TI, very little.
Well, we don't want to get too carried away.
The big head kind of a deal.
He had a good group stage and some multicast stuff. We don't want to get too big.
I'm jealous of the beard, though. I think we all are.
Yeah, I would love a beard like that. Yeah. A beard like that would be amazing. I can't do that. You've got the same issue with me.
Yeah, I do.
I get the patches.
Well, this is actually just grey hair.
Is it grey?
Yeah, that's just grey.
Dude, that's worrying.
I know. Don't worry about it, though.
He's just a silverback.
He's going to bring attention to it.
Wait, what's worse, grey hair or the ginger hair on the beard?
Oh, definitely the ginger. Definitely the ginger.
Is it? Really?
He's distinguished.
It looks good. Yeah. Looks good. You're very clean shaven. I like that. We've stuck together.
I don't have a choice.
Really?
Like, try and go for that. It doesn't look good.
Is it like a year on and you're just like, I've got something there?
I'm starting Movember actually about 3 weeks ago.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Right, we're gonna have fun all the way through the international 2019. We hope you enjoy our panels, but the more serious stuff, the more analytical stuff, they are on the panel for game number 2.
PSG.LGD versus VirtusPro.
That's right, Red Eye.
2.
That's right, Red Eye. Mom said it's my turn on the draft panel, and we're going to take it away. Brewmaster, one of the unpicked heroes previously. VP brings it out. Now, in a main stage event, doesn't really pan out for them very well. What do you think was the issue, Purge?
It just came down to LGD playing extremely well. They knew what their opponents had. There was a lot of good kills that VP secured, but they have to they just have to like delay until the late game, because at some point the Sven was amazing in that match, like the other guys talked about, like the Sven cleave against the Necro spawns, and especially the Sven cleave against the Brew split. Like his Brew split, he was aiming for this like mid-game timing. He bought Vlad's, he bought a medallion, I think. He didn't even go for, I don't think, Blink Dagger. And at some point, once his Brew splits gets cleared, it's like all of VP's oomph just gets deleted from the fight.
I mean, to add to that, I just want to point out that when your chair came up, I was kind of expecting, there's like this expectancy that, oh, okay, now he's going to be in the same height as the others.
You guys dwarf me in both Dota knowledge and height, but LGD and VP dwarf us in both.
That's true.
On this panel, Dota knowledge is directly proportional.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, okay.
Yes. So right now the table knows
what do you like?
About as much.
You like 50% of us, or?
That would be generous at best.
So the table is like 4K.
This is a a legend era, a legend tier desk, and you guys are immortal tier players, of course. And PSG.LGD picking out one of the most popular supports. Oh, we're just rolling right through this. And they take one of VirtusPro's supports. They take the Shadow Demon, VP's most picked hero of the group stage.
It's kind of both teams. I mean, almost every single lineup is happy with the Shadow Demon. Leshrac is banned in the first phase, so LGD can't grab that as their quick one too. And Gyro also being gone means they got to go with something new.
Yeah. We had a game with VP in the group stage. They played Roger on the Elder Titan. He was kind of a sponge in that game. He died countless times, it felt like, but VP still ended up grabbing the win. I think that was against Fnatic game 1, one of the really important wins that got them to the stage. So probably going back to that because they felt like, okay, if we can have a game where Roger is not shining on the Elder Titan and we can still win, this might be something to revisit, and stealing the gyro away is obviously great. I thought maybe we were going to see a Mirana from LGD in this slot with the Shadow Demon, but I don't know how much they've even played it here. It's been a hero mainly other teams have been favoring as an overall.
FY definitely had a breakout performance on it in the group stage, but it hasn't been necessarily one of their comfort heroes.
The Tide pick, we saw it last game. I thought it was extremely effective, especially against the Dazzle strat. Like, how disrupting it is to know that, like, almost everybody that's within cast range is going to get stunned if they don't have BKBs active. It really was a big deal multiple times. Chalice's ultimates were effective consistently. He was like the stun follow-up with his carry, and they know that they're going to have a decent laning stage because Tide can lane against a variety of heroes and can transition well.
They use Tide for something that very few heroes can perform in the game right now, which is they use him as a wall. So if VP want to push towers, they plant Chalice there as just a problem. Yeah, and when it comes to Roche, right? VP were trying to Roche, and Chalice would just blink in, anchor smash, and run out. Get information, buy time, outlast cooldowns, and then they could fight. So they're very conscious about how to use Tide in this way, and because of that, I think it would be really cool to see VP grab something that stops Tide in his tracks. Grab a break, or grab something like Disruptor, who can catch him in Static Storm, so he's like consistently silenced throughout the kill. And they can get something going, but of course they are playing into a save.
So if he is aggressive in those push moments, they can actually have a way to turn that into a team fight for VP's favor?
Especially at Roche, right? If you have the Disruptor and the Tide blinks in, and that's how you try to counter Roche fights, you can just Static Storm him in the pit and Kinetic Field him and get a fight going where Ravage is not a factor. But of course in this game there is the Shadow Demon save you have to work around, so it's definitely not easy whatsoever, but they need to not let Chalice have this high of an impact in the game, I feel, and I think that's why LGD rate this hero so highly. There's two heroes for me that Chalice stands out on right now. One of them is the Enchantress that got banned, also huge Chalice hero last TI, coincidentally, and the Tide Hunter. So, you know, if VP have to ban all these other heroes, Chalice will get one of those too every time. It'd just be cool to see him forced into another role, or another hero.
So we have one potential solution to make a Tide Hunter scared. We have the potential for an instant Hex on the field now. Lion selected by VP. This is one of the solutions to maybe make sure that whenever you're getting initiated on by LGD, you have some options to make sure that your entire team is not getting ravaged.
Yep.
It can be iffy though, because Chalice has been standing in really good positions consistently. Like high grounds, trees, always ready to hit the back line and follow up perfectly. So I feel like if he places his Ravage really well, especially against like an Elder Titan in a line, it's iffy, because a lot of times Elder Titan's going to be channeling his Echo Stomp. If that gets interrupted, like that 4-position support, useless basically. He can throw out his Earth Splitter, but I just feel like Tide, the way that LGD uses it, they're very good at finding good team fights and ravaging at the right time. Other teams that pick Tide, if they can't take good fights, it's never gonna look like a good hero, but LGD really makes it shine. So I'm a little unsure about the support duo so far.
Well, do you think it's better than the silencer that they first faced last game?
Yes, because that goes in the same problem. If it's harder for you to take team fights against your opponent, then global silence is not going to feel good either. So it's one of those team fight advantages that VP is just going to have to play against.
And again, it's comfort. VP had a great game with Solo and Light. That was actually the same game. Elder Titan had a lot of deaths, and Solo ended up being the position 4 and had a huge impact on that win. The difference being, though, that in that game, VP specifically counterpicked a core with the Lion. That was a first phase Storm from Fnatic in that game. This time around, Lion isn't really particularly good against any of these two heroes. The Hex is alright against Tide because it's a 0 damage stun, so you don't proc Kraken, but against Shadow Demon, I'm pretty happy to play against Lion. You have the save against both of his stuns, and now the Kunkka as well can be used to make heroes survive this possible burst that Lion can provide. And
that's a good point, and I think that's basically what VP grabbed the Lion for, because it combos well with Elder Titan. Elder Titan does the magic resistance reduction. Lion Finger and Stun is going to feel a lot stronger, even if he's not very farmed on the backline. So, like you said, the Kunkka boat's going to delay damage they take. The disruption will potentially stop that burst, but if not for the boat roam, it looks like they have a burst damage lineup building up so far.
Pangolier.
Okay, here's their team fight hero, right? Yeah. Lane-wise, it's not the strongest hero, but if he has a good laning stage, you can cascade in some damage items. Your Rolling Boulder is one of the strongest teamfight ultimates in the game because it just causes disruption against heroes like Shadow Demon or even Kunkka. Just keep interrupting them with stuns and let your team do the damage.
And it's sort of an equivalent for the Tidehunter on this VP draft, that you need someone who can be okay soaking up damage. And if you get a good shield crash proc, you will have plenty of damage reduction from his second spell.
Yep, and this is his first skill, or Swashbuckle. You can move, but do a bunch of little slashes. If you build the right items, you can do a ton of damage with it. But the big one is his ultimate here. Turns into a ball, bounces around, does tons of stun disruption. People are just... It's very difficult to fight into Pangolier if he gets his ulti off.
And look who decides to show up.
There we go. The one concern I have with this Pangolier pick is that I think when LGD are showing both Tide and Kunkka, these heroes, there should be some overlap between what heroes are good against these two in the game and in lane, right?
Is that because they're similar?
Yeah, they're both melee strength heroes, right? And you know the Tide is going on Chalice. You know the Kunkka is going on Maybe, unless they pull some complete curveball and put it safe lane or
support Maybe.
Yep.
Well, the thing
it's
is,
true. It could have been a 4. That's a really good point. At the time,
at the time, yes.
At the time, Kunkka would have been a 4 with Shadow Demon, and LGD would play that. That's a really good point. Because I was already thinking, okay, how can LGD or how can VP try to get a similar start to before, where they punish Somnus in mid, get a good counter matchup, and try to go from there. And I don't think Pangolier wins against Kunkka. I think if at best it's a draw. Like that's got to be the best possible outcome. And Gyro against Kunkka, I think that's also kind of a draw. So.
So at this point, it's all but confirmed that FY is most likely going to be on the Mirana, X-Nova on the Shadow Demon, Chalice on the Tidehunter. Now we just need to see how LGD decide to rearrange their mid and carry roles. VP is obviously expecting this to be a mid Kunkka as they ban out the Faceless Void.
Yep.
That was a hero that Ame was using effectively. It's very good with Mirana as well. Chronosphere, you get a guaranteed 5-second arrow. Basically means every time your Chronosphere is off cooldown, you're going to kill somebody. And because VP doesn't have any defensive saves right now, other than like Elder Titan hitting a backline or Pangolier doing the same thing, it could be very dangerous when they already have a team fight advantage. Because they have very good heroes for forcing their opponents to stick around or somebody to get left behind and die with the X. So VP's got to have maybe mobile heroes, try to pick fights in a safe way, or they could grab a save, but most of the good ones are gone.
Is there any reason you wouldn't pick Sven right now again?
On LGD side?
Yeah.
It depends on if you want a long fight or a short fight, I think. The way that Kunkkas choose to build, like if he goes for a Radiance sort of build, then maybe you want a long extended fight and you go for something that, I don't know, maybe like a Leshrac. They want to go fast. Yeah. They want to go real fast. Phantom Assassin picked up as the core role for LGD.
I like that a lot better because it's a little bit more bursty. He's going to hit the back line, be able to kill a line really easily, Elder Titan very easily once he gets BKB. And he can also jump around to dodge things like Rolling Boulder. Sven would have had a disadvantage in the early game pre-BKB against that.
The thing is that both those heroes will have to be very, very wary of the disarm from Pangolier.
It's true.
So, shot.
One of Phantom Assassin's biggest weaknesses is the laning stage. Yep. She has a lot of weaknesses against a lot of heroes in lanes, but they're probably expecting this to be an offlane Pangolier who is also not a strong laner, so because of that they can get away with this. But VP could put this Pangolier on no one. He's a very adept Pangolier mid player, and they could pick the final hero for Pasha, who can defeat this PA in lane and be good in the game. I kind of like the look of maybe Doom. You could Doom out the Tide. You're you're pretty good against PA in lane. You buy a chainmail, or maybe you're lucky and you devour an armor creep, and you can play that lane together with either Elder Titan or Lion, and just have that high impact later on in the game.
I like that idea. Maybe they want another tanky stunner hero potentially that's going to lane well against the PA. Because right now with the things like having X Torrent into Arrow, for example, it's tons of stun duration. Having a more tanky hero might really help out against that kind of a combo, because I've seen a lot of games where Mirana just wins the laning stage because they're very good at executing the chain stun combos, and there's not much you can do about it.
Oh, it's a mid-gyro.
Vintage pick.
So this is something similar. I don't remember what team did it, but they picked a PL with the purpose of blocking arrows with the illusions. I think TB can do the same thing with Conjure Image. It's going to give them the protection against the Mirana arrow combos because you can just use your illusion to block. I think that's what they're going for here, while it also being an okay carry.
It's a high armor hero against PA as well. It's one of the carries that PA has the hardest time against, simply because she can't burst that hero. It just tanks too much of the damage when it gets its first major item up. And yeah, it's a Ramsey special. So.
And PA's BKB is going to be whittling down to 5 seconds extremely quickly. You're going to have to be dealing with a Lion, you're going to have to be dealing with Reflection, Elder Titan, all that stuff. If she gets an early BKB and they don't manage to wrap the game up early, that could be devastating for LGD.
It could, and it kind of depends on how well Terrorblade does. There's a lot of stuns on the enemy team, so if he's not super far ahead, he could definitely get bursted with Chumchain stuns.
Well, let's just see what one of the VP coaches have to say about his draft. We've got Casey speaking to our Zeke.
Yeah, that's right. We're here to just get a little bit more of an idea of how you're feeling about the draft. Are you feeling confident after this draft, and how does that compare to how you felt after game 1?
Of course, did you see Ramses playing TB? We're super confident. We call it Papochka na TB.
Okay. Now, what about how you feel about your confidence level winning game 2? 100%?
More than 100%.
More than 100%.
Yeah.
This is also the first time for TI that coaches are able to sit and listen to the in-game chatter and the conversation of your players. What has that been like for you, and how has it helped you as a coach?
I'm super excited that they invented it, that we can listen to it. Super excited, and after the game, me and the second coach, we can tell the team what they can do better about communications and stuff. It's really good.
It helps the overall communication of the team.
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck to you, and can't wait to see how it turns out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Fogged, back to you and Owen.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yeah, it should be an exciting game too. Great to see the confidence there from RZ coming into this. He truly believes in the Ramses Terrorblade, and as he pointed out, in the past, there's very good reason to believe in it, right? This, back in the day, was the hero that Ramses would just insta-win games. Teams were first phase banning the Terrorblade. It's a bit of a different meta, a bit of a different time. Does it still have the power, and especially against this lineup, to get VP that win?
Whew, not too sure. They have a lot of different solutions for it, though. The high armor, though, on Ramses, on that Terrorblade, definitely very good pick there versus the PA, as well as versus that Titan. The Anchor Smash is still going to be annoying because you reduce a lot of that damage, but you won't take as much, at least, from it. So that's going to be a neat one, and they should feel pretty confident, too, right? Ramses, they've won how many majors based on the back of Terrorblades and stuff like that, so... We're going to see how it plays out here, too, because they do pick up Pango as well, which is a little concern for me.
Okay.
Having that hero, giving PA what could potentially be a very strong lane, could be one of the things that I'm a little concerned for them there.
And there is going to be some struggle for the Terrorblade early on, right, surely? I mean, I'm seeing heroes like the Shadow Demon, the Mirage. There is this magical burst that a Terrorblade in the early portions of a game is very vulnerable to.
And look at the way that they're playing the lane already. You can tell that they want to go for some type of play immediately on Ramses, but I love the point that Kevin brought up. We saw that in the group stages. Someone, I think the PL pick, like he was mentioning, you have your Conjure Image, so at least you have some type of solution to block out those arrows. They played solo. He wanted to go for a courier snipe, but they know.
Keeping it hidden there.
And they've actually forced Ramses to TP to the tier 1 here because he was getting zoned out from the wave, so that's a little bit... Can be a little bit scary. If you do actually get brought down as this Terrorblade now, you won't have that TP to return the lane. So Ramses, they're going to have to secure him, make sure he does not get killed. Then we see those first 4 creeps being secured by no one there.
Yeah, against the Kunkka with his right click, that's not an easy job.
No. Animation, though, super good on Gyrocopter, pretty much instant, and you have the missile to zone him away. Doesn't get that deny there, though. But overall, Kunkka versus that Gyrocopter, we've seen, I remember it was Team Secret, right? Last year, they loved it. Before it was nerfed, of course, with that Tidebringer, but overall, the way that there's the interaction of Rum versus Flak Cannon versus Gyrocopter overall is very strong. Able to pretty much counteract the entire Flak, and then your team can go for a fight when Gyro doesn't have it, if you get the Rum off during it.
We heard, obviously, the confidence of RZ, but I think you look at the other side, that 5th pick PA, that just radiances sort of confidence from PSG.LGD. You're picking this PA, a hero that is pretty squishy. There's a lot of magical burst against, but I think you're saying, well, we have got the Kunkka with the Rum, and we have got X-Nova with the Disruption. We can afford to play this hyper-aggressive sort of glass cannon carry because of our lineup and because of how strong it is.
It's like they've got the double saves, and then they also have it's like a BKB timing. Sure, in these type of parts of the game, he'll be a little bit weak. Arrow just off the mark. But once he gets BKB, he's going to reign supreme, right? Who's the only one he really has to worry about when he has BKB is just the Terrorblade.
Very fire time, won't save him. VP, they're able to get in on the middle with Solo coming forward with that stun. His first blood is secured. And no one will be given that edge that he was already getting in the CS, as you say. He's playing this matchup perfectly.
This was one of the heroes that we've said a long time ago also, that VP, they were one of the first ones to really start bringing the mid gyrocopter when they were running with Roger Earthshaker. When they first brought Roger along, they played this matchup so many times, just having that gyro, being very aggressive in the mid lane. So yeah, 15-3 start. Also the Pango, 15-4 start. Very impressive already for VP. As also, X-Nova will go down.
Solo, he's making these moves from top lane to bottom lane, making sure that both of these cores really do have a beautiful opening in the first few minutes.
It's going to look to be a very early Javelin coming out for Pasha, based off how much he's able to get done in this top lane here with Solo so far.
See now, a bit of a turn. Solo is going to be able to walk himself away.
You mentioned how much magical burst there is on VP. Also, you have to throw in the ET, right? They have that extra natural order that will really amplify everything together when they will be able to have those timings. That's the poisons. We'll stack up onto Pasha, but it's only level 1.
Yeah, that importance of the BKB on PA definitely amplified this game, but it's gonna take time. We'll see what sort of a pace VP are able to play with, as they themselves also likely to be making moves as 4 and trying to buy space for Ramses on the map. As their other 4 heroes can definitely afford to make aggressive plays. Bottom, and they go with the Star Storm.
Arrow off the mark again.
Burst low, and indeed FY. Maybe watching a few too many BSJ streams. I'm joking, right?
Oh, he skills leap. He's going for the triple leap. He wants Roger. He gets
it. Yeah. He's watching BSJ streams. FY, there we go. Compliment for you as well, Brian. Sit down.
Is Brian play Mirana?
I mean, I wouldn't call it play.
Oh, bro. Come on. What'd he do to you?
See bottom. Yeah, here's the meta for a bit of a show on Chalice. He's tied. Could walk it off. FY's
no leap.
More vulnerable. And in fact, Solo, he's got the setup with the Hex. Roger with the stomp. Solo, he's on a killing spree. This Lion.
He's everywhere. He's got tranquil boots.
He's killed up.
Stick.
He's killed mid. He's killed top. He's killed bottom. He's making the magic happen, Solo.
He's really securing this early game for them so far here. And immediately walking toward mid lane. No hesitation. He's got both spells available when he has his stick. Do they have level 6 on no one? Not just yet. But he will already prepare the missile. And here comes Solo. No one is pretty low here, though.
Somas has got a lot of HP to work with. That'll be the drag back.
Nice Hex.
Torrent is going to be missed due to that disable from Solo, throwing the combo off top lane. Arme and X-Nova be able to push over toward the rune spot and claim Pasha's life, whilst he's left alone and Solo's trying to help out mid.
Yeah, he was left alone for quite a while and was still doing pretty well in those last hits, so they dive forward and really make sure that they can push Pasha out of there. As it looks like Somnus actually might hit level 6 before no one does in that mid lane. Has fully recovered, a couple last hits behind, but still doing just fine in that matchup. Arrow immediately onto that catapult, so that push.
He didn't miss that one.
That time he didn't miss. Yeah, sometimes we see like the push come out with those catapults with the Terror Blade. This time, definitely not going to be the case as X-Nova. There's going to be a Swashbuckle.
I was going to say, they're chasing this one for sure. Swashbuckle won't quite kill him.
No Javelin procs, but
he's hunting, and he's found him. It's going to be a kill for Pasha, making the plays with that Javelin picked up.
FYI, he wants to make the first rotation himself onto mid lane. It is spotted immediately by that VP bottom ward. So no one will probably play careful here. Also having a chainmail. No one's, he's kind of tanky. With that double Wraithband chainmail, sitting at that 17 armor when he's standing next to the tower. Still playing a little bit safe as he did spot the move. And it looks like he's going to make his own move. As he picks up his boots from the courier, he's like, okay, I don't want to sit mid. I can probably set up a kill easily onto Ame up top. He is also spotted by a ward during this rotation, though.
Solo can get this opening. By time for him to come in, X-Nova will slow down the move from no one with the disruption. They have the combo. FY's trying to turn, and Arme jumps in, gets one crit, gets a second crit with the Star Storm. That's the kill for PSG.LGD. As they read the moves of VP, FY there with the backup to turn things in their favor, and they get that gyro out of the game.
He saw FY bottom pick up that haste rune. FY quickly just darts through the jungle. Now
he's looking for more.
They want Roger.
Should be able to have a good shot at chasing this down. As Roger, he has a TP, but FY's got that arrow if Roger tries to play his way out of this. I don't think there's any escape for the ET.
They're cutting him off as well. X-Nova cuts off the other route, so Roger really trying to
Back in the lane, though, once the distraction's there, Arme is left alone. So Roger's kind of happy with that. He says, I mean, you're spending a lot of time looking for me, but your carry's died. So if Roger dies here, it doesn't... It's a good trade. VP's happy.
They look like they're going to get him, yeah, but like you said, a very nice play there as Pasha gets a whole... Pasha gets, what, 2
kills
away
Ame.
from it, and he kills Ame?
That's going to be Arcane stun, so Pasha's strength in the lane now is very hard for Ame to farm against.
And it's also, it's not even just Ame, it's like the 2 supports are forced to spend, what, 30, 40 seconds chasing around that Elder Titan, which means, look at the Terrorblade. Ramsey's able to farm freely versus Chalice as well. That pressure being alleviated off the map. And they're going to start preparing those stacks.
There we go, Somnus. He's got that 7, he's got a lot of damage. The Hex tries to throw off the combo, but it won't be the case. Still able to drag him back. Get that pick off. And then to Solo. Street gives a little tasty bounty early on for Somnus. Overall, even net worth. All cores really finding some action. I guess the one difference being Solo stepping a little further ahead.
Yeah.
I think ahead of the supports.
Biggest winner is definitely Pasha. A Pangolier having this great of a start in the game. There's a reason we don't see this hero picked too often, especially not in that 3 position role, as we've heard.
It's not
a
easy
strong
to do
laner.
this.
Yeah, and he's having an excellent time. Already Arcane Boots finished up after that Javelin. Fantastic timing for him. And you see Ame, he has to play a bit afraid up here until he gets rotations.
He cannot trade with the Pang.
No.
Mid lane, setups there, FY. Timing perfectly.
Easy kill.
Gotta be careful how you step up in the lane against this SD, as it's very likely that FY is hiding in the shadows to make the counterplay happen. Pasha playing around with the Rolling Thunder. He knows that all he needs is a swashbuckle to get out of that combo.
Very nicely done there. Just he knows that he's just watching the animation of the Kunkka, waiting to see if he thinks it's a boat, if he thinks it's a torrent, whichever one he believes he can save that Rolling Thunder if he needs to. But holds on to it. So Ame still has to play very careful up here, and he's just gonna have to jungle a little bit, being pushed away from the lane. As Ramses has a Terrorblade, you're gonna be able to jungle at that much faster pace than a PA, as PA does not even have a steroid. None of them on her team can really amplify her, while TB just, your Conjure Image will always act as your own.
Not so. And it's going to be a long sort of time for the PA. Same to be said for Terrorblade, but maybe even longer so for the PA until she's active. She's going for the Battle Fury build this game. Mid lane, another setup into the arrow. They're making these combo plays happening. There's a lot of setup for FY to play with this game, and he's not missing arrows anymore.
They have like the 2 best heroes for setting up in the game. Kunkka as well as that Shadow Demon. OD might be the other one that you can argue for, but Pasha, he's getting surrounded here.
On the high ground, he's going to try and roll his way out. They're bringing back into the arrow. Torrent perfectly executed. As they have to disable to make sure there's no way for him to roll away.
Playing Pango versus Kunkka can be a little difficult sometimes, right? Because you're charging up your Rolling Thunder, and he can actually just use the X to disrupt down as well, rather than just using the Torrent or that boat. So able to instantly be able to set that one up, and then an arrow immediately to take out the catapult, but they won't be able to transition it into a push in the mid lane. But bottom, looks like they do want to turn that into a push onto this tier 1 tower for PSG.LGD.
LGD with their items, you know, obviously they're all going for big things. Somnus also is the double brace Radiance build for Kunkka.
That's like the Kunkka build now, it seems. Yeah.
It just makes him so tanky and so hard to deal with in these fights.
Especially when he's playing versus a Terrorblade, right? You're playing versus an illusion-based hero, you want to go for that Radiance on the Kunkka.
Radiance on Kunkka, and as I say, the Battle Fury on PA, they will have ways to deal with Ramses' army.
I think I feel like you have to almost go on PA, like Battlefield for PA. And he's like one of the few heroes, like Anti-Mage and PA feel like they probably just need to if they don't have their own type of steroid. If you don't have a Magnus, you don't have Bloodlust or somebody else that's just giving you that way to farm a lot faster.
You don't think sort of a Deso Rush is... It's just too risky nowadays, one bad fight and you're not coming back into a game?
I think versus a hero like Terrorblade, it's not worth it. Versus the other 4, sure, but TB has such high natural armor.
I'll get the pull back onto Roger. Just throw the ult out. It's going to clip onto Somnus. Pasha's still trying to fight with the supports as they're rolling onto X-Nova. But attack on Solo. Jump in. It's an easy kill for Ame. These fights now, they're trying to force them, VP, but PSG.LGD, they just turn, they jump, they get these kills. And those early ganks from Solo just, they're miles away. This game has turned around. PSG.LGD making the leading moves. And all 3 cores benefiting.
they need no one to be the one to making the moves around, but he's probably feeling a bit reluctant. After that move, he makes the move top and then just dies immediately, gets his game set back heavily. Probably doesn't want to be the one to make moves until he has that drum finish stuff. So for now, they're going to be a bit limited in their movement, while LGD, they're just cruising back and forth, looking for plays constantly with that Kunkka as well as that Mirana. And they're just constantly setting up, protecting Ame's jungle. The arrow not being thrown out here. Now it's going to get close. He's going to get hit.
Good juice for Solo, but still taking a lot of damage. Forward FY. He tries to come in, but the turn, the finger FY. Oh, FY. Why? I mean, he wanted it.
He did.
I mean, he got the finger. And that's a finger buff for Solo.
Overconfidence. Probably not expecting everybody else to be there, but still. Yeah, feeling himself there for sure. Probably, maybe not even getting a kill there. Solo's still pretty tanky with this, like Tranquil Boots as well as his Bracer. Like, this is a line who's gotten a lot done in the early game, like you mentioned. He kind of is the 4th position already at this point for his team. That being said, frontline for VP, a little bit concerned for them, right? You look at their heroes, and they're fairly squishy on their draft.
Yeah, it's what Pasha, as long as he gets the Rolling Thunder off, he can sort of be the man to go in.
But there are ways to kill him. You know, they have the PA, who's just straight physical damage, which Pangolier does not really like playing versus too much. So they don't really have that best frontline because Roger has been relegated now to the 5 position. So their frontline is definitely lacking it versus what LGD has, who has the best frontliner. They have the Tide Under.
And a Tide Under covered in Kunkka's ROM.
Absolutely.
And Kunkka Somnus, 3,300 gold on that relic. It's pretty much there. It's going to be a very fast timing from Somnus this game.
And a fast Battle Fury too. Ame already having 2 pieces. He's only like 1,600 gold away from that Battle Fury.
This is scary for VP. It may only be a 1k lead, but the fact that PSG.LGD are getting this space for these 2 cores, that passing in 2 minutes time and they're turning up with the Battle Fury. Well, I mean, might choose to stick to just focus on farming for the next time afterwards, but at least with Somnus coming to these fights with a Radiance, it's not going to be easy for VP to take the fights head on.
No, especially because Ramses is not going to be... Ramses turning up to the fights, there's a lot of control, there's a lot of magic damage for this Terrorblade to deal with. He's not going to be able to just walk in with his illusions doing anything possible because there's Torrents, there's Cleaves, there's the Boat, there's the Starstorm, there's so many different instances of damage that can clear out those illusions very quickly. So Ramses' game is going to be tough. They really need to start rallying around the Gyrocopter, and that's what they're going to do. The drum is finished. They've got Maelstrom as well on Pasha. He's looking to see what he can make. I want to see Pasha switch this up, though. I think he should go for the mech build in this game. Instead of just... I mean, he has the Maelstrom already done, which is great damage, that magical mixed. But now he's queued up the Aghanims, and like we said, their front line is definitely lacking.
See smoke from both sides and a Moonlight as well from FY to try and set things up. They're hunting for Ramses' illusion in their jungle. They know that Ramses is likely to be nearby, but he's already headed over there, back to their half of the map. A Hex will be attempted down bottom, but a quick run away. FY with the Ace Rune already popped will manage to get himself away from that. So neither side finding much of a catch with these moves, just avoiding one another.
It's actually already going to be a full mech on FY as well. So we're talking about tankability of LGD with the Hood, with a mech on your support Mirana. This is definitely going to cause problems for VP, who do not have anyone matching them.
They're not going to have the damage with that mech and the Kunkka's Rum in these fights.
And the front line too. They just won't have that there for themselves, so they're going to have to be playing a little bit of this farm game.
Yeah, Ramses needs a lot of time this game.
Yep.
And with the Battle Fury build and the pace that PSG.LGD themselves probably feel comfortable in playing, we are probably likely to see him get that time. It's just a question of how well does the rest of VP's lineup hold up against these fast item timings of LGD.
PSG.LGD, they're feeling good right now, right? They don't need to force anything. They're playing on their side of the map. They're the ones getting like this free farm. They're going to have the Battle Fury finished up. The Radiance going to be done on Kunkka too. Probably when they have Radiance, they're going to look to take the fights. But
that's
feeling
the
very good.
thing I feel. Once they have Radiance and Battle Fury, they can keep fight, but they're not too fussed if a fight is forced because of the fact that they can keep one another alive very easily. They have the sustain and they've got the damage.
Yeah, Ame can just sit in the jungle and then come, you know, typical carry contribution, show up at the end, couple daggers, jump in, clean some people up. See that 55-45 Dota plus probability at the moment here. But definitely feeling for, you look at no one right now in the net worth, he's really starting to get left in the dust. He's that hero they have to rally around when he has BKB, but that's going to take time. He's going to have to act as that pseudo frontliner as this gyrocopter versus a PA, which is definitely scary.
Now, even without the BKB, as we said, there's so many ways that PSG.LGD can keep that PA alive. To the point that this Gyro's damage combo shouldn't really be an issue unless there's some sort of way that VP can get to the back lines. Obviously, a good Echo Stomp might be what does it. If he can catch out the supports, catch out X-Nova, and stop those save plays coming in.
Yeah, it's like we're saying, like we're talking about how VP, the lack of the front line, but they do still pack a punch. They do have a lot of damage if they can keep them controlled for them not to get the rum off, not get the mech off. Very unlikely for that to happen, as this is a very farmed Kunkka who now has the Radiance finished up at the 17th minute mark. 17:38 as he picks it up.
A very, very respectful timing.
And now they're starting to rally. You see Ame, he's kind of starting to make his way down toward bottom, but just going to be farming, probably stanking Ancients before he does do anything else. I mean, yeah, he just needs to farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they're showing their spells down bottom PSG.LGD, but VP, what's the plan there? Just focusing on pushing out that mid, pushing out that top lane. Not looking to come down for now, and in fact, it's going to be PSG.LGD wrapping around, maybe even towards the mid. Who's there at the moment? It's just the Elder Titan.
Yep.
I'll just come in and try and hold these illusions off the tier 1, keep their tower alive for now.
Right now, it's not the most natural for them to set up for plays. Like we saw in the last game when they played with the Tidehunter, they weren't able to just like walk in and take the fights. Maybe with the Invis, they can actually look to set up like that. But with the Blink Dagger, with the Tidehunter, when he's able to get down, that's when they're really going to start just running at VP, just looking to bring every single fight to them. So right now, like we said, a little bit awkward, a little bit of a low period. Both teams just continue to try to maximize the farm on the map. Yeah, Ame, Battle Fury finished. Desolator next is going to be the one that's queued up, and then more than likely going to be that BKB that he does need.
It really does just feel like the power, sort of the growth of the heroes on LGD's lineup. It's sort of ahead, and it moves at a similar pace.
Top, look at this wraparound. Solo is hiding.
Ame's pretty deep. They've got the disable, and if they got the burst, they should have him here. And they do. VP, they're able to punish a greedy Ame who pushes out alone and doesn't expect VP to still be hanging around, and that's a big pick off of them.
Solo really putting the team on his back right now in these first, really, with all these rotations really from himself. He was just hiding in the tree line there, waiting for somebody to step too far forward. Very nicely set up there by VP as they're able to slow down Ame, slow down that farm, allow Ramses to get better timings than him. As he's got the Manta, the Scotties, he's getting farmed.
Growth certainly there for VP, but still yet to see no one be able to get involved in any of the action. 0-1-1 on that mid gyro.
All just because of that first rotation, it puts you off of making like all your moves.
Yeah, it slowed his entire game down.
Yep. It's Bounty Runes. Looks like it's going to be 2 for 2, more than likely, unless X-Nova really pushes forward. X-Nova will. Just walks up onto the high ground casually. So they'll get themselves 3.
Precious bounty.
And it still is going to be the full Aghanim, so they're going to rely a lot on Pasha for damage, it looks like, and then he's queuing up the mech afterwards. So, like we were saying, he still needs to act as that frontliner as the Pangolier. He needs armor.
Do you think for VP they feel like there is any sense of urgency, or do you feel that they're saying, well, Ramses, we've got the Ramses Terrorblade?
That's what it looks like, right? They're probably like, we have Ramses Terrorblade, we have a Gyrocopter who also scales really well, and a Pango who scales really well, and we have an ET Natural Order. The Natural Order is always one thing that we're going to have to watch, especially when you're playing versus PA, one of the higher physical armor heroes. If you are able to actually get next to him as an ET, the damage will definitely be there. But that evasion always is going to be a bit of a frustration for the Terrorblade.
21 minutes in, 7-10, 4K lead. PSG.LGD is. It really just feel both teams happy with the farming approach to this one.
Right, they're all getting good. They're all getting good pacing. They're all getting good timings of their items, right? Like Somnus is getting close to BKB. They got Blink on Chalice.
They got the Deso.
He continues farming. Deso now finished up. Maybe now we see a fight, because they've got the Blink on Chalice. That was the big one last time where they're like, we don't have the greatest initiations. With that, they will. But like we said, they're approaching some big items still anyway soon. But yeah, we see them grouping up, and this is likely that smoke with the Deso, with that Blink.
I mean, Deso PA, you find yourself on top of Solo after he's dropped out a Hex and a stun. He's dead in a couple of hits.
You get yourself 1 or 2 kills, you can just go straight into the Roche Pit, and then you're going to be playing with an Aegis advantage, and the map is going to get smaller and smaller. So let's see if they can actually catch anyone on me here. Jump forward, Roger. Is that no crits? He just died to like the regular attacks there, it seems.
I believe so. Just the damage of the Deso. It's terrifying. VP, they've got to hold themselves in the base. As PSG.LGD, they're waiting right outside.
Ramses.
He's stepped forward. There's the setup. The creeps will block it, but the demonic purge is down. They'll try and get on top of the ball. Chalice is in with the Ravage, and Ramses is dead. Pasha's going to look to roll forward. The BKB pop from no one. They're hunting for the easier kills. Finger onto X-Nova, but X-Nova will live. He's out over the trees. X-Mark's there. The arrow will whiff. They drag back Solo. Chalice, Gush, Dagger again. They're cleaning up these fights. Now that they've started to look for them, PSG.LGD, they just at a power level that's hard for VP to stand toe-to-toe with at the moment.
And the BKB is down for no one. They're committing forward for it.
They are going to have the ult coming down, but a jump over from Army will dodge it. Another X marks there. No one's going to be dragged back towards the team as they take out the Gyro. They take everything here from VP, pushing down mid.
Ame once more.
He's not even done looking for a crit, won't get it. So Roger gets the chance to stop. But you know that Ame's going to still maybe try and chase. Now he's playing it sensible. It's TI. He doesn't want to throw things away. Back towards mid. Pasha starting to bring the rest of LGD low. A boat will come in, give some of the run to Somnus as he'll look for the TP out. Ramses, can he find even? No, X-Nova! Disruption, make sure that his two cores get out alive, and X-Nova in a similar fashion to game one. He'll die, but he saves his cores.
Such a beautiful smoke there coming into play there. LGD, they smoke, they get a base ward, they get all the information that they needed, all the information they wanted. They see where everybody on VP is, and Ramses just shows himself outside just a little bit too far. That Blink Dagger from Chalice able to get that clean up, all that extra damage and control. And we saw Gyrocopter, like no one, he walked in, he pops his flag, he hits like everybody with the full flag and cooldown. A mech gets popped from the Mirana, and everybody's...
It really is at this point, all the damage just heal back up with that mech.
Yep. And now they're starting, now they have the Greaves finished up too. They're starting to get BKBs as well on Somnus. And you're going to imagine Ame will also be approaching that one quite soon. VP, they've got to make something big happen here with this smoke. Versus that Ravage being on cooldown. Will they be able to?
Oh. Solo's aware.
20 seconds until Ravage is back online. VP not looking like they're going to be able to actually find anything here. Wallet is not up. So GD, PSG.LGD will back up. They will be perfectly fine with all of this, as the next timing for them is that BKB on Ame, so they're going to keep controlling the map. And we see that base ward placed down. They feel so confident to do whatever they please.
They know they can move in immediately. And Ramsey's not getting the chance to hit a single hero in that fight. And there's, you say, flat cannon, it doesn't even look like they've been hit.
Yeah.
They're back up to full HP.
It's the combo of the both. We mentioned it during like the draft, right at the end of it there. That Kunkka versus the Gyrocopter too. The RUM was applied on absolutely everybody. So sure, Pango's coming in, he's shield crashing, swashbuckling all over the place, but that mitigation really coming in.
And when Ame has the BKB, they're not going to be able to touch him.
Really does feel like that.
He's level 20, BKB. I mean, he's got the money for it. He's got it done.
He can TP back and pick it up if they want to play it like that. Like Somnus can X him and then bring him back, but they're just going to back up, it looks like here.
They've even got the Vlads on Chalice, allowing him to get that lifesteal on the P8.
They're ready to fight, though.
Everything is coming together for LGD.
Yep, the perfect timing.
What do they do? What do they do?
They look like they're smoked up looking for a fight, but it's still difficult. Ramses, like, he's got Manta, he's got Scotty, he's tanky, but as we saw in that last fight, there's just a devastating amount of control. And even if he is tanky like this, you still have to deal with Soul Catcher. You have Manta to remove it, but if you don't have your Manta up and you're Soul Catchered, you are going to be a lot squishier as they get a wraparound.
They'll start to try and have a bit of a poke. Missile heading the way of Chalice, but immediate disengage with the Moonlight Shadow. They'll be able to find X-Nova with the combo. And again, X-Nova, he'll fall, but everybody else should get out. FY still with that Moonlight Shadow coverage to allow him to walk back to safety, and it can never feel good killing X-Nova, because then you know as VP that everything's going to plan for LGD. If it's only the Shadow Demon you've killed, you've lost the fight.
Every single time, it does seem, even every single time, not in this game and the last game, all of the situations, X-Nova.
It's just down to positioning, right? They always have the right person in place to die.
And they know how to, in that fight too, that's a bit of a difficult one. They're like, hey, we're strong, but that type of fight engaging in that area, we're kind of surrounded. It's not the best way for us to take it. Now they're getting a better type of surround here as VP. They're split up. Ame is already prowling around with this blur, and Roger, he spotted.
They're gonna find him.
he's going to be a quick and easy one for them.
He's going to try for the stomp. He's not going to get a chance to do so. With that Gush, armor reduction, Desolator, Arme can make quick work of whoever he finds.
And there's that situation we talked about. If they get one of those big kills, they can look to just commit into this Roche Pit, as they will kill it super fast. And taking the fight around here for VP, sure, they've got Pango, but their ET is dead. He is the crucial one around that Roche Pit. Oh, LGD, they're really running away with this one now.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a bit of a repeat of game one. Once they get the advantage, they do not let go of it.
Yeah, I mean, it really is very similar to the last one, right? They've killed Ame once, but before, they've really only killed X-Nova again. As Ramses really needs that BKB timing for him is going to be completely necessary, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough for him to actually do the damage? Very similar to that last time. Sure, he's got these ways to protect himself, but will they actually be able to kill anybody on the side of PSG.LGD? As we see some, interesting little bit of innovative item pickups. Ame, he hasn't chosen to finish it yet, but as we see, that Ags is queued up.
The Aghanim's PA.
The refresh, as you know, if you get a kill, it refreshes all of your abilities, including that blur, so you can keep hopping around inside the fights.
Blur's cooldown goes down as well.
Yep.
And Blur now, it dispels.
That is true.
It's a buff for everything. Mid lane, they get the roll in, finger out, they should get this kill.
Get one.
We get one. Question is, how much are they going to lose in return? Will we just solo?
That's pretty good if they're able to disengage off of that one. They forced a BKB as well from Somnus. So what the important one, I guess, is instead of wanting to go for a different another dispel, now he's going to have the blur to dispel that reflection every time inside the team fights. Can be a little bit annoying, not the super amazing, but dispelling the reflection, dispelling the disarm from the Pango, that looks pretty neat.
And it makes the blur instant.
Right? I mean, that's actually pretty cool. I haven't gotten to see it. I played.
So I guess what you see a Sunder coming your way, you've disappeared.
Yeah.
They've got to have the vision ready. Well, I know even that, right? You're just gone.
I mean, yeah. I'm really intrigued to see it.
I mean, he's going to get it at such a good timing as well with the beginning that he's had to this star, mate.
Mid lane, no one. It's getting grabbed up. He's going to force the BKB.
That will keep him safe for a little bit. He is just going to have to TP out. He's lucky that Arme wasn't around, so they didn't quite have the physical damage to fight through that BKB. But again, no one with these BKB usages, he's just not able to get much done at all. It's having to be a BKB and a runaway. He doesn't have the items. He doesn't have the damage. There's not a lot that he can offer to the team fight.
Absolutely true. You see, of course, more items being picked up. LGD, they're picking up all these solutions. They have a Lotus Orb, not only to remove the reflection, but like you said, the Sunder. I don't know, do we know if that interaction was fixed as well with the BKB Sunder, right?
That's how it's intended to be honest.
How it works, you can still Lotus Orb through the BKB Sunder, so they have to watch out for that for Ramses too.
We'll find out in this game.
We'll find if it was changed.
If it was changed. Yes, that's the correct terminology. Thank you.
For the people who don't know, of course, if you are BKB'd on Terrorblade and you Sunder a Lotus Orb, you still will not get your HP back.
The HP stayed the same. At least that was how it was indeed in the group stages.
In the group stage, yes.
And I did test it the other day and it was still like that.
VP, they're scanned up. They can actually find no one here. They're just throwing the boat out. They really want him. They got the vision of him for a second. No one.
Pop the BKB. TP's going to be available in a second. If he TP's straight away, he should be fine.
It's going to be really close.
He is. He just had enough seconds left on that BKB to get out. Back inside the jungle of VP. Roger's been found, but Ramses... Oh, he's got sort of blocking off Roger there. They're going to try and turn Arme. He's got the BKB. Wants to try and fight this a little bit, or at the least make sure that he gets out. He will be fine then. Not able to again deal with these BKBs yet, VP.
Yeah, they have no BKB piercing anything, pretty much. As he plays it safe too, right? Some situations you're like, hey, I'm going to die and just use my BKB, but he knows how strong he is at that point. He doesn't need to play like that. As his PA is solo, will walk up. He's going to get purged.
He's got the disable onto Arme to try and get himself out of vision.
But they want blood.
It's back there. Disruption setup. In Arme goes, and a crit for the finishing blow.
12,000 gold lead, over a 15,000 experience lead, and just the Dota Plus continuing to tick forward in LGD's favor. 82% win rate now for them, as they're just keeping the map dominance.
Ramses farm, he's still on par with Arme, but what does it amount to? What can this Terrorblade do? As all their hopes rest on Ramses.
Ooh, nice little play there by Maybe. Turns off the Radiance before the reflection actually does come out, so it doesn't even burn his teammates at all. Small little things. They slow siege.
And a successful one hit, tier 3. Falling very low with those ST illusions. They'll get it. The base is opened up and serve the shrines.
They're going to send a missile back. It'll clean up by illusions. And Ame's Aegis will get reclaimed. They're going to back up. And they might not fully back up here, as if they see this top rune, they might look for a quick re-engagement.
Oh, that double damage. They want it. Ame.
They're trying to keep VP suffocated in their base. You see, Maybe X's himself, goes
Here
bottom,
we go.
clears the wave, and yeah, they want to keep this fight.
Get back to the base, VP. Get back to the fountain. You cannot dare come out.
They have to find more ways to keep farming, though. VP, they have to struggle to get outside to get this. I mean, in particular, the MKB on Ramses. He needs it. He can't actually do any damage inside of the fights versus Ame until he gets that. And even then, it's still seeming so difficult for them versus PSG.LGD, as they're all rallied. Everyone just rallied together, not giving any opportunities for VP to even get a pick off. Pasha, has to be very careful. Now he does those type of plays.
An instant poke and a Moonlight from LGD. They're starting to build up the money again on Ame. Obviously, with just holding that DD rune, he does still have a good slot to fill.
Probably likely to be the Abyssal. Maybe he's thinking, wait till I see what Ramses is building if I need to actually go for an MKB or something like that on myself as a PA. But the Abyssal is the more than likely one for that BKB Pierce.
What about the Nullifier?
His Nullifier could also have its argument, yeah. That's a good one. There's a lot of different varieties that he can go for.
Yeah.
As now VP, they've got this timing. So let's see if they can make anything happen of it with this MKB, as they will have some damage at least to go through the PA. But they don't have smokes. I don't believe they have any available. Oh no, they have one left on Roger, sorry.
Looks like he's, at the moment, he's queued up, he's going to go the way the Bloodthorn.
Okay. I seem to really like that item lately. Building up on that Sven in the last game versus a Morphling. This game, it's not as clear-cut because you're not playing versus like a Morph, but still very good versus the Terrorblade, as he can also build versus a Butterfly, and this is the way that kind of counteract both the Sunder as well as that evasion that will come out. Jump forward, kills those illusions quick.
It just really feels in both of these games, VP have been unable to make any sort of moves themselves in the second half of them. As this game, goes on 35 minutes in, it's just been pretty much nothing from VP offensively. They're just trying to get their farm to a point where they can have a chance of defending their base.
But their base is getting chunked down already. Losing another tier 3. It's PSG.LGD. They'll just continue. They're going to do the X. Quickly bring him back. Getting some tower damage as well. Arrow to scout.
How would you start this fight if you're VP?
They don't have the natural forms of initiation. Pasha wants to, but like we said, he hasn't built any armor in it. He now has the Vlads at least finished up, but
Ramses
fairly squishy. Ramses
he's gonna get arrowed here as he stands.
They're throwing everything.
The Ramses dead. He doesn't have buyback. No one's trying to fight back here as he pumps the BKB. Ame himself also has the BKB ready. Jumps up as Solo's got as well. Ramses, he was AFK.
That might be the game.
And he can't buy back. He just stood there and took FY's arrow to the face.
The drafting panel was concerned that there were no saves in this draft.
I mean,
he just walked, he just gets arrow.
And that's a Terrorblade that spent 36-minute farming for that. He spent the whole game farming and he gets hit by one arrow and all that, but it was for nothing.
And they're just gonna keep diving forward here. Pasha, X'd up, he's arrowed, and he's brought down.
They're falling apart.
That might be it. No, and he's gonna try to commit forward.
But he does no damage.
And there comes
no no damage. As LGD, they have really come into this first series of the TI9 main event with all guns blazing. Solo will jump in. They'll pop the Ghost Scepter. Pasha trying to offer some sort of damage out there. Ball back on no one.
They're on Somnus.
It solves down, and with the splitter, they do kill off the Kunkka. They get one. They need so much more from this, though, VP. They'll find Chalice as well. They will manage to hold on, but their base has been torn apart. Bottom rack's gone, mid rack's gone. Only that range rack's in the top lane still standing.
Completely in shambles after all that. Such a big deficit, and how much gold did they all just pick up there on the side of LGD? Like, everybody's finishing up their next item.
Mate, he's ready for a bit of fun.
He's got the rapier
He
queued
knows
up.
that this is in the bag.
So he heard our suggestions. He queued up the Bloodthorn. He's like, no. Maybe still switches
rapier.
it,
He's about to hit 25 as well, so he can get that triple dagger. Triple dagger with rapier. He's doing this one for the fans.
I have seen somebody else take the 10%, but putting this in the triple dagger in this one.
But VP though,
they're gonna get this.
They are into the Roche, and they will find it.
The arrow will connect onto Ramses.
It is another arrow, Ramses. They can't follow it up this time. And to Solo jump in. He gets the stun off onto two of them. Cooldown's down. No one moves forward. PSG.LGD will back
Solo.
off. Now Solo getting brought down low by the poison. Passion in with a jump. They managed to cut down Night's Nova. Shadow Demon's dead. Buyback straight away. Roger on the backlines with focus. Replay for what? Get back to the game. Get it out of there. FY. He's been collapsed upon. Ramses 2 kills. Double kill. There's no buyback on FY.
Double gems. Pick him up.
VP had to buy back on both supports for this, but they're fighting back. Not to be held down, and you can see Vaname is not invested in the rapier because he's like, are we fine? He's saving onto his money for now. He might resort to the safe play and just go, nullify and have buyback. We'll see how scared he is.
Maybe, we'll see. He's still feeling pretty confident.
They kick back.
They got the Aegis.
They kick back.
They got that Aegis and cheese. Very important for themselves here. But structural damage is still done, and that's while Chalice is dead. That's the big thing, right? Fighting into LGD's lineup when they don't have the Tidehunter, a little bit easier. Especially because they can get them with the numbers and just get the surround without that Tidehunter. But back to farming a little bit here for PSG.
He's saving on so many. Obviously, there's not really too much point. I guess he's so farm that the buyback is still worth it, even if he loses a rapier. But now he's going in. He's going in, he's got the rapier.
He's got buyback available.
Now this is exciting, because if he loses that rapier, this
game could really turn.
That could
if
be
he
a
loses
throw. It could be a throw. We'll see. They're feeling very confident, LGD, but there is that chance that if Arme loses the rapier, it ends up in the hands of no one. You never know.
Or in the hands of Ramses, too. Either one of them.
You never know. But at the same time, if Chalice just gets a good Ravage, there'll be more than enough time for him to jump from target to target. It's level 25 PA with the triple daggers and the Aghanim reset. He's just going to be cleaning up the entire squad.
Man, if he gets this an insta kill, like 6 daggers pretty much, right? The first kill, he'll throw another set of daggers immediately.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
And if he gets a kill off a dagger, he'll be able to throw out another triple dagger right away.
And another.
If he gets a couple chain kills, yep. And now he gets an arcane rune as well. So 4.2 second cooldown on dagger.
Hey, Korea. That's got an eagle song on.
Oop, oop. Oh, that's looking pretty dead.
That is very dead. Oh, that is an eagle song gone. That would have been Ramses. Very close to having a butterfly.
Who won't have buyback either. He has the Aegis for himself, but if he does die twice, no buyback. As they're already starting to poke and prod.
It's testament to how tanky he is. You just don't just get hit by a dagger from a PA with a rapier. Well, obviously wasn't a crit. Doesn't hurt him that much. He's got a lot of armor.
There's a lot of negative armor though. I see like the Solar Crush. They even take the Gush talent as well, I believe. Oh no, he didn't. That was the last game. Sorry, he didn't take the Gush talent this time. But still, with Solar Crush as well as that Desolator, still a lot of magic or physical armor reduction to pierce through. But yeah, 37 armor on TB. And it looks like PSG.LGD still playing a little bit safe here, even though, I say safe, a little bit safe on the fact that the Aegis and the cheese are on VP's hands, not in items. As, a DD rune. Having passed that 40-minute mark, we're going to be seeing DDs aplenty.
Here we go. Give him the bottle, give him the rune.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, the crowd knows that this rune, this bottle double damage.
He's already critting for 2,600 right now.
Times that by 2.
It's not how that works.
It's not how that works. Not good, because I wasn't ready to do the maths, so that's fine.
That's without the Deso put in as well. So it's 2,600, he puts the Deso in. He's probably going to be critting with the DD rune over 3,000 on if it's one of those like low physical armor heroes. Once it's the higher physicals, it's going to be a lot more reduced. But we'll see some big numbers.
Full Bloodthorn on Somnus, so we're going to see even more big numbers.
Yeah.
Crits upon crits, Solo. He's going to look for the jump in. Pasha's there. Actually hits the clip, so won't be able to find Xnova straight away, and it gives Xnova the time to put the disruption. The rest of LGD is moving in. Ramsey's in with a BKB. They'll kill off Xnova. Can they get more, though?
They're trying to disengage. He popped BKB in meta.
BKB, double damage. He'll look for the quick kill first. Solo's down. Now turns for the next. Jumps forward onto no one. Back up to the high ground. He's still a little scared. As the BKB will wear off, Arme not ready to fully commit. But FY finds no one inside the jungle. Ramses and Pasha, the last two left alive as Ramses is surrounded. They'll jump forward, take him out, and indeed it's called. It's over for VP in this upper bracket. As PSG.LGD take game 2, they take the whole series, and again, it didn't look close. This was LGD on another level. VP did not seem prepared.
No, PSG.LGD in this, I mean, they just seem to have their number. This Tidehunter just proving to be such a problem for VP. Even though they were able to get their farm out throughout the game, one pickoff. They get one pickoff after Ramses, and they lose their entire base pretty much.
And we saw sort of signs of this from VP in the group stage. They had some series that just looked absolutely atrocious, where both games back-to-back, they were struggling to find any sort of momentum. And here on the main stage, those sort of problems, they still lie with the team.
Yeah, definitely just hitting a bit of a brick wall of LGD with this draft. Just a super comfortable one, and a last pick PA just working out perfectly for them.
Well, they're hungry to find what they felt was theirs last year. PSG.LGD is this opening series. They make it look easy enough. Off they go, walking away without breaking a sweat, as they'll take this first one 2-0 against VP.
Congratulations to PSG.LGD. They have done exactly what they did 12 months ago at the International 2019 against exactly the same opponent in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket, a 2-0 win. And gents, I have to say that looked pretty easy. It almost looked like they were having a bit of fun. Too much fun, some would say, at the end with the Rapier and a double damage and some dodgy maths.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you write easy peasy in the end, and you just walk away from your table, queue into the next game. But overall, LGD's performance looked extremely good. The early game was on point. You have two best heroes in the game who can set up the arrow, Shadow Demon and Kanka with the X mark. A lot of kills with those two. And man, Ame is a crazy person.
Yeah.
You said it. Getting that data.
We should explain to some of the new reviews. That was slightly risky because he didn't need to do that. He didn't need to buy the Rapier. And the problem with the Rapier, for those who don't know, is that it can be dropped and therefore fall into enemy hands, which could have turned the game.
And not just that, it is like one of the best items on Gyrocopter, which is the hero that they're playing against. Exactly. So you give that one away, all of a sudden this for sure win turns into, VirtusPro walking out with the victory.
Yeah. So yeah, big kahoonies.
Yeah, I would say so. We've seen a couple players on the PA too. I think we should just make this a standard build. Why not every single time?
I'm down. Right? Let's go.
That Agnim's pretty fun. Get a little bit of survivability and just,
And
all right.
I think the biggest thing to me about it is it's like, if you're willing to go out there and risk it like that, that shows, I love it.
And you're not worried about anything.
No, you don't playing to win. That's the biggest thing. Don't play not to lose.
Usually you don't go for Rapier when you're one Raxus from Mega Creeps. There's always a better item choice, but we got to give credit to the Madman.
Absolutely. No, he wanted to go heavy on that. We should also bring in our draft panel and just check in with the three gents who are on the panel. Jay, what did you guys make of that? I mean, fun game, right?
Yeah, it was a fun game. I actually don't think the Rapier was that jokey. I think that's like a legit strat with the Ags. Because the way that Blur works, it's like if an enemy hero gets close to you, you're visible. But if you stay far away and Blur is on 100% cooldown with Ags, you're pretty much always invisible to the enemy team unless they happen to get close to you or find you. So his whole goal was to stay permanently invis, buy Rapier, have triple daggers, and just throw daggers until he finally gets kills, and then he can commit with BKB. It was actually a cool strat abuse that I haven't seen before.
I just feel bad. Our Zeke was over 100% confident in
but
Brand's Terrorblade.
Then you overflow.
Oh, integer overflow?
Yeah, so if you're over 100%, maybe there's we have 1% chance of winning this game. Oh man, why did we pick Terrorblade?
The float number errors, Red Eye. I guess VirtusPro will now be knocked down to the lower brackets.
Again, at the same point. I think that's the sad part about it from that. And they looked a bit lost, didn't they, gents? I see Solo come off kind of like, what do I do? I don't really know what to do now. And that's not like them. That's not the kind of VirtusPro we expect to see.
All it's the same face I've seen for like 4 days before.
That's
I
true.
feel like every time I passed by him in between games, it was just Solo with that blank stare.
And to think about it, like going back to the group stage and what they were doing, they lost to ViciGaming, Lesh Rubik, then they started picking Lesh Rubik. They ended up losing to Elder Titan Gyrocopter, then they started picking Elder Titan Gyrocopter. It's always feeling like they're trying to find that next thing. And, you know, they're teams that are really good at adapting, but you want to come in with your own
But isn't that the case, though, because you get beat down hard, and you're like, well, that works really well. Again, we'll use that.
Yeah, but you don't want to go in with that mentality. You want to be the one that's setting the meta in a certain
And they have
place.
been for the last couple of years, and it feels strange to not see that Lacoste now.
You could see on Ramsey's face, the face of regret after he ate that arrow.
Yeah.
I don't have a buyback. They managed to bring down 5 racks.
Yeah. And he's farmed the entire game to get to that point.
You're also having a TB with no save whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a big deal. And those who have TB into Shadow Demon, and also they have a lot of ways to dispel your reflection. The PA with the Aghanim Scepter, so she refreshes the blur. Also Lotus Orbs, the Guardian Greaves, BKBs, everyone had a way to remove it.
Yeah, all right, good stuff. We're going to get more from all 3 men in just a moment, but let's catch up with a winning and a very happy, I would assume, FY God, who's with Casey.
Yes, FY is here. We have Helen, who is going to be helping translate. FY, congratulations. The caster said it. You're playing on another level. This is the 3rd TI that you have dropped VP down to a lower bracket. What do you think it is about these 2 teams when they face off?
首先恭喜获得上场比赛的胜利。解说也在说你的水平已经比普通人高上一层了。那这是连续第三年，你们把 VP 掉落败者组，你觉得这2支战队对战的时候会有什么样一个反应
？TI7我不在蓝光店吧，然后不知道当时什么情况。TI8、TI9可能是缘分到了吧，就可能他们运气不太好吧。反正就已经这样了。
Well, at TI7, I was on LGD, and for TI8 and TI9, I think that it was meant to be, and they're a little bit unlucky, so it just turned out that way.
You came in so strong, straight out of group stage, number 1. How much of this is related to coming off of TI8, coming so close in the grand finals? How much of this is trying to turn around and prove that you really are the best after TI8?
小组赛你们很强劲，小组第一，你觉得跟去年的成绩第2名有没有任何关系？对，去年的成绩对你来说有没有影响？
去年肯定有影响吧，因为会让我们更加认真对待这个 TI9，就是疼痛总会让人成长嘛。
Well, it definitely affected me a lot. The results from last year motivated me more and made my entire team more serious about TI9. Failures always make you grow.
And can you talk, before we send it back to them, can you talk a little bit about how meaningful it is for you as a team to be playing in front of the audience here in China for a TI?
对你来说，在中国打 TI 有没有什么特殊意义？有多重要？
对我来说，我的家人朋友可以在现场观看，肯定是在国外一个人会好很多吧。
Well, in China, all my family and friends are here to support me. It's definitely better than being alone in the West.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, FY. We look forward to chatting with you more throughout TI. And Helen, thank you. We really appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, Helen with Casey and FY from PSG.LGD successfully winning the opening game. Just final thoughts from you guys, really, on a fairly straightforward series, Trent.
Well, I liked how calm and cool FY was during that, because we're fortunate. We have the duality here where we're watching our preview of the English, but we also get to see the Chinese production up there. And Ame's being interviewed. He's bouncing around up there. He's laughing. The crowd is laughing, and he just couldn't even contain himself. Meanwhile, FY's just like, yeah. that was good.
He's chill, dude.
I've done this for 3 years in a row. It
He's
feels
been
really
here.
nice.
I'm going to say one thing only.
Yeah.
I want to change my prediction who's going to win this
You
one.
can't do that.
We have a technology.
No.
We have Valve here. I think we can.
You can't do that. Gabe's locked it down. You can't change your fantasy stuff now.
Just once. I mean, I would go with LGD.
Someone's got them.
I'm actually going to say I kind of agree. They looked really freaking good here, and anybody that goes against them, you got to prep really well because they're coming.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, gents. Quick reminder for you as well. Wherever you are in the world, we'd love you to interact with us via all the usual social media channels. Make sure you're following all the official channels as well. Twitter @Dota2, over on Facebook, of course, as well, and on Instagram. Also now @Dota2, not the TI on it. Don't do that. Just do the Instagram stuff. Some great content on all 3 channels for social media. And we'd love to hear your comments as well. We need to switch things up, actually, here on the panel. So while we do that, we need a guided tour of Shanghai. And who better to do that than Casey and Slacks?
So we'll try it where I say something, Jake says something, and then...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Ready.
All right. Okay, 3, 2... Hello and welcome to Shanghai.
Yeah, we've got the world's best tour guides, Dove and Eve, for us.
Yeah, we're very happy to have you here. You probably think this is Shanghai.
Yes.
Isn't it? But we have so much more to offer. We're going to show you the entire Shanghai.
Yeah, let's go back in time.
Okay. Yes.
We can just do that? Cool.
Xinchang Town is one of the older existing settlements in Shanghai. It used to be a salt field for producing salt, but because the coastline changed, people started to gather and trade here instead, forming the town. Many of the houses here are hundreds of years old, passed down from generation to generation.
Wow, so guys, probably we're gonna show you some local food. Oh, what's this?
So this is sticky tofu.
Sticky tofu?
Yeah.
你好。你好吗？你好，你好。我的中文不好。Good. Huh? Oh, thanks. Is it good? I hope it's good. Hot. But very good though.
What's this all about? What is this? What does this mean?
These two are called 对联. 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 Yeah. It's like something we put on during the New Year, the Chinese New Year. Wish you good fortune.
It's like painted on there. I don't think this is store-bought.
They handwriting it.
Yeah, and they're using the traditional Chinese characters.
Like single word means a long line.
I'm gonna pick some of these up and put it on my house.
Chenghuang Temple, also known as the City God Temple, was built about 600 years ago. The temple is located in the old city, which is still close to the heart of the city today. Here you can see the old along with the new, the past and the future.
So we're literally seeing the style from 600 years ago, but with like a Starbucks coffee on it.
I love it. It's a cool metaphor, kind of like, you know, the old and the new coming together. That to me is a lot of like kind of Chinese culture right now.
Here we are. This is the corner of the temple.
So this is the real old stuff. Everything else is like modeled after it.
Yeah, if you can touch the top, that is 600 years ago.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Can you touch it?
I don't think I can touch it. I think I could probably throw you up there.
Shanghai has been the portal to the world for China since the 1800s and remains to be one of the most modern cities of China.
What do you think is the significance to having TI here for the first time ever?
Well, first, like it's a super nice thing for all the Dota fans in China. We've been waiting for so long, you know.
I'm most excited to see how many different people come in for this one. You know, there's always like this roaring Chinese crowd.
Here, like the city runs very fast.
Yes,
very fast paced.
Yeah, have you seen like Shanghai at night?
No. Hold it up, it's beautiful.
Yeah, behind us there's where we were just now, the financial center.
Wow, this is so awesome.
You see it in pictures, but being here live, it's something else entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are you ready? Make it official.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Shanghai。
3、2、1，欢迎大家来上海。
Good times on that tour, having some fun out there in Shanghai. But I found somebody who wasn't having some good times. My friend, I saw you from afar. You look very sad, head in your hands. What's your name, sir?
My name is Sergey.
Sergey, why are you so sad? Sergey, I know why you're sad. It's VP, brother. What happened out there? What was your interpretation of that last series?
Well, I believe it was just bad luck.
Bad luck?
Very bad luck.
Where are you from, Sergey?
From Russia.
You came all the way here to support just VP?
No, not of course. I'm a big fan of beautiful Dota and Navi Dota.
There it is, always Navi. Anyway, so if you could have a chance to say anything to the boys from VP who just got brutally 2-0'd in that last series, what would you say? Words of encouragement.
Every fan of VirtusPro knows that these guys shows us beautiful Dota for over than 3 years, and we all believe they can do their best and go to the very end of this tournament, no matter what mistakes happened before.
So is this the TI that VP's finally going to win?
Yeah, certainly.
Yes! All right. Well, that's one prediction from our VP fan right here. Gentlemen on panel, after that, do you think that they have a chance? I'd like to know.
All right. Well, I like the fandom. Thank you very much, Jake. And yeah, lots of big fans out there from all over the world. Not only fans from all over the world, but we have people on the panel from all over the world. We have Cap, Fogged, and the one and only Dondo, aka Dendy. How you doing?
Hello, guys. I'm great.
Do you know I am beside myself. I'm so excited that we finally get you on our panel.
Oh,
you're on Russian panels and working with the other guys, and we never get you on our panel.
I'm happy. It's my first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're happy too. And we have 2 former Na'Vi players now in the middle.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Look at that.
Look at that.
We got a nice
bit of old Na'Vi bonding going on the panel. How you doing?
I'm good. We also got to play a game too. We also played. We played it in the house together, and we absolutely stomped Gunner.
Ooh,
it was great.
That's not true. I got help from this guy.
Really? I knew what to do. I just played around.
Do you know, I watched him last night playing some Ogre. He was pretty good. He was pretty good last night.
Not the next 2 games.
See,
Not the next 2 games. You were bullying that game I watched.
About these talent in-houses, all it takes is just identify the best player and just ruin his game as much as possible.
Yeah.
And that's what
Was that
Fog
Gunner?
needs when
Was
he
it Gunner
says,
last night?
I knew what to do, which was he just dumpstered Gunner as much as possible by roaming into the mid lane.
Sorry, Gunner.
Yeah. How you doing, Cap?
I'm doing
great. To have you back on the panels as always.
Yeah,
Love working with you.
I'm excited to be here. I think it's always nice to be able to have like former pro players here, and I've always been jealous of the Chinese panels and the Russian panels. They always get
got
these
the superstars, right?
these like former TI winners
exactly.
and such. People like Dendy, so it's super exciting to have him here.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I'm happy.
I mean, we're just trying to. Here's the thing: we're trying to butter you up as much as possible, so you will come be on our panels
you can be on that panel
more often.
Yeah.
Instead of the Russian panels.
Because secretly, which is the best panel? You can tell. No one's watching right now. You can just tell us, right? It's an English panel, right?
English panel.
Yeah.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
It's fine. It's all good. Did you get much chance to watch much of the group stage?
Yeah, I watched some games.
Yeah. What did you think? Was it the best group stage you've seen?
It was
exciting.
really tough. Yeah. Every team had a chance. It was close in Group B, close in Group A. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
My boys Navi, for example, we went almost to winner bracket, but last days we were unsuccessful.
One game away, and they could have been in the upper bracket.
Away.
So really close.
But it's not only for them. Like there's a lot of teams who were 1 game away.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on Magical because he's in your shoes. He's in the team. He's Dendy now effectively in that team. That's a lot of pressure. But he's doing really well.
He's amazing. He's doing amazingly. He have more skills in group stage or something like that.
Yeah, he's been doing very, very well indeed. What did you guys make of the group stage? Enjoy it?
I was really I didn't get to actually cast. I don't think I had to do any of the Na'Vi games, but I was really impressed anyway because they were picking their comfort heroes and not really caring. They were just like, nobody's picking Razor. We're picking magical comfort heroes that he likes to play and stuff like that. So it was like nice to see that they're playing their own strategies and still being I mean, very unexpectedly dominant.
Yeah, and Crystallize, I want to mention him as well, just while we're talking about Na'Vi. It's weird talking about him as a rookie at TI, because you kind of think, oh, he's been around forever. He's been around for like 3 years or something, and yet here he's having a great performance as well.
He's been one of those players that you just assume you're going to build a roster around. And I think that for me, I got lucky. I got to cast some Na'Vi games during the group stage. And every year, it's like, what teams am I going to fall in love with and their play style? And for me, it was Infamous and Na'Vi, actually. Na'Vi just really impressed me with both those teams. They did something that is always special to see at the International. These teams are so good that these players, you know, especially more amateur players, don't have as much experience when they come to the table and they're like, I can outplay that guy. That guy who's been to 5 TIs, you can outplay him, and that's exactly what they did. They came in with that kind of just fervor and aggression. I'd love to see that.
Yeah. You've been playing a bit of Dota, obviously in Asia this year, SEA, so you've kind of you've seen a different region. How's that been?
It was really fun. Yeah. Actually, yeah. The C region is so much action. It's always crazy, going on. It's super competitive, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, it's insanely competitive. So I know those teams a little bit.
Yeah, because we're gonna have TNC in the next game, obviously. So I'm sure you've got plenty of inside info that we can glean from.
Did you feel like you learned something from your experiences, whether it was inside of Dota or maybe just outside of Dota, just exposing yourself to different cultures?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We stayed in a house for 2 months, like 1 month and one month again. So I learned how things going up there, and it's a different play style also, like compared to CIS.
Is it faster or slower?
It's actually faster.
Yeah.
I always
faster
go
than
to
CIS?
Dota is always go, yeah, jump in, kill people, destroy. But now it's other way around. CS Dota now is much more chill, it's much more defensive, protective, and CS Dota is much more active in how I see it, at least.
That must have been really like, you've never lived anywhere else besides in your home country, right? So that was the first time living somewhere else. That must have been pretty cool. Pretty different.
It was interesting experience. Different food, air, weather. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, nice. That's good stuff. We're going to get the teams out very shortly, but just quickly, these two teams, how do you rate them very quickly in terms of the way that they had their group stages?
Oh, man. I think I probably expected Vici to be a little bit more dominant, even though they already were super dominant, but TNC definitely came out swinging. But they also were a little bit back to their TNC style, where one game I would be like, oh my god, TNC looks like the best team at the tournament, and the next game they're almost losing 2-0 to Chaos. So stuff like that was still happening for TNC. Well, I think Vici, they still have shown their amazing caliber throughout the whole year, right? Like they've been extremely dominant with all of their players, and it's shown. It's still been shown.
You expect to see a bit more from Vici though?
Yes, absolutely. I expected them to run a similar route to Team Secret, which is just kind of like dominate the groups, easily be first and everything. And they didn't do that. They seemed to like kind of lose control. The same kind of happened with TNC, as Fogg was saying. Like, you know, I watched some of their games and I felt like, as you said, they're like, oh, this is a fantastic team. And other times I'm just like, this is a bit undisciplined. You're kind of throwing away some of your games, and that's concerning to me, right? Because I imagine the group stage going into playoffs, like the difference in the stress levels, it's got to be high.
Okay, time to introduce you to our two teams for our second series. TNC.Predator enter the Mercedes-Benz Arena for the first time on the main stage, and they find themselves in the upper bracket after a good, solid group stage performance from them, backed by a man who is a TI winner. That's right, their coach, no less, is a TI winner. If anyone can help them calm down and deliver, it is the man Heen. They've got the ability. We've known that for years, but now have they finally got the strategy? We're going to find out as they go head-to-head with a team who have been in imperious form throughout the season. It is Vici. 2017-18 was an unprecedented year for ViciGaming. The team with the silver badge had 7 second places, but this year things have changed. The silver has changed to gold as they claim major championships. They come into TI as probably the best informed team in the world here on Chinese soil to have a shot at the Aegis. They are ViciGaming and they go head-to-head with TNC. Gents, I feel like this is the perfect matchup in many ways for excitement. As Dendy's already said, it's got that TNC, that kind of SEA run-at-you, fast-paced kind of Dota, backed by a guy who's got TI winning credentials and strategy cap as well, against Vici, who've probably been the best team.
Oh, absolutely. I think ViciGaming, they are my favorites for this tournament. Even after their group stage, I'm hoping that they solidify things a little bit more going into the playoffs. TNC, though, something special about that team, man. They always seem to make those underdog matches work for them. They always seem to perform best when they are the ones being doubted, or perhaps in this case, hated.
Yeah, I mean, Dendy, that's the point, isn't it? Whenever you looked at the lower brackets in other TIs and you saw TNC or Fnatic or Mineski, you're like, oh no, I don't want to play them. They're horrible. I don't like playing those kind of teams in the lower because they're dangerous. Now they're in the upper bracket. Can they be as dangerous?
They are super dangerous. Actually, about C-Dota, I said it's active, but TNC, where they have one of the slowest games at the tournament, I think, by stats, which is weird for C-Dota, but still, they're doing really well in upper bracket, and they were like top 4 on last major. They're doing an amazing job, and I'm sure we're a really strong contender here. I'm not... for me, also, Vici is super strong team, but I see that it's going to be pretty even game.
What's it like playing with a really good coach behind you? Because you've had some really good coaches in the past. They've got Heen behind them. He's been there. He's done it. He knows how to win a TI. That must be really good for them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he added a lot of some experience and insights and stuff like this.
Calm them down a little bit.
Discipline.
Discipline. That's a good word. Yeah, very good word. I mean, it makes a difference though, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. I also people are always talking about TNC now and they're mentioning Heen a lot, but I really have to give a lot of credit to the 2 supports because I feel like they do get left behind in the dust a lot because they have these flashy players. They have Armel, they have Kuku, they have these young rising stars and everything like that. But AU, this guy, as soon as he joined this team, I feel like they completely switched. He's been such a mental player. He works so well around the map. Same thing with Tims. We saw that unbelievable performance from him during the group stages. So
fantastic.
You can never look over their supports as well as that. So
and his story is amazing, right? Like I actually did not know because his birthday isn't online, but apparently he's 27. Like easily one of the oldest players coming out of the Southeast Asian region. But add on to top of that, right? He approached TNC not to be a player, not to be their coach,
just to help
but to be their analyst. And then they were like, this guy's good. Let's make him our coach. And then from there, they're like, let's make him our captain. Let's have him play on our team. And I think he's doing fantastic work. It's just another one of those stories, right?
There's still hope for you, Cap.
Absolutely. That's why I'm so fired up right now, because maybe I can go back, baby. But no, it's like, it reminded me of the Seb story, from, washed up player, just a smart guy about Dota, but can't really click the buttons and goes into the game and shows that he can actually bring his team to victories.
Let's turn our attention to Vici. I've said they're the best team of the year. This half of the season, if you like, if we're talking 18, 19, since January, they've been the best team.
There's like a lot of things to talk about with Vici, right? I think you could hear the roar from the crowd when Yang gets announced, of course. Like you look around, people are wearing Yang hats and everything too. He's super popular. Talked to a lot of the pro players and some of them are saying this guy might be the best player in the world at the moment, stuff like that. I also want to focus, I also do like to focus on supports, but DY is actually my most improved player of the entire year across any team.
Back to the start of the season.
He was, we used to,
it was horrible.
Like me and Trent would be watching and he would die.
Exactly,
all the games.
Let's just be absolutely plainly honest about it, because I think we can be. He was horrible at the start of the season.
His 5 position went from pretty much being like one of the worst, if not the worst, to being like top 2 of 5 positions right now in the international. So he is definitely one of the most improved players for me.
What about Ori's improvement as well, right? Like you have 2 players on that team that have just done tremendous things over the last year. For Ori, I would say it's more like a year and a half, 2 years. But that's like just a really impressive story. And it goes to show that maybe some of the mentality that Ori and Paparazzi have as kind of the core elements of the team, they bring something different, right? This is a team that I see yelling at each other nonstop, but they've never, for this season, they've stayed true to what their roster is, and they've had great performances. So maybe something about that works.
Dendy Paparazzi, he's been around for a long time now. He's such a great 1v1 player.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Huge player in China, obviously very popular here as well.
He can play mid, he can play carry.
Right.
He's a perfect teammate.
Yeah. And now he's got great teammates around him, though. Finally. He's in a team where he's not maybe like Yang's taken a lot of popularity right here in China. And Ori obviously very big out here. So now he's surrounded by great players.
You should give credit to everyone, because when I watch Vichy games, I'm amazed every time. There's always a lot to learn about them. We move as a unit, we work as a unit, we do things together in perfect fashion. It's just an amazing team.
And they're less boring than they were. I want to be honest about this. They weren't my favourite team 12 months ago. They were a bit... I use the word methodical.
Paul doesn't like when people control the map.
No, it's not that at all. It's just, it's like, move in. Let's go in, guys. Oh, we've got a tower, back off. Oh, we've got one racks, back off. We've got the other racks, back off. Get a shrine. Like, come on, finish the game. And they were a bit... They were too methodical, right? But they seem to have... They've taken the best bits of that, added some aggression, added some fire, and now they're a great team to watch.
Wouldn't you want to be like that too if you made a mistake and you go back to the room and you're like, oh God, ROTK, what's he gonna do to me? Oh no! So come on, you got to understand their discipline.
That's true. Yeah, if you got ROTK back there, I don't want to mess up at all.
Yeah, and to think about it, right? Maybe that's exactly because you now have players as opposed to last year where you just had Paparazzi and Ori. Now you've got like somebody like Yang who is just as willing to yell back, right? And I think that kind of aggression that he has in his personality can translate through to the game.
What's that like, Dendy, playing in a team? Because I always imagine you're a passionate man, you're emotional, but have you had teammates that yell at you and you just feel like, shut up?
It depends. Always different teams. But maybe if I would play with ROTK, or ROTK would be my coach, he would probably give me yelling lessons.
Yes.
And when I would yell at people all the time,
and then we'd have angry Dendy.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine that.
I can't imagine. No, that's not possible.
It's very good when you're angry at enemies. Of course, it's.
Of course, yeah. But what about in team though? How do you cope if someone's really loud in a team?
I think.
Is it okay?
You can be loud, but then you should still stay friendly and friends, and no one should take it personal or anything like that. Then it's okay.
Yeah. Has that happened to you though? Have you been in a team where someone's really loud and you just want them to not be loud anymore?
Well, we can go loud. Of course, it happened many times, but when we would be happy loud,
Okay.
Scream something not so good, but in a happy way.
Okay.
Oh, I remember watching TI1. I remember watching Navi and just yelling at their opponents. That was actually such that was like the first big like psychological play.
It was so much fun. We had like mirror in front of us, an enemy right in front of us.
You guys got the kill, and you guys would all stand up, and then you would sit down real quick.
We would hit table, we would shake everything up.
So you were banging the table because it vibrated in the other room.
Yes. If we do a kill, we hit table.
Denny and the boys were the first OG. They were the first chat wheelers.
Yeah,
before it existed.
Yeah, before chat was even had. What do you spam now? What do you spam?
What do you spam now? Резать.
I learned what it means now.
Cut, or slash.
Oh, okay.
It's when Sven coming up with big gun, ultimated.
He taught me that one the other day.
Today?
Yeah, we were spamming a couple of times. Do you know what that means? And I'm like, oh, well, now I do.
Perfect.
It's a good one.
You learn something every day in Dota.
You do?
As well as life. You learn in Dota as well. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Which way do you think this goes?
ViciGaming.
Yeah?
I have no problem jumping into the spot. I think TNC is going to be a strong lower bracket team. I have them going a bit farther through that lower bracket, but ViciGaming, for here, I think they're just too big of a beast. Again, the biggest problem for me is the fact that TNC, some of the breaks that I saw, some of the mistakes that they made in the group stage, I'm concerned that's going to continue in the playoffs when things are there's even more pressure on them.
That's the problem, then, isn't it? Inconsistency for TNC, because they were a bit up and down in the group stage. And when they look good, they look amazing.
In group stage, we actually took at least one game from every team except Mineski, which probably know them really well.
SEA.
Yeah.
SEA derbies, they always end up weird.
But for me, I don't know. We also really, really close games. I expected it to be like 50-50, but the edge would be on Vichy side just because we're crowd favorites, and obviously a lot of cheering will be.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this room. Obviously, all Vichy biased, I'm sure.
I'd have to also, though.
I'm going to ask it slightly different to you, Fog. What did TNC have to do in this series in order to overcome Vichy?
I think the one thing is like if they have like a certain strategy hasn't really been revealed too much for themselves, that's probably one of the best ones, because I think the TNC is going to do a lot of homework. They have Heen. He's going to come back and he's going to be like, all right,
let's bring out the book. Let's see what Vici's done throughout the whole year at each thing. So I think you have to bring something new to the table because I do think that TNC some of the times they have been a little bit. It's weird calling TNC a little bit predictable, but with their drafts, you can understand what they're looking for and what they're trying to do. So I feel like they have to bring something extra to the table, at least in that essence, versus Heen.
Okay.
And when it comes to play inside the game, I think a lot of that is going to come around the Tims, which is where some of the slower elements that Denny was talking about, right? These 4 positions that they bring out, like the Earthshaker and Enigma, these like really big team fighters that can beat them, that can beat ViciGaming in the late game. Like he's going to have to come through clutch because I think there's going to be a large chance of ViciGaming take control at first 20.
Okay, so that's what they've got. Dendi, agree, disagree?
Yeah, I kind of would like to see
chance?
Teams Mirana. Yeah.
Tim's Mirana, yeah.
Okay.
Tim Shaker, Tim Spirit.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 that I'm looking for.
I was going to actually talk about Mirana. It's quite a bit of support Mirana now.
Yeah,
Last game,
this hero actually have really high win rate at this tournament. Yeah, it's doing really well. It's came here. It's randomly came here after last small meta patch, and here it is. We see a lot of Mirana, and it's very successful.
Yeah.
I think it's like the 4th most picked with like 60% win rate or something. Yeah. It's like crazy that any hero that could be that popular also hold that kind of win rate.
It's flexible, right? I think that's the biggest thing that I've seen is like when you open it, it's like you can still run it mid, you can still run it even like I didn't feel like I don't think I saw a carry one, but we saw mid and we saw 4 position at least picked up.
Yeah, and I think Moon is the. Whenever you see Moon playing, you're thinking, oh well, Mirana might come out in this particular game because he's so good on it. So yeah, it can be a bit of a flex pick, I guess. Vici, on the other hand, what have they got to be careful about in this game? What would they not do for TNC?
I think the biggest thing is making sure that they win their lanes against TNC. Making sure, for example, that if they do, if they sacrifice Cuckoo, really shut down Cuckoo's game. Right? Especially if they give him like the Cuckoo Bat Rider that he's so good with. Like make sure he doesn't actually have the game punish the fact that they're sacrificing a little bit and trying to secure their safe lane more. I've seen TNC do that a couple times and somehow Cuckoo walks away. Like he's half the time he's solo, but he still walks away like he's been dual laning the entire time. He walks away with that kind of farm. So make sure he doesn't have a good game.
Cuckoo's the one he's definitely the one I'm concerned about that I think Vici's going to address. Before when I was saying, I messed up saying it before I was saying that Heen was going to do homework, none of you guys corrected me. I was waiting for you guys to make fun of me, but I meant ROTK. It's okay.
It's fine. We've got your back, buddy.
I caught myself after I said it all, but yeah, I think that's the one that I'm worried about is that Cuckoo, I think I've only really been seeing him play like his tanking and his Bat Rider. Yeah. So
yeah,
he needs to find some more variety.
Couple more in there. Dendi, what do they have to be careful of?
I don't know. I think Vici should just play their own game and
not worry about TNC at all.
Not worry about anything but their own game. Just focus on what we want to do and keep going.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, gents. That's it from our panel, but we need to bring in some experts. So let's head over to our expert panel for the draft.
ViciGaming versus TNC.Predator. Game 1.
I thought we were bringing in some experts, but Gunnar, I hear you got stomped in an in-house. What's going on here, man?
You know, Fog, he tried his best and he ruined my game. Nothing you can do. I was also against a TI winner, Dendi.
True.
I'm not a TI winner.
But you two are playing in the same region now. Grant, this man exported himself out of North America. Did you disavow him?
I did not. Gun Daddy here. He's still cool. He's repping us over there, and I appreciate that, especially, TNC on the line. We'll get the inside scoop now.
Yeah. You got the C region info.
A spy. Is that what you're saying?
Indeed.
Okay. Deep cover Gunner. I like it. We're here. It's the second series now of the main event.
Already.
It's quick. And it was a fast first game as well. VirtusPro just looked completely lost. And what a way for LGD to solidify the Chinese crowd behind them, getting a rapier. Now it's up to ViciGaming to see if they can follow up a performance like that.
Yeah, and I think it should be a pretty good series. I'm surprised the panel actually took ViciGaming right there, but pretty convincingly. I thought TNC actually looked reasonably well in the group stage, and they talked about it on the panel, see the draft, that it's these heroes, these team fighters, they have the longest games in some of the tournaments, and that's because these Earthshakers and Enigmas they're picking, they don't mind scaling into the late game with heroes like that, and I think we'll see a lot here.
Yeah, a lot of the team focuses around Tims, I think, in the early game to mid game. He picks these, like they said, Earthshaker and Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
He's always gets these Blink Daggers and these big initiations, so I'm looking for TNC to draft some big hero for him.
Yeah, and I like the Chen ban. AU, he has been he's one of the few people keep challenging him. They're like, you know what? Let's give him the Chen. And then all of a sudden you gave him a Chen, maybe you give him an Alchemist, and you're like, oh, what have we done? So
yeah, it spirals out of control quickly whenever you give these teams their comfort heroes, and also when you give teams heroes that have just been very irritating. Enchantress has been one of the most hated heroes in pubs. Yes. How do you kill this hero? But I guess maybe it's magic damage, Gunner?
Yeah, so Enchantress is really not good because she has a lot of healing in the early game with her Nature's Attendance.
Correct.
So when you pick an AA, you stop her healing. It's a lot of heroes like Juggernaut or Lifesteal with built-in magic immunity are really good at piercing through or untouchable. So maybe they pick something like Juggernaut here if they want to pick their carry early. That hero's kind of weaker, I think. Gyro's another hero that's good against her. His Rocket Barrage goes through untouchable in the early game.
Yep. Sand King, kind of the same thing. It's like all magic damage. You stun in, you Sandstorm, you cast an ultimate, you got to just blow her up right there. And I like two of the bans on the side of TNC. I was going to bring them up. It's Ogre as well as the Tide Hunter, and those heroes, just ViciGaming, they will always take it. They're one of the few who's only really running it in the 3 position, and just get rid of it. That hero is such a nuisance.
Yeah, we saw the Tide Hunter bring LGD great success in Game 1. Clearly, it's a regional favorite, but we're seeing a lot of different stuff coming out. Magnus being picked up now by ViciGaming.
A lot of the Chinese teams like Magnus more than the other regions. I think LGD picks it a lot for FY. They play a little slower than the other regions, I think, but they get the slowness helps them with the Empower. Their carry always is going to be top of the net worth. It gives them team fights in the mid and the late game, so I like it. It also lets them contest TNC. If Tim's goes a more greedy hero like Earthshaker as a 4, the Magnus is also going to get a blink, and his carry is going to get farm. So
I'm curious, because don't they usually play Yang on the mag? They're one of the few teams who really likes playing it on the 3. And you have an Enchant, I'll be honest, I love both these heroes as a 3 way more than say Enchant as a 5 or the mag as a 4, but I'm curious, because Enchant, she's a lane stomper. You know what she's going to do. Meanwhile, Magnus is a little bit different. Maybe you get a skewer on the tower, but you're just trying to survive. So if they do play it as a 4, here you go. You're the buff bot.
Trying to survive, and then, just trying to get levels. So what is going to be the pairing for this Magnus? You want to find someone to empower. You want to make sure you enable your carry to accelerate very quickly, which is why ViciGaming ban out the Alchemist. They want to make sure that no other carry can keep the pace of a hero that has empower.
Yeah.
A nice thing about this Magnus pick and the Enchantress is that Enchantress can solo her lane really early on.
Okay.
And a lot of teams like to run Magnus in a tri-lane.
Assuming that it's going to be a 3
Enchantress and a 4 Magnus.
Which I hope it is.
Yeah, the Magnus can get early boots. He can skewer into tower with another stun from the 5. So a tri-lane with Magnus is a lot stronger than doing dual lanes, I think. So it's kind of a really nice combo that they already have.
Yeah, you're already scared though, right? You have an Enchant and a Mag, and then you look on the other side, you just have this AoE burst damage, just in 2 heroes is AA, so you definitely need someone survivable again. I mean, how do you feel about Jug this tournament?
Jug's been a really weak hero. They've nerfed, I think, really small. The past couple, 3-4 patches, they removed his early game agility, they removed 5 movement speed, I think. They removed 10 or 15 damage from each level of blade mail per second.
How are you going to talk bad about one of Hector's favorite carries? It's Wraith King and Juggernaut all day, every day, and he's been cleaning up on those 2 heroes.
It is, and I feel you do need, honestly, a hero like that, like Jug, obviously, with the spin, the magic immunity, and then Wraith King, right? You commit onto him, at least you have a full nother life. It's so hard to take a hero like that down, and maybe they will on Vici look to do a hero like that.
If they actually ban out their own Sven, which was a potential for ViciGaming, again, you're looking for combinations with this Magnus and power to speed up and accelerate the farm of a carry.
I could see a hero like Troll Warlord right now.
Okay.
For the side of ViciGaming, it matches well with the Magnus, and as well, you don't die in ult to the AA blast.
Right. If you're in battle trance, you won't shatter.
Yeah. So it's a little like Shallow Grave. It gives you an extra, little
bit of time.
Yeah.
You never know. Just survive, get a kill. I mean, we saw Ortiz rampage with just 1 extra second. Honestly, something like that against an AA is that important. And I'm really surprised they ban out those 2 heroes. It says to me, as you brought up Tsunami, Alk and Sven both are 2 of those heroes that do speed the game up quicker, and obviously they don't want that. You want this Mag, Empower, and do your own thing. Oh, a Tiny.
Tiny's been one of TNC.Predator's favorite heroes of the group stage, and overall just a really solid hero that we've seen any team pick. It's just, I see an immense amount of magic burst damage. I would be terrified if I'm this Enchantress right now.
The Tiny Axe is really good against Ench in the mid game as well. You don't get attack speed slowed, a lot of physical. Ench does have low armor, but you can't hit her normally. But having the ability to do physical damage without having to hit her is really good, I think.
So if this was like a team secret draft on the side of TNC, I would have no idea which hero is playing well. We could see like mid AA, we could see 3-position Sand King. Based on TNC, which way are you leaning towards the AA Sand King and Tiny being played?
I think AA 5, Tiny 4, Sand King 3.
Okay.
They don't play mid Tiny, do they?
I don't believe they do. I mean, it was like Mineski, right? Moon's like the biggest one, but I don't think TNC really plays that much.
I know OG plays it. Topson played mid Tiny, I think, once or twice in the group stage.
Do you know what they played it against? Sorry, I'm trying to think like if it's just like a matchup kind of thing, or
I think Topson likes it here. I believe he's like gold rank too, so he plays it.
He's like, just give me it. I just want to burst. I want to set that record. I want to get a lot of kills. Yeah. And I was curious, what do you think about that DP last ban? Why do you ban a DP against a team who has mag? Like, does that say anything about what you're going to pick for middle?
It could kind of push the Tiny more towards mid, because since he has really high health, the DP can siphon him in the mid game and kind of control him, but I think it's more for the lifestealer.
Okay.
DP matches really well against lifestealer all stages of the game. Late game, at 25, you'll get a haste talent, so lifestealer can never catch you. But even before that, the spirits go through rage. You can kind of kite the lifestealer, make a fight a little slower, get through rage, silence him, and kind of burst him.
And even beyond pushing Tiny towards or out of mid, you also need push on towers. Death Prophet would have been a great hero, because ViciGaming kind of lacking in the ability to take structures right now, because TNC.Predator have amazing wave clear. How are you going to ever make your way to a tower and actually start dealing damage to it?
And even just like the group up factor, right? Like if you look, cool, they have a mag, reverse polarity's fun, but then you have a Witch Doctor and Enchant. It's not like, yo, we're ready to just go and team fight you.
But they'll be able to heal, right?
They will.
Wait. There's an ancient apparition on the other side. What are you gonna do?
Why did they take that Witch Doctor? I'm thinking now. Obviously, they enjoy the hero, nice multi-stun. If they do like a tri-lane, Witch Doctor level 1 is pretty good.
True.
And there it is, the Jug. Okay. I think you had to do it versus the A, and you have the Empower, and you're going to be able to ramp up extremely quick.
Yeah, they banned I think Sven could have been a good pick if they didn't ban it.
Yeah.
It matches fairly well against the lifestealer, and that's one of the few heroes right now that wants to go BKB early and is melee. A lot of the ones are like Gyrocopter goes BKB early this patch, but they need a melee hero for this Empower. So I like the Jug.
Just a hero that's going to have to be very, very careful about how he uses that spell immunity. Both carries have that sort of option.
That's what Tiny does, right? Tiny just makes you, it really does. Once he gets that blink dagger, it just makes you think, like, is he behind me? Where is he at? You always have to know where he is on the map.
I got a question, Connor. Why do you think that the Shadowblade Tiny build died out so heavily? Is it because this Aghanims has kind of taken precedence, or just Blink Dagger's too good? Because Tiny's a hero that's been competitive for an extremely long time, so many builds, and right now we're seeing like a very, very pop-in, do a bunch of damage, very flashy Tinys.
Shadowblade in general has gotten a lot less popular. A lot of teams are playing a lot more fast, a lot more together, and the Shadowblade playstyle was like the Slark's Shadowblade playstyle, where he would Shadowblade in, he'd find this Crystal Maiden, kill a Crystal Maiden, and then walk away as well.
The assassins.
Yeah, so a lot of Dota, there's no more assassins. The assassins are more in a team fight, you jump the backline. You don't find a solo hero anymore. That's kind of, a lot of teams have improved, I think, over the past couple years. So I think Shadowblade kind of, as well, people are playing more detection, more dusts, even gems for no invis to just deward.
That's true.
So
I was just surprised that whenever Sentry Wars got limited, I thought that, maybe this makes invis heroes a little bit better, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And especially since TNC have a lifestealer on their team, you want to make as many blink vehicles as possible, be it either the Sand King or the Tiny.
They banned Kunkka, that gives them, it's more team fight. I think they're banning a lot of team fight right now.
I mean, they need it. Like, they need somebody to group up. Someone who can, like, rotate now. None of these heroes rotate. Enchantress wants to sit in the lane. Mag wants to empower the Jug. Witch Doctor, I mean, it's a Witch Doctor. Like, you're going to be lucky to get boots at 5 minutes kind of thing. They need someone who can move around the map, and Kunkka's the best one from the mid line.
I really like the last 3 bans from TNC. The Kunkka, Death Prophet, Ember, all of them match really well with the Magnus, and then it gives them this early game team fight. All 3 of them. So I think TNC has really nice bans against Vici.
I'm just baffled at the Vici picks. They've picked 3 heroes who really like to heal.
Yeah.
Juggernaut with the healing ward, Witch Doctor, and Enchantress, and now they're going to wrap it up with what is most likely a mid Lina for ViciGaming.
I like it. I mean, you should be able to dominate lane. Obviously, TNC has the last pick. We'll see what they want to take, but you have someone who can move around. You have someone who can actually burst down. Maybe the lifesteal, you hit a stun from Fog, you get the Lagoon off. You do have the ability to now kill that lifestealer, which is nice.
I could see them.
You're tanky.
Yeah, I could see TNC picking a 4 here and putting Tiny mid.
Okay.
It matches up well against the Lina. You have a lot of HP, so her nukes don't do a high percentage of your health.
Yeah.
And you can kill her the whole mid game. Once you get your blink, she dies. She doesn't get HP that much. I think they could pick Rubik. I think could be a decent hero. and maybe Earthshaker. Both of them are on ban. Tim's really likes those type of playmakers in the mid and late game.
Is there a way Alina just destroys like a Tiny in the laning phase? Like you get the stun, you get a couple of the creeps, and you just out harass them, or no? Eventually Tiny will just catch up.
Yeah, because I would assume that Lina having such high range and Tiny having to go back to get a tree every like 5 seconds would make it pretty Lina favored. But
a lot of the time you get boots really early on Tiny, even some mid start boots as a mid laner, which is kind of unheard of for other heroes. They get in a range, they just toss combo. The Lina will lose like 60% of her health. A combo for Tiny from the Lina, he'll lose like 15, 20, 30, maybe max, and he can just salve up.
That's
It's more like the mid game, I think. A lot of ViciGaming's heroes are squishy, and if he goes mid, I think this Ags build, this Blink Echo Ags,
so fun,
is really nice.
Yeah. And it is the Queen of Pain.
They're going to go traditional. It's Queen of Pain versus Lina in the mid lane. Really curious to see how this one's going to shape up, but I'm going to give it to someone who will know a little bit better. It's the Banana, it's the Slamma, it's the Jamma, it's BSJ.
This game, I think we have a classic hold the fort for Vici. They have Empower, and the only problem I have with an Empower lineup is if you lose too many objectives so that you don't have enough space on the map to farm. But I feel like they have a lot of kill potential and burst on TNC, but they don't have the best tower taking potential after they get those kills. So I feel like they're going to have to get too many kills on TNC in order to close off the map for Vici. So I'm going to have to favor the Empower lineup. But if TNC is able to apply that aggression and turn those snowballing kills into more objectives, I think they'll have a great chance of taking this. I'm going to give it over to Toby Wan and Cinderin. Take it away.
You know, it's a beautiful time when BSJ is sitting there saying, you know what, TNC's got to be aggressive, because that's exactly what we want to see, Sind.
Yep, it is, and this game is definitely a clash of styles. ViciGaming, toward the end of the groups, I want to say, started playing a little bit slower in some of their games, and they've taken this style into this game, and I share a lot of the reads and thoughts of the panel and BSJ here as far as what the strengths and the weaknesses of each lineup are, and my biggest concern for ViciGaming is how do you find fights? You have your catch is Skewer and Cask.
It's almost like we have to go back to the older Magnus. It was like, I blink instantly RP and then Skewer back.
But he's a position 4.
He is a position 4.
It takes a while to get those items out. So, yeah, it's going to be tricky, I think, for him to get these things done in the game. And when you look at TSC's lineup, it's the other way around. They have plenty of ways of starting a fight. They have a Tiny who's probably going to get a dagger. He is position 4, so also a bit slower, but Sand King is a great catch. Yep. They have the Infest into Queen of Pain that can potentially jump the backlines and get kills. But at the same time, maybe slightly playing on a timer, not too good at taking towers.
Yeah, but that's what TNC always plays like. You got to have them being aggressive. This is what it is. Just run forward. We have our combinations for kills. The timing as well doesn't also seem to be limited. Like, you don't have to wait for the Infest before you go for a kill. The draft panel was talking about this tri-lane that they could actually get away with running if you want to get up in the face of ViciGaming. If you want to try and restrict this area, the Vici needs to farm up, needs to be able to control to make the most of that Empower.
Thank you so much. I'll let them release.
Yep.
Okay,
right.
We're good.
Out of the system, or it's just on cooldown for the moment.
There we go. So yeah. As far as TNC's game goes, because of the nature of how their lineup works with being very kill hungry and having a lot of stuns and fighting potential in team fights, and Vici being a little more lacking in that department, a lot of the time games like these get very decided in the first 10 minutes, because if the team that has all this catch and all this aggressive potential gets rolling, and the other team can't fight back, sometimes the game they just run out of steam really quickly. ViciGaming, we had a game with that with their mag where it started losing map control. On the other hand, if ViciGaming's laning goes well, TNC can't punish as hard as they want, and then all of a sudden you have a free farming Magnus or a Jugger with Empower, which you have to deal with. So,
yep. So they can't let them have that space. They've got to really try and control ViciGaming. The first battle for the runes is going to be, well, probably not that much of a fight. Tims isn't really going to have a battle against ViciGaming on the bottom lane, and there will be the contest by Cuckoo, as well as AU, which Paparazzi will have nothing to do with. So again, it's just that one floater around the runes. But is it going to be a straight 2-2 trade?
Yep.
So we actually get tri-lane versus tri-lane for the moment. This is how everything always starts. How long do you actually hold this? Like, if you're ViciGaming, like how fast do you pull the Magnus back?
I think they're just not... I'm not sure they're getting what they want here.
Well, they're body blocking the way for the Radiant side, and they're letting theirs go.
Yeah, that's pretty standard nowadays because what will happen now is this wave will push at the bottom lane. It will push into Enchantress, and she can play control on her side of the lane. But TNC, I think, did the right thing here. You put the Sand King bottom, you get the supports to just stay top and give Lifestealer a good start, and then eventually you can start making some moves. TNC is already moving around. And Sand King is one of the better heroes at dealing with these aggressive tri lanes, because you can hide in the Sandstorm, you can buy this Quelling Blade right now, put down a sentry when they sentry. If you eat their sentry, they can't kill you. And I think there's only one sentry in play here for ViciGaming, only one on DY, as Magnus is already left and is going top to help Yang after the switcheroo.
They both were holding it, but you're right, it's moved off that bottom lane. Still wait for the time for it. Tims and Armel trying to play against Ori. Normally it's meant to be a little aggressive early on, especially with the Tims tiny. Always looking for the right opportunity to attack. Same time, Gabby. Greatest thing about a Lifestealer, you've got so much sustain in your own lane up on that top, so you're going to be okay. Especially with the help from Ancient Apparition right behind you.
The lane gets tricky for Lifestealer when Enchantress hits 6. If she hits it early and Lifestealer doesn't have total free farm, but the free farm aspect is probably in play. It's an Ench Magnus lane. It's very weak. Ench is strong by herself. Magnus doesn't really contribute very much, but he needs to get experience somewhere. So he's just
Tims, he's trying to kill off DY. That's not going to work though, but almost did.
Cute try.
It's like the worst creeps as well that you can be thrown into, the Ancient Prowlers.
Yeah. But yeah, Lifestealer will be okay happy up here. I think the challenge for ViciGaming in their safe lane is to get Yang 6 as soon as possible without giving Fade no game on the mag. So every minute he will pull this camp, more than likely. And if Ench can get 6 in the meantime while he's doing this, they will end up winning this lane, which has a Magnus in it. If you win your Magnus lane, you're generally very, very happy with that. Doesn't even have to be a huge one. Even a draw most of the time when you have a support mag is a great outcome.
You should talk about winning the lanes. The one you're talking about before is like SK can hide inside the Sandstorm and farm on bottom lane. Hasn't had to use the Sentry and Quelling Blade, and hasn't even really got that much CS. He's 5-0 against the 15-4 of Paparazzi. I was expecting Paparazzi to have a pretty good game. Like, Juggernaut hasn't really been the most popular of heroes, but Paparazzi, I don't think there's been a single game where you've said he's performed poorly. And he's going to make this Juggernaut work, especially in the early.
Yeah, I used to have, when you think back 1 year, I used to consider Paparazzi one of the more unstable carries in his previous composition in the team. Would sometimes overextend, would make reckless decisions, get killed too much for a carry. I think he has improved a lot lately and really bumped himself up to the top of the list of the best carries in the world. Just mainly, it's not really his mechanics that have improved that much, it's his decision making. He just understands the map better, knows the limits of his heroes better. And it's showing in their results this year for ViciGaming.
I feel like I also, like on both of these teams, it's the supports that make space for a lot of these cores too. Like, DY's been having a great time, but here comes your toss. It's Tims going to work very early on. Paralyzing cast make it difficult to move forward. The Avalanche buying space, combining with the Barra Strike. This will be first blood. Going the way of Gabby. Paparazzi, there's no real way he can intimidate them to get off his support.
That's great news for Gabby to get the kill. 300 gold, it's the same as 6.5 creeps. Now you're going to have the swap going around, so Sand King will still stay bottom for now, looking to pull. And I guess he's waiting to see what ViciGaming's rotations are. Now that Enchantress has TP'd bottom, they might want to swap something around again, and that looks to be the case. Gabby is now starting to run across the map while Sand King stays bottom to face the Enchantress.
Tips going to go towards mid. Shadow Strike out, already line strike away from Ori, connects on Armel. Thanks to that regeneration, he's got all the mana and the health to fight this one. Even the help coming in from AU. Now they may even get more. Tims has got tossed back. Magnus arrived to go for a quick skewer, grabbing two with the paralyzing cast. Tims as well as AU have to separate themselves up, but look at Armel, blinked underneath the tower, kills off Fate, copping a hell of a lot of damage, but they've got 3 heroes here. TNC as one, they push underneath the tower. GP support's coming in, maybe now it's a little too deep from Tims.
As one, they feed the tiny in the trees. Yeah. Didn't get the toss that he wanted there on the Witch Doctor. A melee creep came in the way, so Tims could not get the target that he wanted, but at the very least they were diving with the chat wheel active, so looking to be in good spirits.
It's what you want to see if you're a TNC fan, right? Like, they're getting in there, they're fighting hard. It may not always make total sense, but that's how you topple one of the strongest teams in the tournament.
I like the mindset, though, that they're just trying to put the pressure, right? even though that was an overextension, the idea of playing this hard aggression and just keeping on cycling your cooldowns to get bonus kills, I think is a good approach. You don't want to just sit back and chill, and they've made some good laning adjustments by ensuring that the Sand King is playing against Enchantress, so Lifestealer has a better time. But Lifestealer against Jugger lane's completely fine. They're both going to farm. If Jugger gets some kill potential with a spin, you just rage it off, and you're completely, absolutely safe and sound, so no problem there. ViciGaming, however, are still the ones with the early lead. They've just got the better gold out of their lanes overall, mid lane.
Ori's being attacked, so will Elgato. AU's going to run straight past him, looking for the primary kill onto the Lina. Toss him up, throw him down. Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Confirmed, dead.
Confirmed.
And they did this with the Siege Creep alive too. They might want to keep this alive, but they can't do it. There's no additional creeps, no glyph. And this will not turn into any tower damage. Something to keep in mind, as we've talked about, this team doesn't have the best pushing potential, so you really need to play around those catapults. And the gank timing was good, but the wave was dead.
We're going to go again.
Lina nuked it out.
Wait, hang on. There's a sentry ward down. Tims is... he's playing because he thinks he has the advantage with the extra information, but Fade's here. DY will start with the Maldic, skewer him over into Ori, combining with the Laguna Blade. Tims, man, I know he wants information. I know he feels confident, but that Maldic pop is going to finish him off.
And yeah, he wants to get in here. He wants to get information in the enemy jungle because obviously you're playing against the Magnus and Power lineup. They're going to be stacking camps for the Jugger to farm later. And while Jugger is farming and playing defensively in the jungle, the Enchantress can just play super aggressively in lanes because she's so hard to kill. And that's a nice balance in this lineup, is the pressure that can come from that hero as well as the Lina pushing out waves to keep TNC having to go back and defend and clearing up, giving them that space.
And here they go again with the Observer and Sentry. They're making sure Ori can't see him coming right up the hill. They'll walk TNC into the mid. Paralyzing cast can make this a little bit more problematic. Ori, he's getting a lot of damage out. Yu's going to go down. Ori will still fall for this course, but Yang's had time to TP over. Armel TPing out. One more impetus. It'll be enough damage. And Armel, not enough time on that TP to get away to safety.
Yeah, they were super ready to help out there. Might see a bit of a change up from Ori in this game. Maybe getting a little tankier in his build would be super useful. They seem to be targeting him really hard. Maybe getting one bracer or a raindrop. Anything that can give him just that little extra time for them to connect, and this could go even better.
He's already had 3 of the deaths of the 5 kills that TNC has claimed. So
they're targeting him really hard, but guess what that means? That just means the Enchantress and Jugger are having great games. And now that Gabby's playing against Ensh, you see the problem. He's getting zoned out, won't be able to farm here, and he's going to leave this lane. It's not feasible for him to stay up here. And of course, you have him power lineup. Sure, you target out one core, but you're not even targeting the guy who's going to, carry the game, which should more than likely be the Juggernaut with Empower. So the upside, of course, is the guy that they are targeting is the primary playmaker. And if you stifle Lina a bit, ViciGaming will be playing more defensively, but so far it's okay. They're getting what they need.
Yeah, TNC need to add more pressure. But they still don't have that perfect timing yet. The Infest from Gabby just being used for farming and lane presence for the moment. And Cuckoo doesn't have that delivery system with a Blink Dagger, but it looks like they're going to give him top lane. But it really does feel like SK needs to get a lot more out of this game before TNC can be properly enabled, even with Tim's toss.
Both of the items he has queued up on Sand King are super good this game. I suppose he will get the dagger first, but I still think you get Veil after that. It's incredible for your whole team. They have insane amounts of magic damage to get amplified by it. Oh, he's going to get dusted.
Right, Cuckoo, however, Burrow strikes the other side. He'll be away.
Okay, minus 90 gold. There's nobody there to help him. That kill is just flat out not happening from Yang. But maybe a bit of a fear factor going forward.
Cuckoo feels fine enough just to buy up the bottle as well. Just walk through, back up to full health and decent mana. Good timing for it as well as the 10-minute bounty runes are about to spawn. TNC's looking to fight around the bottom, but Radiant scan up on the hill. It does ping, so they're already a little bit concerned. Witch Doctor throws out the cast, won't bounce to anyone but Juggernaut. Ready to fight. They need some damage with Maldic already being committed. Ancient Apparitions back to relative safety, but with 3 seconds of the runes, Sentry wards are down. Witch Doctor getting really caught out by the Avalanche. Maybe with the heal, no, it's still not going to be enough. But ViciGaming, they want to fight. Shockwave connects onto the Infest. Tiny, where are you going? Yeah, you've got someone else inside of you now. Gabby will pop out. Paparazzi's already got the kill on Tims. Well, up on top, Cuckoo keeping Yang away from the runes, but because he barrier striked in, no escape. Sandstorm was just on cooldown. And Yang Well, you already had the dust anyway, so big kills from ViciGaming happening on both sides of the map.
And it's Siege Creep Wave. They're pushing out bottom. Enchantress is starting a push up top as well, has 2 waves. And that catapult, so bottom tower definitely going down. Mid tower, see Fade immediately walking over here to try and defend it. Will more than likely be absolutely successful. There's
trouble DY. Nah, Tims has already killed him.
Yeah, he's dead. That's really high levels on Tiny. Level 7 now, minute 10. That's great for him.
He's been involved in all of the kills. All 7. 2 kills, 5 assists.
The Force on ViciGaming are happy. We talked about this is the early game, the early stage of the game.
Skewer underneath the tier 2 tower in mid. Fade. Sonic Wave pushes him back. The Shadow Strike was going to kill him, but Armel really trying to push the issue. Ori will arrive, but it's all a little too late.
So another extra kill going the way of TNC onto Fade, but where's the tower damage? Are you limiting the ViciGaming lineup from getting what they want accomplished? They got the bottom tower, they're almost getting the top tower, and this is the farming side that's doing the pushing, right? This is the lineup that you expected would maybe be a little bit slower, and they're still the first ones to get a tower and almost get the second one. So very good news for ViciGaming.
They're trying to go off for Enchantress. The Ice Blast is coming in. They just have to hold him there, and they're able to do so. Yang!
Nice execution.
Felt really good about pushing the tower as well, but the Midas took out the catapult, and then the push power just came a little too slow, and still by himself. Just in case you needed to raise the spirits.
Yep.
So VG, like, you've still done heavy damage to the tier 1 tower up on top. You've taken the bottom tier 1 tower as well. Is this that point where you're actually happy to let the tier 1 tower go? Should the TP in?
This is pretty dangerous.
Well, here comes your avalanche already. DY, open wound stop, can't move away. Paralyzing cast, making it difficult for TNC to instantly disengage. Paparazzi has the Omni Slash available. Here comes your Ice Blast, however. Yang and Paparazzi both getting chilled to the bone. And they need more help to arrive. Fade's thinking about making his own play. He's going to skewer himself away. He wanted to skewer into the RP if they really want to have the fight, but maybe now Ori can find an exiting hero. With a Lion Strike Array, they control Cuckoo. He'll Burrow Strike away, but because he's been dusted up, one more attack. He went down to 18 HP. The Shockwave, it pulls him back down to 29. They still need one more. The Slave will reach from afar. Ori channels the power of the dragon.
Really nice
spell. The Sand King.
Super good spell casting. They hit so many things right on the edge. The Shockwave was great. The Dragon Slave in the end, just barely clipping. They get the impetus off as well before he gets down. Super nice from ViciGaming. And I thought they were going to lose this tower and maybe a couple of kills, but they end up holding it barely, and they are the ones rewarded with a tower kill. They get this on the Jugger. He's now far ahead of the curve.
He's right in front of 3 heroes.
And, yep. But he's not walking up.
All right.
Maybe old Paparazzi would have farmed that camp. But new Paparazzi.
They were hoping for it. The Ice Blast just flew straight over the top of him.
Version 2.0 does not make that mistake anymore.
And that's the kind of clean, sharp play. That's the reason why a lot of people were backing ViciGaming coming into this TI.
Yep.
Like even over teams like LGD. So Fade's getting his time to farm up inside the jungle. There's so much space in the jungles. DY earning all the fantasy points by stacking every single possible camp he can.
You love that, don't you? Do you have him in your team today?
Of course I do.
Oh, of course.
Of course I do. Like, you're 14 minutes into the game and he's got 13 fantasy points. That's how fast DY moves.
But he also has a haste now, so
yeah,
also moves fast.
That was the intended visual pun.
Oh, I didn't know you were looking at that. I'm looking at my own stuff.
I'm looking at everything, man. I see all. Gabby takes the tier 1 tower up on top. Actually, he misses the last hit on it. But still be a tier 1 tower dropping. The mid tier 1 tower is being chipped away. Fade will finally come out and defend that. But ViciGaming starting to have some damage done to their map control. Losing the tier 1 tower up on top as well as mid. This is really going to start to feel a restriction and an opportunity for TNC to at least gain some vision. If you can get those orbs down, see where Vici is moving.
I thought Vici were not going to fight the top tower, but defend everything else, or try to defend everything else in the game. But showing that they already want to defend the top tower, I think they're willing to fight for every tower on the map. The question is, are TNC? They're getting a bit surprised here in mid, have to pop the glyph.
Ice Blast is coming in. Support's arriving as well. The Ice Blast into the back lines. He'll connect over only on Fade. Cuckoo and Armel TP'd into the side trees with Tims. But Vici is fine with this. It's still going to be a 2-2 rune trade. Yang still building up, and if TNC want to fight, VG are more than ready. Level 2 Omni Slash, the Manta style is freshly done over on Paparazzi. Ori with the Yule Scepter knows he's able to control or potentially escape. The only thing they're really missing from this fight is kind of Fate's Blink Dagger. Then it feels a lot better for VG. Then there's that initiation you were talking about.
And they don't have to brute force this mid tower, but what they're accomplishing by going there is they're forcing TNC to react, and that means they're not making their own moves. So it's the good old saying, right? Sometimes a good offense is the best defense. Is that how it goes?
Yeah,
something like that. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, other way around.
No, but it was the same thing I said, just in the other order. But anyway, you get what I mean. You play aggressive, and in return, you end up defending your mid lane. Because every time they make the move first and TNC react, it's a win, as long as they're farming, too. So stretch that as far as you can, right? You know you're not playing the high stun teamfight lineup, but if you can get skirmishes going and make TNC move after you, it's good news.
Now, TNC still have more time to wait before they can fight. We actually thought the Cuckoo might go to Blink Dagger, but he went Veil and now is going into the Blink, so it still feels like it needs both items. Almost the downside about ViciGaming, yeah, you could farm up inside your own jungle, but because these tier 1 towers have been taken out, there's some safer areas for TNC to farm on bottom lane, because VG don't want to keep pressuring this. In fact, VG, they're looking for their own kind of movement. TNC is smoked up looking for something on bottom lane. No one's coming to contest that. Once again, VG arrive at the tier 1 tower at mid.
Did you notice TNC's movement there? They started making their own move towards bottom. VG start pushing in toward mid, and they'd have to cycle back in again.
Ice Blast! Ice Blast! No! Forster pushes Yang out, saving himself. And now the Ancient Apparition trapped underneath the Juggernaut. Sand King is dying in the backlines too. The Maledict, I think it's actually... Going to end up popping him off camera. Yep, that's what happens. Yule Scepter is just the catch out. Amel can't move anywhere with the RP and Omni Slash. TNC are playing stuck in the mud. And
Doesn't look like much with a 2k gold lead, but this kind of lineup hits this crit ahead already, 2,000 gold ahead of the lifesteal up, give him an Aegis.
And he's always got so many damn steps while the Omni Slash was still going. This is what TNC wanted. The creep, the Death Ward, the Ori buff. That's the first reveal of the Shadow Blade.
Nowadays, but a meat and another escape tool. Yeah, it seems like every time TNC gets our carry, so the trade-off once again, 1,000 in 1 minute because of the kill.
He's the money for the point booster now. Ice Blast, if it did connect, he also now has the blink. See, and if it's just not a team fight, I'd look
here right now. I think they're gonna wait for the lifesteal.
Other items though, which let them fight. Like, obviously range with the Ice Blast, but the is there enough momentum in TNC to actually justify an Orchid pickup?
The Lina has Shadow Blade and Staff, so if she gets Orchid, she can reposition herself.
Yeah.
It's a bit tricky for TNC, honestly. Like, have the tools to fight with. Just go to a tower and be like, hey, Vici, come at us. We're stronger than you, come fight us. Because your tower may be a Desolator before he truly starts hitting these towers, and he can't realistic afterwards.
And he's not going Desolator yet. The rating, yeah.
So it's just, yeah. This time right drawing the opponent, and it missed. It just didn't happen. So now you're back on.
4 heroes together, showing up to the top lane to push it out, but it's Fade. ViciGaming just move a little bit to the side. Tim's review from Cuckoo. Arriving, and like they have an opportunity, and they definitely do. Blink just very much caught out. The full stuff, he'll wind the back lines, and not in the position that Vici wanted to.
They got the easy to kill heroes magic burst, and you see what he is quick. So it's good, not good, and they're going to be forced back.
Are up again. There's a double damage rune. Ari actually gave his bottle over to Juggernaut. So
oh, quick reaction.
He realized he was underneath the sentry. Definitely kicking in now. DY already gets. Can either team really go into the pit though? Like without, because it feels to whoever is first.
You're kind of risking a lot, because if an Ice Blast, the same thing to jump in, you could suddenly start losing the problem. You can't kill Roche very fast.
He's actually able to get the avalanche off. They've arrived, and Tims will die in the tree.
Yeah. They're going to Cantress up once her TP is ready to try to see.
Yeah, look how fast Ori has moved over. Just every stun available, and it was just like, I cannot help.
He can't help. The guy, this is something we've talked about, and be extra wary of what heroes you're showing. Multiple lanes. There's nobody who's going to...
That Observer Ward, they're trying to use it again. Still 30 seconds. The jump comes in. A Bar Strike being used to fence, they would have just instantly gone. That's a double bar. If you're TNC, your eyes light up for it.
If you're committing on Jugger and you don't kind of Juggernaut game, this is right now. Game that Paparazzi we're trying to find that TNC. Let's go. Other team doesn't present. An easier
the opportunity that they're really hoping for. VG and clustered team fight. But it aims to farm up. That butterfly is rapidly team type of thing. BKB is done. Ari's going to hit the line strike array, but Apara's
And ViciGaming just keep. Doesn't really matter. There's nothing up there right now. Tims will still go there because it's the best play. Force a reaction that can ultimately. And the pushing threat is not. ViciGaming are totally fine with just clearing out. They're choosing to smoke.
Yeah.
Seeing an
entry, but Avalanche toss with the Ice Blast. This if they wanted, but you'll take what you can get.
And in this situation, because in the dark, the moves that they need to use this threat of killing the Roche or of win for TNC, but
yeah,
no pro left that will win them the game, and that's that big. Team fights. Maybe it can get one pick up here or there. Maybe you got to aim bigger. Yeah,
it's going to be difficult. So off whoever you can, back up, but eventually they'll need to have an answer to Pepper.
As the butterfly purchased, he's going to go top.
It's
60 edge creep.
Edge creep.
Where? I guess.
Must be on the other side.
He probably lost it. He has a wolf right now.
Cuckoo. And that feels like bait. Cuckoo blinks for the 4-stars. Oryx just pushed away. The backlines. DY can't do enough to be pushed away. He does have the life stealer inside. Pit 2-1 now blink. Oh, Gabby with him.
We're both die. Heal didn't really win the exchange, but it's fair.
Vortex is giving some information. Tims just had to toss his tree in, but with the Vortex, Tims, you can see him. He knows he's got an observer and sentry around the side, but wait, he didn't realize there was a dire observer right above. 4-star. He'll try and dodge the stuns. Throws out the avalanche. Here comes your Ice Blast as well. He's going to find inside the pit. Tims is the only one hit by that, and that's an ally. Gabby, how can he get away? 3 seconds till Infest up the hill, continues to raid, continues to toggle, and he does have the distance. All right, time jump to Dragon. That'll be a little bit more immune up. Tims, he's in it once again. Another huge avalanche, but where's the follow-up? Yang, Paparazzi, Ori, they're still up on the high ground. A double burrow strike from Cuckoo is buying space for Tims. He's just hiding inside the trees. Stay away from him, Yang. No, not gonna happen. Trees are not safety. Tiny will buy back once again underneath the shrine. DY, he's trapped down. Gabby able to get back-to-back kills, but Tims, who does he want? He's still realizing that there's just vision absolutely everywhere, but now Armel jumps in once more.
Looking
Fade
for a
is
target, won't happen.
So patient outside. He's just waiting on the low ground for TNC to make any misstep so he can blink RP with that empowered Jugger.
Back to Roshan. SK prepping the epi, blinks forward, hits the Burrow Strike, over towards Selena. He's under his own sentry ward, so he feels okay inside this sandstorm, but still both the abilities from Ori able to connect. Fade looking for the skewer, blindly attempting to drag him away, but it won't happen.
Still overall a net game for ViciGaming in these last 2 minutes with tons of fighting. They're still the ones coming out on top. TNC using buybacks on both the AA as well as the Tiny. And keep in mind, ViciGaming took these fights without using RP.
Yep.
So it can get worse than that very quickly. You've got to be super mindful of your positioning.
But that's also props to TNC for their positioning. Here we go again for Roshan. Tims not realizing the dire observe ward was on top of the hill, but great force staff. Getting some distance. But they were definitely looking for the fight on Roshan. That's why that AA blast ended up in the pit, not out the front of it. Don't know how you can actually highlight that entire thing, because it kept going on for a good minute and a bit.
That's a very long fight.
The Saturmine Steel is watching Roshan. This Observer and Sentry actually down from the Radiant, just north of the pit. That's actually what gave Tiny his confidence to do what he did, but now it's going to get de-warded out. We've got a Gem of True Sight over on Ori. No more hiding. Ice Blast coming in. DY, 4-star, tries to just push him out. Not chilled up. The RP. It does catch out Gabby. He's raised up the Sonic Wave. It's huge from Marmel. He blinks in with a scream. Cuckoo needs some distance. Burrow Strike coming off cooldown. Now he'll die through the middle of the burrow. And TNC have been fighting in to ViciGaming and eventually had to bite him in the butt. One support for 2 cores, 3 cores.
It feels so hard to play Queen of Pain in this situation. You want to blink in, you want to cast your spells, but you're just exposing yourself to jump up.
Oh, back out again. Take the paralyzing consequence, but still on you back. Where do you think you're going? A Burrow Strike, huge from Cuckoo, combining with Gabby. He actually gets the MGS, and also the Ice Blast paparazzi. It doesn't clip him, he's just fast enough, but it's not fast enough to run away from Gabby. He's just gonna stay right on the back of that one and move to the next target. Enchantress just above Roshan. Ori's trying to force Gabby away inside the jungle and down the hill. Another Yule Scepter. Up he goes. Light Strike Array follow-up. Won't happen. Rage is there to protect Gabby. As TNC are on the retreat. Now it's TNC who forced the buybacks out from VG, Jugger, Mag, and Witch Doctor all committing them.
That was huge from them. This combination is massively important for the outcome of this game. If they are to win, that's the play that did it.
They're going to finish Roshan. RP's down, so they're feeling confident about this.
And I think Vici are going to let them have it. They can't.
Oh, watch Fade, watch Fade, watch Fade. He wants to jump in, and okay, no, stop watching Fade. It ain't going to happen anymore.
I stopped watching Fade a moment ago.
Okay, maybe we should start watching him again. He may actually go down. Overstaying his welcome. The Ice Blast comes in. He'll shatter with a Burrow Strike from Cuckoo. They keep the control up. And Fade is dead for a very long time. He committed the buyback before, so TNC with a fresh Aegis in hand, they're going to push down mid.
Yep. No RP for 60 seconds. And that's the big teamfight tool that they have to be scared of when they're playing into ViciGaming. But now that it's not available, sure, there's this strong Jugger, but he doesn't have Empower. Empower is dead, RP is dead. They might just choose to go high ground with this. It's not going to be that easy, but it's easily the best opportunity they've had all game to do something big.
They need some good wave clear now, ViciGaming. And it looks like TNC, they're not going to push the issue. They're coming back. They're looking towards the jungle. The Juggernaut's already grabbed the bottom lane. It's going to push out with his Manta units.
And I would have loved to see them go high ground there. I think this is a missed opportunity. I don't think it's going to get much easier than this. You have this Aegis for 5 minutes. You can start poking this tower, see what you can get out of it while Empower is not there. Now instead, you're going to be facing ViciGaming at more than likely full force when it happens again. I reckon they will be smoking for the Bounty Rune fight, potentially if there is a smoke available. There is one on DY. He's not pulling it out, though, just yet.
Oh, he's spending his time taunting in front of the tier 3 tower with paparazzi. Just like, okay, guys, let's get back into this. They're actually pinging out where they believe the Observer Ward is, and they're actually 100% right. The Sentry is in range, but someone needs to actually cut through the tree before they'll see it. But don't worry, that's why DY's got a Quelling Blade. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Wow, it's actually going to stay there. All right. And that's 4 runes for TNC as well.
Tims grabs the top one. Now Hex put to work with Laguna Blade. Ice Blast flying forward. Ori moves away. But the money starts rolling in.
Not that much though. Like we're still changing the graph around. It's about 12,500 be the net worth going the way of TNC. It's back to around 7.5k.
It's back
the
to 5.
Experience is swinging up too. It's actually kicking. Yeah, it is. The graph is not keeping up with the board above.
And the win expectancy went from clearly in ViciGaming's favor to actually slightly favoring TNC now all of a sudden. Big loss from ViciGaming in the last 5 minutes.
Still feels like Vici have a lot to work with though.
They do, absolutely.
Because they just reset and start this all over again. You've lost a little bit of map control, but you've got everything you need for a team fight.
You do, but if this Roshan situation doesn't happen, you've got the game completely under control. And instead, you open up an opportunity for TNC to get a couple of kills and an Aegis, and suddenly they now, it's not just, you know, they're getting towers because of this. They got the mid tier 2, they're getting the top tier 2 when everything was on lock. The map is going to feel open. And there's right now it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Fade on his Magnus this game. He's super good on this hero, but if you're playing against world-class teams, it can be difficult to find that great RP. It doesn't have to be multiple heroes necessarily, but he needs to find the right guy that he can connect the Jugger to, kill with Omni Slash, and snowball the fight from there.
Man, Tim's, you're living life on the edge when you go and do that. He just, oh, TY, a Fade. Can't get close enough to him. They knew he was up in the trees. He avalanched the Juggernaut underneath the tier 3 tower. Blinks, 4 staffs, TPs, and only barely gets out. But you're definitely seeing like that kind of play. That's confidence there from TNC. That's them looking to have Tims jump in and not even just try and find something now, but always make ViciGaming look behind them.
Yep.
Play the erratic style of Dota that TNC is able to crush teams with.
So what big... Oh, they saw the smoke. They never de-warded the ward, and they actually smoked at this exact spot. TNC know it's coming. This could be huge for them. They can bait the Lifestealer with the Aegis in front.
Where do you fight? Where do they want to be?
On their own high ground. If they run into Lifestealer, he can just straight run into them and start this fight off.
It seems like a very odd place to throw down a Sandstorm, though, because if ViciGaming see this, it's like, this Tornado does not look natural.
Alina does have the Scythe to open with, and they do have the BKB on Enchantress as well, so these new toys for ViciGaming can become very useful. Also, BKB on Jugger, 10 seconds on him. But they don't find any opening.
No, but they did see the Kobold Soldier moving around, which kind of told them that TNC was up near the shrine, or at least one player was. So they were a little bit more cautious about moving forward. So just leave 2 Observer Wards behind. But yeah, man, they really need to find that. The Observer Wards, like, it's 1 minute and 42 seconds away from full duration, but it has definitely done its job. Now TNC can look to fight on their own terms.
Yep.
Lifestealer for the first time as well has actually cracked the top 3, the top 2 in the net worth position. I say that as Ori just gets a little bit more farm, but like,
but yeah, he's caught up, right?
Yeah,
that's
you're keeping up with it with the Magnus empowered lineup. Obviously, Ori doesn't get anywhere near as much from it.
Aegis down.
Yep. Waited out the time.
And this mid lane is being a bit annoying for ViciGaming. We'll have to deal with it. They're actually going to TP back the Magnus, just full on retreat. We're not going to push out any more than this. We got it across the river and a little bit further on bottom. Time to take care of the lanes. Stabilize again so we don't get caught. And just farm the triangle as well with Jugger every minute when it respawns.
It feels like a lot of safety.
Yeah.
It's only a couple of years ago when TNC actually came to the playoffs at TI and started just toppling down teams because they thought, okay, yeah, we'll just keep fighting into them. We'll fuel the beast. And VG understand, they just got to change the tempo up. What was it, like BHA was saying, like, as long as you control up the map area, you'll forever scale with this empower buff up.
Yeah.
But when do you reach the limit? When does Paparazzi hit a point where it's like, okay, I cannot grow anymore?
Well, it's not only Paparazzi, right? It's not the classic way of thinking about Magnus and Power with these other 2 heroes, but both Enchantress and Lina are actually hitting hard. Lina went for a physical build. Went this hybrid where he started with the Yules and Shadowblade, and now he's transitioning with Fiery Soul Stack talent, attack range talent, health, so he's more sustainable in the fights, and now he's going deadless. So you empower this guy, he's going to hit like a truck as well, and that's the kind of hero that Lifestealer doesn't like to face in late game. It's one that has massive range, can hit him from anywhere he wants, and actually force him out of the fight during rage. That is the worst case for him. Another smoke. Man, these smokes just seem to not be working in this game. Like, nobody is finding anything. They're trying, but VG are on the exact opposite side of the map.
The only ones from VG who are even in a position where you could have gone was Ori, who was under the cover of Shadowblade and has a Gem of True Sight. So, like, how does TNC smoke when they can't even keep their vision game up? I like it from VG's warding. What do? They control up the bottom half of, like, literally the bottom half of their side. Like a little early warning detection plus anything that comes near the Trinity camp, and then a very, very defensive ward on the hillside, watching the mid, making sure there's no gank in the lane. Everything else, they're just leaving to TNC.
It's like a roughly 50-50 split on the map, so not really too much advantage going either way.
But no one has vision on the other side of the map, really, apart from that one observed ward, which is now timed out. Tims. He blinked up there. he'll force stuff down.
Ori's fast. Ori's real fast.
5 seconds. Here's the Eul Scepter up and towards the air. Life Striker array connects. Nice. And we'll see just how tanky Tims can be. Supports arrive from Paparazzi. Death Ward also being committed. And Tims protected by the Ghost Scepter, but that amplifies up for Laguna from Ori.
Leave the game.
Yeah, leave it for 100 seconds. TNC. Okay, so you just lost one. What's your reaction? All right, let's group up and try and fight. Cuckoo's ready in the tree lines. Fade, he's going to walk into them, the sentry ward. Okay, no, blink into the lane instead. Fade has dust available, so if he wants to jump, he can.
Enchantress is far away, though, and they're not really interested in fighting without her. So what they will accomplish is exactly what's being drawn by Tims right now. This is where they are. They own this part of the map. We need to start pushing out the bottom side, so they're starting to rotate all their heroes bottom. And in the meantime, Paparazzi and Ori will start pushing out mid with the hope of getting the mid-tier 2 tower and protecting Roshan, which is currently being ice blasted.
He's 1 minute away from spawning.
Yep.
But ViciGaming, well, if no one's going to defend mid, they'll take the tier 2 tower. Seems easy enough. Paparazzi claims the last hit. And the pressure on bottom lane will be able to reach the tier 1 tower on bottom lane. That's actually not taking a single point of damage. ViciGaming's off lane tower Tims. Burrow strikes forward, live stealer, being very patient. The Paparazzi just, yep, fortification actually gets wasted. There's no real creep wave with them. So they just burn it. It does help the push on bottom lane a little bit, but that's it.
I think the backdoor protection was not kicking in at all. They had a creep wave before. But maybe Paparazzi would have still been scared to continue going. I think the glyph was what made him back off, though. So you have to scare him away somehow.
VG still want to try and fight. They've got this great Observer Ward and Sentry down. There's just no way that TNC can surprise them by moving up. In fact, right now, Cuckoo playing around that exact vision. The up hit, the Eul Scepter, the missed timing. This is not good for ViciGaming. Now they can Burrow Strike and turn around to the backline. Enchantress and Witch Doctor already dead. Who's the next target? TP out from Fade. No, he can't do it. There's a Eul Scepter from Queen of Pain. That'll cancel that one out. So Mag will try and run. Look at the bash on Juggernaut. He can't TP out. Not with the spin. The Burrow Strike forward, even catching Ori and Tims with another double stun. And just back to back to back stunning. Paparazzi, he'll go up in the air once again. Is there a follow-up connector? There's another bash out from Gabby. He just keeps letting it rip his Tims. Burrow strikes forward. What else has he got? There's a Sonic Wave from Armel to bring down Paparazzi and Witch Doctor. It'll be a die back for DY. Cuckoo's not done yet. He Burrow strikes forward, but he cannot connect on the Lina. One small mistake from ViciGaming and TNC pounce like the Tigers they are.
Ooh, that RP, Toby, that was not good. That was not good from Fade. He wanted to catch the Sand King before the Eul, but they mistimed it completely. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of this, but
I'm sure we will. Just as Roshan's going to go down to
that is
TNC.
Worst case scenario. You want to RP the Lifestealer so you can Omni-Slash him. Instead, he tries to RP the Sand King. It misses. We're going to see it here. So, just barely... Wait, was that even his own Eul? I think it was, and not the Lina's, hopefully. But
it was the S-case.
Unlucky on the Omni-Slash. If he keeps continuing on the Lifestealer with that, maybe he can even kill him off. And then the bash too. Everything aligning for Gabby. He didn't have the MKB. He could have easily hit and missed some more attacks on the Butterfly, but they get the bash and they get the good Omni-Slash RNG, and all of a sudden, TNC are in the lead.
And look what they do instantly too. Infest the Lifestealer into Cuckoo. He'll beat him to the bottom lane. They want to start taking some of these towers. The Ice Blast is checking the tree line, so Gabby, he's just got a little bit of extra cover. Don't have a Tinker Ward, use an Ice Blast. They want to remove all these outer towers. And to think like ViciGaming's early pressure, they're going to be the first team to actually lose all outer towers. TNC still hold their tier 2 tower on top lane.
Yep.
I'm liking this item pickup. Aeon Dish from Enchantress, because she seems to just be going on and just
blasted. Not even a chance for a BKB.
You need to find a way for Lina to start the fight, I think. You can't rely on the RP, and you can't really rely on any of that. That's the limitation of the lineup that we've talked about, that they don't have very much in the way of catch. Lina has the Hex, so you need to fight in vision, start with the Hex, follow up, and when TNC respond, that's when you can get that big RP. For now, TNC still seem unable to push high ground, but they made up so much ground in terms of the economy.
Oh yeah, we've moved from a 13,000 to now a 7,000, 8,000 advantage for TNC, but the experience graph swings 25 grand. It's looking good for TNC, but can they still hold it? There's still the chance that ViciGaming, obviously they're a world-class team. If they just get one good fight, we can swing back the other way.
It's a Magnus game. You can't fall asleep at any point. You need to non-stop watch the positioning of your cores. Unless Fade sets you up for success, then you don't need to watch for it. So he has to be a little bit more patient. Just don't jump for these reckless RPs. Even if he lands that on the Sand King and they kill him, he could just buy back and TP on his shrine, and then you don't have an RP for that fight. So no matter how you look at it, that is not the way you approach this fight.
Ice Blast coming in, Paparazzi's in trouble, the Pyro Strike's already connected, quick force stop, gets Paparazzi further away, he's able to get to the spin, but Fade, he had to sacrifice himself. That's also the gem of True Sight, being lost from Vici without the buyback available. Paparazzi will move up, but Yang also force stop back inside the base. No RP available, BKB burnt on the Juggernaut. Watch that buyback marker. 3 of them are in the red for ViciGaming because 3 of them are all on cooldown. But it's the 2 bigger cores from VG that have that second life.
Great heads-up play from Armel. The moment they went on that guy, he jumped and silenced the Magnus.
And Yang's burning so much mana just to get this little harassment damage into Gabby. They'll pick him up. Protection is there from Aeon Disc.
Oh, good damage.
Yeah. And hey, remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal, so he's fine to tank it.
Yep. Vici are doing everything they can to buy time. They're even sending down a converted Lifestealer Illusion down the mid lane. And that will actually force Cuckoo back. He has travels though.
Yeah, he can come straight back again.
But it's buying that time. Every second right now is about getting Magnus up and alive. You've lost so much damage when this guy is dead. Empowers for Jugger, Empower for Ench, Empower for Lina, and that RP. It's very, very important.
Fun item for Paparazzi to finish. Refresher Orb just sitting in the backpack for the moment. He needs everything to fight, but I think he also understands, like, Juggernauts really fall off once they've already burned the Omni Slash. Yeah. Now he's able to have it twice, as well as the BKB twice.
I think he's going to activate his Omni Slash, and then he's going to swap it in for Phase Boots, and then refresh and go for it again, or swap it in. You've got to swap it in for Phase. I don't think you can swap any of the other items.
He needs everything else. Jang, there's your jump in. Ice Blast is coming in towards the Enchantress. The Force Off will get around. Paparazzi already the spin. Armel's in pretty deep. BKB also bashed up, stunned up, maybe a little too deep. Armel, he's going to go down. He never even was able to trigger the cheese. Hex over on Gabby with the good play. The RP from Fade. It'll connect with the double light strike array. Stunned up for days as TNC 2D. Gabby will try and run back up the hill. Fade wants to stay with him, and he actually infested. He blinks over to the side. Tims, how many times can he be the get out jail free card underneath the Dire Reps Overlord? They see him, the skill up, it'll cancel everything. Back into Paparazzi, back in the fight. You'll end up losing Fade once again, but he's the sacrificial lamb. Ori's moved in with his own Hex, controlling Tims on the sideline. They'll have to finish one then the other, or Gabby can just go full Artur, trying to actually get more kills. He's picked up the support. Now they're going to focus on him. Tims ready for his own combination. He'll jump in for the 3-man avalanche. Tosses Gabby, wants to fight. The Eldest making it difficult to find kills. Ori protected by the BKB, but Gabby gets the bash jump. Still trying to fight this one out. Has he got the damage with the bash on Yang? Gabby wants to be the real immortal. They'll turn back over to Tims. ViciGaming, they just can't decide who they want to kill. The TP out from Lifesteal will be successful on 400 HP. Tims, can he get out as well? Back past the creep wave. They can't reach him. They're away.
How many Lifestealer moments do we need in this tournament? I mean, sure he doesn't get lifesteal, but they kited. That was like a 30, 40 second kiting, basically, and they both get out alive. Beautifully done by TNC, apart from the part where they dove the base and went too deep.
That face from Gabby, yeah!
But the end of it was cool, so. Bounty rune time.
You know, this game started off looking like it could be a very one-sided affair from ViciGaming, but here they go again. But Gabby is there. He'll get the hit. The Abyssal Blade's done, plus the follow-up. Ice Blast. Well, the Yorceptor will kick in, but straight back down again to death.
the confidence from TNC to send these heroes up there. They're playing 3-on-5 right now in that situation. If there were more heroes from ViciGaming, that could have been a travesty. They could have just died, both of them. But they took the risk. They get the rune and a kill. And it's a big kill too. It's the Lina. Dead for 80 seconds. This is a bit of a moment of opportunity. No Roshan, of course, but you can at least re-establish map control.
You still have Juggernaut forcing out the lanes, and Paparazzi is still the biggest hero on the map. Gabby is definitely getting good. We're actually seeing this whole little chase again, but you are getting the Abyssal Blade timing arriving for the Juggernaut. He doesn't have enough of a surplus to buy the entire thing, but the other damage is also arriving. The Daedalus is now done for Ori. It felt like an age ago that he started to build into this. But at least it's done. He decided to get the control with the Hex first.
There's more than enough damage on ViciGaming's lineup. It's about if they can keep heroes in place and kill them. The lifesteal is a problem. He's kiting them. There's Force Staff, there's Yules, there's...
So that's why you're seeing Magnus building into a Refresher Orb as well.
Yeah, that's a bit ambitious.
I just need a second RP, but that's a lot of money.
You don't need the second one, you just need the first one. Just hit it.
If at first you don't succeed.
Just do it, dude. Just RP them. Easier said than done.
Yeah, that sounds like your pub games.
Yeah. Why don't you RP the whole team? But absolutely, Fate. This has not been Fate's best game, though. To be fair, he's had some questionable decisions, and it's also in part been because they consider him a save in the sense that Jugger will go in front. They're going to turn him around and force him away, and then, well, guess what? Fate just gets blink orchided by Quap and killed off. Where it's happened 2 or 3 times. Whenever Mag gets caught by the Queen, it's a huge play for TNC, and I think Fate should be itemizing for that situation. I think getting a Yule's Scepter in this game would be very, very useful.
Yep.
But he doesn't seem to be planning for it. He's going for the big item that's just so far away.
It's kind of hoping the TNC is just going to fight directly
into
them.
nullifier.
But ViciGaming, yeah, they're looking for a big fight if they can claim one. But with the nullifier and lifesteal, Storm may be disabled up. Yang's bringing an Aghanim Scepter into this fight. They're able to get the range, the Hex off. They need to get this quick kill over on Cuckoo. He's been such a problem for them with a blink skewer back. They have him dead for 100 seconds. Roshan will respawn in 1 minute and 15 seconds. That'll be the next timing to watch, but you still need to get control of the lanes. TNC, they're pushed out top, they're pushed out bottom.
And they're infesting.
Well, there she... Of course, you're 1 player down. What do you do with your TNT? Let's go and fight. Do they use any major abilities? No. Does that matter? No. I think the surplus is almost enough for the Juggernaut to buy the Abyssal Blade. Feels like Paparazzi kind of needs that. So much space is being created by Gabby just by getting this initial jump in with Burst Strike, the perfectly timed Abyssal Blade, and then he's even getting bashes on top of this. Just because of that insane attack speed he's able to achieve.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure about Ori going for this MKB instead of maybe a Lincoln Sphere. For that exact reason. Like, you're getting blink stunned and you die in the fight. That's just the life of Lina late game. You're not a tanky enough hero. Or Tim's.
Well, he's just sitting there in lane.
He's trying
to play it out. How much damage have you got, Ori? Putting it to the test from inside the trees. He's a little bit more. Ghost Head will protect the rest of VG around Roshan, but Ori's just going to do this solo. Tim's is down.
Very nicely done.
And Roshan spawning in 3 seconds time.
I think that was actually a perfect kill. I don't think he could have done anything better.
Look at this from VG. They know Yang's the one that could be protected thanks to his Aeon Disc. They'll get rid of that vision of TNC around Roshan. And they're actually going for more. They're coming over. 4-star Finn. That long range damage, but that's why Glimmer Cape, level of protect is available, but he comes in range with the jab. That Aghanim Scepter buff up with Empower.
Yes,
and
so
Yang
hard.
just,
Impetus talent, damage talent, Empower, the 2 range items. He 3-shot the AA.
Now they go for Roshan. Nope. Ori wants to finish that top tier 2 tower with Paparazzi. The creep wave will probably do it for them. Well, they're coming back over. They want Roshan still. And the creep wave actually doesn't do it. You've got Cuckoo and Armel. They have an infested lifestealer inside of Cuckoo. With the Gem of True Sight, what have we got? There's an Observer Ward to the north. There isn't a sentry, however, but Roshan's dying so quickly. If they don't jump now, they can never jump. Cuckoo looking for the moment. Go now. It's already too late. Aegis Immortal is taken. The cheese is up as well. Refresher Shark grabbed by the Enchantress. She won't want to keep that. That goes to the Magnus. That's how you get 2 RPs. Not buying a Refresher Orb.
And he lines up the Shadow Blade instantly too.
It was how Fade was communicating with his team. He was like, I need this item. We need the third Roche. My quick buy. If we don't get the third Roche, guys, you know what I'm buying.
It's like, I can't buy a refresher up, guys. I'm too broke.
Yeah.
That Observer and Sentry needs to get... Okay, well, they'll drop the Sentry anyway. Well, yeah, you see the obs, guys.
This Enchantress is starting to be a really big problem now. Since they can't kill it. Oh,
catching out Ori.
That's a freebie.
Yeah, that's the Aegis Immortal gone. Infest Cuckoo, get me out of here. I need an evacuation chopper right now.
Great kill. Very nice.
That's really going to put dampener in the sails of ViciGaming.
Again.
Again.
Feels like every time in the last 30 minutes that they have a huge advantage.
Ori, he's so close to all of TNC. Just after what happened, the Lincoln Sphere will break. They don't get the opportunity. Oh, Cuckoo! Just so short the RP! We'll hold him in the ice blast! It's Gabby! He needs that life! He's a life stealer! Cuckoo, heals him up, stun him up, Light Strike Array, or get the following stun, even if Cuckoo does change position. Laguna Blade is out, Cuckoo is down, the Gem of True Sight has been dropped. And VG are looking to fight once more, down through the mid. The wind dropped from the sail. But I'm thinking they're blowing strong again.
He used the refresher already on Merrick. He is super ready to go. The call's been made. We're going to fight them again. Jugger, however, did not swap in his refresher orb, so doesn't have Omnislash ready in this RP.
No, but he's still got his BKB, and that's what he's probably thinking about.
Yep.
If he uses already, he won't have the second immunity. First buyback comes in. It's going to be the SK. Paparazzi stays on the front lines. Spin will give him the protection. Ice Blast will arrive. Tiny, the BKB from Paparazzi gives him the protection to keep walking. It's a two-man RP. We'll try and push him away. Ghost Hunter protecting Tim for the moment. The bash is over on Queen of Pain. She can't take with a power strike. Sonic Wave! Layer it on! ViciGaming! 3 players down. It's about to be 4. Yang has no way to escape. And ViciGaming, they thought they could push. They took a tier 3 tower, but that's all they will take. And in fact, they'll have to expend their buybacks. TNC are looking for a push back the other way.
That is a perfect combo from TNC, but man, 3-man RP, you don't have Omnislash? He had it in backpack, the refresher orb, he swaps it in, he refreshes, and then the fight is lost. If he has Omnislash in that RP, I think ViciGaming get 2 or 3 core kills. Instead now they're back with their backs against the wall.
2 buybacks burnt. Gabby comes high ground.
That's just some, I don't know, it feels like miscommunication, right? Fade is like, we're gonna go for this, guys. We're gonna go, I'm using refresher, we're taking this fight. Paparazzi's like, okay, but I don't want to refresher my ulti. So if you get a great ulti, I mean, let's see if we can kill them all. And guess what? They couldn't. They needed an Omnislash in that fight badly. And the combo from TNC was just sick too. You have to be very careful as ViciGaming to fight into any high ground on the map just because of how much of a sudden burst is just going to come out of nowhere. Epicenter with Veil, Tiny combo, Ice Blast, Sonic Wave.
See what Tiny's going for as well? He's got Octarine Call lined up with 9.2k sitting in the bank.
He should really buy it.
Yeah, he really should.
10,000 gold on this support.
Just give cheese over to somebody else.
Hello? Buy your item?
It's 3.4k.
Why is he not buying it? They're standing on the high ground.
It's a very good question, but
okay, he wants to kill the wave. Now he's going to buy it. Surely. Surely now he's buying it. Okay, he is actually.
Yeah.
Nope.
Wait, no. Yes? No. Hang on. Meanwhile, back at the mid fight.
Hey, your entire item is this
like
dude.
We
you
could
just
be
walk
watching
next to sells all the stuff you need.
We could be watching the double RP, but instead we're just watching the small screen at the bottom. But that Sonic Wave, that was sweet.
Perfect combo.
The combo that TNC was looking for. The hilarious thing is too, like Vici need to cluster for that to happen. Retreat down mid lane, that's what happens. You're still just watching him with almost 8k gold on himself now.
I'm striking. I'm not casting until he buys an item. Come on, dude.
Sorry. Welcome to Cinder and Airlines, where you will not get flown.
10,000 gold, buy an item. I'm getting triggered. This reminds me of
Sentry. Yang.
He's trying to get rid of it. They're coming out with a gem. They get rid of the sentry to begin with, but now Blink
that's right.
in through the rear. This is a huge kill if they can claim him, and they've got him. Juggernaut is down. Buyback is available. Yang's having a hard time walking away. It's the cold feet slowing him up. Tim's going in once again. He won't kill you with damage. He'll kill you with 10,000 gold.
Maybe he thinks he does more damage the more gold he
gets. What is this, gambler?
Yeah.
Actually, wait, that was his ability, right?
Yeah, he had something that was well, the whole hero was built around gold.
Hence called the gambler.
Oh, okay, he changed his mind. Now he wants to not buy an Aghanims. Yep, indeed. He's just gonna walk past the okay.
Oh, Tim's, get something, please. Buy a moonshot for somebody else.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Gabby will take a moonshot.
He has 9,000 surplus. I mean, the explanation has to be he's really unsure what the best item is. He just can't decide what he wants.
Can we just have we need to have a conference. The fate of TNC must be decided in a committee.
Okay, so let's think about it for a second. Maybe he's debating if he should go be another core in the game, because he has so much gold that he can actually go Ags Daedalus, for example, and do massive physical damage into the Jugger. Because he was hovering the Octarine, and he was like, maybe this is a better way of doing it. Okay, he's gonna buy the Ags.
Okay.
And Daedalus.
That's because Ancient Apparition has already bought his Aghanim Scepter, so he's waiting for the big surprise combination.
He was waiting to have the gold for everything at once.
Yes.
He checked, he pulled out his calculator. It's like, what is... I don't remember how much expensive these items are.
Plus a surplus of 900 gold. It's all part of the plan. This is why you don't question a pro player.
He was hovering an Octarine core for like 3 minutes before.
Okay, that's why you question a pro player.
But yeah, okay, Tim's is dangerous.
Okay, back to the focus.
So much damage now.
Tim's does a crap ton. He doesn't have a Faceless Void to combo with, but that's fine. We're 62 minutes into this game, and ViciGaming are just trying to keep their lanes pushed out. TNC are doing a very good job of keeping them down. Maybe not exactly where Faye wants to be, but he's checking hillsides with the gem.
TNC ended up not pushing with the Jugger kill too. They actually didn't force a buyback, so Paparazzi gets to have this buyback in the defense.
Yeah, that's a good board to keep up. How many buybacks do you have available? You've still got another 3 minutes to count down for a lot of the ViciGaming players. But the same thing can be said for the Lifestealer. He's dead for a while. But they're coming out, Vici. They're on a ward mission. Either that, they're on a rune mission, but I hate to tell you, it's been taken. There's no double damage for you. Roshan may respawn in 15 seconds. But they've come out. They're not under the cover of smoke. They're not under any observer walls. In fact, they're just putting down Roche wards. That's what they're preparing for. But Infest into Cuckoo. Is it go time once more? The Radiant scan hits perfectly on ViciGaming. And they're actually crossing over even further out.
So what Vici are doing is they're leaving the Lina in base, who has Boots of Travel level 2 and buyback. So worst case scenario, she gets jumped and killed, but she has the buyout. Best case scenario, this squad that they've sent out on a mission will find something that Lina can teleport into.
Going forward, there's his jump forward. The Burrow Strike, well off target. Now it's Armel caught. He has to BKB and blink himself away to safety. Yang's looking for the target. All the colors of the rainbow. Going over towards Gabby, dropping him down by half life. But they got more. Ice Blast, that's coming a little late. Just don't trigger that one. Actually, no, he did. All the way back at Fountain. Information given. So SKBT's at the bottom lane. Again, TNC just turning this into a side lane push, but Roshan spawned really early. So he's already available for everybody. And this guy comes with everything. He's the Super Size Me Roshan. Refresher Shard, Aghanim Scepter upgrade, Aegis, and Cheese. He comes with everything. I feel like it's a McDonald's menu.
Well, gotta put it in order first.
Well, Paparazzi, order up. Goes in for Roshan.
Oh, TNC cannot let this happen. There is no way they let this happen.
They're so quick about it. The Dire is scanning. Here comes your Ice Blast. This will scout out what's happening. Roshan, he's taking a while to kill off. TPs are coming over. Cuckoo's already there. He's already got a friend inside. And now he'll walk out underneath everybody. But where's the catch? Is the Hex already over Armel? Down the lane. The Shadow Blade from Fade. He wants to jump. He bought this item just for this, to hit that 1 RP.
So Ori managed to get the Hex off, but Force Staff Glimmer Cape easily saves the Queen of Pain.
And we're back to square one. Sandstorm.
Sandstorm playing Fire Strike. Catches two with the Infest pop-up. They're able to keep the chase going. Who can they kill off? Magnus is low. He cannot be low. He needs to RP right now, but he's muted. Silenced up. 2 heroes down without the buyback. Mel's battling from the high ground, giving the anticipation line to level 4. However, Ori, he's just trying to be the leader cannon up on the hillside. Run away. The bounty's not worth the Juggernaut because Tim's is back in once again with a double stun. The BKB's protecting Yang, and now SK's down. Buyback, you may as well keep this fight going. Tim's got on the wrong side of the cliff. 3 heroes down. ViciGaming, however, do not have buyback on 2 of theirs, but Roshan, he's not looking that many of his wounds.
Why are all of ViciGaming's best team fights when Magnus dies without RPing? And all of the worst ones are when they RP. I don't understand, Toby.
They perform under pressure.
Fade, die, and then we'll clean up after you. I mean, of course, the thing is, they do commit a lot of cooldowns, right? They put themselves in a pretty bad position to kill off this Magnus. They use Rage, they use Sonic Wave, and they use BKBs. So, of course, there's a little bit of logic to the madness, but these fights are so unpredictable right now.
They're beating him. Ori also just consumed an Aghanim Scepter, so they're not even that confident they're able to grab this.
They're not getting it, though.
No, they're backing up. They're doing too much of the damage for TNC. Here's your buyback out from Witch Doctor. Where's the initiation? The tree volley arrives, but, well, that's a wide volley. Enchantress runs up. He's not protected by that Aeon Discus, still on cooldown. Same for Paparazzi, both stunned up by the Avalanche. Healing ward down. Paparazzi doesn't have a lot of mana. In fact, he can't even spin and Omni Slash. And now Roshan may even die to volley. Another buyback comes in from SK. Vici, they still don't have the RP Magnus alive.
They got what they came for. They forced 3 buybacks to defend this Roshan. Tiny, Lifestealer, and Sand King.
And the creep waves are pushing in through mid as well as bottom. Yep. So their presence, or their lack of in the lanes, has definitely been noted. Is someone going to finally grab this Gem of True Sight? It's just been sitting above Roshan forever. Tree tossing out, Life Dealers inside the pit, Juggernaut, that's a lot of damage you can get in. Yang throwing out hits, and maybe now, well, you've actually got the bash out, they're going to get the kill on Paparazzi. He'll fight back, but Roshan's already being claimed. Gabby's trying to grab absolutely everything off the field at the moment. The Aghanim's consumable actually went into the Sand King. So now he's got the extra range. DY looks like he's still got the cheese from before.
All they had to use for that TNC was the cheese on Tiny. That was the only thing they lost. And they take a big win. Paparazzi, I think, was mashing his BKB to use it out of spin. And Queen of Pain was mashing her Hex. And it's about who does it first. And the co-op gets the Hex off. Very, very big in that moment.
Oh boy, 67 minutes in. We may be testing the limits of what is the longest game in TI at this rate, but we'll have to crack an hour and a half to change those compendium predictions.
This game is not even close to over.
No.
Sure, this Jugger buys back after this, but...
Even if TNC take a lane of racks...
There are plenty of buybacks of TNC that are down. They've used 3 buybacks themselves to get this Aegis, so they're not safe either. They're not in the clear at all.
Nope. But it's Vici who want to fight. RP is up. Who's going to walk into it? Die, get the scan, and man is Sand King. That'll be a huge jump. Lifesteal's inside of him. Armel's right next to him too, but Vici, they don't have the information. As a Radiant Observer Ward that's watching that movement down, playing under their own vision, TNC.
I don't think they had the catch either. Lina was unable to get in. She doesn't have the Shadow Blade anymore, so has to get in and Hex by just running up the hill. She does have buyback, so she can take a risk like that, but...
Kuku's going for the tier 3 tower. Lifesteal can just pop out. Fortifications unavailable for ViciGaming for the moment. Well, because now it's popped.
Instant infest again.
Yeah. That means TNC, without that fortification being available, can now push. Get one step ahead of my own brain.
Ori is exposing himself in mid. Not really.
Jump. Ori, they actually break the Lincolns with the Hex. That Aghanim Scepter from Ori does so much damage. Queen of Pain brought down by the Shockwave.
Has buyback.
That she does, but how many of these can you keep burning? If she burns hers, 4 players from TNC will be down. The Courier's going to get sniped out, because hey, why not? While Tiny catching triggered up, Fire Strike comes in from Gabby. That RP, he waited! You kept out 2, they both jump away from
from the Ice Blast. They saw it coming in. DY will consume the cheese, giving his life back again. Ori trying to pump through the back of the Ancient Apparition. Still didn't have enough damage to work with, however, but Gabby now tastes all the colors of the rainbow. We're playing Skittle Enchantress, trying to kill off Gabby. He'll infest into Cuckoo. They change the target. Aeon just protecting Cuckoo, and they can try to kill off Lena Boss Tims. He goes into the backlines, finding DY, gets the Avalanche tossed up. We've already got the buyback. Queen of Pain ready to fight once more, as you've got the toss. Tiny can't reach anything. Ori, he's cleaning up the creep wave and keeping Gabby stunned up. ViciGaming, full retreat back inside the base. They do not have RP. The biggest thing the TNC's been scared of, but the best thing VG fight without.
Yeah, VG should be favored in the coming fight.
You wouldn't think it though. Queen of Pain's dead for so long. If she dies once more, and this will be all the space they need.
They get all the bounties on TNC. This is 70-minute bounty runs. These are worth about 1,000 gold each.
What is it? It's, yeah, 180?
It's 900 gold per bounty run. So 3.6k gold just picked up. How nice?
Yeah, sure.
But again, they can't high ground, it looks like. So you traded off buybacks, Queen of Pain for the Lina. And your Aegis is going to probably just expire at this rate before you go high ground, and the RP will come off cooldown again.
I actually wonder how many Aegises have we had that have actually been burnt? I think we have the one, which was on Ori on the bottom lane.
I think one only.
And that's it. Every other one has timed out, and we've gone through 4 Roshans. And there'll be another. Don't you worry. Mel's looking to be the carrier of Lifestealer for the moment. It is kind of stupid when you reach that point where Lifesteal's like, yeah, I'm not going to pop out of you. There's nothing for me to really farm to advance myself any further forward. Actually, he still can, but he's just got to swap the Radiance in and a Moonshard. Like, that's it. But he's got a Bloodthorn.
Yeah, I think you go Bloodthorn instead of the Radiance, because at this point, you Bloodthorn nullify somebody and you just blow them up with Sanking. 100 to 0. You can even kill the Aeon Disc heroes if you're quick with the nullifier after the Aeon Disc procs. Although Ench will probably be mashing the crap out of her BKB button.
I'm wondering if Ench actually commits her own buyback money, her surplus. She's got enough to buy the MKB and has a Moonshard ready to consume.
But buyback is the biggest resource in the whole game now. There's nothing more important than buyback. It's bigger than any item. It's bigger than Aegis Cheese. It's bigger than Refresher. Because what this is going to come down to eventually is either ViciGaming will run out of their base and lose a fight, and if they don't have buybacks, it doesn't matter what items they have, or TNC are going to try to push and you're going to fight with your extra lives. It's a huge resource to have right now. And, well, there's very few people that have that resource. It's 2 heroes on Vici. Nobody on Radiant has buyback currently. There's been so many burnt.
AA is just short of the money, but
AA is the only hero missing gold. Everybody else has cooldown.
Yep. What does TNC do? Like, you just wait for next Roshan, and that's when everyone will fight. Also keep in mind that, so the Aghanims was consumed on the SK. Like, there's still a Refresher Shard on the Queen of Pain, so double Sonic Waves, double Hexes, double Bloodthorn, Shivas, all that kind of jazz. Yep. And she's got the cheese as well.
I wonder if we're going to hit this kind of moment. So, sometimes complexity can be a bit too much for you. Like, for example...
Are you meaning the team with Kyle, or were you meaning what?
Oh, Kyle can be too much for you. That it's not complexity related, though. But when it comes to, for example, Shadow Demon, right? When you get level 25 in an X, you suddenly have 2 Disruptions and 3 Demonic Purges, and you need to, like, cycle them correctly in the fight you want to use them effectively. You're reaching this point with Queen of Pain where if you overthink things and you want to play everything perfectly, you're going to get stunned and die. Like, you have to... You don't have to use maybe every single item in the perfect way in the fight, because you're going to overwhelm yourself, and analyzing and casting all of these abilities correctly is extremely difficult.
So what you're asking for is a spray and pray
Not
abilities.
necessarily, just don't overthink it. Don't be like, okay, I have to BKB, I have to link in somebody while I'm BKB'd, use Shiva, Orchid, Bloodthorn, and Hex, all my spells, and then I can refresh and do it again. Because something is going to go awry. Like, there's going to be something that surprises you, somebody gets force staffed, and your entire plan is gone. Like, just make sure you get 2 good Sonics off and 2 Hexes. I think that's the biggest thing, maybe 2 BKBs. The Shiva, not important that you get 2 off. The Lincolns, you know, you can refresh it if you absolutely have to. But apart from that, just, you know, don't make it too complicated.
Well, let's see how TNC do it. They're smoking up, so we may get the answer to the level of complication. Juggernaut, the man in the front lines, they're protecting him so hard. It's the Glimmer Cape from DY. Also, the only player who's not 25 right now is DY. Cuckoo wrapping around the back. Vici also smoking out. Roshan won't respawn for another 30 seconds at the earliest. But Yang, he's the bait. The blink, Burrow strike. Out they jump. Out they go rotation. Oh, a huge avalanche down the back lines. Paparazzi and Fade instantly couldn't respond, but now they can. In towards Tim. They want to kill him off with the Sonic Wave. They're all being pushed out of the ultimate of AA, but it won't matter when Magnus is going to pop anyway. Buyback's coming thick and fast. All three of them back up again. And now Enchantress just needs the hills. Actually, it's just Lena with the hillside advantage. They'll move back up. Buybacks out from ViciGaming. They have enough for Paparazzi on the back of the Omni Slash with the extra bash. They just need to hold Cuckoo's there, but they can't do it. Now you're offing! They're able to pound on it. They're trying to stop the damage, but you can't stop it. Armel could only avoid it, blinking away to safety. Fade's got blink off cooldown 1 second time. Armel's feeling like they should already be there. Out of all of that, with the buybacks that were committed, there's still only 2 heroes who are down for the count.
They finally had a team fight with 2 Omni Slashes. I think that's the first time in the game that they've managed to accomplish it. Paparazzi gets Omni Slash off, the Magpie's back, gets an RP, and they have the second Omni ready to go. But somehow, TNC didn't lose more heroes in the second Omni Slash. I think Queen of Pain just barely got out of it with the blink.
Oh, Yang, the Burrow strike. He was going for the rune right now. He's actually going to be bloodthorned up. And how much control have they got? Your Scepter arriving. Fade, he may need to help out. A quick forced up. Yang's going to BKB. Armel blinks himself forward. Well, that's not complicated, but that's daring. They still want to go for more. Infest, delivery system right now. The blink Burrow strike. Cuckoo got 2, combining with the shadow strike. They just fear them up. Enchantress, Paparazzi, they're trying to BKB and get the hell out of here. Buyback's not really available for anyone apart from Paparazzi. Magnus, he's actually cold feeded up. Armel just beating him down with the daggers. Juggernaut will also fall. No life, no mana, no teammates. 3 players from ViciGaming pushing up the daisies. TNC, now they need to force the issue. They know the buybacks are on cooldown. They're going for the tier 4 towers. They're going to end this game right here, right now.
And it's all because ViciGaming wants to get this bottom bounty rune. They're not that important anymore. They could have maybe held for another 10 minutes or more in their base, who knows, but now they don't even get the chance. GG.
That's it. They just call it 76 minutes in for, well, an anticlimactic end. All for a bounty rune, all for greed. But TNC, man, they felt like there was opening. They chased it. They looked so far behind in just the early, like 20-25 minutes into this game. The probability didn't look good for them. The goal, the experience didn't look great. But a couple of great fights playing around ViciGaming, and TNC claimed game 1 in this winners bracket quarterfinal.
I did not think they were going to come back into this game, but they managed. It was an absolutely crazy game.
Yep, I want to see more, and we're going to get more. Game 2 soon.
There it is then, game number 1 in series number 2. TNC.Predator take the game in just over 75 minutes. Not quite the longest game we've seen so far at the International 2019, but pretty long, it has to be said. We've got all of our men back, ready to bring their thoughts. Gents, first of all, over on the draft panel.
My goodness, what was game. Just everyone, Tims and Gabby styling on him near that secret shop. You had it just Fade with these blind skewers over and over, canceling ultis to use it on multiple heroes when Lifestealer jumped out. It was crazy.
The Lifestealer was just spending like the last half of the game just chilling, cracking the knuckles inside the Sand King, and the Queen of Pain's like, whatever.
Didn't hit a creep.
Didn't hit a creep.
He had Radiance.
Yeah, he was passively hitting creeps, and what a comeback. Gabby and I can't, like, Gabby, Tims, Armel, Cuckoo, all of them, it was just an amazing comeback on such a grand stage like this.
I couldn't agree more. Also, you know, guys, it's always fun seeing teams make mistakes. I know you shouldn't, you know, we don't want to see them make mistakes, but it causes cool stuff to happen in the game. And we saw plenty of that in this. Both teams making mistakes in the team fights.
Absolutely. I like when I see teams that are really like relentless to team fight, even when they have a man down. I think that's when you catch teams off guard a lot of the times. Like you see that one of the situations when Vici goes for that Roche and then they got full wiped for that 10k swing. I feel like that's one of those where I see TNC do that a lot. They're like, we only have 4 heroes up, but this is where you have the opportunity to really just change the entire tide of the game, and that's what happened.
All right, let's take a look at the stats from the game, because I'm sure there are plenty more to look at here. We've seen some fairly high damage results in previous games as well. One of those records, actually second place, was set by Gabby, who did plenty of damage in this particular game. 13-5 and 22 on him as well. Armel 18-7 and 16 as a pick out on the Queen of Pain. Dendy, you said to me in the green room, we were watching, and you look, it was 25 minutes, and you were kind of like, is this game over? I said, is this game over? And you were like, well, could be. But if they go past 40 minutes, TNC have a chance.
Well, if you look at heroes, at first, when you watch heroes, you only see one Nax as a carry hero. And when you have ViciGaming with Lina, Juggernaut, and it's all empowered by Magnus, and when there is Ange who can pure damage hit into Nax Rage. So when you look at it, and the way how game was going, it was going into Vici favor, we were gaining lead, I thought, okay, it's probably, we're probably gonna win. But when there is a thing about Queen of Pain, for example, that if game go late game, she have a spike because she get level 25 talent, she get this fear and stuff like this. And also TNC playstyle, we have 4 cores. We don't have 3 cores, we have 4 cores. Team somehow getting a lot of items, and then he's doing a lot of damage. Like we just saw stats, he dealt like 40k damage or something with his Tiny. That's crazy.
Right, I'm going to get more. I know, Cap, you haven't said anything yet, but we're gonna catch up with you in just a moment. Still got, of course, the second game to come here in Shanghai. And talking of Shanghai, earlier on I saw Casey speaking some Mandarin, and I was like, how do I learn some of that? So let's find out how she learned the Mandarin.
Here we go.
Numbers.
Yeah. Follow me. Say 1、2、2。
陈老师。陈老师。2。
Oh my God! You cannot call me 陈老师 R. Do you know R? What does that mean in Chinese?
No.
Oh my God! What did you do?
I don't know what I said.
Oh, that's very fun. If you call somebody R, the meaning is stupid.
Well, that is useful.
No. We're only 5 minutes in, and you've already managed to insult the one person who can help us speak Mandarin. 1、2、3。
1、2、3。
4。5。6。6。7。很好，很好 ，very good， 很好。
Hey guys, we're gonna hold on for a second. We have a little audio issue.
Okay.
Cutting for a second.
No, it's a real class, and then we're gonna actually we're trying to show people that.
Oh, now I look kind of like an asshole because I am bringing materials. It's disrespectful.
Yes, it is.
Listen, I didn't know. I didn't know it was a real class. I'm sorry. Can I have some pieces of paper?
I don't have very many pieces left.
You can spare one slice.
I can't possibly spare a square. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, I found one.
You have a pen?
Pop quiz. Quiz. I will give you a number. You need to quickly react.
Quickly?
And ding, okay?
Oh, God.
Who ding first? Who say and get money, okay? Ready?
Yes.
好了吗? Say 好了.
好了.
好了, ready?
好了.
好了. Yeah.
我.
Yes.
No.
Very good.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. I need to get some of these money.
That's not true.
Why did you get money?
I won.
9、10、8。
Wow. 5块.
5块.
Yeah, correct. 5块. You pretend very angry because the tone go down. Boo. Yeah, very standard pronunciation. 多少钱？多少钱？多少钱？
多少钱？多少钱？多少钱？
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
Welcome to my shop. 80块，便宜。
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
3块。
不可能。不。
安迪尔，3块。
10块。
10块。
3块，10块。10块。
Is my friend bothering you?
Ready?
Yeah.
It's a real dance now.
I'm good.
Part.
I'm good on the dancing. 左边，右边，前边。你好。
You guys really did Good job. I'm so proud of you guys. Now I believe you have the ability to go outside, go to the real world, go to China to talk to the native speakers.
谢谢老师
Congratulations.
再
I'm so
见
proud of you guys.
再见谢谢
再见
Very good, very good. I think their manner has improved even more since then as well, because we've been hearing them out in the crowd as well. Gents, have you learned anything?
I've learned that Slacks is actually okay at dancing. I thought to myself,
he had some moves in there. They were nice.
For such a big guy, he's able to move around. And it made me think, like, I kind of want to see more from that dance. I kind of wanted. I remember we got quite the dancer here on panel. I would love to see Dandy do that dance.
You got some moves.
Whoop. Oh.
Oh. See?
I can't
Pass
do
it
that.
off.
You can't do that?
I can't do that.
Yeah. Have you picked up any Mandarin? No.
No.
Oh. I picked up that one.
Yeah. Well done. Dendy?
I can help.
Yeah.
你好.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Shishi.
What was boo? Boo was no. With the angry
boo
under.
was no. Boo was 5. Boo.
Woo.
Yeah. Woo.
Boo was no.
Yeah. Woo was 5.
5.
Woo is up. You have to sound like an upwards kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Woo. Good job, panel. Good job.
Thank you.
I don't know if our other panel are as clued up or as good with the whole, Mandarin. No, cut it. Okay, come back.
I thought Boo was cheap. I thought it was Boo was cheap, and I thought Tim's was looking pretty boo.
Oh,
he's cheap. That Sand King was overpowered.
Maybe.
The way that he was playing it, I can't believe it. It was that game. I didn't really think that TNC had it in them. We were all ready to go on back, and it's like, all right, it's another 1-0. Just quick,
do you know
quick and dirty.
the last person to get back to the panel? Do you know who it was? Dendy.
Dondo, the super
Dondo,
meta.
because he knew. He's like, I've got this.
He knows.
This isn't done yet.
He knows when it's Dendy time.
This is going to be 74 minutes. And then he was like, boom, he's back by 74 minutes.
Wait. So how early you arrive at the panel determines how knowlegeable you are?
Yeah.
All right.
Red Eye
so I have a confession to make. I was first.
Yeah, I was
second. Hey, but I saw a lot of the drafting panel here, like a good 40 minutes hanging out.
I was sitting here the whole time, so I don't know what this is about me, but...
Grant never left. Grant doesn't want to leave. He's just like, I don't know when I'm going to be back. I could be back in like 11 minutes or 27 or 33. I don't know.
Nice try, Grant.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We should look forward, Fog, to game number 2. That was a great performance by TNC, because they could have lost that. There were plenty of opportunities for VG to clean up in there. It felt like VG played a little bit scared in that first game.
They were
tentative.
A little bit. It's really that big swing in the mid game that happened. They had a 15k gold advantage. They lost that like one fight around Roche, and it really just turned everything. I got to cast a lot of TNC games, and I've been seeing TNC with Gabby playing that Lifestealer. He's been phenomenal on it. Like every single game they play, somehow it makes it to like these later stages of the game, and he just goes absolutely berserk, just putting the team on his back. And,
yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it, Cam?
Yep.
I mean, let's talk about, we started off this series and we said what to look out for TNC. I said shut down Cuckoo. You said, concerned about like Cuckoo's overall hero pool, right? And you named 2 heroes, Batrider, Sand King. Like, oh man, he turned up in that game. Like, it was just beautiful.
All right. Teams are ready to re-enter the Mercedes-Benz Arena for game number 2. TNC versus ViciGaming. If you're just joining us, these two teams going head-to-head in the quarterfinal of the upper brackets. The only matchup that doesn't match the same quarterfinals that we had 12 months ago in this upper bracket, which is going through and guaranteeing themselves, by the way, we haven't really talked about the money too much, but there is a fair bit of money on the line, guaranteeing themselves a top 6 finish, which is at this stage already to guarantee one best of 3 in the upper bracket to guarantee yourself. Such a relief as well for these teams. Dendy, you've played in this format. You've gone through. You've won TI, obviously. You want to stay in the upper bracket. You don't want to go down the base. Exactly. Dangerous down there.
Yeah, upper bracket is. I think it's super important. It gives you too much, and lower bracket is so scary. Best of 1. Woo! Oh. So yeah, those guys, they can try out things, they can try out some sneaky strategies and stuff like this. They have the opportunity to do so, at least for one game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what TNC have got now, Cap, but the other way around, not so much. Vici, no more mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they would be... I saw shock, honestly, when they found their Roshan contested and like the way they played afterward. They just looked a little shell-shocked, and I'm a little bit concerned going into this. It was a long game, and there was a lot of cool plays back and forth, so maybe they've warmed up a bit again, but I was just a bit concerned for ViciGaming in that last like 20 minutes after the Roshan. They just seemed a little shook and weren't sure like how aggressive they could really be against TNC. As you said, TNC always seems to surprise and when they're actually going to take that fight to you.
Exactly. I think that's like the most thing I've seen from them all year, because even dating back to, I think like even KL Major, there was some games where they would just, it would be a 4v5 fight and they would just take the fight, or they'd be playing with 4 heroes versus 5 with an Aegis and they'd go snipe the Aegis and take a fight afterwards. It's really impressive when they choose to take those fights. For me, I think for Vici, I think Fade, he played fantastic this game on the Magnus, but I want to see him on something that's faster paced, because I think we didn't get to talk too much about him, even like in the opener or anything. And I think he's really crucial for Vici when they start getting the ball rolling. If he's using these long cooldown ultis, if he's playing these type of heroes, I feel like he can't actually play his absolute best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring too much up about the previous game because we're going to look forward to the next one, but there were a few missed RPs in there, and actually it seemed like Vici did better when he missed. He's like, when he didn't land the RP, they had a better team fight. Somehow, how does that work? He's supposed to be better, isn't it? And then he had a 2-man right at the end, which really kind of got them back into the game. So a little bit inconsistent, needs to be more consistent.
It was very, very hard for him because if you look at Vici draft, and if the game go late, TNC had Senkin and Quop, which are mobile heroes, and Vici, they don't have much disables. They really rely on this RP, too much. So it was all about those RPs. So he needed for sure to control Nakes at least, maybe sometimes Quop, whatsoever. So it was very hard game for him and very hard decision making.
Having a like plethora of stunts in the late game is honestly just OP, right? Because when there's so much pressure on one person to be able to perform, and the enemy team knows that too, and they're always set up with one thing I noticed, like TNC just had beautiful like counter initiation. There was a sort of freedom that Cuckoo had to be able to constantly go in, right? Because he's got the life stealer to be able to jump in, but he always had like an ancient apparition, Ice Blast that was going to follow him in. There were so many things that could follow up, right? That he could just have that freedom go in when he saw an opportunity. I don't think that same opportunity was there for Magnus. He was always thinking to himself, I need the 3, 4, 5-man RP to win this fight.
Yeah, I also like the tiny transition. We're kind of waiting. What is he going to buy here? Is he going to buy anything? He's got 10k gold. What is he going to spend it on?
Dendy, do you like the change that has happened for Dota? I think that's something that people are a little inexperienced with, that late game 25 talents, these new Aghanim Scepters, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it gives more variety to the game, so more strategies can be used and so on. So it's just more chess, bigger chessboard for you.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2.
Versus Game 2.
That's right, gentlemen. Game 2. I'm here with Gunnar and Grant, aka Granthony Grantano. It's a pleasure to have you guys here again. And if you had to look at that last game, sift through all 70-something minutes, are you going to respect ban either of the heroes on either of the teams?
I don't know if it was like heroes, more so whichever team went high ground lost the fight.
Yeah.
VG walks mid, they go high ground, they lose the fight. TNC walks up, they get RP'd.
There wasn't a Rax taken until like 70 minutes into the game almost, or something like that, which is crazy for a game like that.
I would say the AA you possibly think about, because let's be honest, you have a 5 position in the late game. Do you want a Witch Doctor and AA? You're going to take AA every time. And TNC, as Dendy brought up a while ago, they have like the longest game time of every single team. So eventually you're going to have this really, really good hero who's good against cores, even though it's a 5 position. So I think the AA you might take out.
They played it similar to Navi. I casted a lot of Navi games in the group stage, and they would always pick AA. And they would pick some hero like Earth Spirit or Axe and these heroes, and they play off this AA off cooldown. And I think TNC did the same thing.
Yeah, they did. They missed a few of the ultimates, which was right. The 4 staffs from Yang, early game getting out of the AA ults, but eventually, right, you're just a spinning jug, and AA blast hit me. Uh-oh.
And that's one of the things that we were most concerned about at the beginning of the draft, that the potential for that lack of a heal potential. And they're going to go right back for it. Again, like while it may not have brought them success in the late game, they still managed to win in the late game with this hero. Ideally, though, TNC likes to operate in that 30 to 40 minute win window, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I don't mind it as much now. I don't know why they, honestly, I'm still going back. I have no clue why they picked that Witch Doctor into the A, but now you have a Shadow Demon, another hero who scales very well. That can be 5, 4, or possibly even 3, doubtful, but I enjoy them. Yeah, why not? I mean, this combo did so much work for them last game.
It's so much magic damage. You burst cores if they BKB, the jug would spin, or and then once the spin's over, they just combo him and he dies.
That's the thing. They always had Roche. It's weird because the other team had a mag, but you had the AA blast into the pit. You had the ice vortex on the ground, and a tiny, right, can just blink in, toss someone out. They had Roche control that whole game, even though there weren't that many Roches.
So we're seeing like a different draft already from Vici. They're giving Yang Tidehunter, I believe.
Yep, and that was first banned last game.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
So it's kind of different from the Enchantress. It's the opposite. It's a tanky frontliner, where Enchantress is a squishy backliner. You want to throw your spells in, your auto attacks. And then the Shadow Demon's obviously, like you said, a better scaling core than, or the support than the Witch Doctor.
And it sets up. That's the biggest thing. Like Witch Doctor, you throw your stun, they can just run away from it, honestly, and get away. This, you put someone under, it's going to force reactions. You can force TPs back up, or you can just fully commit as long as you have another stun.
That's why TNC bans the Lesh in the next phase. It's to, the dual lane of disruption into stun. You get a kill.
And some of the other setups, Mirana was already first phase banned by ViciGaming themselves, but there are plenty of other combinations that you can do with Shadow Demon. Kunkka is still available in the pool.
I think Vici might want to ban the Lifestealer here. It's fairly good against Tide. If the Shadow Demon is trying to kill him in the lane, he has Rage. It was also really good, well played by Gabby last game, I think.
Yeah. He got his Radiance, I believe it was like 20.5 minutes in, which wasn't that bad. He had like one bad death, but then once he got that, they could just move around the map. And I think just slow down TNC. They're going to get to that 30-40 minute mark. They somehow always do it.
So one thing I was curious about Gunnar is the break mechanic I thought was something that made Nyx Assassin rise to prominence very quickly, maybe around 6 or so months ago. And ever since then, he's kind of fallen off, even though I see a lot of heroes that are susceptible to the break, like the Tidehunter. Is there any reason why you think that heroes like that, or even the Silver Edge buyers, aren't that popular against heroes like Tidehunter anymore?
A lot of more heroes give more teamfight from the 4 position than Nyx, and like we said earlier, like Shadow Blades are out of the meta.
Right.
Same with Vendetta. There's heroes that are not really in the getting picked off anymore, so it's harder for him to find a support or even a core in the side lane and pick them off with Vendetta. I think it could be okay for TNC. It gives them vision, and that's the most important thing about the hero. It's also good against Tide, like you said.
They do ban the Sand King. I think that is a good choice. So, if Fog was right, we should be looking out for that Bat Rider coming out from TNC. And there's a Death Prophet. I really like that ban. It's just a team fighting a pretty dominant hero middle that, you know what, you have your ulti up, you just go push a tower, and who wants to fight into that? And the Lifestealer again, right?
It also goes against like TNC, right? We want them to go to 35, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And DP kind of fast speeds up the game.
Bristleback being picked up by TNC.Predator. This is a hero that it seems initially like it's very situational, and then teams make it seem very, very relevant, even though I don't really see necessarily a great role for the Bristleback, because your fights might not necessarily last long enough to make him useful to get all those quill sprays out.
Yeah, I think the fact that you can go into a fight with Phase Boots, Hood Vanguard, and you're doing 400 damage a hit is pretty
Warpath
insane.
has gotten out of control recently.
It is really,
I'm
good.
a little worried for this pick, actually, for TNC. I think Shadow Demon matches up really well against the Bristle at all stages of the game.
Because the Soul Catcher?
Soul Catcher, and also if he ever gets Ags, he has a break.
Yes, that's true.
So late game, if the Shadow Demon, even if they put it on a 4, I think is possible. If he gets like a second, third item of Ags, this Bristle kind of falls off really fast.
There you go. They get their team fighting middle, and that was one that was banned out with the Cropulus. I like the fact that you can roll in. You have this boat and you have something to group around. That was the biggest thing. You didn't have a group around, and now you have something to group up with.
This is the combination that LGD went for actually in their previous game. You think lore-wise, Tidehunter and Kunkka wouldn't cooperate, but I'm gonna leave that for Slacks. If you just put it pure spell-wise, I mean, X marks the spot, and then you've got Disruption. You can buy so much time that TNC are like, can we save this person who got X? Can we save this person who got disrupted? You all start grouping up, and then all of a sudden you're looking really primed up for a Ravage from Tidehunter.
It's also a nice hero against these heroes like Tiny, who want to blink in, kind of combo target and try to get out of the fight. If you get an X on him, he's fully committed to this fight now. I guess he's a mid now?
Yeah, how are they going to do this? So whenever I see Shaker on TNC, the first thing I think of is Tim's.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, Tim's had a pretty solid performance on he was playing the Tiny.
Yeah.
So you'd think that maybe they would just give it to him again.
I guess core Earthshaker's a little bit better. I mean, they actually picked it, and then Lifestealer's picked, but now the fact that you can't get Initiate on, you have that Ags, you just jump away. But I love it. They just take the Lifestealer themselves. They're like, wait a minute, it's good versus almost all 4 of their heroes, and they already banned out half the good heroes for us.
I could see TNC doing a mid Earthshaker against a Kunkka.
I think, yeah.
It matches up fairly well in the lane.
Actually, I think you're right.
And then they still get to have a Tim's Tiny. The Bristle can either be a, I guess it would be a Armel or Shaker, right?
So is it because recently with the Tidebringer changes, like on not working on denies and stuff like that? Because normally I would have thought that if you're like Earthshaker, you have to deal with Tidebringer, you're going to get harassed constantly.
Yeah, you are, but you're going to get harassed back, right? Like in because you're going to go like, what, some 1-4-4 build, and you're just going to harass them straight back. And the fact that Tidebringer doesn't work on denies anymore, Earthshaker has a better base attack time, so it's really, really nice.
You can do a little dance around the creeps, where Kunkka wants to have a line of sight
I love
for the
that
creeps,
dance.
and since you have the stun, you win the dance.
That's why
you can't make a move.
I love the TA Kunkka, both those. It's like you have to carefully pirouette around the mid lane. Little subtle mechanics like that make this so interesting.
That's why everyone loves watching the middle lane. Doesn't matter me, I could watch every game for 10 minutes just sitting in the middle lane, watching range creep denies, watching all the little subtleties.
What a great lane it is.
And we're assuming it's the Earthshaker mid. I think it's a pretty good assumption, but they honestly on TNC they could still do a ton of different things.
They could
really
do a tiny mid.
Yeah.
If they really wanted to, they could AA for the Lifestealer. I feel like that's the most unlikely. I think it's probably going to be just a 5 AA.
Yeah.
I've seen some teams run the Bristle and the carry or the 3. If they put in a 3, they kind of try to pick a more lighter carry or a lighter mid. And I think if it's a 3 Bristle and a 2 Earthshaker, that kind of fits the lighter mid role, where it's not, you don't have an OD who needs to go Midas and hit jungle. With Earthshaker, he can maybe go Blink or he can go Ags.
Well, also it might depend on who would you prefer to send up against Lifestealer in the lane. Right now we don't necessarily know what support will be laning with the offlaner. Again, we are assuming it would be a mid Earthshaker, which if you haven't tuned in to Dota in a while, that would sound completely ridiculous. But I suggest you go into the group stages, ViciGaming, pick up a Rubik. What a signature.
So the panel said they wanted a faster hero for Fade.
Correct.
I believe that's a faster hero.
I think so.
It is.
As long as you're not looking at the telekinesis cooldown.
Yep,
that is a slow cooldown.
And the fact, look at the steals you have. AA Blast, any of Tiny's spells are insanely good, and the Earthshaker, right? Fisher is one of the best abilities in the game to steal early, even late game.
Now, this will determine where this Earthshaker would go. ViciGaming assuming it's not going to be a mid Earthshaker as they ban out the OD.
OD was a good ban. I think it matches well against Kunkka. If it's a little scary versus the Lifestealer. If you can catch him without the rage, you can go. Oh,
this is going to be a Razor in the mid lane most likely now. So then, who's what? Who's what? What? Where? What?
Could be a Razor offlane.
That's true. If you want to put that up against the Lifestealer, that's a pretty good option.
Yeah,
see how it pans out.
There's a lot. It looks like it is going to be Cuckoo on the Bristleback at least, and Armel is playing the AA.
Ooh, so we got a mid AA on our hands.
Or no, I lied. It's Razor in the background. Sorry, I debated you guys. Gotcha.
I'm so excited for it, though. So then which draft so far are you favoring out of these two? TNC or ViciGaming, Grant?
I think it's a lot easier to play ViciGaming's draft, and I think when it's easier to play your draft, you know exactly what you want to do. You want to throw boats, torrents, just push towers down. I'll probably give it to them.
Okay. Gunnar, how about you?
The Lifestealer last game was really strong as well. The game went late, and he went this Heart build. The Heart with Feast is a crazy interaction right now. It's 50% more Lifesteal on the Feast.
Though he ended up going for the Rage Duration talent, which is probably better.
I think it's better overall, but since Vici has the Lifestealer now, I favor them.
Well, let's see what TNC's coach has to say as we go to Casey, who's speaking to Heen.
Thanks, guys. All right, Heen, we just got you out of the pods here. How are you feeling about your draft this game compared to how you felt the first one?
I mean, this year I'm trying to not think too much about the draft. It's more about the mentality during the drafting phase. And last game, I think both sides had a fair chance to win. Like, mistakes were made on both sides. And this game, I feel, will be the same. But if I really have to answer, we're pretty happy with the draft. I think we did some mock drafts yesterday, and the outcome was a bit similar. So we feel comfortable.
Really quickly, I know that was a really long game, and as an audience, it was really fun to watch. But I know as a coach, you got to listen in on your team and their commentary in game. So what was that like for you with a long game like that? How are they holding up?
That's the first time I've listened to them speak in game, obviously, because that's a new feature here. But they didn't speak English.
Well, I guess they got one in on you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heen. Best of luck to you guys. Toby and Syndrome, back to you.
You know, I love how Heen's like, I'm going to focus on the mentality, focus on like just making them really happy about things, and they were laughing their asses off inside the box. End of the draft, it's like they couldn't have a care in the world. It's like you're fighting on the main stage of TI9, potentially taking out one of the clear favorites of this tournament. And, well, Let's have a laugh away as we go through it all.
And he'd also have no idea if they had a good time last game because he didn't understand what they were saying. So you just gotta hope that they were enjoying themselves in that previous game. And,
yeah.
Well,
hey, we have to work on some communication problems. Did you have any communication problems? I know you got to tell me.
Honestly, though, that last game really showcased one of TNC's biggest strengths as a team, which is they're very, very good at team fighting. There were so many like small intricacies in every fight that could have gone differently if they had slightly different plays. You know, Infest was used super well with the Sand King. Their initiations were on point. ViciGaming, however, they were a bit lacking in the teamfight department. We know that was going to be the case. Fade had to have an outstanding game on the Magnus. I think he played all right. He had some good RPs, some fights where he didn't get anything done. And the main problem was like the disconnect, it felt like, between the Magnus and the Juggernaut, where they didn't really get to combine their spells in too many fights in a row.
Yeah.
So this time around, I think ViciGaming have set themselves up for an easier to execute draft than the previous one. They have multiple ways of catching. They have multiple teamfight abilities with both Tide and the Kunkka. They could even steal one with Rubik. And their lane should be just as strong as last game, if not even better. Except mid, which will be hard for Ori against Razor.
Yeah, but it's also, it's the Kunkka. It's a hero who we've seen, even in some bad matchups, still make the most out of it. Paparazzi's really hanging around for a long time here in mid lane too. He's trying to get a little bit of extra information. They don't see anything. The Observe Wards haven't scouted out any of the lanes. For the moment, VG have Fade and DY down on the off lane, and Paparazzi's going to think about joining them now. It is an aggressive tri-lane from TNC, as Tims blocks the wave out with the fissure. So it's going to hold it back as far as it possibly can. And Grant gets his wish. We get to look towards the mid lane. As Armel just looks to bully Ori out of the lane.
Paparazzi was waiting. He wants to get the Tiny matchup and avoid the Bristle matchup on his lifestealer in the beginning. So he's going to walk up top, break a clarity on the way. That'll do.
Yeah.
And run up to the top. So TNC with a little bit of a head start in this offlane, of course. Tiny will have the level advantage against the rotating lifestealer, but unfortunately for him, he barely denied anything.
Gabby's going to cop a lot of damage.
Be all right for now, though. Getting trial lane as Bristle is actually really scary if it's a kill lane. Oh, same story for lifestealer, though.
Yeah, Paparazzi fished up. He actually ended up having cold feet go, because obviously, yeah, you want to have feast level 1. And in the mid lane, Ori getting in the face of Armel. Courier is bringing the salve, so he'll be okay. Ori's is a little bit further away, however.
And Paparazzi will now be getting... He didn't lose as much farm as he could have because there were so many creeps top that weren't denied in the first wave from Cuckoo. So he'll get some good experience in the tower, but missing quite a lot of last hits though. And Cuckoo got a couple of denies in too, so very nice for them in the start in the top lane. And bottom is kind of just chilling right now. I'm curious about the outcome of mid. I think historically this has been a super Razor favorite matchup, but it might be slightly better for Kunkka now than it used to be. So looking forward to seeing how well Armel/Ori will do in this lane.
Or at least knows that Tims is hanging around right underneath the Dire Ops. They can't really do much with it, but yeah, bottom lane, Gabby popping a lot more damage. Face still got his level 1 Fade Bolt, but Gabby burned through one of his mangoes, now will be salved up.
Is that why he likes Rubik so much? Because
over on Ori, he's got no way out of here, just has to TB. He's only going to the tier 1 tower. Doesn't want to leave this lane because he does have the salve to get himself back up to full health. But he's been waiting for this moment, keeping Tims there.
Generation.
Just smart play from Ori. Keep his hopes alive in the mid lane against Armel, who was obviously very much ahead in CS.
Yeah, it's mainly the denies that are the problem. If Razor's getting farm, it's not that bad for you as long as you are getting farm too, but he's getting out-leveled heavily. And that will become a problem. Once Razor hits level 6, could maybe run you down with a Shaker Fissure, get blocked off and you get killed. And Gabby's game is not too bad either, honestly, considering the starting tri-lane and then this current dual lane. He's doing all right for himself. He's staying kind of afloat, somewhat similar to the lifestealer in the top lane.
Tims is coming again, but Ori sees him coming. So Armel already having the static link broken. This is a lot of wasted time for ES's rotation. Obviously, you can't do anything without a Paparazzi on top. Any harassment you do, like Feast is just going to regen it back up again. If you get in too deep, then DY is going to punish you.
In my opinion, this is not that good of a Shaker game. especially because of the early stage that you talked about. But he can, of course, always come up big later with a good Echo Slam. Just trying to pull the wave here and not letting that happen. DY with the disruption. Very appropriately named for that situation. Disrupts the pull.
I love how Tims was, while that was happening, he was trying to pull with the illusions on the camp, but he mispulled the set of Mind Stealer. So DY has been stacking everything else on the side, but he's been trying to stop the stack on the hard camp to pull to the top lane.
Oh, he's gonna let Tims do it this time, DY.
Interesting.
I wonder why.
He does have mana for a disruption, so he could easily stop it. And even if then he has a mango.
He might let him get it because he will get the bounty. I don't know if that's gonna align.
He's under attack.
Yeah, 20 more seconds. Suppose the creep wave will be so far back, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if he gets the wave in the tower at 4:45, maybe they will not be ready to get bounty runes, but I still think they will. And he doesn't look like he's interested in contesting them anyway. Maybe they'll get 3.
Might contest bottom lane.
They could get 3.
Because you got Fade coming over, so yeah, Fade should be able to secure bottom lane, but Yang's in a lot of trouble. There's way too many stacks of Quill Spray. Really don't know if that's going to be worth both of the bounty runes, because they dragged off the support as well.
It's first blood. That's 600 gold.
Yeah, not worth it.
I think that's worth it. That is absolutely worth it for Gabby.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I don't know if Tide will be having a good time down here anymore.
They're going for Armel. They know Static Link is down. X-Mark, Torrent up, DY is moving in. Tims thinks he can do a little bit more, but you've still got Fade who can pick him up, and with Destruction, throws him to the other side of the rock wall, underneath the tier 1 tower. Tims can't help out anymore. In fact, he tried to keep chasing down. All he had was a totem. So a great rebuttal onto Armel. And my god, did Vici need that? 19-1 to the 33-15. The level difference was, well, it was a full level before that happened. And now the efficiency shrine them back into lane. Smoke up from TNC. Of course it's TNC. Lost a hero, what do? We attack.
Yeah, looking to make a quick move of their own. Looks like it's unlikely to be successful for now, unless, now it's very unlikely to be successful.
Invis Rune Fade breaks it. There's no sentry wars, there's 2 obs on Tims, but they have no detection. So disruption will begin. Cuckoo's nearby, he's gonna find out there's a big stack just over on the side. So they're gonna help bring that down. In fact, Bristleback may just try and farm that while he try and farms up DY's life. DY doesn't have much more to give. Down very quickly, left an Observe Ward behind.
And Gabby gets the stack.
Yeah, that's a full triple stack as well. All of it prepared by DY. That's damaging to the VG economy.
Good cliff. Oh,
even better fissure. Tims wraps around the side of the torrent. Will create a little bit of extra space. DY's nearby too. Starts the disruption and TNC. With 3 heroes are fighting between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower at mid. But they may go again. There's still 120 damage stolen over on the Razor. Can't get in range to hit anyone though, but Gabby also ready to dive. They'll get rid of that ops. Vici feeling like TNC knew a little bit too much there. But they've left the side lanes alone. Yang has been farming up and pushing as well as Paparazzi. It's a little bit of space for the 1 and 3 of Vici. And Fade.
Mid lane.
Yeah, they're really trying to go again on Armel. Dropping down the ship. Is there a pickup? Is there a throwback? There's Fade having some issues. They'll disrupt to begin with. They could have thrown him down the hill, but decided against it.
I think he couldn't get the right range. He was very close to being tossable, but I'm pretty sure he would have done that if he could.
Gabby's had such a huge injection of money. He just took an ancient stack that was prepared. They're going to get another double stack up right now. And Garmel can help with a plasma field, and Gabby can just take the rest of it with calls. And this is going to bring about a very early hood.
Nothing like some good family farming.
Everybody together. Family affair. And same time you see an Urn now coming out in Rubik. Not deciding to go for the Arcane boost. In fact, you're seeing Fade, he's just directly rushing into the Spirit Vessel. There's nothing else that he's looking to complete.
Yang was just left alone to take a tier 1 tower bottom at 8 minutes.
Trade-off was the stack, right? Ori?
Yeah.
X marks Gabby, just trying to get him away from him. But Fade's going to die in mid lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And now the mid tower being pushed by TNC, and this is the bigger tower.
And Gabby's taking the stack while this is happening. They don't even have to commit their bristleback. He's taking the stacks from the side. Yang's trying to have his own little battle with Tim's. Ori, X marks his spot's on cooldown for the moment, trying to go for a blind torrent. Tim's a little bit off target. If Yang really wants this, he can commit the Ravage. He may have to do so because Ori, the plasma field, Armel just moves over from the mid lane to find the kill, and Fate's got nothing more to give. Yang, he's got one charges, he's going to burn the Ravage, eclipse the Bristle back on the back lines, but they really just want to kill off Armel. He's dealing all the damage out of Paparazzi, so he's hitting like kittens. Armel through the trees, he's still got 75 HP, but Paparazzi's got negative 150 damage. Cuckoo will create some space with the avalanche toss, and Yang will in fact die.
Huge for Armel that he just barely manages to get Static Link off before the Ravage connected. If he doesn't turn for that, 100% a kill for ViciGaming. But now they ended up losing their mid tower, their Ravage, and they're tied. So huge segment there from TNC, and maybe they'll even get 3 bounty runes. At least AU is trying to perhaps get some information here so he can get an additional rune, but looks like he is wisely backing away. Or is he?
Don't know. Probably feels he's okay.
Okay.
He's just taunting in the lane. That's all he has to do. Yeah, it'll be a 2-2 trade-off. I think Ty's trying to get his own money in now to try and complete up this Vlad's for his team. They need the aura. Hand of Midas is flying out as well on the courier. That one will be for Paparazzi. Gabby's going to have all the money in the world. He's now sitting at 5.3. This will move up even further with these 3 big Ancients to go down. So we're 10.5 minutes in and he's cracked 5.6k net worth.
Yeah, he's super hot. And consider this was a 3rd pick Bristleback. They had ample opportunity to try to counterpick it, and they built their lineup, which hasn't been successful at countering him at all so far. They didn't really pressure him very much in lane. A little bit, but not too much.
Oh, toss in. We're already starting with a static link over on Paparazzi. He has to open wounds to try and outrun this. Gabby's moving over too. They'll try and slow him down. Ice Blast, well off target, but it won't matter if they can keep that chase going on Paparazzi. Difficult. And they will back off. All they want is the tier 1 tower anyway. And VG aren't in a position where they want to try and fight. Like right now, they've got Rubik leeching some experience on bottom lane. He can TP up towards the top, and it looks like TNC will back off. The fortification has dissuaded their push. And they're actually going... Okay, so you got the Vanguard. He's going Crimson instead on the Bristleback. And it's the Hood on the Razor. So they have Pipe as well as Crimson Guard from ViciGaming at a reasonable hour. Yang, space being created by DY. He's got Ravage off cooldown in 10 seconds time. Paparazzi thinking about coming in. That's a nice Ice Blast on the back. Until it hit absolutely nobody. Not so nice anymore.
Nice can also mean that it looks pretty, Toby.
It does. Beautiful.
And it was a very nice Ice Blast. But yeah, TNC didn't manage to connect on that one, but they still got some good damage on the top tower.
Rubik actually got the Ice Blast.
That is a big steal.
And look at Armel come over. It's like, guys, we've got to kill him. We've got to kill him. Plasma field through the trees, begins the TP, realizes there's no stuns nearby. Tiny, I mean ES, sorry, was looking for the fissure. Paparazzi really wants to finish off this top tier 1 tower. There's money going begging, and also just has to restrict the movement of TNC. Almost feels like it's time for another smoke from TNC. They're carrying one on the AA.
But they don't have a dead hero right now. That's when they smoke. It's when there's a dead guy, they smoke as 4, get an amazing team fight out of it.
I'm getting the wrong, the logic train's the wrong way. And you see the reason why the Spirit Vessel is just being totally rushed by Vade. They need to put that on Gabby every single fight.
Yep.
He cannot stand on the front lines. And what are you going to do? Like, do you even build like Silver Edge on Lifestealer or something along those lines? Like,
probably not.
Like how do you actually counter the Bristleback apart from stealing Ice Blast and getting a Spirit Vessel?
Well, if Shadow Demon could ever get an Axe, that's pretty much a hard counter.
That's the way you do it?
Yeah, it's a super hard counter, but he's a position 5. It needs to be a long game for DY to get. I'm sure in the back of his mind, he's like, if I can get this, we win this game like game against Bristol. But Bristol kind of probably doesn't want to play that game anyway. TNC don't want another 70-minute game here with their strategy, but you never know. It might get into that position once again. And then that would be the ideal solution, is Shadow Demon Axe.
Just got to push hard and fast.
And
ViciGaming really want to have a fight up on top lane. If Gabby hangs around just long enough to get in range of the X marks spot, which is what happens. CP support is coming in. They'll hit him with a ship and we'll see just how much damage can be done. Ice Blast, it's flying in. Who's that one actually going to belong to? It belongs to the Radiant side. They've already killed off Gabby. Echo Slam will go. The Ravage doesn't clip Armel on the back lines, but Tim's Echo Slam is really ineffective. It's ViciGaming. They want to keep the chase going. The torrent, it doesn't slow down Armel. If it did, they would have been looking at a kill, not a tower. Cuckoo's moving in through the side. They're trying to look with the poison of DY. The tower is low, but it's not within deny range. If ViciGaming will back up, happy with what they've achieved so far. Killing off the Bristol, slowing down his farm time. And getting all that money. Ori is the one who claimed the kill for 409.
Now I think they're going to lose the top tower, though. I think Lifestealer is being forced to TP out. They might TP Bristle up top if they want to. They might not have to do it even. He's kind of in between. He's TPing to the ancient area. They're going to flush them out, get the bounty runes, and get this top tower. No Ravage. Lifestealer TP'd away. And it's not defendable.
There'll still be a 2-2 bounty rune trade.
But TNC are the ones getting map control out of this. They've taken 2 towers to the 1.
I thought DY is in the neighborhood and he's still stacking. Anything he can get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Fade's 500 gold. They're actually giving him the farm on the off lane and inside the jungle. Like he's taking it from Paparazzi just to get that vitality booster. TP in towards mid. Coming a little late. Ori wasn't blocked in by the fissure of Tim's. So he's just waiting this out. With Cuckoo arriving. No Blink Dagger, but high movement speed. They can look towards the top lane. The tier 2 tower is being bodied right now. Gabby will try and tank up the creep wave. A lot of Quill Spray stacks up and running, but fortification delays them. But this is just buying time for Paparazzi to push bottom lane. He still wants to have the Radiance before they fight again, and they need to have Ravage up and running, and that's on cooldown of Yang for another 30 seconds. TNC being careful, scanning inside the tree line. They don't want to get jumped, surprisingly. Oh, Tim's? No. They don't go on this. DY is nearby just in case they try and push him. That TP took a while.
That was a really good TP though. If he runs back up, he's running into the Tiny. He knows that Shaker doesn't have Echo, so he can't get in and get that instant stun. Has to get the enchant off. And he does manage to get out, but that was a really awkward spot he got himself caught up in.
Yang wants to fight. They have the Observe Ward. They know that Armel's still nearby, so DY going to start with Disruption. Purge is available. How much control have they got? Pick up, throw down, Ice Blast. It's going to connect over on 3 heroes, combining with the Avalanche, with the Ravage from Yang. It'll create the space back again. Cuckoo, well, you'll have Toss stolen, so throw him around, throw him in. As well, run away. Gabby, he's now arriving. Fade, trying to get away from the cold feet. Gabby wants to focus down on him. There's still 2 dead for the moment, and it will be a very dead Rubik. Fade was worth quite a lot with all the space and farm he's managed to achieve.
Yeah, 440 gold per ML. That's pretty... It's not an even trade, but getting that exit kill definitely helps with the overall trade-off. And that was, of course, another Ravage fight. So now there's downtime. And this downtime will be used to pick up a Blink Dagger for Tim. So now things can get really interesting for TNC. They need to start fights with probably Cuckoo running it. Wait, does Cuckoo have less net worth than the Tiny? Oh, they have pretty much the exact same. I was like, wait, Tiny is not even close to Shaker's items, but
yeah,
it has some different items.
It's actually exactly the same net worth. Actually, 20 gold the difference.
Yep. So you want to set up the fight so that you can get a good Echo, ideally. Or you can lead with the Echo, but that's dangerous against both Ghost Ship and Disruption. So you probably lead the kill with Tiny or with Bristle, get a response, and then you can turn it around. You see they're forcing Roche right now.
Yep.
Bristle can tank it, he'll keep stacking up the goo, and if a team fight breaks out, Shaker has the dagger. They should know it though, he walked through a ward now, so they have ample time to click him.
It's just a little early though for him. Well, here comes your Avalanche. Toss comes, Ice Blast, they're going to avoid a ViciGaming. Up the hill and away, but the Blink Echo Slam connecting on 2 with a fissure onto 3. They'll buy some time for defensive disruption, and Arvel's caught on the wrong side of the rock wall. Dead for 44 seconds, but it won't matter when Gabby continues to stack up the Quill Spray stacks. He's going for Yang a little bit further up, while Fade has to battle against 3. He's almost up. They're just tossing everybody around. It's then Yori looking for the cleave. You can't get it though. Gabby's already got him with a fissure. Now he'll get it onto AU. But they want the bigger one. They want Tim's. He's the man to start this. And they're going to bring him down. Cuckoo's not done just yet. Ori, toss him up, try and get him onto the Radiant side. Gabby's moving in, and Ori knows he's dead. Gabby with a triple kill. He's still the invincible, but he wasn't there for most of that fight because he was fighting the Titan to keeping him away from the engagement. Keep in mind that Roshan is not dead yet, and Ravage is up in 10 seconds.
Yep. That was 2 support buybacks from TNC, but if they manage to get the Rosh, it'll be all worth it. If they don't, however, and lose a fight, they could end up losing the map in a big way right now, being dewarded. ViciGaming are getting their heroes up and alive soon. This is a pretty slow Rosh kill.
Really is.
Even with Solar Crest, this is taking them forever.
They've built up the stacks finally.
But
Tims will come in to help land the stuns. VG don't want anything to do with this. They're going to let it go.
And do you give this to Gabby or not? No, you give it to her. No, I think that's better too. Like Bristleback, Bristle with Aegis is like pretty much invincible, but then at the same time you have another core that's exposed, and then the call from the enemy team would just be, well, we're kiting Bristle and we're killing the Razor. Now, there's no good choice. You're not going to kill the Bristle first, that's very unlikely, and killing the Razor first is also not very good because of the Aegis of the Immortals, so the upcoming fight for ViciGaming is going to be really difficult, and maybe they're just not going to try to take one at all. Maybe they'll just farm. Paparazzi's close to Radiance. Anything else coming up? Kunkka close to Lotus Orb. They can remove all the Nasal Goo stacks. It's like the static link.
It's a lot of patience from ViciGaming, but this game feels very different to game 1, where before it was like, oh well, we're Empower buffed up, we'll just be able to outfarm them and outscale them, but
I feel like the majority of Vici's hardest games, win or lose, have actually been with Magnus this tournament. It really feels like, oh, bottom lane.
Have a crack, disruption up, Gabby picked up, thrown down, perched, having a hard time walking this off, but at the same time, Yang, what are you going to do? Is he going to commit the Ravage? Support is on the way, Paparazzi has arrived, but they've burnt most of what they had on the Bristleback. Keep in mind, there's no Spirit Vessel charges now on Fade. That item which he rushed up, they haven't been able to actually get kills with it, or he hasn't been around when kills have happened. So the charges are going begging.
Yeah, they're necessary. The healing block, the damage. Bristleback has super high max HP, so lots of damage coming out from the Vessel usage. When he's high on health, it will hit hard. And I like this from TNC. They have a Siege Creep, they have Aegis, they have a fat Bristleback in the front. Let's go, let's take some towers. And ViciGaming will try to defend.
Yep.
As we talked about before, who is your target?
Fade's got good clearance. Lotus Orb is up, Radiance is up. Paparazzi will be the primary one. Sorry, Gabby, he's a little bit closer. Here comes your ship. Torrent combination with the boat. Mel moves forward a little bit and creates some space, but they don't get anything out of this. The ship down. There was no commitment. TNC will easily take the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that looked like indecision from Vici. Like, the call was to go and somebody immediately counter-called that, like, we can't go. They end up just wasting away a ghost ship. 25 seconds on it now.
Once again, Fade trying to clean this up. Tims, Cuckoo looking to jump in through the side. They're going to get it. It's a nice Ravage over on 2. And actually, the spill damage. Bristle died so quickly. I am uncertain, but Armel, he's certainly dead. In behind the back lines, looking for his own kill. Disruption from DY buys some time for Yang to move away. He wants to stick around for the extra gush. Maybe an anchor smash. You've got good damage from Cuckoo. And then the Fidger. They hold him there, but Armel can't go anywhere. He's trapped inside the rock wall. Cuckoo, he stopped his TP. The Creeper's going to chase him down. You've also got DY on the back of Tims. Does he see him? He does, but he doesn't have disruption. He can't kill him. He tries to pop him with the poison, but it won't work. Can we see that again? What was that?
I think Cuckoo got X marked. That's why his TP got cancelled, but he just ran away. So that didn't really matter very much.
What happened to the Bristol?
Yeah, he died real fast.
He has he's got Solar Crest, Hood, Vanguard. All these things should spell life.
I know there is a Soul Catcher, of course, but there was no Vessel.
No Spirit Vessel.
Okay, let's see. So he's crested up. Ravage. Paparazzi's just nailing him from the front.
Okay, that's it. He just never turned.
Oh, Lifesteal. Well, he got ravaged with his front turn toward the Lifestealer, so he got in like 3 hits, 4 hits. Yeah, that's a quick kill. He's not tanky against that right now. Because, yeah, you've got the defensive Solar Crest on yourself, but then Tide puts an offensive one on you, and it's kind of negated, so Lifestealer is still dealing really good damage, even though he doesn't have any minus armor himself against the Bristle. And Gabby just overestimated himself.
Yeah.
For that. It was a cool play call from TNC, though. They had a max range Fissure, they had the Ice Blast over the top, but Rubik got off all his 1 charges before he got Ice Blasted, stayed alive, and they easily cleaned up the Bristle and more.
It actually feels a little odd when you look at these engagements where TNC, like, As you said, like maybe they just underestimated how much damage VG could do. You throw out the Fissure, it's like it's a Rorschach moment. I'm locked in here with them. Uh-oh. And Fade's not done yet. He wants to look for more. Farm up that Ether Lens, get himself something nice. Ari's able to snipe out the rune. Seems also a little harder to target him down now. Just wait for the right Lotus Orb timing. Not as easy for the Razor just to run in and get whoever he wants. Yang is approaching his Blink Dagger too.
That's a big item for Vici. It allows them to set up a fight similar to the one from before, just that they can be the initiators. They can infest the Tide, he can Blink Ravage and Solar Crest the Bristle. They just go to work with anybody behind where the secondary is done. So similar to last game, there's no saves on TNC's lineup. This time there is one on the ViciGaming side with the Shadow Demon.
So TNC are grouping up once more up on the top. They do have 2 smokes on the Ancient Apparition. So if they want to smoke into the VG jungle, they can do so. But you're already seeing the vision game trying to be played out by VG. Defensive Observer Ward to the north of their shrine, centering around all the access points into their jungle. But there's no wards down from TNC there. They have the Tinker Ward on the bottom lane, and they have a very defensive Obs inside their own jungle. And that's it. That's the vision. That's the vision report.
Radiant are scanning.
Dari is really keeping the pressure on bottom. Some good farm for him. His recipe away from now completing up the BKB. There's the Ether Lens that Rubik was farming up, now completed as well. And an Assault Cuirass is on the cards here for Paparazzi, and he's already got 2 of the biggest items for it.
AC's the big item, but they decided to smoke regardless, and Paparazzi actually broke the smoke to hit creeps, and now he's going to go into the jungle, so the smoke will only be Tide and Shadow Demon. I guess this is a little bit of a warding mission. Didn't really find anything with this sentry. Maybe he's going to walk down and try to obs. Oh, he's going to use it here only, so pretty defensive. Maybe they were worried that TNC had a lot of heroes up here to go for this smoke, but if they were running into a lot of heroes, they would probably just die. So
that's why you send the expendables.
Yeah. I found that a little bit odd, but...
That's another easy way to scout. I need a couple of copies, guys.
Yep.
Let's send the Life Stealers to the mid. We'll burn down the wave. VG have done a really good job of just slowing this game down.
Yeah.
The advantage was going the way of TNC, but just over the last like 10 to 15 minutes, everything has been going VG's way. The experience actually tells the bigger story. About 7,500 in favor of VG. Just one pushing fight from TNC on the bottom, and VG just turned things around. They're really trying to be safe with Ori. Still got the hit.
Yeah, it's looking good for ViciGaming right now. They're getting the BKB on Kunkka. It's a good lifestealer game like the panel talked about, with the exception of the Razor Drain. And they've kind of outlasted one of the worst parts of the game. If they precast Lotus on the lifestealer and he gets linked by Razor, it's just a net 0. So then he can just stay in the fight and hit. So TNC have to be very mindful of playing around this Lotus Orb and trying to get the initiation. They have BKBs of their own too. Bristleback 10 seconds, Razor 9 seconds. So lots of magic immunity to go around. And they're really important for both teams, these BKBs. You can't just waste them away.
This smoke won't last long enough to take a fight, but nice deep ops. But now VG, yeah, they smoke up as well. They've been looking towards the mid where Ari's been pushing it out with this X-Mark, hoping that TNC would actually jump him. I love how he doesn't have enough damage to actually take the creep wave out in one hit for a 28-minute Kunkka. Here comes Yang to drop down the ward. Up on the hillside. I'll leave a sentry behind as well.
I feel like I'm watching the same game as last game. Just running past each other in smokes, placing wards, and then farming creeps.
It's like both teams just understand where they're going, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, okay, we'll take the objective on the other side. We're not going to take the fight.
It's a very natural way. It's the layout of the map makes it make sense to play like this, but
that's the sorry, I thought Gabby was actually going to have a crack.
That would be a very bad idea, I think. He doesn't have the information. But during the group stage, we saw a lot more aggressive invasive maneuvers, in my opinion.
Oh, DY. He just saw the observe board that was planted on the Ancients. He understands they're right behind it, but the Tyrant, the ship, combo, tied under in the back lines. The BKBs, however, protecting TNC. The Ravage wasn't good enough. Same with the Fissure from Tibbs, keeping the back line of Vici under control. Gabby now can start stacking up the quill sprays. They've already got the kill over on the SD. Everyone else is trying to get back out. Paparazzi needs a vessel. He needs to infest. Ori came in close to give him that, but now he'll lose his life as well. VG, they were asking for it. And TNC, they gave it to him.
Perfect BKB usage. I think both of the cores completely avoided the Ravage.
They did.
And the Shadow Demon as the first kill is perfect for TNC. That's the save. That's the guy that can extend the fight so BKBs expire. And then they would be able to turn around. But this Tiny is just working super well for TNC in both games. On 2 different players as well. Nice blast.
Yeah, it'll hit Fade.
So that's a tower.
Yeah.
And TNC's back in the lead.
That's all we need to do, right? It's like say, okay, so this game is starting to go the way of ViciGaming. So let's swing back the other way and let's have another look at this fight. So great initial stunts, but then BKBs of both Gabby and Arbel both get off before the Ravage of Yang can connect.
And they get the Ice Blast onto the Tide. He has to run out of the fight so he can't stay and help. And at this point, the fight is already lost, actually. So quick and easy for TNC, and they will get a Roshan.
Another Aegis and the Immortal their way, and this one comes with a cheese too. So Bristle takes the Aegis, Armel will take the cheese.
So this time they're swapping it around. Oh well, they didn't have a cheese last time. They're putting the Aegis on Bristle this time, because he was like, okay guys, I am more.
This Observer Ward's going to give him really good information to try and fight on bottom. So you can see TNC coming to the bottom, and well, oh, okay, never mind. There's the curse kicking in again.
Yep.
Defensive vision now.
Right, AU wanted that creep, he got it.
The line's definitely been drawn by Gabby. Push, bottom lane. As far up as we can possibly go. Ravage is still down for another 21 seconds. Which probably means, like, with the creep wave coming, VG could try and fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like, they had the AC completed. Fade's got 1 Spirit Vessel charge.
This fight is very difficult. You have to either bait BKBs and outblast, and then you can Ravage, or you have to blink and burst people, but you can't burst the Bristle, he has Aegis. The Razor is super hard too, because he has cheese, so you have to kill him from 100 to 0 in one go. You don't have any... I mean, you have the Vessel, but you can BKB cheese.
TNC quickly smoked, but they did it underneath the VG ward. So VG should be very much aware of this. Gabby, Armel, 8A. Why do I feel like almost that TP towards the top lane of Tiny with the smoke was almost a bait? They want someone to feel like they can come out and fight, and Paparazzi is that man.
Oh.
The Ice Blast. Oh no! What?
He wanted... Okay, so Tim's wanted to 4-staff Blink Echo, but then he 4-staff Echo. Maybe he had cooldown on Dagger, I didn't see it. But that tree is so dead. He echoed it real. It happens though.
That one right here.
It's not that big of a deal because ViciGaming aren't really in a position to make an aggressive move right now, so you can just chill and wait for the echo to come back up. If you take the fight right away, you still have Aegis for another minute. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun with it. It happens.
It's all okay, alright?
Yeah.
As
the cool thing was the play itself, where they smoke and TP the Tiny away and stay, like you pointed out. That was a really cool play. Paparazzi was not expecting that at all. But fortunately for him, a bit of a misplay from TNC in that instance to go for the kill.
Very rare thing as well on Tim's ES. Like, he is a god on this hero. But
everybody makes mistakes.
That they do. I'm liking this atomization as well from ViciGaming. Like, the 4-staffs are starting to begin. Fade's got his picked up. Ether lenses for the support so they can hold back as far as they possibly can. And the push is coming in through the top. Gabby, he's manned the front lines. Quick early bash out from Paparazzi, but Prospect does have his back turned. The Plasma Field hits him pretty hard. He's actually pushed up too. What are you going to do here, Gabby? Apart from potentially break the Aegis Immortal, they won't even get that, or will they? X-Mark pulling back in. The Spirit Vessel taking away all this regeneration he wants. They 4-staff him, so he dies mid-push.
The poison stacks killed him off.
Plasma Field's going to clip him. Open wins again. Paparazzi protected by the Lotus Orb of Ori, but the volley is beginning from Cuckoo. Aghanim Scepter is being completed.
That was a beautiful kill, though.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's a really good spellcasting, and I don't know if they couldn't force staff him earlier to get him out of there. They have 2 force staffs, but
he had his back turned.
Yeah, it was almost like they were trying to bait it, but they didn't have Echo Slam, which it seemed like ViciGaming were aware of. I'm not sure they saw Shaker.
There was no vision of that.
I don't think they knew, actually. But yeah.
Actually, maybe someone attacked from this.
I don't think they saw him echo the ground. I'm pretty sure they did.
Hey, look, they changed the ward up this time around. TNC. They put it on the hillside. They didn't put it over on the tree line. And ViciGaming put down their own sentry looking for it. Not going to find it. And that is the job now of DY. It's a very thankless job.
I think the plasma field scouted there from Fade.
Did it? Yeah, it did. Nice.
That was, I don't know if that didn't seem intended. It's just farming a Kim. Sometimes you're allowed to get lucky.
Unintentional awesomeness. But Fade really is just putting all his money into farm. I feel like he's taking so much farm on the map. He's got more net worth than the ES does at the moment. Which is kind of surprising considering the start you saw from Tim's, but he just had to create space for the rest of his team now. They're waiting for the 35-minute runes. Paparazzi is sent in. He'll rage up the torrent. Well, they're expecting Gabby to come in a little bit closer. With a Ravage committed, they're going to get through it. Gabby's down for 80 seconds. Tims was stunned on the sideline too. Cuckoo creates a volley, space creation, backcourt deep. And Vici don't want anything more. They got what they wanted. They got the bounty rune and the Bristol. TNC
have to be in better position with their force staffs. If they're going to send in Bristol as food, you got to be able to reposition your food so it doesn't, you know, expire.
That analogy is just, yeah. It's very digestible.
Yes.
They're attacking in towards mid. As the X mark, it's just Kunkka trying to get in nice and close. Cuckoo forced off. Nice push away from Tims. Cuckoo was just able to turn himself around and get away. But that's the tier 1 tower drop. VG looking to amp up the pressure. Bristol back. The only reason why he's not buying back is one, he's short of money, so VG may feel like they could force it. Armel, he cancelled his TP! There was no Ravage! There was no stun! Now Armel is totally trapped in TNC! The cracks are beginning to show in the armor! A quick first bash as well from Paparazzi! Let's have a second! Why not? Down goes Armel, and once again TNC are fighting without one of their primary cores.
You're absolutely right, he was alive. There was nothing to stop that TP. Ravage was on cooldown, Kunkka was too far away.
It's like a,
It happens.
And now the tier 2 tower will go down as well for this.
This has been a couple of minutes with TNC making a couple of unforced errors, honestly. The Shaker missing the Echo and using it on the ground. The Bristleback getting killed on the rune. And now the Razor just not running away. And these,
not finishing his TP.
These mistakes have just... That's 5k gold.
Nice observer ward from TNC. Well, at least let them know where Ori's playing. The fact the tree was tossed might flag to Ori. The vision was there. Gabby is the man who has to be on the front lines defending the tower. Still trying to find that last bit of money to finish up the assault, cure us. And they're going to start to need to have items because there's bigger ones coming in from VG. Paparazzi, he actually stopped at the Bracer and he's going in for a BKB next. So all the immunity in the world, the lifesteal is looking for it. Does he actually have, like, does he go with the +2 with the rage duration? Is just like immune forever almost at the beginning 10 seconds?
I think you take rage duration like every game. Yep. The other talent is, it's not bad, it's just not 2 seconds rage duration. So it's
like
really that simple.
+1%. Like maybe if it was like +2%.
The rage duration talent is super good.
Just to balance that, you can just see it like, in the next patch, you're going to have it just so the 2s match up. 2-second rage, 2 feast percentage.
Imagine you gave a hero in the game a talent that said BKB duration +2 seconds as a 25 talent. How good that would be in a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
And that is even, you know, a much longer cooldown. Rage's cooldown is 18 seconds, so it goes from...
So you have 8 seconds and then 10-second BKB. So
10-second downtime.
So you're technically immune for 26 seconds the first fight with a BKB.
Yes, correct. If you layer it
perfectly.
Yep.
Sure.
That's a long time. Remember the old lifestealer from Dota 1? Who had Rage as his ulti that lasted 18 seconds with magic immunity, and then he had 2 passives. One was lifesteal and the other one was Orb of Venom.
I think I like the new lifestealer better.
That hero was really stupid. And then it got changed. and that was a good decision. Techies is up next.
Yeah, I'd like a rework on Techies to make him a little bit more viable than just being a meme. Like, there are a lot of things that make him viable. Blastoff is very well worked, but yeah, Mines definitely needs something. Put out the theory crafting, something better than what Slags and I can come up with. Yang's on the hunt. He's got Gemma True Sight, making sure there's no vision for TNC around Roshan. He's another 2 minutes away from spawn time. And they really feel like, okay, hey Gabby, I'm going to hit you with a torrent. I don't see you. There's no vision up on the hill for him. But we'll play like there is. They feel the force.
Yeah, the next Roche has got to be where it's at. When's it spawning? 1:30. Both teams will not be leaving that area very much. Kunkka's going to go bottom to push out a little bit. He actually, okay.
Find their opening. Over on Cuckoo. Pick him up and throw him back. The Ice Blast is on the way in. It will be able to connect over onto both Yang as well as Paparazzi. Yang still having to wait out these BKBs before the Ravage can be useful as the tree toss begins from Cuckoo, but these BKBs are wearing off TNC. They have to turn around because Yang's about to come in. He's looking for the Blink Ravage. They already go for their initial target. Gabby, he can't turn around. Where is this Ravage? Where is his control? Here it is. 4 heroes hit by it, but where's the follow-up? Ori's trying to do it all at the moment. X-Mux spot, Torrent, they still haven't killed off Gabby. And now they'll lose more. Ori forced after wait. A little bit of space being created. Yang can't really help out. Fade wants to, and maybe he has enough with a quick little toss over. Ori so low on life. The Echo Slam has finally dropped down. Ori and Fade pushing up the daisies. Paparazzi about to join them as well. Maybe he can get our own. No, he can't. He can just die. No life stealer shenanigans this time around.
Godlike fight from Tims. Every fissure made every bit of a difference in that fight. He blocks them off on the initiation, he blocks them off during the Ravage, he blocks them off during the escape, and then he gets the Echo, which is just a measly 1-hero Echo that barely matters because it's completely overshadowed by how wonderful those fissures were. That's the best play I've seen today. The way he played this fight was absolutely amazing.
Have I made up for my Echo Slam on bottom lane?
He just realized he doesn't need to use it. He's like, okay, well, if I don't mess up my Echo and I focus on my fissures, that was awesome. That was a super good fight.
Gabby is starting up on Roshan. This is the third one. Has a refresher shard, no Aghanims upgrade. But the fact that Armel also got through that entire fight, they still haven't used the cheese from the last Roshan.
Yeah.
So now they'll have a second one. Refresher shard, it goes to the Razor. You get cheese on the Earthshaker,
and we also need
cheese on the Tiny with the Aegis on the Bristle.
We need to remember how that fight broke out too. Kunkka was bottom, and they went for jumping on the Tiny, I think, when the first fissure saved him, and they have the 4 staffs. I think jumping the Tiny next to the tier 2 tower is just not a high-value play, and not one that favors them at all. So,
and that anchor clap. Shady eardrums all you want. Torrent combination. Gabby saying a little bit too long. He's got a lot of poison stacks on him. They're going to purge him. They just want to break the Aegis Immortal once again for the 4 stuff. Over with the fissure wall, creating all the space in the world. TNC really on top of positioning, but they don't get up to the high ground. They did not force a buyback.
Oh, regen.
No, how nice.
Yep. When you have map control like this, you're likely to get runes. It's 40+ minutes, and now there's 2 runes every time. There's an Invis sitting bottom, not the most relevant rune for what TNC are trying to do right now.
Hey, look, Yang's going for the double ulti again. This time he might be able to actually farm up the refresher orb, but they're looking for 2 times the Ravage.
And this time it's huge compared to the last game, I would say. I mean, in theory, the 2 RPs would have been outstanding as well, but this will be much easier for him to use.
It just has to wait so long. Like, they still waited for the BKBs. They were 9-second duration BKBs in the last fight, actually 7 seconds for the Razor. But they are starting to get lower. That wait time and that immunity time is definitely going to drop, especially now the BKBs on Paparazzi. Like, he had that in the last fight too. We did see that long immunity duration. They're going to put it to the test. He's going to break the smoke over on Gabby. Fissure will connect. Is there something to help? DY wants to. Defensive disruption. Tims doesn't hit on the Echo Slam. Instantly they want to move away, but Purge actually, yep, is over on Gabby, but Tims creates more space. Volleying forward once again. Almost impossible to move through that volley.
Something Yang can do in the upcoming fight is he can blink and pump fake the Ravage to bait out BKBs. Then he can BKB himself, stay alive, and then get the Ravage in. They need to kite the BKBs, and similar for TNC, you can, or well, not similar, because I think kiting for you is way harder and not as impactful. The cooldown of Lifestealers, we've talked about this, how much uptime he has. It's hard to play around, and playing around Tide's BKB is probably not going to get you very far. So it's way more of a value play for Yang. And if he does get the refresher and he blink pump fakes 2 BKBs out, you better get out of there before he gets the Ravages, or you're going to lose multiple heroes very quickly. Alternatively, he can also just blink Ravage instantly, hope they don't react, maybe catches some supports.
Really wants to get rid of that Radiant Observer Ward, but it's so dangerous to come close to the volley. Another quick tree toss, they'll send in their immunity Lifestealer to do it.
Kuko's damage is super high with the Ags Daedalus.
And the control that comes with the Echo Saber as well. It's like 100% movement slow for 0.8 seconds. Well, the pressure is being applied through both bottom as well as mid. Yang does have the double Ravage, but do they have the opening? He jumps in for a quick anchor. Now, the tier 3 tower still getting beaten down. The Aegis Immortal from Gabby will last a little longer. Tim's has Echo in 10 seconds. Looks like finally Ori is, actually, he's underneath Observer Ward. Avalanche has been thrown out. Cuckoo just trying to battle for the bounty runes. Goes for the quick volley. Support's coming in with the Ice Blast. Ori gonna stay inside of it as well. Just trying to walk all this off and then TP away to safety. Cuckoo, but nothing to stop him with, but look at Vici. Move out, look for their own target now that a lot of attention of TNC's been dragged top.
That was great from TNC though, they got 4 bounties. They do end up conceding some map control here by letting Vici come back in. Perhaps they could have avoided that if they just let Tiny do the job top and they stayed in this strong position down here. But they do get all 4 bounties. So, some good economical win. Oh, that's an Abyssal I'm hearing.
Yep, bottom lane. They're going in after Paparazzi. He's still got his BKB available as well. That rage is lasting forever, but so is Armel's damage deal. 280 taken out of it. A push away from Cuckoo. Now the Ravage will pop a 4-star. They're going to X-mark and pull him back in again. All that extra life that he gained. Where's your refresher in second time? It ain't going to happen. Or maybe they just stick on top of him. That'll be the way to bring down the Tiny. Buyback comes in from the Rubik. Get a lot of money. Now they look to the Ancient Apparition. Another Torrent. Pulls him back in once more. Ancient Apparition to fall. Disruption. It is allowed to go to the next target, but there's your refresher. Armel, BKB, and put off the storm. They're looking for their own damage output, and the stun from ES, it stops Yang from getting the instant Ravage off, and in fact he doesn't even have the mana for it anyway. They're just gonna have to hold in Armel. Yang with the BKB wants to keep on fighting, but now the volley will arrive. They have to start retreating. ViciGaming back on the shrine. This thing's still up. They're gonna regenerate up almost everything they lost, and Gabby's gonna try and fight into them. They've got to be careful. Ravage is still available. He can blink forward and just go for it. Bristleback, he gets clipped up, and also the stuns on the sideline. Bristle's down for 100 seconds. Ancient Apparition will also go down, but they pull back the bigger one. They pull back Cuckoo. They need to get rid of all that damage output that he had. They're gonna do so. Ice Blast comes too late. TNC, 2 heroes without buyback, and ViciGaming, like sharks, they smell blood in the water, and they're hunting. Yang, taunt chasing Armel up through the top lane. He's wasting time, however. Vici need to push the lane.
This is a huge kill though to get.
Oh, with a gush. He's still got Static Link available. There's no stun. There's no way he can actually cancel the TP. That's the goal right now. Kunker's coming over. He'll BKB TP away to safety. Safety for Armel.
And in the meantime, Lifestealer and Rubik are still mid. So they pushed out that wave and they're going to try to go high ground. Good Fissure is going to buy some good time here.
Still a big creep wave pushing in through the top lane too. And Ancient Apparition is forced in the bottom. So while Paparazzi is going to be knocking on the door, taking anything more than a tier 3 tower may be problematic because they'll look for a trade-off. Here comes your Ice Blast flying in, catching everyone a long distance, but Razor so low on life. The Loyal's trying to protect it, but it won't happen. Fade just volleys him down. But now what do they get? They're going to buy back out from a Razor, but there's problems on the bottom lane and top. The Catapult double waves really did a hell of a lot of damage.
Yep, AO may have just saved a potential lane of Rax there with this bottom push that he was doing with AA.
Tim's, this is a solo kill. Jumps out, Can grab the double damage room. Fissure, maybe he doesn't even need it. Echo slams, a quick force stun. DY, the Yule Scepter, he went up in the air and now Disruption. He'll go 2 different ways. The Ice Blast flies right over the top. DY needs to kill off the illusions, won't help. Gabby will find him. Demetruson has been dropped. Still a 1-for-1 trade-off as they keep on battling. Maybe with the turret. Where's your boat? It's off cooldown, but they don't want to do it. The BKB's protecting TNC for the moment, but they're such low durations. The TNC know they need to back off once more.
And Tim's used buyback. So did Shadow Demon actually, so never mind. But Tim's is way more valuable. He's much richer. His buyback cost, I think it was, let's see, 1,200 to the 500 of Shadow Demon. So that's about another 1,000 gold before the gold loss itself.
And the fact that VG were able to get there in time means they also recovered the Gem of True Sight, so there's none of that value lost either. Very problematic for the supports to try and survive.
And you're going to get your Silver Edge, it looks like.
It is.
It will happen.
So we have Silver Edge for the Conquer. The Daedalus, there is enough money for Paparazzi to buy that right now. His surplus is 200 short of buyback. Yep. I also love how Fade's been working his way towards this scythe for such a long time. He's like, I'm fine. I got this. No matter what, I got this. Now smoke up from VG.
They have 2 Ravages, and there's Bounty Rune spawning. This is pretty much the perfect timing.
And there's no Echo.
Oh, this would be a great
Ancient
start for the
Apparition. He is going to go down quickly. Dead for a minute and a half.
It might seem like a small kill, but he has no buyback and dropped the gem.
And Roshan spawns in 10.
Yep.
That's the bigger part. If VG Gaming see this without the Ancient Apparition blast, like, can you take this?
That fight, I think, is next to impossible for TNC, even with a good Echo. Unless VG line up for them to land the perfect combo, it's going to be tough.
Stolen volley. That's one Fade never wants to give away. He's going to go through almost the full duration of the steal for it.
It's a pretty pitiful tree volley compared to
the real Tiny.
To the real one, yeah.
Oh, Roshan's alive and VG know it.
It's a big boy. He's got all of the items. This is Roche number 4.
Where's your Aghanim's upgrade this time around? Do you actually even give it to the SD so we can keep purging up?
I think giving it to SD is really good. It applies break when you have Axe. That's why it's the hardest counter to Bristle. Maybe in the whole game. I think Shadow Demon Axe has got to be one of the absolute highest on the list. But are they seriously not giving him the Axe?
Who are they giving it to?
Lifestealer?
Wait, what? He's going to assimilate now?
That's like the worst axe in the game.
Maybe it was a misclick.
I mean, maybe they just wanted to pick up everything in case TNC was coming, but I can't.
It's like, so what was
even your 3?
Swallow? Yeah, who do you swallow? You don't take in Conquer. You can jump in with Tide Hunter, but Tide's the one doing the jump anyway.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, DY definitely looked a hell of a lot better.
It's amazing. It is so good this game. And he even has items to get them off reliably with both Lens and Force Staff.
Maybe they're just where these still low, but even then you could take the Rubik axe.
Could have given it to Rubik.
Rubik would have been great.
They could have given it to Tide, so they have AoE gun. I mean, there's no way. No way.
This makes no sense, but hey.
It's all we got.
That is the decision of the teams.
VG are still in a great position, so
I love how we get.
For them,
we get to watch him again. It's like, guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. It wasn't meant for me.
It's like, okay, man, you want the axe? Swallow me next fight, then do it. Yeah.
It's like watching TNC. Like it was the major where they're just fissure blocking each other out. And just playing around the ruins. Hey guys, let's have a little bit of fun. It's going to remind you, VG Gaming, you're currently 1 game down in the series.
Yep.
A loss here drops you to the lower bracket where that every game is elimination to get to that grand final.
They're probably feeling really good about their position in this game, though, as they should. They're in a great position. Tide has 3 Ravages, but he doesn't have much mana, though.
Can he even get 3 Ravages off?
No. Unless they mana boot him or something. Do they
you don't have any, like, there's no arcane boots on the SD. No. There's no arcane boots on the Ruby. They both put their items into the Ether Lens.
They probably aren't planning to use 3 Ravages in the same fight anyway. I think it's a mistake, though, to have the Refresher Orb instead of the Shard in his inventory.
Yeah.
You know, the Shard is free.
The 375 mana for Refresher Orb.
You get some regen for now from having the orb, but absolutely swap in the shard when you're trying to go high ground, just for safety's sake.
Oh, here's your move in. Bristle back on the front lines. Paparazzi gonna rage. There's a quick Abyssal Blade from Gabby. Trying to control up Paparazzi. They'll pick him up. They'll drag him back over with... Actually, no, they won't. Just leave him under the torrent. The best front liner they could have asked for. A Bristleback with his back turned and no 3 purges to worry about.
Yep. How fortunate. Oh, that's a good fissure, but
yeah, it's gonna lock number on the side. Remember, he's got the Aegis, the Immortal. He just wants to get back out again. Now they can start taking out the shrines. As Red Eye feared, this is ViciGaming. We take an objective, we move back, and we take a safer objective now. Be it farm, be it shrines.
I do not blame them for a moment for doing that in this game.
Neither do I. You see the advantage.
Considering what happened last game too, they were in good position 2 or 3 times, and they just ran up to different high grounds and lost fights. Like there's no need for them to do that currently.
You just have a chat with the coach at the back. It's like, okay guys, let's not go high ground until we're good to win the fight.
It's entirely possible that that's what RTK told them after the game. It's like you have 10 minutes between these games. You don't have time to sit down and go through details in the replay. You get 1 or 2 key points across to the team that they need to work on for the next game. And honestly, I think one of them should have been, okay guys, in the next game, don't force fights in bad positions. That's #1 thing you don't want to do.
Okay, we have the mana now for Tidehunter to commit the Ravages. He's got Nocturne Core.
Oh, he was hovering at Daedalus.
Jump up, Fate, looking for a target. Remember, he's got that side defiance as well. The Ravage is going to burn straight away. Tiny, it even clipped the Ancient Apparition in the back lines. Tiny does not have buyback available. VG have an opportunity, but the BKB is down for Kunkka.
He refreshed on Tide. Refresh #1.
Okay. Now he switches the Refresher shard in.
Now he has another 2 Ravages.
Yep. A Paparazzi. Again being that front liner. Making the most of his immunity time. Mel and Gabby clean up the way pretty nicely. Another X mark. That one's over on Ori. He's not even coming close. This is like, just in case something really weird happens. That's probably going to be on Paparazzi.
Lotused.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, he X'd the bristle with Lotus on. It looks pretty funky when.
Yeah, it does. It's like, that's not intentional.
All right, that's a half-decent static link. Not too great, though.
Still a 53-second window.
So is there anything coming up for TNC now that's going to turn the tides of this game?
They don't have Satanic yet.
There's no big item coming.
Tim's is waiting for the right opportunity. He's moving around the side. That's a good Echo Slam opportunity, but they just lost the creep wave. A 4-star gets pushed back underneath the T4 towers. The fissure is a fantastic block. Rage now up here from Live Stealer with the BKB. With the BKB beacon by TNC, they're waiting it out. The Ravage is ready in 2, 1. BKBs are out, and the Ravage goes #1. Yang, is it time for a second? Maybe it's not. The Aegis Immortal has been burnt. VG take the racks, they're just gonna reset.
They used 3 Ravages, and all they got was this shitty t-shirt. Now they got 1 melee Rax.
They're coming back. Another pickup. The X-Mark's gonna bring the Tidehunter back to front lines with the Torrent. Razor, 4-star forward. Blursorb didn't protect him enough, and now Paparazzi feels like he can just go in. If he can get a bash, they've got the Hex from range. It's from the Rubik. Razor's down for 2 minutes. ViciGaming, what do you want now? Okay. Bottom lane or more?
Now it's a better t-shirt. Yeah.
I've upgraded. I've got the Mahjong set now.
Kunkka's going to defend easily with X-Mark. He comes back to mid. They're grouped up. There's no Ravages available right now. 60 seconds for 2 Ravages for Yang.
I love this. They actually TP Tim's out so he can pick up the bounty runes. So Razor actually had buyback. He needed to go and get that money, or else they wouldn't be able to have him for this fight. And then he'll come around the back. Echo Slam is available. VG may not be looking for it. The batch is already over on Tani. They forced off him away. BKB all protective. Now Tim's, if you're gonna go, you're gonna go. 3 together. Lock him down. From heaven, the shadow arrives, but Lifestealer still gets the BKB off. He's been beaten down by Gabby with all that big damage. Cuckoo will get the jump in as well. Yang will fall. The damage is huge with the Anchor Smash back again, but they just chase for more. A long toss up towards Fate.
Oh my
Tree, and she just crit the crap out of him.
That Tree volley. Did he just get 3 crits in a row?
He did.
Oh, it's pretty absurd.
Man, what a play by Tim's, understanding the game and then getting the great position. He knew he was okay because the Obs and Sentries were on top of the hillside, so he knew that VG had no information.
And you have to take these risks. When your back's against the wall and you're this far behind, you got to do something crazy, and it worked out. Ice Blast was crucial there.
You've still lost a lane of racks as well as a tier 3 tower on bottom. This is still the small crippling part.
It's not great, but it's better than the alternative, which was game 3 right now. More than likely.
Well, the alternative is still potentially there. It was a 30 grand advantage because the bounty risk got picked up by TNC. It swings back up another 5. The experience is probably telling a closer game, however. Only 9,000 the lead. And TNC, they'll smoke up. They want to force some buybacks.
Yep. How many are they going to get?
Actually, he went 2 charges of disruption on SD.
Yes.
I was wondering if he would think about the purge damage against Gabby, but he's going to Aghanim himself, so maybe not. There's disruption number 1. That bottom rank's getting brought down quickly. Ship is comboing in nicely. 4-star up on the Bristleback, still protected by that Lotus Orb. Kunkka pulled back by his own X-Mark. Double Daedalus looking to try and get some level of damage in, but TNC just did a hit and run. But they didn't force the buybacks out for ViciGaming. Well, only the one on the Rubik.
Still a great grab, though. They got a lane of racks out of that?
Yep.
We'll take that. Oh, Rubik.
Big up. All staff away, and Cuckoo. Oh, no, Fade. He doesn't want it. Actually, he wants to steal it, but a great Fissure once again, creating space. Tiny BKBs. This is such a low duration time. They may try and continue the chase. In fact, they do. Here they saw him just at the last moment. Move up the hill. It won't last long enough. The bash is there for Paparazzi with the Abyssal Blade. Tiny will fall, so you did get a buyback, but now you're down a player, and Roshan will respawn in 40 seconds time. Tiny will have to buy back if TNC want to try and control it.
Yeah, he needs a way to connect to the fight, though. He can't afford Boots of Travel and buyback, and he has no Shrine to TP on, so even a buyback is a really long connection timer.
They're coming. Silver Edge up from Kunkka, walks in, close range, Ravage to pop, Razor, Armel had no time to react with a double Ravage. They keep Gabby out, and they pull both Tims and AU up on the high ground. Is someone going to force up? He's going to force up. He'll get himself away with the Glimmer Cape. X marks the spots over on Bristleback. Is there another follow through? Silver Edge is coming off cooldown right now. Hit him, break him, maybe with a volley. Ice Blast coming back, Bristleback low on life, Yankee Smash able to help get the kill. 2 heroes down from TNC and ViciGaming. Screw Roshan, go for the win. Those 2 big cores down. There won't be a buyback, there won't be a way to actually stop this. They're going for bottom racks. What are you going for? They're waiting. They're regenning up and then they'll come forward. They don't have a Ravage, it's the only thing to be cautious about, but TNC, with no buyback, Vici will be aware of this because they are on cooldown. Now, Tim, Cuckoo, jumping in, able to get the first little avalanche and hit off, but defensive destruction from DY creates extra space. Abyssal Blade, Sentry Wards are everywhere. Tims hits the back line with the Echo Slam. He needs to get the damage going, combining with the Ice Blast. 3 heroes be hit by it. Rubik and DY, they'll end up shattering through this, but 3 heroes down. All the damage, all of it's gone from TNC. This is the win for ViciGaming. They will come through, they will claim more, and they will claim a deciding game against TNC, who have fought absolutely valiantly to get to this point. The paparazzi will end it. GG is called. 2 games over an hour. This is becoming the marathon. The Vici probably never thought they'd have to run.
These games are really close. These teams are super evenly matched, and it comes down to, you know, Dota is always about mistakes and big plays, right? And it feels like in both of these games, these teams are, there's some uncharacteristic mistakes that can be, you can write it out off as nerves or whatever you want, but, you know, for example, Gabby being the super strong Bristleback feels like immortal, runs into tier 2, gets killed. There's other opportunities in this game where Yang on the Tidehunter maybe whiffs the Ravage. But there's so much to talk about in this game. I don't even know.
Hey, you know what? We've got some people for this. It's their job, so we'll let them have their job.
One, I didn't think it was going to come to this. ViciGaming were looking scared, and I didn't really think that they would be able to manage to close out the game, but they did. But Grant, you weren't convinced by that victory yet.
It felt they were extremely scared. The late game, they had 3 Tide ultis the whole time. They were so scared to push, and I mean, you don't want it, right? It's a Tim's Earthshaker, it's an AA. We saw, like, those 2 heroes can just wipe off, like, any hero off the face of the map, but they get these weird pickups, like they just find our Mel middle, and then finally, it's pretty easy to end.
And it was established by some early game issues, like you were saying, Gunnar.
Yeah, there was a gank bot on the Lifes there. 4 heroes of TNC kind of smoked bot, and then they fissure him, and then he didn't blink. He just echoed the ground. I think that was the big turning point. Before that, Gabby was really strong on the Bristle, and they had stacked for him. They controlled the earlier game. They had this good strat around the Bristle. But I think after that, their snowball they lost control of the map. VG started kind of feeling comfortable about playing around the map. They weren't scared about Echo, and I don't know. I think the game kind of fell out of control.
Yeah, I think it's like the BKBs, right? Like once the Bristleback has to like fully commit to a hero, he's chasing after someone else while they're trying to hold anyone, and they just can't get anyone because the Bristle's on this side of the map and there's 4 other heroes fighting like the rest of Vici, and it just felt like Vici did have very good positioning in that game, all things aside.
Well, we'll wrap it up here, but we're not wrapping up this series. We still got one more game, and I'm sure Red Eye and his boys have some thoughts of their own.
Yeah, I'm sure we do. I mean, gents, another long game. And TNC seem to kind of like these long games, Dendy. They do well most of the time in these long games.
They feel like fish in the water in the long games.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, and Vici also. They also playing some long games in this tournament, and they also feel pretty confident, and that's why I see this 1-1 score, and it's not surprising me at all.
No, it's great for us as well as neutral cap. We always want the best of 3 to go all the way. And I mean, I think Toby said in the exit of that, they're just so closely matched. There's nothing between them.
Oh, absolutely.
In terms of both good play and some mistakes as well. We also Syndrome made the point, didn't he, during the commentary? Dota is a game full of mistakes. You can't play at that high level perfectly all the way through for a 60-minute game. So the capitalization of those mistakes is also interesting.
Toby called it a marathon in his closing statement, and I think that really applies to this series, is that endurance, it's going to wear on you. There are going to be some slip-ups, and we saw some slip-ups on both sides. You know, our drafting panel talked about the fact that ViciGaming almost looked a little scared, considering what a big advantage they had with like the Tidehunter. They were pretty cautious, and I could see how some of that lost them maybe some fights that they didn't need to, or they could have capitalized further, but also some of it saved them. Just think about the way they played that 5-man, and they all backed up into their shrine, or 5 minutes later, they had another fight in the same area. What did they do? Go to the high ground, drop a ward immediately. I love that idea that ViciGaming has against TNC. Let TNC crash into you.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily
do it
be
at some point,
looking for those fights.
Yeah, because they're going to do it at some point. We'll take a look at the scoreboard as well. Fog, in many ways, the longer it went on, the more confident I got for TNC in some ways. But it, again, didn't pan out this time. Why? Explain to the viewer that doesn't watch a lot of Dota why it didn't work out the same as the first game.
Well, for this one, in this one at least, some of the times for TNC they've surprised me, but in this one I looked at their draft and they were much more mid-gamey. If they started to lose an advantage in this game, I think that their draft, just based off the heroes that they have, just hit a brick wall. They have a Bristleback and a Razor, which these heroes, they can dish out a lot of damage if they're ahead, but once you start losing that advantage, a hero like Shadow Demon is going to start really crippling your lineup. That Soul Catcher, we saw it coming out, just brings the Bristle to half HP every single time, so it just changes the whole outcome of what your idea of what the game could actually be.
Did you invent a word in there?
Lockdown.
Mid-gamey.
Mid-gamey?
Is that one word, or...?
I'm down with it.
I think
mid-gamey.
It feels kind of weird.
No, I like the fact you...
Ever heard of mid-gamey before?
I like it.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
You know, it's like, you know, like how food can be a little gamey, right?
Huh?
Yeah. It's like chewy, right?
That's exactly what I was going for.
Exactly.
Right.
So, but I love the fact that he pulled out the Shadow Demon, because that was something that I noticed in the early game, right? This Bristleback had all this farm, and normally in that situation, you're like, God, this Bristleback is actually going to be unkillable. But they had the answer to it. Shadow Demon is easily one of the best counters to Bristleback.
And they even... Lifestealer took the Aghanims from the Roche.
Yeah.
That definitely was supposed to go to DY for the break.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, they definitely had the tools going into the later game. I think that's maybe why we saw a little bit of backing up coming out from Vici, because looking at their draft, if you get to that later stages, you're going to have these ways to address that Bristle.
But maybe it was a strategy where Lifestealer eats a Rubik and gets into Tidehunter, they jump in and hello!
Surprise!
We hope.
Yeah, maybe. All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. Do you know what? I've been mystified this season. We've seen ViciGaming rise from the ashes of finishing second all the time, but they found the winning formula. But what is that formula? Let's find out.
你们能不能学学周海啊？现在就他知道怎么打。虽然他在劣势路送很多次，但是其实都是在帮大家拉起空间。
皮鞋16个月了。
Make yourself known. We are gonna have Game 5 of a Grand Finals here.
我不知道他是怎么发生的。人刚一选完，回头看他就已经不动了呀，突然就不动了。其实没什么影响，我们还是赢了。 最难的就是要不被 RTK 发现啊。我们需要想很多办法，因为他一旦发现了，肯定想要来踢掉 PJ 来跟我们一起打了。我们宁愿跟死的 PJ 打，也绝不跟 RTK 打。
我知道，其实 PJ 根本就没有死，就是我让他装死的。让他装死呢，其实就是为了我们这个团队能更上一层楼。
杨神对于这个团队功不可没，通过他装死这件事情，就可以证明他是这个队伍的顶梁柱。
Nice， 兄弟们，10分钟加油！
我实在是带不完菜逼了，肯定还有别的办法呀。
今年 TI 大不同，最终 VG 会举起冠军队。为什么我会这么有自信呢？因为其他队都没有我们队这样的死皮鞋战术。
Amazing, absolutely.
That was one of my favorite ones we've ever had, I think.
It broke all of us at some point. I've actually got tears in the corner of my eye. I couldn't. As soon as I saw RTK, I said to Denny, I know this is fake. I know, but it feels like it could be real. Like the way he was reacting at the start. I'm very scared of RTK.
Oh, yeah.
Very scared. But what a fun piece.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it. I like how they're all just like, yeah, we don't want to play with ROTK again.
I'd rather play with Dead Yang than ROTK. Please don't bring him back.
That was good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. No fun. The memes.
Oh, yeah.
Chinese memes.
I mean, it just started
They're the
off
best
right away
memes.
with him saying, Yang's not dead all the time. He's just been creating space for you. It's not feeding. It's
It was a
space.
strategy.
Yeah.
It's a strategy we came up with. We should look forward to game number 3. Dendy, game 3. Yay!
Yeah.
Let's love game 3s. Especially when it's a couple of teams who are very closely matched like this. There's nothing between them, is there?
Interesting. I'm not sure who's gonna win. I'm still thinking it might be Vici.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the favourites, Cat. Let's be honest. You know, I know TNC have done really well and exceeded expectations in many respects in making the upper bracket because many people thought they would end up in the lower. But they're not far away. This is regardless of the result now. I think they all get confidence from this. Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they've had 2 very close games against ViciGaming, who are one of the favorites of this tournament, and you're in this situation where it has been quite the marathon. It's been quite the endurance test. If you're TNC, you've got something special about you that just always fires you up when it comes to these close matches. You want to be able to take down the big giants of Dota. They've done so before with some of these players, and I almost want to change over and say that TNC is going to win this series just based off of, just little things about it. Like just the fact that they're still willing to go for it so many times. You know, maybe Gabby lost them the game with his idea that he was so strong at going for it, but I still appreciate that point of view, just being able to play more free Dota.
Yeah, and Denny, you made the point, didn't you? We were talking about it downstairs. They don't care. SCA, they're like, we've got 3 dead. Yeah, let's just go in on them.
Yeah, and that's amazing about them. Also, I like what I see from TNC with 4-core strat. I mean, that's really cool. That's something interesting. I see that teams and Kuku always have almost same network. Sometimes teams even go further as position 4.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting. It's something new. We don't see that much out here, and it's working for them. So it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, saw that in game 1, didn't we, with the Tiny?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
transition into a core.
We tend to see that a lot when he's playing. When I see Kuku playing, in particular, like I mentioned, the Bat Rider and that Sanking, he actually backs himself up a little bit. And he's like, "Yo, Tim, so you're going to be playing a little bit more of that 3 role." This game, he was playing the Tiny in this one around, so he was prioritizing himself a bit more for him. So you can see that Tim's kind of trickled down a little bit on that one. Where I think I always just like seeing Kuku playing these ones where he's not taking that much space on the map and just let Tim's kind of take over that 3 role. So maybe slight adjustment for them there.
I don't know about you guys, but I find Tiny terrifying right now. Like everything he's able to do from a support and then the way he scales into late game, there's just seems to be very little this hero can't do, right? It can solo kill heroes, it can actually deal with cores, it can get them out of position, it can save your allies with these great tosses.
It's a sieger. I think that's one thing that people forget too. You actually can hit buildings. You turn around, you've got like 3 tree grabs on the tower, and it's chunked down to half HP or more. So
players are coming back out into the arena for game number 3. A game where perhaps Vici weren't expecting to have to play. And as Toby1 has already said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And they are getting themselves back to their booths. They'll get ready and set for draft number 3. And TNC are pushing ViciGaming all the way. And remember, this is one of the very best teams of the year. I know they might not have been on your radar if you don't follow Dota that often. Maybe you tune in once a year to TI and you're looking at them thinking, I don't really know who these guys are. Well, these guys have been fantastic through 2019. They've won 2 majors. They've been competitive in everything they've played in. You can never count them out. On paper, Cap, before we came here, if we'd said the upper bracket's going to be TNC versus Vici, every one to a man, we'd have all gone, Vici will win that.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But a lot of these TNC players are stepping up. I think that one of the biggest names coming out of this series and a lot of the group stage has been Armel. The story of him in Southeast Asia was always the fact that like it was a little bit hard for him to find a team initially. He was hard to work with, but everyone, no matter how you felt about him personally, respected. They said he was super skilled. And he finally shows up on TNC, and I think that this year has really been a showing of just consistent, strong performances, right? There are very few games where I look at it and I'm like, oh, Armel lost them the game. No, more often than not, it's going to be him carrying them the game.
Yeah, and you pointed out, haven't you? I mean, good old support bros, we have to stick together. You put out they've got a couple of great supports in this team as well.
They do, on both sides. Got to be looking at both sides. I mean, we saw what they were able to do even with like Fade in that game as of Rubik, and then on TNC also, whenever they're playing AU's playing something at Chen, like there's just so many different varieties. I mean, Dota's just gotten to the point where everybody has a more impactful role, and that's what makes it so much better to watch, because back in the day, you see a support and you're like, the hell is this guy? The game's going late. The hell is this Rubik gonna do? He doesn't do anything. Now you have all these like plethora of spells and combinations, talents. Makes the game so much more exciting.
It does. And then you pointed out that it's a much more flexible game now. Because you can have that 4 can suddenly become a core at 30, 40 minutes whenever it wants to. And even Secret, they move stuff around all over the place. Like their 3 becomes a 4, sometimes their 5's farming. They don't really follow the classic rules of Dota. It makes it much more interesting.
It's up to teams how do you split the entire farm on map. And if you watch, for example, IE bots, they split between 5, yes? And then some have greedier positions.
I don't know if that works all the time for the AI, but yeah.
I mean, so it's up for teams, and we see some special, for example, splitting of farm on TNC side, and it's really cool. It's interesting. It's like it's more space for creativity. It's more space for finding out something new and fun, and exciting. So.
Yeah. And that's what's awesome about both these teams, right? Is that they are both young, and we've seen from interviews on both sides that that youth and all the fresh ideas that they bring to the table, that's what they say is their greatest strength. ViciGaming just had an interview where they were talking about the fact that they were willing to work around each other and go for these new ideas. And then you've got the old dog in ROTK who's going to, still solidify the basics of Dota and what remains to be true, but all these other guys and the players, they're down for these new fresh ideas. They even tried Core IO.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much, gents. It is time to get into game number 3.
Virtus.
That's right, Red-Eye. We are going now into Game 3. And now, before we go into the draft, though, I wanted to ask a question. Dendy had mentioned something about how TNC are playing 4 cores, basically. And to me, that's a marked difference from the Raven era TNC, where it was usually like, give him a Terrorblade, give him a Spectre.
He was the man.
He was the man, the myth. And I'm surprised that a TNC like this, maybe it's because of Heen's influence, but Gunnar, they've been able to transition into this pretty smoothly. Is it because the meta encourages a 4-core kind of thing, or is it just a stylistic choice?
The meta kind of encourages it right now with the new Axe changes, new Roche changes, talent changes as well for supports have made them a lot stronger than they used to be. Like, a couple patches ago, like TB was like broken. You just farm the whole map, and now the map's a lot harder to farm as a core, like by yourself, and the highest net worth in the game. So a lot more teams are having a lot more greedier 3s and greedier 4s, and they play more as a team, and they play it as a team game, not as a...
Just win me the game. Win me the game.
It's just, we'll make space for you.
There's so many items now. You get 2 tomes at level 10. You get the Aghanim's Blessing, which obviously should have gone to the 5 that game. Like, it bolsters these supports. Like, they all have GPM counts at 10 or 15 now. Like, it just makes sense to pick these later game supports.
Yeah, that's why Tiny is proving to be so important and a hero that ViciGaming does not fear, as we see the ban still respect banning that Chen from AU.
Sorry, I'm just really surprised TNC didn't ban Tide.
Yeah.
Like, they banned it the first game, they let it through last game, he owned, and I think if Vici just gonna pick it up again if TNC doesn't.
I'm more scared of the Shadow Demon. I think that kind of ruined TNC's strat last game. The Bristleback got really hard countered.
Yeah.
I know when I was playing with Forev, he would say, I'll play Bristleback against anything.
Except Shadow
But
Demon?
not Shadow Demon.
Really?
Yeah. So...
But are you that worried? Because, I mean, they're not going to pick Bristle now, obviously, right? I hope so. And that's why I just feel like in the first game it was Enchant played by Yang, and, like, he doesn't team fight. You're an Enchantress, and now you have this Tide Hunter. You want a team fight. You want a 5v5 TNC. And I'm worried if you let Vici 5v5 you, they will not outsmart you, but, like, fight into the Shrine we saw. Like, they do the little things better. There's a Grim.
It is a Grim, a different direction for TNC actually, and not any sort of typical combo right off the bat, as Earthshaker doesn't have any targeted spells that would work with the Soulbind duplication, so going in a different direction, and ViciGaming going to respond with a Leshrac.
Yeah, so last game it was banned in the second phase, so they couldn't open with the Shadow Demon Lesh, so now they're just going to take it earlier.
And this is popular just, you know, because you've got a great setup for Split Earth, but even beyond that, so where exactly do you think this Leshrac's going to be laning?
Probably mid.
Okay.
I think some teams can run at 3 and then a 4 Shadow Demon or 5, and they kind of pair them. They put them in the off lane. So they go in the safe lane. It's your job.
Yeah, and not only is it a great setup, right? Lesh is one of those heroes that needs a save. You don't have a blade.
Yes.
You don't have one of those things. And the fact Shadow Demon can set up and save you is so good for the hero. Because that hero just pumps out the damage. Like, Leshrac is so scary.
For the longest period of time, Leshrac's Yule's timing was so critical, because not only was it giving you mana regen, but it meant that a hero that needs to be in the fight can actually live for more than like 5 seconds of Pulse Nova damage.
Yeah, that's why you'll see a lot of teams pick Oracle with Lesh.
Right.
Because they give him the save. He stays alive 5 extra seconds. That's like 1,000 damage he pumps out on every hero per second. It's crazy. I also like that they picked the Lesh over the Tide Hunter because of the Grim. I think it's a response to the Grim. His Phantom Embrace doesn't get purged by the Kraken Shell.
True, the few things, yeah.
Yeah, so you can silence the Tide. He can't really get his Ravage off. You know, if you grip him with the ult, with the Grim ult, they can't like split. The Tide gets stuck. So I like that they're kind of changing it up.
Sand King ban, really good. You have an Earthshaker, Grimstroke, Sand King. At these 15-20 minute fights, you will just get run over by like the long reach of that team, but you take it out of the pool, makes it a lot easier.
So then if you're TNC, how much are you hoping to really optimize this Grimstroke pick? Are you going to start going for, you know, the classic single target combinations that go with the Soulbind? I know Lich isn't particularly popular anymore. Doom seems to be the go-to combination from Grimstroke, but it seems that a lot of teams are just content to pick him as a great way to push out lanes because the Stroke of Fate is so useful, and then you just slap the Ink Swell onto your Initiator like a Earthshaker.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because you think of carries that might be good, like with the Grimstroke, like a Sven, a Wraith King, maybe like that, but there's a Shadow Demon in the game, so it makes it a lot more difficult.
A lot of teams don't even pick much combo with it. I've seen teams pick like one hero, like with one spell that helps it.
If that, yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of, if they want to combo with it, it's the Grim. He'll build Aether and then Sheep.
Right.
And he'll get this Hex timing at, 30-40 minutes. He has a really nice GPM talent, and he'll just combo 2 people, Hex 2 people, and that's his contribution to the fight.
You see that stat? Tim's is 0 and 3 on the Grimstroke. That is actually, I mean, it was his only negative hero, but 0 and 3, that's like, that has to be a little bit in the back of your head if you are them, like, oh wait, we just had 1. Obviously, it could be a 5.
It could be a 5, give the Tim's Earthshaker.
I think that's a better idea. I just don't even like Grim that much as 4. Eventually, you are going to get, like, even that 5 position, the Sheep Stick and whatnot, because you have the GPM talent. And I don't think you need to prioritize farm on a Grim.
It does work well with Jug that they picked up. You can Ink Swell the Jug in the lane. He goes to spin. I think the Jug's a response to the Leshrac lane. You can put him there. He can never get stunned by the Shadow Demon combo.
That's true. And something that can actually brawl with Leshrac very early on, just because the Blade Fury means that he's not going to take really any damage from the Pulse Nova. It's just the Edict damage.
I think right now I'd like to see Alina from TNC in their next pick or 2 for their mid. It works well with the Grim, and I think it lanes well against the Lesh if they decide to put him mid. It gives them this high tempo, it gives them building damage.
But you'd be willing to show your mid lane matchup this early? Or rather your mid lane hero this early on TNC? Because you don't really know where this Leshrac's going to be. We've even seen a lot of Chinese teams even one position Leshrac a lot of the times.
It depends on the team. Some teams are confident with their offlaner. If he has a big pool, he can counter the carry. They'll pick a mid like Lina, where it's stable. You're going to match up 50-50 at worst in almost every matchup.
Yep, TNC loves last picking Bat Riders, so I could see him doing that. I'm curious if Vici's going to go. I would love it if they just picked another stun. I'm trying to think of heroes that would go well, but you want to fight TNC right now. You have a Leshrac, you have a Shadow Demon. You don't mind going late, but I mean, these teams are just running at each other. Eventually, it's not the fastest paced games, right? They're going to 50, 60 minutes. Eventually, you are going to have to run into each other. And these 5-second BKBs, whoever has more stuns at that point, normally is winning these games.
Do you know if Fade plays Earth Spirit?
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, he does.
He does, right?
Yeah. It's not really in like their pool of heroes.
I mean,
like,
Earth Spirit does not seem to be in the pool of heroes either, which is so shocking to me. The hero's been so good for so long, and now it seems to be more situational. Instead, ViciGaming going to go for a Warlock. Obviously, plenty of synergy with the Leshrac with the Fatal Bonds, right?
Yeah, a lot of AoE, you have a lot of control. It's more teamfight. They were a little lacking on teamfight control. They had more single target from Shadow Demon. They had AoE damage from Lesh, but now they have the control.
And you have the cancel on Jug now with the Rock, which is really nice. Just holding him in place. Now you have the Rock, you have the ulti from Shadow Demon. This Jug is not going to be happy in fights.
Yeah, this Blade Fury spell immunity is not going to be able to protect you from these ultimates.
Yep. And it's going to be, looks like it is going to be the Fade on Shadow Demon, which I like. I love a farm Shadow Demon.
Do you think they're going to do 3 Lesh then? And try to match him with the...
That's why I feel they're going to do... I think they're going to want to... If they do that right, you have to dodge the Juggernaut lane, right? And we could see a lot of lane swapping. Obviously, we still don't know because 3 heroes, but...
There's the Tiny TNC.Predator. It has brought them so much success. Unfortunately, in that last game, did not really pan out, but still, it's been a real showstopper this entire day.
Okay, now I like it, because now you have 2 heroes who pair very well. Looks like the Lesh probably going middle. As you said, though, the Chinese teams do like sometimes playing it as a carry role. Like, it does scale insanely well. That level 25 talent, buildings are dead, heroes are dead, the Edict explosion.
Even the 20 talent, the Pulse Nova damage, he does crazy damage.
Yep, and you have so many apart.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see what TNC does with the Tiny. They did it 4 the first game.
True.
3 the second game.
And you've been waiting for a 2 Tiny.
Is it going to be the 2 Tiny?
Is it going to be the 2 Tiny?
I think it's decent this game. There's 3 heroes that are really squished in the early game.
And TNC has the overall last pick, so they can set up for it if they really want.
Yeah, this last ban will determine if they want to protect something like it. So if you did want to do a Tiny mid, and you're not expecting it to be a Leshrac mid, what kind of bans is a Tiny looking for? What does he not want to have to deal with in the mid lane?
I don't think you need a ban for the lane itself, as Tiny is a kind of self-sustaining lane.
Okay.
More just the game,
You ban a hero, assuming that you assume the Lesh is mid, and you ban a hero that's going to own you from the carry position, I think, more so. I think Death Prophet actually might be a good ban. They haven't banned it yet?
Yeah, the first time it's really... There you go. The first time it got through the second phase there, actually.
I think that would have matched up really well with Vici's pace. It gives them a lot more teamfight building. It's like works well with the Warlock as well. You have a heal, you can pop your heal on the DP. We have another save in the Shadow Demon, like Grant said earlier.
And there would be a ridiculous amount of push. You got the Retaliate from Centaur, you got the Golem from Warlock, you got the Edict explosions from Leshrac. If you had a Death Prophet on top of that, it would have been devastating.
I'm excited to see. We saw a little bit in group stage how many people are going to go middle to defend against that Retaliate, getting it at level 1.
Yeah.
We saw a full 5-on-5 fight just to stop him from being able to get those stacks. I always find that so, like, just the change. Like, we'll just give it to him. And now it's like, let's fight for him. Who cares about the runes? We gotta fight.
Increasing. Like, at first it was like Centaur would just do it, and people would be like, whatever. And then you need to bring an escort from Centaur. And ViciGaming, they're gonna go late. They are picking up a Medusa, although it's not as late as Medusa used to be. These days we're seeing Medusas participate a lot earlier on.
I think they get this Manta Butterfly timing and they push. But I'd be scared for a TNC Lina right now. It matches up well against the Dusa, and like we said, it kind of goes well with their other heroes. So I'm looking forward to Alina here.
Yeah, because with the Grimstar, right, double Laguna is one of those things, like we saw it multiple times in the group stage. It's just scary, especially once you get that Ags, the pure damage heroes.
No.
They got
22nd pick Brood Mother.
And it's against Medusa. This is a good Brood game, right, Gunner? Like, if you're playing the Medusa, how are you feeling?
I don't want to go to lower bracket.
They got brooded, I believe.
You're gonna go to lower bracket on a Brood game. This Medusa's gonna have to farm her little heart out.
Yep, you can farm the snakes. Obviously, you have split shot and that, but sometimes if she gets a diffusal blade, you just gotta be careful. You're just getting run at.
So, I gotta hear it. We're ending the series. Which way are you going, Grant?
I'm taking TNC. I think it's a great Brood pick. I love that they just have the Earthshaker and the Tiny again. I don't think those were ever the problems, and it controls the mid game while your Brood just runs around doing her own thing.
Gunner?
I gotta go with TNC. The Brood was just a really nice pick. I think Dusa doesn't really kill the spiders that fast. Her split shot's not amazing for it. They have a good amount of magic resistance as well, so the snake doesn't really kill them. I think they might run over in 20 minutes.
All right, fair enough. But guess what, Grant?
What's that? That's my line.
I know.
Son of a gun.
I want to hear from the Banana Slam Jamma. That's what I want to know.
Going into this last game, I was thinking from the first 2 games, they both went over an hour long. And I was like, who's going to have the better late game? And I looked at Vici's draft, and I was feeling really good. The Medusa, the Warlock behind, the Shadow Demon save. Felt like they were going to have a really hard time fighting into this Medusa. And then suddenly you get this last pick Brood. And I think TNC's on this timer where they have to hit the mid game really hard, snowball off the lanes. If it does go late, I favor Vici, but I don't know. They have no way to deal with Broodmother early on in the game, and I'm scared for them about as scared for them as I am of spiders. So let's find out how this game's going to go from Toby, Juan, and Synderin.
You know, spiders are terrifying. Like, absolutely terrifying. And it looks to be the same thing here in the draft, man. Like, what is the answer? How do they find the clearance? How do they survive longer than 20 minutes that the draft panel put us on a clock for?
Real life spiders don't look like that.
Unfortunately. I don't know. I don't. You haven't seen Australian spiders.
It would be pretty terrifying if you saw that spider in real life. Not just size, but also looks with like the cosmetics and everything it has on it. Yeah, this is a really great last pick Brood from TNC. I think if you're ViciGaming, your solution is to put the Centaur mid. I don't think there's any other way you deal with this. You play the Medusa safe lane with the Warlock, and then you offlane Shadow Demon Leshrac. Perhaps you could do some tri-lane shenanigans and leave the Dusa solo and let her suffer a little bit. But I think the dual lane setup is the only thing you can really do. So what TNC should be looking at is, if the lanes are super predictable for them, which they kind of should be, put the ideal lanes. You keep your Brood mid, even if it's against Centaur, that's completely fine. But how can you punish one of the side lanes? Do you leave a hero solo and do some super strong tri-lane with the Grimstroke and Juggernaut, or do you also do a 2-on-2 match where you can beat them in perhaps all 3 lanes if everything goes right?
That'd be very advantageous, and that would put at least like if they could win all 3 lanes, TNC would be very happy because they can potentially stick to that 20-minute timer. But I also like the combinations that ViciGaming have, where you have the SD as well as the Leshrac. It's a classic, it works really well. DY, if you can get early levels and you actually have a rock to drop, if you actually have Fatal Bonds, if you have some kind of control that's able to amplify the damage that Paparazzi as well as Ori may be missing in the early part of the game, then this is a better advantage too. And it feels like, while there's not a Magnus in this game, the rock drop is still able to cause a lot of problems. Same with the Stampede. How does TNC stay on top of them, or does it not matter? Do you just keep pushing anyway?
I mean, I'm pretty convinced that if this goes late, ViciGaming will win this game, because they have some good late-game solutions for Brood. They just don't have the early mid-game solutions for Brood. And Brood has a tendency to either win games in 30, 35 minutes, sometimes maybe 40, or lose most of the time when it goes very late because the hero falls off. Whereas a hero like Medusa scales very well into late game, so does Centaur, so does Leshrac, and their 2 supports. All of Vici's heroes are amazing in long games. So, you got to hit that timing for TNC, and a lot of it is going to come from Armel, so keep a close eye on his lane.
We have seen some Broodmothers have more success in the late game just because of the change to the webs.
Yes.
And that's one thing they can do when the late game comes up. Ori's already being heavily attacked up on top lane. Tims has Toss. He's going to throw him back a long, long way. Ori's already used the Mystic Snake as much as he can, but there's no regeneration. Gabby gets the first blood up on top lane, and DY, there's nothing he can do about it. He hasn't even leveled an ability yet. And every time, this will happen again. Tims with another toss. The early aggression. They cannot allow this to happen. DY, now he'll level up the Shadow Word. He's putting it onto Tims. He wants some level, some rebuttal, one more attack. It may be enough. Yeah, it will be. The Shadow Word will tick him down.
Tango.
And DY, he's, actually, is it still?
Tango.
It's enough. Tango is good.
Tango. Close call, though, but he got out. And yeah, this tri-lane is super strong. TNC has a true kill lane here with Grim, Tiny, Jugger. It's only going to get worse when both Grim and Tiny hit level 2, so that they have Inkswell and Avalanche, as Tims will
not deny himself to the mid tower.
Suicide to the mid tower.
Hey, but shared bounty, right?
Yeah.
Everyone gets some money. And Cuckoo's getting pounded on the bottom lane. He's looking for some CS, but he's 10-2 to the 2-0, of himself 2-0. But Paparazzi trying to do some damage directly into Cuckoo. No points up in Edict just yet. They're using Disruption, Lightning, Split Earth, anything they could do to harass him down. He's down to 3 tangos after burning through a couple more as well, south.
That's the price they'll pay. But if they can shut down Medusa really hard, it's great news for them. When it's going to come to pushing and ending the game, though, you might want Leshrac to have a slightly worse game than this because it's such a strong team fighter with a lot of damage output with the right items. But as the panel talked about, there's some serious bursts on the Radiant side from Tiny and the Juggernaut Omnislash as well. You can probably deal with Leshrac pretty well.
And defensive ward from DY is down, so they can at least see where Tims is moving. They probably would have liked to get it on the other side of the tree line, but Fedor bonds Tims and AU to the camp. Tims with the Avalanche, so I want to come close enough. Yep, it will in fact be the Grimstroke, and DY wants to help out. He's just got some damage into the Grimstroke, and that's all. Ori is totally dead. The shields are nowhere near strong enough. And it's just a terrible game for the Deucer now. And I just saw Yang jump, I think, like 10 CS. One double edge on the Spiders. Okay, he just went up another 5 CS.
He's going to rush Vanguard. Then he's pretty safe mid against the Broodmother. What generally happens in Brood matchups like these is that Brood will retreat to the jungle and just out-farm you. It will farm wave and jungle camps, and Yang will just sit there and get only the wave. But Centaur's biggest advantage in this lane, to an extent, apart from being able to be there, is that if Brood leaves, he's going to take the tower with Retaliate. So you put a little bit of extra pressure on that mid-hero to stick around, and will probably limit Armel's farm by a little bit. Trying to be annoying now.
It buys some good time, more than anything else. And that's what ViciGaming need. Still get Leshrac up there, top 3 net worths. Only one of them belongs to TNC. Brood's still a little bit further behind. We know that will start to scale once Brood...
bottom lane.
Oh, they're actually going again. Yep, Cuckoo trapped out. Fade. Well, he's getting a lot of poison stacks on him. That's 4. One more, not even needing it. He just pops him anyway. Then up on top, Tims going once again, DY. And this top lane eventually is going to have some diminishing returns. Tims is going in very deep.
Nice
puts
toss.
the Shadow Word on him, tosses him back over towards Grimstroke.
Tims, or DY was not expecting Tims to be able to find the toss there. He was standing in the middle of the creep wave, but Tims found the right angle to be closest to the Warlock and toss him away, and they get a nice kill there. Warlock will be respawning and be able to reconnect for the bounty runes, but I don't think ViciGaming have any intent on trying to do anything on the top runes. Rather, push out bottom lane with the Leshrac and try to get those runes, as Shaker has...
He's abandoned.
He's gone woods.
Yeah, he's gone bush.
That's... Somebody's got to go bottom. You don't give up a lane at 5 minutes like this. I don't think that cannot be worth it with the heroes that they have.
No, that's like full free farm for Paparazzi.
That's one thing. It's also all this golden experience you're losing by not having a hero in this lane. Like, sure, you get some stuff in the jungle, but that's not ideal.
Unless they're thinking about lane switching. You've hit pretty heavily into the Deucer. Like, is there a need to actually bring some pressure down against the Leshrac?
I think that ship has kind of sailed for the laning stage, unless you bring 2 or 3 heroes down there. There's nobody who can go down here on his own and stop this Leshrac from doing what it's doing. The problem is if they don't do it, he's just going to push their towers. It's level 3 Edict. These towers fall really quickly. So this is absolutely a problem for TNC that Cuckoo has to evacuate that early, but that was the choice they made when they aggroed the Deucer.
Yep.
Deucer is in trouble again.
Yep, really staying on top, but then again the Stampede. Inkswell won't connect, Fatal Bond's connecting 3 heroes together, and Paparazzi, he's joined the fight. Now he's just going to turn on the teams. They're all connected together, and no way to break free. Cuckoo trapped in the tree lines. If they can attack into Tims as well as Gabby, Gabby's going to try and spin TP out. He actually gets the kill on the way out. Tims is doing some damage into AU, but he's back home safely, regenerating up.
And these fights are only going to get worse now. If you try to dive, now that Leshrac has Pulse Nova, when he shows up, he's like double his damage in these kind of fights. So you've got to be super careful with how deep you dive as TNC. You got the kill that you came for, but it cost you 2 cores.
Hey, someone's going to go back down bottom lane as well. SD is now alone down there. Yeah. He didn't have to come for the fight. They sent in Paparazzi because they realized they needed the damage output from him. And what happened to Leshrac? He is now skyrocketed up to #1 the net worth, 3.6k. And he can build some very, very large items very early on in this game. Like, you're 6-7 minutes into the game, Efficiency Shrine just for good luck. Yang has already finished up the Vanguard. Paparazzi, what do we got coming out in the Courier?
It's not for him.
It's not for him, you're right. He was looking at a Bracer as well as a Null.
He's quick buying Bracer. I think it's a really good choice. Maybe you get Bracer and then Yules, or maybe you get... I don't think you get 2 Bracers and 1 Null. That seems a little bit overkill, but the Bracer would be fine. And yeah, we see it. Gabby has to go bottom now. Because, you know, somebody's got to be down here.
Yep.
And he does the long run from base to bottom because he died TPing out from top.
AU. Do they see him? Do they see him moving around the tree line? He drops down his Observer Ward, instantly dewarded. That's actually munched on by Ori, so hey, efficiency tango. What happened to this mid pressure that I thought Armel was going to do? Centaur with Retaliate is just wrecking this tier 1 tower. And Armel, the panel was saying like this is meant to be Armel's game, a great Broodmother game, but right now it's taking some time. The only great lane is up here on top where TNC is fighting once again. Stampede, the body block was good, but once again, Paparazzi TPs himself over. Cuckoo is the sacrificial lamb into the tree lines. They're holding the split earth just in case, but it's not even required. Cuckoo, well, DY.
How did DY get that?
Wait, what? Okay, sure, he'll take it.
Did he die to fatal bond damage from the Grimstone?
I think it was Shadow Word Tick,
right?
Oh,
that was a Shadow Word?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so Yang has won the mid lane. He took Brood's tower and is 600 gold ahead of it.
Well, now they're trying to do something about it, but oh, the 3-man's done! The hop stomp and the follow-up from Paparazzi. They'll take AU. He came out for the regen rune. Oh, this game is starting to escalate a little bit quicker. We were talking about TNC potentially winning all 3 lanes with great matchups, and now it feels like all 3 lanes, or at least 2 of them, have gone the way of ViciGaming.
I think you only have a possibility of winning all 3 lanes if you play 2-1-2. If you play 3-1-1, you can't win the 1-on-2 lane. And that one was lost really hard. The Shaker against the Leshrac plus Shadow Demon lane. And the Brood against Centaur, I would have said beforehand that that is not a Brood favorite matchup in the beginning, but that Brood can win it by farming, and eventually Armel will do that. But he lost his tower min at 730. I don't think that's as early as this would usually go, but Yang is super experienced with playing the Centaur, and he's having a wonderful game. 113 CS min at 9. I guess some of them are Spiderlings, but that's also telling, right? If he kills this many spiders, maybe Armel isn't in his right element on this hero in this game.
Yeah, he was throwing him in like
great in the groups, right?
Yeah, he did. Fade is just doing nothing but chasing down AU. He had more than enough poison stacks on him. AU was on a warding mission. He came in once the cover of smoke, but he only came in as he dropped the Radiant Orbs on top of his death position. So he was looking to plant that next to the tier 1 tower. But I can tell you right now, with Vici's presence down here, there's no way TNC getting close to that dire bottom tier 1. But with Leshrac arriving, 4 points up, an Edict to push the wave, take it back. Looks like Armel's getting some damage into that mid tower, bringing it down to half-life as Yang had abandoned his post for a moment. And the catch-up is happening, as you said. Hand of Minus is over in Armel. He's building into the Aghanim Scepter, rushing it up, realizing he needs to have a large amount of control across this map.
Yeah, he needs to farm a lot. But already, that is already a bit of a problem. If your Broodmother needs to, not that Brood needs to farm a lot, Brood always needs to farm a lot, but that it feels like he needs to catch up in a game where we talk about ViciGaming having the better late game and the overall early stage went well for them. This is very quickly becoming a problem. The win expectancy says 75% for ViciGaming, and we're only 10 minutes in. And it's just this early mid tower and this golden experience lead that they have from the laning stages is quickly becoming a problem for TNC to deal with.
And look at the confidence from Yang. He doesn't care about coming high ground with a double edge Armel. Man, that's some spill damage up on top. Paparazzi in Fizz Rune looking to prep up. It's a toss back. They don't even know Leshrac. Actually, yeah, they do. He walked just in range of the sentry ward. That's why Tims threw out the toss straight away. But Stampede, now they're chasing after Tims. What's he got? He's got toss off cooldown. He'll throw Paparazzi away, but Purge is up. Split Earth will easily be able to connect. And the tiny wall fall, Paparazzi claiming his 4th kill of the 8 that VG have 11 minutes in. Yes, Gabby's getting something on the bottom lane. Farming out quickly, going in for the Maelstrom build over on the Juggernaut. And getting some damage into this tier 1 tower. Medusa will have to come and do something about it. She's just been wanting to farm up the stacks.
Yeah. It feels like TNC actually need to start making moves, but your Brood is not really ready for it yet. Yang is just sitting on Brood really, really hard. And your Shaker got crushed in lane, so he doesn't have many play options. And Tiny's level 5. with Scrimstroke, he's also level 5. We're 12 minutes in, none of their supports are level 6. On the other side, Shadow Demon is almost level 8, and Warlock is almost level 8.
Yeah.
They have a huge lead. Are there any tomes on this courier? There are no tomes. This is what will happen. So the weakness of going tri-lane like this is if you don't get a lot of kills and just stomp the lane, if you keep the lanes for too long, your supports are going to get underleveled because they're sharing experience 3 ways, right?
Yep.
And I felt like the moment Shaker evacuated from bottom and gave up on the lane, you need to put a support down there to leech this experience. You can't just leave this lane empty for 2 or 3 minutes, which results in exactly this. Your options are just super limited on the map right now for TNC.
You know, Fade, I think that's a little greedy, but I understand he wants to get the Ether Lens up. He just farmed half of the stacks that he did on the Ancients with just mass stacking up poison. But Ari can finish what's left.
I'm the carry now.
Yeah, it's just...
And now Brood is top net worth. So Armel is finally leading the board. But similar to Alchemist, Brood has a bad game if it is not the richest hero in the map. Your net worth is not as valuable as other heroes overall. In general, that's like a rule of thumb. It's not 100% always, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So this is not enough. If you recall some of the very iconic Matumba Man games, for example, from TI7 when Liquid won, a lot of the games Matu is 2k gold ahead of all enemy cores at this point, or maybe even 3. So with that logic in mind, Broodmother is currently behind par for the course, kind of.
He needs to catch up 2,000 gold.
He needs to find big items. And maybe if there's some sort of stray kill that can come his way that could help, maybe the Broodmother can find Shadow Demon, someone kill him with spiders, but Vici are just not playing Brood's part of the map with anyone else than Centaur, and he can't kill that guy, so look at how fat Yang is.
Yeah.
Crimson Guard, 2k health, minute 13.
And he's working on finishing a full pipe for his team, so a lot of the magical damage is going to be negated on TNC. Meanwhile, Paparazzi, because of his craze start's got a Yule Scepter, so he's got both defense as well as aggressive options when it comes to the fights. And he's got Warlock sitting behind him. Like normally you have a Warlock and their Warlock hits 6 and you're like, okay guys, let's go and fight. Let's find a great opportunity. And now on bottom lane, there's the movement. Tim's, Yule's stunned, can't walk away. He added some pressure, he tried to toss away Paparazzi, but that may have actually just hurt Gabby more if that actually succeeded. But it doesn't. There's still a one-off kill. Blink Dagger flying out right now. In fact, it's...
Gabby's running at Yang, but...
No, that's not
what are you going to do?
There's a Blink Dagger for Cuckoo. This has to come on the back of a smoke. The Aghanim Scepter as well, I think, is about to be completed up for Armel.
Yep.
So a lot of critical items starting to arrive for TNC. What can they do with it?
Yeah, this has to be a play timing, right? You smoke up with your Shaker, your Tiny, your Grimstroke, and maybe a Jugger or Brood, and you combine on the lane and get something done. Either get this mid tower with a lot of Spiderlings, or you try to push the top tower. But just sitting around farming right now, I think is definitely the wrong play and something needs to happen. So let's see what they're going to do. They're just going to grab these 2 bounty runes for now.
God, those web charges
Vici are getting a tower in the meantime. This lead, Toby, it's getting ridiculous. What do you think? 90% almost. 15 minutes in.
You just watch the win probability.
I mean, you look at that graph and you just feel like, okay, I mean, I know it went a bit better for Vici in the last 3 minutes, but I didn't expect it to swing this much, you know? It's like...
And you still have a Broodmother at number 1, Juggernaut's at number 3, and when it comes to net worth, like, items are not stopping. But it just tells you the tail when it comes to gold, when it comes to kills. It's not always the easy answer to say, well, we're ahead a little bit. So we're only like 60% favored.
Expectancy of games is... like, the golden XP graph can only take you so far because it's a lot about knowledge of matchups and how things are supposed to go. DY
actually reveals that Earthshaker blinks over, but he didn't see DY. Now DY will drop the rock as well as get the Battle Bonds off. Have they got another control? No, they don't. In fact, it's Fade in trouble. Stampede to disengage. My God, all those spiders just evaporated. Paparazzi and Centaur can go to work. Your Scepter up, and you will hit the deck in the hardest way possible.
Yeah, TNC just didn't find the play. It's so hard for them to find an opening right now.
That timing was really unfortunate too. Like,
yeah, they ran.
You had to have a guess of where the blink was, and DY was only just putting that Observer Ward down.
Yeah.
The trade-off, looking for the mid tower. Paparazzi will arrive. Once again, a lot of Spiderlings died for this movie. We're at 228 CS on Centaur and 172 on the Dusa. A lot of this is spiders.
I don't think the Dusa killed any spiders.
She hasn't? I guess she's just been neutraling.
Maybe a bit, but not much. If she killed, I don't, like 5 maybe? I don't think I've seen her kill very many spiders at least.
He's gonna, like, watch the spider gold counter or something. That's what we need.
They give minimal amounts of gold. It doesn't really matter that much. They're worth like 3 gold each or whatever. It's something, but...
And Cuckoo really wants to drop this Echo Slam somewhere, but he's not finding an opportunity at all. And he doesn't want to do it on Yang. Put is already done. Crimson Guard is up. I think the pipe is just... Yeah, he's just waiting for 50 gold, and the pipe will fly out.
So we talked pre-game about timing and what TNC's lineup needs to accomplish in order to get control of this game and run away with it. And now that the timing has been missed, that is why we're seeing this 90% win expectancy. So what's the last 10%? Outside of Vici screwing up, the options that TNC are kind of limited to are trying to force fights around where Brood is playing, and then probably blowing up the Leshrac is my best bet. You're not killing Centaur, and if you are, it's going to cost you the fight.
Well, on the right side, Leshrac went for movement speed build, so that's your upside.
He does have a save, however, and a golem behind him once that's available, so even that kill is hard, but it's what you've got to try as TNC is to find a way to access fights. If you're playing chicken with Brood the whole game, hey, Brood's chances are just not good here, so you've got to start taking some risks. Got to go for some plays that are maybe very unlikely to succeed, but what if they do?
Yang wants to play. Gabby doesn't want it here. Have a VG tag. That won't save you, Gabby. Actually, you will. Then just like you win. Huh? You're fine. Spin saves him, not the tag. But nice to see he's coming into this series armed with all the memes they can have. Paparazzi's hoping for an opportunity in mid, and Viz ruined up.
Paparazzi's changing his build. He was hovering the Kaya, which is the classic component from the Sumail Moospeed build. I'm gonna call it the Sumail build because he was the first guy I saw do it. I don't know if he actually invented it, but I think he might have.
We'll give him credit.
Where you go the Boots of Travel Yules, and then Boots of Travel, then Kaya Yasha. So you have permanent 550 move speed with the 15 talent move speed. And then you can level up your Pulse Nova early because you have the mana cost reduction from the Kaya.
And Yang is hunting. Bottom lane, Stampede, straight through. Tim's, well, he knows he's dead. Paparazzi didn't even arrive in time for the rest of TNC. Hey, what happens? You lose a hero. Let's go fight, boys. 4 heroes together, smoked up, looking towards the mid-tier 1 tower. Fade is the man who's on the defense duty.
I'll finally get this tower.
Even if they have to go, yeah, just send the spiders, they'll do the job.
Yep.
But maybe they can get something else. Dusa, as well as SD is here. TNC fight best when there are only 4. They already get the slow out, the silence. No, Mandasar the rock, and the Feather Bombs from 3 heroes connected together. They're going to burn so hard. Yang just walking up. You've already taken out the Grimstroke. Gabby, no longer spell immune. Cannot stand next to Paparazzi. They want Cuckoo. He'll blink away to safety. But ViciGaming, 2 heroes down. They can push towers. They can take Roshan. They can do both. They can take runes. They can only do 2 out of those 3.
Are you sure about that?
Well, there's only so much time they've got.
Yeah.
It's not infinite. And Tim's is going for the bottom bounty runes.
Yeah, at the very least for TNC, they do look to get a 2-2 trick. Never mind, they get 3 for 1. Shadow Demon shows up with a haste.
Yeah, they didn't even take the tower, so I guess not.
And imagine, we're sitting here watching both teams' perspective, right? We're watching what both teams are doing, what items they have, how they're moving, where the wards are. And I'm struggling to see potentially good plays for TNC right now. So from their perspective in this game, I really wonder what the communication is right now. Like, what's the next play? What's the goal of the game? How are we going to get out of this sticky situation here to make the comeback?
Does the itemization of Armel kind of tell you a little bit about that? Like, he builds pipe, he's building for the team to stand together. You're still getting like full-on damage from Gabby. Like, he's going in for Mjolnir style build.
Maybe the timing is level 20 on Armel, so he gets the spider attack damage talent, and then he's going to have the Solar Crest and the pipe to keep the spiders alive.
Yang missing that up a little bit. Tim's trying to do something with this. Here comes the blink in from Cuckoo. Great fidget block, but it's the biggest hero. You got to try and bring down. Once again, Fatal Bond's doing its work with the Echo Slam. They're getting through what we thought could have been the unkillable. We asked them to do something, and that's exactly what happens. Armel wants to go for more. D-White begins to TP. Someone got a stun. Cuckoo does. Blinks forward, and now 2 heroes from ViciGaming fall.
All right, that's good.
That'll work.
They got 2 kills, one of them being the huge Centaur. They had to work hard for that kill, though. If Yang wouldn't have chilled so long and just used Stampede, he would have probably got out of there.
Yeah.
But he felt invincible, and that's... Sometimes feeling invincible is not a good thing.
Isn't that game 1 all over again?
Pretty much.
Hey, we feel really good. Wait, hang on. Reminder, we are playing a team that can knock us to the lower bracket of TI9.
So,
give respect.
Very, very big for Brood to get this. He got both kills, he got the tier 2 tower, and all of a sudden Armel is almost got the Solar Crest and the level 20. And
Ahri is still getting bigger, though, while all this is going on. Like, all the fights that have been happening, Ahri has literally just been jungling or lane farming in very safe areas. He's almost going to crack the 300 CS and about to finish a full butterfly.
that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it for TNC. First problems first.
One step at a time.
Need to deal with the Medusa later.
Hey, you'll be able to control it. Kuku's building in for an Aghanim Scepter, and once you got this, maneuverability is going to be the name of the game. Broodmother moving up and down hills, Kuku staying with him.
As far as Vici goes, though, you saw how long it took them to kill that Centaur. Imagine there's a save there. Imagine there's a Golem. Imagine there's a Shadow Demon Disruption. It feels like this play only works because there's not enough in the way of protecting him at the time. So if ViciGaming are a little bit more together, winning a team fight right now for TNC seems almost next to impossible. Like, they need a really good Echo Slam, they need a really good Tiny Combo, probably a good Omni Slash too. Like, they can't really make any mistakes, which, you know, we've seen flawless team fight executions from TNC. They can do it, but it's a really stacked deck against them right now in those fights.
Well, we passed, as you said, 20-minute mark, 23 is on the board. TNC.
It's a bit of a comeback, though, if you look at the graph. It got a couple of percentages.
It definitely is. We're now sitting at 89% for ViciGaming win probability.
So, just
as
has
Paparazzi.
the solar, right? Brood has the solar.
On Courier? Yeah.
So there's a solar and the level 20. The reason I'm looking for this timing is Brood gets insanely strong when these two things align. When you get the Solar Crest and level 20 for the Spider attack damage talent, you go from dealing a lot of damage to dealing a lot of damage.
Yang still wants the Spiders.
That's not a good way to have an army.
382 CS now on the Centaur. Rack 'em and stack 'em.
This is the highest CS of Centaur ever at 24 minutes. I almost guarantee it.
Nice smoke up from ViciGaming, except at the same time Fade was walking back. Glimmer Ether Lens.
It might be the highest CS by Centaur ever at this point by like 50.
He's going to go in for Roshan. TNC, they're going to try and sneak it in.
I love it. Take a risk.
But hey, Yang, he's taunting his way over to the pit. Don't look now. He hooks to the pit. He's able to get the double stun. Running Roshan. Paparazzi was a follow for Gabby. He's perched up. He cannot move even with the spin. This is that piercing. The rock will drop. Connect everybody up. A quick Omni Slash. Try and break him free. Get him inside the pit. Gabby, he's actually on the other side of the rock wall. He gets away while Tibbs keeps it into the back line. You've actually wasted the Stone Gaze, and TNC, they get out without a single loss.
Yeah, there's no Stone Gaze, no Golem, no Stampede. That's pretty good.
Brood can slip back into Roshan. Now ViciGaming's attention turns into how do we stop TNC from claiming Roshan?
And I love TNC take this risk. You see, it's a high-risk play, but the reward could be massive, right? If you don't take these risks in this kind of game, you're unlikely to come back, so...
They're even trying to kill the Golem off. Yep. Hey, there's some money!
And Brood is back looking at the Roche pit. Has the Spider damage talent. This Roche can die really quickly. Armel might just get it, actually.
Good observer one. Just looking in. What do you do, Ahri? Do you want to push? He's got no save. There's no backup. There's a disruption. They're smoked up ViciGaming. They're still watching Roshan closely. The damage from the Spiders as well as the Brood is so huge. The Spiders actually almost going to go down. The poison's killing them off. This is when Armel loses his power, when he loses his Spiders.
Yep.
So he has to make some more. Over towards mid. There's more where that came from. Hop stop, jumping in. Yang was trying to fight. Great fish in the back line, but Paparazzi and BKB all protected. They're losing the Brood Mother way too quickly. Armel needs to get up the hill and far, far away. There's no place like home. Lashrak and Yang both able to back up. There's a nice regeneration rune. Deny it. Oh, okay, well, that'll still deny it. No, he bottled it. So Paparazzi can get back up to full mana.
Like,
Roshan, remember this man? 1700 HP. They want to break through him. Grimstroke's looking. Gabby walks in. Gabby walks out. We're playing Do-Si-Do in the fog of war. Paparazzi found the target in the back line. Kuku dead so quickly. He takes so much damage. Now Paparazzi can burn the regeneration room, get all that mana back. But Tiny wants something else. He's tossed back the illusion. He wanted the real one. Now Tibbs is out way too far. Yang will capitalize. Hooks up forward. Able to get the double edge damage. Paparazzi's there too. With the lightning, they got the so stampeding up Tibbs. There's nowhere to He is the gatekeeper. At the front of the pit. TNC can still not get in, and Yang is like, okay, maybe I should do some damage now. I'll help Paparazzi. Armel can't let this happen. Ori still on the front lines with a fidget block. He's trapped up on the high ground. DY can't really help him. Roshan, he will die to ViciGaming. Hager's in the hands right now. It's actually going to be Paparazzi. Gabby, he's trapped and brought down. Broodmother. Now he's trying to retreat. The more damage he takes, the faster Grimstroke will die too.
That was a super well-played Roshan control by ViciGaming. This whole situation, the way they spread their heroes, they have, like you said, the Medusa is kind of just protecting the Roshan area, while the Leshrac finds an opening onto the Shaker, and they get a great fight out of it in the end. And, you know, hats off to TNC for trying to pull off this play. I think you have to do something like this, like I've said before. Vici were just too good in this instance, and a weaker team would have maybe faltered there, and you would have got the Roche. But you see, so Ori's going to walk up here and will get fissured off, but get Stone Gaze off, and flat out a mistake from Gabby here to get petrified. This should not be happening. He's just running in, getting petrified. I'm not sure what the plan is here. There's no way in hell you're ever killing the Medusa without using Omnislash. She didn't have any mana. And then they just ran down and forced the Brood away as well.
Yeah, you realize it from TNC. There was a lot of laughing before game 2, but things have gotten really serious. They're missing their timing. The pick of Brood didn't work out the way they wanted it to. But you still come up with a plan. You still try and find a way to fight against ViciGaming. It seems so hard to keep these spiders alive too from Armel. All that big damage, he wants to get into the back lines to kill off units like the SD. But then you got Glimmer Cape protection. In fact, both of them are going Glimmer Cape. DY has almost completed his.
Yep.
So difficult for TNC just to get this straight up target lockdown. Goodbye tier 2 tower. Aegis to the Immortal. Oh, they're still in the hands of Paparazzi up on top. He's having his own little duel with Tims. Stampede just wants to close the distance, do some more damage. Tims has tossed, the creep wave's coming in. That's not what he wanted. Paparazzi, such fancy footwork. That's difficult with 4 legs. Tims, there's your hit with the split earth. Down he goes.
Made him work for it. I think Paparazzi messed up and could have probably stunned out of the Yules. I'm not sure if he was saving it for anything else or had cooldown, but when I clicked up there, I think it was ready. So they have to use a Stampede, and it takes another 10 or 15 seconds. So Tim's definitely buying some time there, but time for what? Time for what?
The second coming of TNC.
Well, maybe time to fight for bounties.
Maybe.
You gotta try it.
Got 15 seconds to get into position. Luckily, Brood has a rather large network that he could use to get north.
And a rather large net worth, unlike all of his teammates.
Well, that's because he's taking up most of the map. It's pretty choked out. ViciGaming aren't giving them many options. And now, oh, Juggernaut, Yang. Well, blink, hope stomp, quick on the Blade Fury. And Gabby, he needs some distance, and he needs it now. The rock will drop. Here comes Ori too. Needs some extra slow. Broodmother's going to be nearby. They're doing so much damage. There's no way the Juggernaut can live. Even with the avalanche, they can't create enough space. Dead without buyback, and Armel. Woo! That TB didn't work. And Armel, no protection. They're trying to slow him down. Great Fisher. Cuckoo. Able to create a little bit of extra space, but Vici don't care. They just want to rampage forward. They want that semi-final matchup against LGD. And at this rate, they'll take it. TNC, they need a miracle.
Or 5.
One after the other, no spaces between.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough for them. Just a flat-out 5-on-5 seems completely unfavored. They don't have the damage to kill the Medusa. The Leshrac has an Aegis. Is running around with haste move speed pretty much. He took the strength talent, so actually doesn't have full haste move speed, but 510. And another huge grab for ViciGaming.
And together they move out. They can take out the Shrine. They'll push through the top tier 2 tower as well. It's time for the new Vision game from ViciGaming. Actually, they've got 4 TP scrolls coming on the courier. All right.
Yang wants to be able to TP.
Yeah, they're all his. Could have brought some Observer Wards for him if they're off cooldown, but nope, we'll do it this way instead. Tier 2 tower is gone, and they will not hold back. With the Aegis the Immortal on Paparazzi, he's got nothing to fear. The Fissure doesn't block him out. Ori has enough space to move up high ground. No missed chances for him. And Paparazzi now triggers off the Edict. No fortification available from TNC. So the tower cannot survive. They are losing map control so fast. And all Armel can do is just move within his network, farm outside, but farm to what end?
He's got a Hex, so he can kill Shadow Demon.
He can
find some.
At least they have something then that can work with the Soulbind.
True. That's another good point about this game. When it comes to teamfight and how TNC have built their lineup, they really haven't set up Grimstroke for success except the Juggernaut spin with Inkswell on. That's the only thing that synergizes with his ulti is his own silence and toss outside of the Hex that Brood got 30 minutes in. So Grimstroke's primary teamfight contribution is generally one stun from the Inkswell and then the Soulbind and setting his teammates up for success and maybe a good stroke of fate. But you take that ulti out of the equation, it used to even slow, it doesn't slow anymore.
Yeah. Like you just see like how happy VG are to keep doing what they're doing. Like you've already got your defensive items for Ori and he's going in for the MKB next. Like no need to worry about the big burst damage. 2.1k HP seems to be enough for him. Same with Leshrac, 2k, but he's got the BKB to defend.
He's super fine. He has 2.1k. Oh,
Ooh, Armel, the blink, the hold stop. They catch out the Brood Mother, and all the stuns, they continue to chain. Brood is dead. 85 seconds. Grimstroke cannot TP out. Faith able to control him with the disruption. And VG are all over TNC. No room to breathe. And this feels fatal. The push up from VG. YOLO indeed, Gabby. That's all you can do. The buyback came out from the Grimstroke. But without the Brood Mother, you don't even have the double Hex we were talking about. Tims, he goes for it. He doesn't get the toss back, however. He just tosses Ori straight up in the air. A quick fissure. Now the Soulbind together. Gabby is already spinning himself away. Paparazzi is killing Tims to the back line. They'll go Fountain if they want to. This game's over. It really is over. VG, playing your flag. You own TNC's home. Tims is going to do the best he can. TNC will fight to the bitter end. But ViciGaming now going for the Megas. Edict burns through all the buildings. Gabby moves forward, looking for some damage to burn off what matter. No, he's going to burn off life instead. Perched up. Now the rock will drop. They just want to control the Juggernaut. He'll still get the Omni Slash off, however. But how much damage is this really doing? They're so tanky and split across the fight. That's GG. Full hero is gone. ViciGaming will advance to the semi-finals to have a date with an all-LGD VG China semi-final 1. It still looked a little shaky, Cinderin. ViciGaming weren't absolutely perfect, but they still take the victory.
Yeah, this last game, though, was honestly really clean. They got last pick rooted, they adapted correctly. I'm like putting Centaur mid is not a genius move, but the way they played their side lanes mainly. Yeah. Yang had an outstanding performance mid. Their top lane, the Warlock, Medusa, they bided their time. They didn't panic. They weren't like, we need help, come top Shadow Demon. Instead, they identify, okay, we're going to lose our lane, but we're going to win the bottom lane really hard, and we're doing well in mid for Yang. And what's going to end up happening is, well, if they stay 3 heroes top, they're going to get out leveled. And when it comes to making moves, look at their picks. Centaur's or Shaker's losing his lane horribly, so he's not going to make moves. And the Tiny and Grimstroke are in the tri lane. They will not have levels. So you reach this point 10 minutes in where ViciGaming have 2 level 7 supports and the TNC supports are level 5, and there's just almost nothing to do on the map.
Beautiful play, the winner, ViciGaming, a 2-1. Yes, congratulations indeed to ViciGaming. Was it ever in any doubt? Maybe, maybe not, who knows. But they are victorious and they do go through to a semi-final upper bracket in an all-Chinese matchup against PSG.LGD. Back with our various sets of men. Grant and Neil, we'll start with you guys, really, because that kind of reverted back to TNC type a little bit. The first 2 games were great, and then the third one was a bit more like they were last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely felt that way. And I think the biggest thing is Vici, like what they did, they sent a carry Leshrac down bottom. They just sacrificed Ori up top lane. And then, you know, middle lane, I mean, without that double stout shield, I was like, will they actually do it? And they just put Centaur middle. And TNC just didn't know how to react. They're like, oh, at least we're beating this Medusa. But then after the laning phase, they just crumbled.
Yeah.
And that being said, after seeing the LGD performance and how they're moving through the upper bracket and seeing the Vici performance, if I had to choose a Chinese frontrunner, I'm leaning towards LGD because that series against TNC was neck and neck, sure, but even then, even though Vici won, I just wasn't that confident in them.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating match. I can't wait to see that semi-final. But let's wrap up on this one. We're going to have a look at the statistics in the game. Dendy, what did you make of that? That was a bit different, wasn't it? A bit disappointing.
Not really. I expected.
You really?
Yeah, I expected this outcome. If I saw the drafts at first, I felt okay. TNC put themselves on a timer. They could pressure and maybe even take the game, but they needed for lanes to go really well for them. But this didn't happen, and then it was just a matter of time. Lesha created a great amount of space for Duza, and when Duza got her items, and then it was really, really hard for Juggernaut and Brood to take over Duza, for example.
Yeah, Gunnar, very disappointing for TNC after playing so well.
Yeah, I thought the Brood pick would do more for them, but the movement from Centaur to mid, and then the Leshrac Shadow Demon really owned the early game, and the Lesh was way more farm than I thought it would be. He was the reason they were 6k up. Everyone else was even on the cores. The 2 mids were even, the 2 carries were even, and then this Leshrac's just 6k up on the other offlaner.
Well, all across the board did very well. That was more like the Vici that we saw earlier in the season as well. Almost like exactly what we were expecting to see in this tournament rather than actually the first 2 games that we got.
I love when I see teams doing this, when you just we can just flex things, right? That's I think what we've seen the most out of this entire group stages and main event is that teams are just picking things, and it's like, all right, it doesn't matter if you do counter this hero because we can just end up moving it. A couple situations we have seen like a Bristleback end up as support, which is a total disaster, but sometimes you can go for those flex picks. But I think also as TNC picking a Broodmother versus Vici, Vici's one of the few Chinese teams that they know how to play Brood. They love to play Yang especially. He knows what he's doing versus it, so we definitely saw that reflected in that performance.
We're going to get some more from all 5 of you actually in just a moment. But first of all, let's catch up with the victorious side. Victorious. Casey, help me out here. I'm chewing my own teeth. You're with Faith.
We can make up any words we want, Red Eye. Like victorious Victor. Congratulations. We're just making up words. Don't mind us. You looked super happy when you walked in the room. Obviously, we know why, but I'm curious how you were able to turn things around after that first game because TNC looked really good, and you really had to change your strategy.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think we also can win first game, but we lose but our team fight is so bad. I mean, we don't play good in our team fight, so we lose the game 1. But I think it's fine. I think our draft or our the game it's all fine. So just keep going. And the game 2 and game 3, we just have we have a good team fight, so can we? Okay, yeah.
Good team fights. You mentioned drafting, and we were watching in the pods. We could see ROTK right before he left after the draft of that last game, and he was really giving you a pep talk. Can you shed some light on kind of the nature of what he was saying?
Oh, you mean the last
game, right before he left? Yeah.
Medusa. And I mean, and our manager just told me, and in the last game we picked Medusa, and they picked the Broodmother. And I mean, when we picked when we last pick, and he's like, laugh so much. I don't know. And,
a confident laugh.
Yeah, they call me. They think it's the game very easily because they want to pick the Broodmother to counter the Medusa, but. With the game, that's insane. I mean.
Is it difficult to have to play such long games because all 3 of these games, but especially the first 2, it's a really, really long time. Was that difficult on you?
I mean, I'm getting tired now. I'm very tired because it's hard. It's so hard, you know.
And you have to kind of maintain that confidence too in your late game. You have to stay confident. Thank you, Helen.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
I mean. We always confidence with our later game because we think we are not good in the early game, but we are really, really good in the later game in team fight. We are the team prefer to the team fight with the other team like this. Yeah.
And you have you're going to be facing PSG.LGD, but you get a day off. How are you planning on spending your time off, and what are your thoughts looking ahead to facing them?
PSG.LGD champion, that's so strong.
Lots of respect for them.
Because that's a story. Last day, media day, and they have interview, and people told me they are mad. They're offering Charles. Charles said he's 10 years VG's fans, so he thinks we are strong. We can win this champion. And then we say, oh, okay.
We'll take it.
Okay, I'm 23 years LGD fast, so I think they will win. Yeah.
Well, you guys looked great, and we're looking forward to seeing you play again in a couple of days. So congratulations. Do you want to plug your Twitter? I understand you're on Twitter now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fade Dota, just Fade Dota.
Fade Dota.
Yeah.
Easy to remember.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thanks for chatting with us. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Casey. Thank you to Fade as well. Great interview, obviously. We don't get to hear many of them in English. It's nice to be able to hear back from him. He's lots to say in there as well. Lots to say.
So much respect, right? He comes up and even gives the interview like that. So even after he's like, so hard, that was so difficult.
Yeah. It was perfect. It was brilliant. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, to all of the panel members that we've had this morning and this afternoon. Dendy, thank you for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure as always to have you, Dondo, on the panel. Gunnar, Neil, and Grand as well. Thank you very much, Cap, also in the middle of that. That is it as far as this panel is concerned. That's it from me today as well. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, but of course, all good things come to an end, except today, because you get the bonus of having Rich up next hosting the panel. Right now, though, we're going to check in with Casey once more. Now, you know that British people, we love our tea, right? So do the Chinese.
If you would like to be proper, you'd always have pinky out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then a nice one.
Nice one.
Woo!
Jake and I thought it would be really helpful if we sat down with Dove and got to know the Chinese audience and the Chinese Dota 2 scene a little bit more. Because we don't know a whole lot.
Well,
you do?
One of us doesn't, but...
Really? What do you know? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do you know?
Go ahead, Jake.
What do I know about the Chinese Dota audience?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, they're the greatest audience in the world. They got the best memes, the dankest ones, the most brutal ones. They got the most passion. They're at every event, no matter where we are. There's a gigantic field of Chinese Dota fans, and they're super nice. But is there anything I don't know about the Chinese Dota fans?
I think Chinese Dota fans, they're very enthusiastic first, but they also just want to root for a Chinese team.
But at the same time, there's a lot of respect, though. I mean, there's always GH God and all these nicknames for the Western players too.
TI champion team is fine.
As long as you win,
as long as you
there's
win.
respect.
Yeah.
So how can people like Jake and I and other interviewers make the Chinese fans feel more comfortable when we're talking to them?
Chinese fans, they're a little bit shy.
Shy? Chinese fans are shy?
Yeah. If you react very active, they're gonna be a little bit.
It's too much.
This. Yeah.
It's too much. Note taken.
That's American, very. Yeah.
So to be respectful, we should maybe ease into our interactions with fans a little bit more.
At first.
And
then you can.
And then we can.
Yeah.
Once they trust us.
Once we gain their trust.
Excellent.
Do you have a Slacks equivalent in the Chinese Dota scene?
I think that's Dove.
I think more like Casey, but not Anna.
Are you sure?
I hope so.
How do you think that the fans here in Shanghai will receive Jake and I?
First, people love Casey.
Stupid interviews. I hate these stupid interviews every time.
I got my money to pay you for this.
Continue the interview.
Love you too.
All right. I care about the Dota stuff. Can I ask Dota questions about the Chinese community?
Yeah.
All right. Western audiences hate techies. Is that true for the Chinese audience as well?
Yeah, the same, I would say.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Worldwide hatred.
Also some Ricky.
Who's the most popular Western player in the Chinese scene? Who do you think they like the most?
Arteezy.
Arteezy?
I was kidding. Miracle, I think, probably.
Yeah. I think Western audiences mostly like ROTK.
Yeah.
They love him.
Yeah.
So, is it still the same in China? Do people still like ROTK?
Yeah, people do. Especially VG play very, very good.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, should we all have a nice little bit of tea to celebrate our wonderful times together?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, ready? To Chinese Dota. Come on.
I'm trying.
You can do it. Dove, you're not putting in a lot of effort. There you go. Thank you, Dove. It's an honor. It's a pleasure. Always a good time.
He just doesn't know how to end a segment. He just is so...
Bye, everybody.
Well, we got to take a peek at that quick video piece a little bit earlier. They actually had a video about speaking Chinese where we got to see Slack speak a little bit of Chinese, and I actually have been learning the local language a little bit, just the TI essentials, Kyle.
And what do you mean, Rich?
Bai Zui, Kyle.
What's that mean?
Means shut up, Kyle. My name is Rich, I'm your host. I'm joined by Kyle Lacoste and Grant. Let's actually talk about everything, Grant. Like, I am so excited to now know that we're at least going to have, on the final day here, with this audience, we know we're going to have a Chinese team, guaranteed in the top 3 with how the bracket has worked out, but we're going to get to take a peek at another Chinese team, and you have to keep in your mind, there's been a big fulcrum change here now. We're moving into best of ones. It's going to be best of ones the rest of the day. So let's start to talk about how that will affect these teams. First up, it's going to be Alliance versus RNG.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is RNG, honestly, coming in this event is probably the weakest of the Chinese teams. They struggled. They got last place at a couple of minors. They changed their roster a bit. But I do think you have a player like, it's hard. I really like Flyby. I really like Flyby.
I kind of feel like it's my fault that they're doing so poorly, though, because I picked them in the tournament. And the funny thing is that I was talking to a bunch of teams beforehand, and RNG was just rolling people in all the scrims that they played. They were absolutely dominating people. They were like, I was speaking with it was Heen and it was March, and they were like, dude, RNG is like super strong right now. It was like they were almost afraid of him.
That's what I heard as well. Maybe they played way too many games. VirtusPro in their interview, Pasha, he said that they were not playing way too many games. They were just playing a couple of scrims a day and mostly being focused on the analytical part, like watching the replays. Movement on the map, but they didn't play that much.
We've kind of heard a lot of people talking about the theory of an event like this, and can you burn out if you go a little bit too hard at the beginning? Groups, obviously, we had a lot of Dota played. I believe it was 144 games, something like that. So if you do go a little bit too hard, maybe you run out of steam. But Kyle, you were one of the ones, when you talk about hyping up RNG, you kind of hyped up the entire region. You said, we look at these Chinese teams, you said you could see all of them doing well. RNG, we'll have to see if they can pick it up. But let's talk about Alliance very quickly before we jump into everything, because this is a team that's been picking up some momentum, and the organization, we haven't seen them at a TI since it was the original 5 that you really think about when Loto was actually playing. So now they're actually going to be back here at a TI. How do you think they look?
Well, they definitely look like they have a really nice swag. The golden shoes that RNG got, the track suits, I'm really liking it. And overall, this team, not the best performances throughout the year, but looking like a team that can upset pretty much anyone.
That's because they were playing in Europe, though. Oh. Look how well they did at this tournament.
Yeah,
this tournament was,
Alliance, I mean, they did just win the Summit. I know people are going to say it wasn't the highest skill level tournament, but Alliance, you come into a tournament off of a W, and then you go into this group stage, like, I feel, who do you guys think's the favorite, honestly, just straight up, Alliance versus RNG?
I'd say Alliance. Alliance grown up throughout the season. At the start, they were kind of a punching bag in the Europe, got to a couple of those events, but after all, I think right now they're in a good spot and they can be matched up against any team in the world.
And we have plenty to talk about right now, but let's take a look at all of the players that make up these teams. You just got to take a look at the folks that make up RNG, and you can hear the fans going to be cheering here in this stadium. They're definitely going to have that home field advantage. We're going to see the Chinese teams getting plenty of gas in their tanks from the folks here in Shanghai. We just saw that as well on the main stage just happening in our last series. This is going to be one of the teams that's going to need to ride off of all of that momentum, knowing that they are potentially the weakest team in the region. They are going up against Alliance.
and it all comes.
Folks, you gotta welcome Team Alliance. This is the first time that we've seen this organization take the TI stage since the original 5. This roster has stayed together throughout the entire year. They've started to pick up a little bit of momentum. You can see Loda walking out with his squad. A champion. As we hear the folks in China make a little bit of noise, even though it's not the region that we expect to hear a lot of people cheer for, definitely do have some fans in the arena as they get in their seats and get ready for this best of 1. Folks, it's all going to come down to one game. Who will stay in TI and who will no longer be competing in this tournament? But before we jump into that action, it's very important to make sure that we know some of the stuff going on in these players' heads. Lucky for us, we sent one of the toughest interrogators in the entire world. We had Slacks ask them the spicy questions.
I'm falling apart inside.
Dude, I'm freezing and hot and cold and hurting.
We have Team Alliance here at TI9. You did it. It was exciting stuff.
Indeed.
I'm more nervous about this than playing at TI, man.
Here we go, gentlemen. The first wing. Let's do it.
It's not that bad.
I'm dying.
After I met you, I told everyone, these guys are some of the best personalities that I have met in Dota in a really long time. I cannot wait till they're actually good at Dota so I can interview them. Talk to me about moving from player to, you're an owner now, right?
Yeah, but coach is what I'm the most proud of being.
Yes. Owner, coach. Are there any other hats that you're wearing?
I'm a father. I'm a lover.
Wow.
I'm a singer. Yeah, no, it's...
What problems did these guys have? What did you have to break on these guys to make them better players?
Everything.
It's been a...
It started with the body and moved on. I'm not even kidding. My mouth is already on fire.
Just eat it. Don't think about it.
This one's gonna be bad. I can feel already.
It's not that bad yet.
I'm only drinking this because I love milk.
You love milk?
Yeah,
They're healthy.
I'm that
for your
kind of guy.
bones.
Swedes, they love milk.
And Zadia, I went and looked up some pictures of you. I got some secret pictures of you. So what's the story with this?
I'm a big Liquid fan. I was walking around at Birmingham and I saw this big Liquid flag and asked if I could buy it.
Wow.
And then I got it signed by the entire Liquid team.
And I got one more. You said that you wish this picture got deleted.
Are you serious?
You said that you hope that it never surfaced.
It was great.
And now he's...
Why do you hate it? I think you look cool.
No comment.
All right. I'm dying.
Sorry, guys. I'm giving up on the water.
What the?
It's not that bad, actually.
Are you
it's getting bad.
Are you for real?
It's getting bad.
Are you for real?
Shut up.
All right, here is the laning partner bowl. On each one, you're gonna pull one out.
I got one.
Oh my, are you serious? Is this real? Do people eat this?
Alright, if I was an animal, which one would I be?
It would be a...
Puppy.
You have ice in your mouth?
Yeah.
I'm getting tears from this.
Be a lion cub.
If you could go back and redo any game in any tournament, which one would it be and what would you change? Oh my lord.
I would go back to TI3 finals and ban Wisp. They've been easy finals. Who's the best captain you've ever had?
I mean, the best is you. I haven't had any other captains, kind of.
Best captain.
Alright.
I like playing under Garter.
It's okay, Loda,
He's dying. I'm like...
You're handling it. It's hard.
Dude, as long as you talk, it's fine.
All right.
All right.
That was easy.
The Techies nuclear apocalypse.
Oh, fucking
Is it worse?
It is worse.
What?
It's painful. We have a tradition here. If you'd like, put a little extra on the top.
Give it to me.
Just to see how much you can handle.
You gotta do it for the fans.
You can do it for the fans.
Don't do it. Don't do it for the fans. You're gonna regret this later. You're gonna like die.
Yes, but dude, we gotta do it for the fans.
I'm not doing it for the fans.
All right, sure. I'll take a...
Gentlemen,
wanna cry.
The last one. A final hurrah. Then we have.
Ears are burning. Me too.
One more question.
I'm gonna pass out. Yeah.
Techie's nuclear apocalypse. Here we go.
I can't feel my mouth. Can't feel my teeth. My tongue is gone.
I don't know what's going on anymore. All right.
Okay.
A little bit broken up.
I'm actually shaking.
Ooh, I thought I didn't.
He's like playing his guy.
This one made me numb, so at this point I'm just like.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm burning.
Oh, this is. I don't even know what happened to me. It's
Oh
because
my
like
God.
I died inside, and now there's nothing left.
This is why you're TI winner, actually.
If there was a chat wheel line for the two people sitting with you, what would their line be?
I don't know what mine is. Probably I'm dead.
His is probably I'm dead, and then wait, no. No, wait, I'm good. I live.
I'm falling apart inside.
Dude, I'm freezing and hot and cold and hurting and...
Gentlemen, we've done it. We went to hell and back. Raise your milks with me. Let's watch this out. There's not a lot of milk left from any of us, but well done, Team Alliance. Woo!
I've never felt this emotion
I actually
before.
don't know what's wrong with me.
I'm having a fever, dude.
Well, we could see that they could barely handle the heat in the kitchen. We're going to have to see if they can handle the heat of the main stage. Let's actually talk about these boys for just a little bit longer, actually talk about these teams, because we've seen them go head-to-head in the past.
Yeah, I think so, and it ended up being Alliance winning, I believe, 2-1 over them, and I think the biggest thing for me is in a lot of these matchups, I'm looking at the 4 roles, but in this one, I'm looking at the 1 role. Meke as well as Monet, I think, are the 2 best players on each of their team, and it's pretty crazy. When it comes down to a best of 1, you might get Terrorbladed, you don't know, you might get Meke Morphling, and I'm very curious to see what they actually choose.
Yeah,
best of 1.
And I feel like there's also a huge distinct, like Monet obviously has a ton of experience. He's played on the stage before. He's made deep runs into this TI, or not this TI, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, Meke, it's his first time. I don't think he's really ever been on a stage quite this large.
Big, yeah.
He's played at World Championships in Han. This is a bit of a different story. Bigger arena,
This is
bigger
a
prize.
harder game.
A real
I'm
game.
going to say position.
You're also sitting on this desk, so.
Position 3, this is the position to look out for. Boxy, this is the player that stands out for me in the Alliance. The first time, I love the players who think out of the box, because I remember one of the games, CK, with the Road of Atos and the double bracer. This is when I knew that this guy can think of his own and can make a lot of stuff happen. On the different side, you have Flyby. Maybe the player to look out for is Lana, because this guy can make a lot of space for his teams, for both of the carries. If mid is not going well, he's going to step up and make all the space in the world.
Fortunately for us, Dove actually got a chance to sit down with the folks from RNG, and that might actually give us a little bit more insight into what this team's going to be able to bring.
那今年 RNG 其实还挺坎坷的，从前期不太顺到后面换人，然后又打了个 Major， 你们感觉怎么样？
感觉就和你说的话一样吧，非常的坎坷，一路就是从3月到6还是到5月吧，连续3个月换人吧。对我来说，感觉看到一批又一批的队友就离开，我也算是比较难过的。然后现在又进了 TI， 怎么说，非常的激动，非常开心，又成为 TI。
大哥。
因为我是后来的嘛，就是我来了以后感觉到就是还是比较辛苦的，就是我们内部的说法就是 RNG 永不放假，不是我们的口号是 RNG 永不放弃嘛，然后我们的内部是 RNG 永不放假，因为我们是属于经常是 Mana 出现，然后 Mana 出现，然后如果你没打进 Major， 你马上要去准备下一个 Major 的预选。
那你们口头禅嘛，有没有几个队友的？
我们的新口号是 RNG Team。
我没有问口号。
不是，你刚才不是问口号吗？
口头禅。
哦，口头禅。就
比如哪个队友经常说哪句话？
傻德给我的印象比较深的就是，教练问傻德选什么的时候，傻德就一下，然后就定住了，然后就没有然后了。
那打进 TI 预选之后有放假吗？
好像就放了3、4天吧，很少，假期非常的少。反正总共下来这1年，可能加起来没超过1个月的假期。
那国土其实也是有家室的嘛，你自己。
对啊，就是因为来了 RNG 以后，就是背负着一点东西嘛，然后想证明一下自己，就还是比较拼的。
那 TI 预选打架了，觉得证明了自己吗？
那肯定不算呀，他肯定在 TI 上要拿到好成绩才算。
那回顾整个赛季，你们对自己成绩还算满意吗？
肯定不满意啊，就是，很伤心的是，我们每一个比赛基本上都是1轮游嘛，就是很难过。
你们觉得应得的成绩是什么？
可能 过了一轮游吧。
这太低了，国土。
心理预期啊，心理预期，队伍的心理预期可能就是包括我们管理层跟我们聊的是心理预期应该是在前6吧。我个人的心理预期肯定是我要往高调一点，对吧？
整个这一年，你们印象最深刻的一件事情或者一个瞬间是什么时候？
印象最深的，你还别说，我印象比较深刻的是我还没来的时候，就是因为我还没来的时候，不是 RNG 当时要打Minor 的预选还是 Major 的预选，然后Minor 的预选，然后他们过年没回家嘛，确实就是印象比较深刻的。
那2位其实去年都做过很重要的决定，加盟 RNG， 有没有曾经怀疑过自己当初的决定？
没有怀疑吧，就是自己做的事情可能没有处理得当。
每个人有每个人的处理方式，我是属于那种就是做了决定就。因为你没办法去改变周围的环境，你只能改变自己，你只能加强自己。
今年 TI 毕竟是在上海嘛，算是本土作战了，你们会有什么不一样的期待吗？
期待我的朋友们啊、粉丝们啊，来为我加油吧。
莫奈特 team。
期待自己能在需要改变、需要进步的方向去进步吧。
那最后还是有没有兴趣捧一下我们这个盾？
不敢摸，
不敢摸，
比较信邪。
会想起伤心的往事吗？
没摸过，
是吧？
想不起来，记忆力比较差。
主要是我往年都很信邪，我没摸，我今年我要摸一摸。
今年慢一点啊！
我不把它捧起来，我就摸一下。
摸一下。
对，我
他都摸了。
后面什么样？
后面是往年 TI 所有的夺冠队伍和选手，
都是在后面刻着。
对，要不你也摸一下？那刚刚盾也摸了，鞋也信了，你们觉得对自己有信心吗？夺冠或者哪些队伍会是比较强大的对手？
觉得秘密可能是夺冠热门吧。
那你觉得 RNG 真的就直接跳过了吗？
心里是没有跳过的，但是不能说出来，
偷偷的。
对，你这自己不能奶自己，对吧？这是大家都知道的，那个就秘密 VG 老干爹吧。
好，干净利落，谢谢2位。
I really like their little catchphrase, just RNG team, or the other catchphrase that they throw.
That's usually me, like when you need something smart to say. Yeah, I don't know, guys.
Usually I don't ask you those.
It's kind of terrifying. I think Grant's actually the smart one on this panel.
Yeah, I saw. Well, originally Dendy was going to be on this panel, and then we got.
Well, Grant will still be the smartest.
Thank you, Lucas.
I got your back.
What would your catchphrase be, Kyle?
I don't know. Oh no, not again.
I don't know. Chat, we're going to double check to see what you guys have to say about what Kyle's catchphrase is. I don't know what mine would be. Probably like something like...
I don't think it's appropriate for this broadcast.
It would be a cute catchphrase.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't push your luck. I saw backstage, there's this blackboard, right? And just a bunch of fire emojis and then different odds next to our names.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yours are 3-1. I don't know what that means.
See, the only thing I have backstage is actually a whiteboard. Yeah, like a maybe it's an easel, but yeah, definitely.
2-1 now.
Yeah, we can bring that out a little bit later. But let's jump back into talking about these squads here before we actually make our way back to that blackboard and increase any of those numbers. Who do you think has the highest odds to actually take this one down? We talk about recent history a little bit. We say that Alliance should have the edge. Do you think that the fact that we're actually here at TI, you're surrounded by a fan base of your region, do you think that that may come into play, Lucas?
Well, it's definitely gets into your head. It's a best-of-1 elimination game. Who has more experience? Yeah. Definitely RNG has more experienced players. I think we're going to see some more cheesy picks here as a 10th pick, especially from Alliance. I'm going to call Storm Spirit as well as a cheesy pick because there's no... If you 10th pick it, you're not going to have any counters for the Storm Spirit, and the Koikwa just excels in that.
They're not going to 10th pick it if they take Storm, though. That'll be first, too. They're confident with the... I would be... If I'm Alliance, I want to pick heroes like Timbersaw. It's the... Because... what's Alliance's biggest issue throughout the year, right? They get the lead, they give it away. It's a BO1. You don't want to have that happen again. True. I want to see them pick up heroes that not just like when they get a lead, it's cemented easily because, you know, if you're a Timbersaw and you're ahead of a game, you're ahead. You can't die. Like, you can easily press your tempo. Storm Ember, a lot more high risk.
And this was something as well that we did talk about when we were at the minors, and now we're going to have to see if that is going to be an issue they have. They are already taking the stage. Let's see who's going to be able to take the first best of one of the day.
Alliance versus RNG. Game 1.
A spicy way to start our best of ones. Alliance versus RNG. The last time these guys matched up against each other, gentlemen, was the DPC Epicenter. Alliance actually beat RNG, but that was a best of 3. And this is a best of 1. And RNG actually did take that first game in that best of 3 as well. So it feels like we've got an even odd situation on our hands.
This should turn out to be a fun one, right? I think we've been looking at Alliance, and their last few games looked pretty greedy. They tried to run a 5 bristleback, literally, and it kind of blew up in their faces. They've also had a couple ones where they've gone a bit greedy, and I think they've gotten punished a lot for it. So I feel like in this one, at least for me, for Alliance, I don't want them to go so greedy. I think if they do that versus RNG, they're just going to get steamrolled. I think RNG, they had the fastest game of the tournament so far, too, right?
So I actually found out the story behind the Bristol 5. What ended up happening is Insania said, well, it was going to be 100% for Boxy, and the Boxy looked at the draft and said, okay, this is actually one of the worst Bristol games that we could possibly have. And he's like, I'm going to look bad on this hero. It's fine. And Insania, being the captain of the year, was just like, I'll play it. I'm sure this will go great.
I mean, hey, we saw it in the interview, right? He said, do it for the fans. He took the hottest sauce, just like in that game. He took the hardest role, which is the 5-position bristleback. I appreciate any captain who's willing to take that role upon himself.
Yeah, it's sort of like when Kuroki played the puck support in the games that we saw in the group stage. That's definitely not something that you practice, but at a TI, you have to learn how to be flexible, especially in the draft. I mean, if it works, you look like a genius and you introduce a new wrinkle. And if you lose, you're in the lower bracket. That's what happens.
So, Fox, you said that I don't want to see Alliance get too greedy. What do you want to see RNG do here?
I think RNG should just stick with their guns, and I think RNG's also been one of the few teams that I've seen actually not break their like the way that they do drafting order. They are literally every single time I've seen them pick, they've done support, offlane, and then they save their last 2 cores. I think every single time I've seen, actually Setsu gets the overall last pick for his team. When I look through all of their games, pretty much at this entire tournament, it's been nothing changed from that.
That is super unique, right, Will? The fact that just opening with 2 supports like that, almost everybody's opting for 1 core.
We see Newbee often even save their 5 position for the very last pick. That's something that's pretty unique to them. I think partially what it is that Setsu is a newer player, and I think it's important to sort of get confidence, give him the best possible matchups. Because when I have seen RNG play, and when they do play well, it's when he's having a very good game. I really feel like it's important to enable your mid laner at a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's like one of the few teams I actually saw where they don't actually flex really at all. Where we talk a lot about the flex picks, the Miranas, something like that. They actually they pick the Mirana and you're like, that's Lanem. You know for a fact it's gonna be Lanem. The other Titan, they've had a little bit of back and forth between Lanem and Afu, but yeah, they've really just been sticking to just their overall like the way that they want to do their drafts.
Speaking of flex, we saw the big muscly man Koifa there, who's gonna be his mid matchup against Setsu.
Yeah, that's going to be, and that's the open up of a Dark Willow into the Leshrac Abaddon.
That's a really good answer to Dark Willow, right?
Yeah. Interesting, though. The Shadow Demon's not looked at, though, right? That's a bit of a odd one out.
You have Leshrac, who has good AoE, targeted, not a targeted stun, and then on top of that, you have Abaddon, who just gets rid of the Curse Crown. And it just feels good, because you can't ever get bursted. Plus, it's relatively flexible still. Like, both these picks, you talked about how they don't really do it as a flex.
Yeah.
But as a last-second option, you can. Both of these can either be, you can go anywhere from mid to carry with any of these, really. Aside from the Abaddon, who's most likely going to be offlane or support.
It's kind of cool to see that they've, I feel like they've broke their formula. Like, I haven't seen them do that the entire tournament.
I really don't. I feel like that can't be a 5 and a 4 position, just straight up, right? Just because that support duo is going to be a little weird.
That's... The issue with the support duo, I think, is you sort of lack playmaking. You want something that can get in there, which is why Alliance really likes having...
Whoa. What is this?
Just opening void.
You know what? I'm down with it. As we watch the void dance on stage, I almost feel like Alliance is coming to this with a very, very clear plan and confidence in that plan.
I think part of it, what it is Alliance is trying to make the game as easy for themselves as possible. At the Summit, they said their drafting philosophy is pick playmakers that have disables.
Yeah.
Well, Void is the ultimate disable.
That's true. Chronosphere is it's 5 different stuns in one, right?
And technically, you can stun your entire team. That's like 9.
Oh, damn.
Didn't think about that. The headset play.
Did not.
Oh, it's really interesting that Alliance is, they're just going to stick to themselves then. It seems like it doesn't really, I don't think it really matters what they're going to be playing against. I think they've got their own draft that they've probably already decided a little bit in advance coming in versus what RNG's been doing.
Do you think this is about superior team fight?
Yes, and what it is as well is I think Alliance, what I really like in a best of 1 situation is just play what you're good at.
Yeah.
You don't have to get into the whole like best of 3 meta where you're counterpicking. I think if you believe that you're the better team, which I honestly believe Alliance does, you want to be as stable as possible with your draft. That means picking good crowd control. That means picking good team fight. One of the scariest things in Dota is going high ground. In a best of 1 situation, going high ground against a faceless Void who can always pierce through BKB and just always has good team fight and can threaten, I think that's always going to be a good thing.
It's always a late game. They have a late game insurance right off the bat, right? In a best of 1, that always feels pretty good as long as you don't get run over. So that's the one thing I was talking about. I'm a little concerned of them potentially getting run over if RNG does draft a very fast-paced lineup, and Void can get punished in that manner.
Yes, that's one thing that we saw against LGD is when they do draft the Void, what they dislike is that tempo. When you can play very quickly, they like to pick it where they can play more of a mid-game, slightly later game timing, where they gave a lot of farm to Ame, but in this kind of game, especially with Leshrac, Abaddon, you have 2 different ways to siege. You have one heal that can consistently purge off, and you have the Leshrac with the Edict.
And to back that point up, Alliance do exactly that. They ban arguably the 2 most mid-game heavy cores in the game right now. Alchemist, who has this insane mid-game timing, and Wraith King, who's had a lot of success there as well.
Yeah, it seems like they were kind of forced to ban those, right? But I think this hurts quite a bit. Giving away the Shadow Demon now also, so it gives this Leshrac this setup easily throughout the game. It's also great save versus the Void as well. So that's gonna be, that's a really good pickup there for RNG.
Yeah, it's good against the Void in both that you can disrupt whoever gets chronoed, and later, before he gets BKB, you can disrupt him as well. Plus, Abaddon always feels good to play against Void. You can't ever burst that hero.
There's definitely going to be a lack of targets, it seems, for this Faceless Void.
Yeah, and there's potential for fun late game, right, Cap? That I know we're probably looking forward to. The Ags Abaddon.
The Ags Abaddon.
I know we're both hoping for it, but
Yannis and I are both big fans.
Yeah. This also changed the principle that you were talking about, leading with the 2 supports.
Yeah, it's a good way to adjust, right? You're coming into a BO1, other team might have done a lot of homework on you. They probably see that formula coming out as well. So yeah, breaking that formula coming in here is definitely a neat approach.
Now, one of the easiest things to follow up a Faceless Void is just, there's a general philosophy, just get damage you can dump inside the Chronosphere, right? So who are some of our heroes that we're going to be looking for to pair with that?
I mean, the biggest one is really taken out, right? That Elder Titan right off the bat in the start. The Mirana is also not going to be in the pool. Those are 2 of the ones that I love to see the most. Besides that, there's sometimes like the Invoker, but I don't think that we're going to be seeing anything like that. I think we've been seeing Koikva playing pretty, I wouldn't say limited pool, but more of his comfort style.
I would have said they were going to guarantee take the AA if it was available to them. That's a combo that they really like. The only issue with that hero is that it's very slow, but instead we're going to probably see the Insania Crystal Maiden. This hero, for me, has been gaining traction as a 5. Like, I sort of like it. You can nuke out the range creep so you can push out the lane, and this is the hero that Lacoste actually mentioned on the panel, the Storm pick.
And that it's exactly what you want if you're talking about that best of 1, playing the high ground, right? Like, what beats a Void and a Storm Spirit?
And the only downside is that I think that you can potentially get punished, especially if the laning phase goes wrong. Both these heroes need time to catch up. Storm, you need to hit the jungle, you need to default to stuff like that, so we'll see.
So the story of this has got to be Boxy coming in big, right? With this last pick offlaner, whatever it is, it has to be relatively fast tempo, and it has to just take over the game for a certain point to give his Storm and Void enough time to work.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of more of the box heroes. I'm just thinking, like, just stick with the style, right? Alliance, I look at their 4 heroes, and I think if you could just erase RNG's draft, and this is probably what Alliance would have picked anyway in some situations, right? This is 4 very comfortable heroes that they've been playing with at this tournament.
RNG choose to ban away the Bristleback as one of those heroes just to stand in front of towers and slow things down.
what's a good initiator here? Because Alliance, they have the Void for like a follow-up, but you want someone else to kind of start the fight, right? And they still have the Willow there. They could still go for something like, I mean, Ogre's still in the pool if they did want to go for it, right?
Yeah.
Boxy Ogre.
Yeah, it enables the Faceless Void a lot, right?
Yeah, it'd be strong too because you can pressure in lane. Yeah. And this hero doesn't really care. You just sort of run at people.
I've seen a good amount of the Willow Ogre dual lane actually, and it just like, I think I've seen it just run over pretty much every single safe lane that it's been up against. So I do think that's a bit of a possibility. It works really well with their whole synergy, as Cap was mentioning with the Bloodlust. Thinking here hard about their last ban. Yeah, what's that like?
They are running out of reserve time, so...
Yeah, like which one's going to be the actual supports? Because right now, like Lanem's traditional ones are kind of gone that he's been playing a lot. Is he going to be playing a little switch up for that Lash, and they're going to make this core, off lane Abaddon? Could be the case. They could still make Monet playing the Lash Strike in the safe lane too.
I will say, if I'm a Storm, I'd love to be in a situation where I'm against the Lash, as they're going to take the Gyrocopter for themselves, so this is going to be an off-lane Void.
And that is true. Something that we definitely did not expect, right? But that does fulfill one of our requirements, which is damage to dump inside that Chronosphere, right?
Yeah. So the issue that I had was I actually wanted to see some sort of hero like Axe, but part of the problem is you run into a weird situation where all of a sudden you have a melee core that doesn't get enabled through the Chrono.
Yep.
And so it almost has to be some sort of range hero that can also dump damage in, like you said. Gyro fits that. That build, and more importantly, he's a very fast tempo carry.
And it's definitely throwing Royal Never Give Up for quite the loop. You could see Lanem a bit.
I wonder if they could do something like Gyrocopter. I see Willow. You've got these Dream RNG does actually go for something like that, because a little bit just...
All right, so I Storm, because at some point,
Fogged, I mean, what do you think about themselves? The late game win condition? It seemed like that better late game.
I know teams always talk about cute though, and it is an off tempo for Alliance to be able to bring it to RNG.
To do here, to be able to overcome that Storm
kill on the Storm versus the Anti-Mage, which is so hard to do, but you have to assault it. I'd like to see Koikva make a power rune play, so if it's possible, help Boxy take that tower. Yeah. Squeeze in the Anti-Mage's farm, make sure that you take over the thing for me. If you can get an Aegis on the Storm, go down by so much.
It seems like simultaneously we have both this this lineup that was supposed to go late game. Last picks the Gyrocopter, now they're the ones who have to be aggressive.
Yeah, it does seem like to be like that. It's definitely a bit of a threatening lineup here from RNG going into that later stage.
All right, the beginning of our best of ones, Alliance versus RNG, and we've got a special treat. Final words with Casey and Loda.
Thank you, guys. All right, Loda, very, very quickly, how are you feeling based on how the draft went that you're going to be doing in this game?
I mean, I'm feeling good. I think that there was some funny stuff happening during the draft. It feels like an Alliance draft, and I think the boys are going to do really fine. Yeah.
How did you motivate your team from inside the pod, since you know what they're going through and what it feels like having been a player in there yourself?
Honestly, I just tell them to, dare to trust themselves, just dare to play out the game, don't show any fear. We're just here to play Dota, just like any other day. There's a lot of, there's a lot on the line, but I think it's the Alliance win. I think they're going to do really well. Yeah.
Feel confident?
Yeah, I feel confident.
Loda, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the lower bracket where dreams are made and also crushed. Trent, it's all happening right now, man.
Yeah, confident?
Was that confidence I saw in Lotus face? It didn't look that confident. I know he's saying that he's very hopeful here, but it's scary stuff. The draft, an Alliance draft, hasn't really been something that has been praised all that much. They've been up, they've been down. They're a tumultuous team. So we'll see if the Anti-Mage has their number this time from Monet.
Well, I will say that he was throwing out a couple of last words there to his team as he was leaving the booth, and he did have a smile on his face there at the very least, feeling like they at least got what they wanted. The Quakeva Storm, I mean, this has been truly a classic for them over and over and over again, paired together with that Crystal Maiden. And again, the big thing that we're going to have to watch for in those later stages is where do the Chronos land? They're putting it all on Boxy as quick little stun goes out. RNG picking up 2 of those bounty runes. The run down for Flyby, trying to find the kill onto the Abba. Can they get first blood? Just barely outside of range, and they do manage to pick it up. Mineski drawing first blood.
Okay. So Alliance able to get that onto their carry, and also versus the offlaner too. So Flyby just, not really feeling it at the beginning, and he's gonna have some help from Lanham, but this isn't exactly a threatening lane, right? With like a Leshrac combo here. Leshrac and Abba. I'm not too concerned if I'm playing in that lane versus them.
No, truly not. Not a whole heck of a lot of kill potential.
Till the levels start stacking up, then we have some serious spam and harass. That can be annoying.
Fair enough, yeah. Well, Mineski up there with Insania as well. Insania already out of
I'm worried about that guy down there, though.
Uh-oh. Afu trying to run away. Does look like they're going to continue the pressure onto him, but should be able to just get the walk away. Although Boxy moves forward, goes for the body block, seeing if they can find the walk up, but it's not quite going to be there. And Boxy instead is going to be the one taking a couple of pot shots as we get a short little pause there from Afu.
He's got to breathe after that, got a little worried for a second. He's got a couple sound problems there, so.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I really wanted to touch on, and now that we have this little pause, Boxy has so often for this team been like that stalwart force in the middle of everybody, making the plays on big initiators. And what bigger initiators than Void? Like, if I want to put the game all in one player's hands on this team, I feel like it's probably Boxy.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing, though. We have not seen the Faceless Void in the offlane anymore. Used to have a stable presence there for quite a while, right? And it makes sense, because in the offlane, we like to have the initiators, the team fighters, the guys who scream and yell when they go into battle. But Faceless Void, he needs so much. He feels like he needs a lot of items to be effective here. So Boxy probably going to want a lot of kills here early with Taiga.
No, totally. And I think that there's always these questions, too, of like, are we going to go back to the old days of needing to get aggro and picking up treads? Is he going to go like the Hand of Midas? I feel like that was the classic question that always got asked way back in the Faceless Void days. But the bigger thing, too, is just how do you play around that hero and not get picked off by the Anti-Mage, particularly on the Storm Spirit? That's going to be one of the big things to watch for in this one, I think.
Yeah, I liked how they were bringing it up on the draft panel at the end there, too. Just this idea of like, I'd like to see them like push towers and like get Roche. And you start to look at the heroes and you're like, push towers. There's pretty much Leshrac. Typical Ember draft where you really need someone else that hits towers. At least you have the split push there from RNG in terms of the Anti-Mage. But for the side of Alliance, hitting towers is not necessarily their strong point in this one. And really, objectives overall are going to be a little bit difficult to take. It feels like they got to be bloodthirsty first and then go back.
That always makes for the best of games, though. I have to say that you get into these situations where suddenly 5 kills happen, one after the other. There's a billion buybacks around a Roche fight or what have you. And that's really, I think, the bread and butter of Alliance drafts, going into the late game and having some crazy stuff happen.
We lost our Norwegians.
There were a few of them in the back.
Taiga, I believe, the first Norwegian player who they were happy to tell us about here. And they screamed his name as loud as they could, but clearly they went to get some perfect seats to watch their boy play. That's pretty exciting, though. I have to say, we got fans coming from all over here to Shanghai. The lovely international.
Yeah, and I think that it's sort of been a hallmark of this event that no matter where it's held, you get people from all over the world.
It's true. That is the best part.
There's always a very large contingent of Chinese fans when it comes to North America, and I have a feeling that as well, there's probably going to be a few of them hanging around there as well. So we are fixing a few technical issues right now. We should be able to hop back into the game very shortly. The other thing that I wanted to talk about here, though, was that it felt like Alliance was kind of constantly getting a little bit of extra love from the crowd. I was a little bit surprised to see that.
Yeah, the crowd has been hot and cold a bit here today. So you heard Dove say, right? They like TI winners. You get respect. And I guess that transfers over. You get grandfathered in.
It's just because coming up on stage.
Navi came out, they cheered. That's true. I guess Loda was there. But then Alliance comes out, they cheer quite loudly. I think they got cheered louder than Newbee did.
Yeah, they might have. And Newbee's the Chinese organization.
Obviously, just one of the Chinese teams, just fitting in with the boys. boys trying to hang out.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that this is going to be one of those years, too, where you start to see the numbers dwindle down a little bit, and then they're really going to latch onto one particular team. At least for me, that's kind of what it's feeling like. Obviously, some of those Chinese are in the upper bracket, but there's less of the games in the upper bracket, so you start to build these storylines. And RNG and Alliance, to me, feel like both teams that could make a huge run here through the upper bracket, or lower bracket. I think that both of them probably were feeling like they maybe should have gotten into that upper bracket.
It's tough. It's tough because it's so close. But thankfully, we're so close back to the game. There she is. And if you forgot, Boxy just spent a lot trying to take down Afu. Afu now self back up. And Boxy, only 3 tangos left to his name, but Taiga is holding a self too.
So it does look like a lane setup that we haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of in the group stages leading up to it. Faceless Void and the Dark Willow against AM and Shadow Demon. Kind of interesting draft all along the lines for Royal Never Give Up. They got the double save going on with Shadow Demon and the Abba.
Makes sense when the Void gets picked up so early too, right?
Yeah.
And a hero who he was having a rise in popularity in terms of like the pub scene quite a bit over the past couple weeks, but still hasn't like really propelled fully into the position 1 that maybe some people were expecting after the last few weeks of pubs.
Definitely.
This is no surprise on the mid lane. The Quake for Storm Spirit Alliance specialty with the Crystal Maiden has tons of trays down there in that bottom lane. The battle of regen. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the timing there. Whoops, bit of lag. I see a courier.
Oh my goodness!
I see a
behind the tower.
Yeah, and a split earth.
So I think that he does know that this courier is over in this direction. Landon does.
If I had to guess, he was going for a split earth to break some trees so he can cut in and find this courier. So my assumption currently is that Alliance have not yet seen this Leshrac.
Right. Yeah.
And he's they have a feeling that he's in here, but he's going to try and find this courier by cutting some trees.
Okay.
He's got a haste rune too, so he might just get away with it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they are going to be able to get in there and just sneak away that kill. Although they are, they did have a ward
fast
there.
though. Like, how do you stop him from just getting it? All right,
will
it live or will it die? Take your bets in the chat. Lanham's coming in. Oh, where's the courier? Oh, other tree line there, bud. Okay, now he's out. All right, courier lives. Congratulations to those who took a chance.
Yeah, they did have that ward there on the high rune, so maybe they spotted that, and that's why they moved back.
That's true. His way on in there all speedy like.
Yeah. Well, still looking for some more punches here. Did not manage to buy a bash on the Void against Afu, although the Brambles are brought down. Afu is still walking away, though, and going to go for the disruption play. Can he juke it?
Play.
The juke? No.
It's like, do I try the next level, or do I just go for it? And, well, he went for it.
Waste their time a little bit more. That's important. So up top, a lane that we haven't really talked about all that much. Continued farm, and Mickey's been able to get a pretty nice time so far, as well as the Abba, 9-2 versus the 15-2. And with this wave pushing in, should make it a little bit better as well as they start trading off there in the mid. Quakefo right now a little bit ahead of that Ember Spirit.
Yeah, again, this top lane likely to just be rather chill, but it does offer possibilities for Lanham to make rotations. With an Ember in the mid lane, you never know whether it's going to be a Slight, a Bola, and then into a Split Earth with some additional damage. So Flyby, not really someone who needs full assistance all the time, as they will, constant harass between these teams. And that mid lane, again, it's one of those things where it's just, I'm going to farm, you're going to farm, I got a jungle, you got a jungle. Probably going to need some rotations unless you have that like perfect race to 6 moment where one of them's going to go for the kill on the other.
Right, of course.
And Rune's always going to be a big factor too.
Oh, Boxy again, trade hits. Monet thinking about going. Ooh.
Give him the dance.
Taiga's going to make this rotation. See what they can find. The pole being used now. Taiga not quite able to get there with the root to be walked into it. And now the stun coming out, but he is pretty close to his tower. The rotation is coming in with the TP from the Lesh, and as Lanham shows up, that might be the end of the gank.
Yeah, that goes right through that though. Ooh, the jukes.
Dodge away, Taiga.
Oh yeah.
But it's not going to matter though, as the root comes through and Fairy Fire trying to walk away. Another round of Bramble Mates, and he actually gets out. All right.
No way from Norway. Getting out. Yeah, that was, I tried to find something. Wasn't quite it. Lanham's back there again. He's like, maybe this time, as Taiga makes the walk too far away from him to grab though.
Now, a lot of movement towards that mid as Boxy is going to take another couple punches, but still 1 stick charges and he's bringing in everything. So yeah, the courier was waiting off to the side for him.
That's the stressful one. If I had this courier, wouldn't have died. So he does manage to survive here.
Well, again, Quakeva forcing back Afu, and it looks like Bounty Runes will again be traded off. As Mickey making this move onto Flyby, still bringing him low, but not low enough to find the kill as of yet. The Edict doing a good chunk of damage there onto Mickey, but the bigger damage is now onto Lana.
Well, he also didn't go for the bounty for this too.
Oh, another dodge away. Mickey making these plays.
Yeah, very good reads there. Unfortunately for him, the wave is pushing in, so they get the kill, but they won't get the bounty rune. Flyby will take that as a consolation prize and essentially trade Lanham's life for it.
5 minutes in so far, we've got 3 kills to 0. And Alliance feeling pretty good. I mean, we're gonna have to watch and see. Monet just gets the blink back. Do you feel like either side has more pressure going on? Both of them have really good late game teams, it feels like.
I feel like this is just going to be a classic best of one. Maybe someone's going to take care of it in the first 20 or 30 minutes and really have a big lead, but to me, this looks like some game where everyone's going to be very timid, kind of play it back, and we're going the distance.
Going the distance. Well, Afu gets stunned. Boxy too, though, in a little bit of trouble, and actually body blocked in. They get the disruption, and the banishment comes out. They find the kill. Too many stacks up there, Shadow Poison, and Void just played it a little bit too close.
Yeah, all this action happening here. Not a lot of time for stacks, unfortunately. For the Alliance side is one, of course, that we're going to care about because they have the gyrocopter they're trying to get farmed, and the Storm Spirit's always going to appreciate that too. But Anti-Mage, he's getting great lane farm, much like that gyrocopter, but of course you'll trade equal farm on AM than compared to a gyro, I believe, for that wonderful timing on the Battle Fury.
No, definitely. And then just stay off map, allow other people to make moves for yourself. As they are bringing in Lanham. If they manage to find a disruption, this would be a pretty nice kill setup with the Split Earth after the disruption. Right now, Alliance still playing underneath their tower, not moving too far forward, and it looks like Lenham will not be able to find a kill with that movement bottom.
Oh,
double bash.
Jeez, he went for the triple. I don't know about that one.
Okay, needs to go to the casino. He's getting a couple of them there. So yeah, level 6 right now on Monet. Gonna head over to the side of the shrine, pop it there, heal back up, come back into the lane again. And this is, again, the centerpiece of this RNG draft. The Anti-Mage is going to make it all work for them.
And he's going to keep Quakeva on his toes through the entire match. Any Storm Spirit play that in already up to 700 and mana pool up to 760. So you know the Mana Void's going to be rocking you. The nuclear explosion that can blow up your whole team.
And one thing that we haven't really, again, touched on too much, mainly just saying that the lane is going to be a trade-off, is Gyrocopter right now sitting top of the last hits, also top of the net worth, almost 1,000 gold ahead of that Anti-Mage at this point in time in the game, and going for the early drums feels like what that panel was talking about is going to be the case, where he wants to get active very, very early on. So we'll have to watch for that. Mouse doesn't work again. Not great, but let's see if Afu can get himself back under control here in a second.
It's all right. They got themselves some backups. You know, they're prepared. But so far things relatively even. We're coming up on 8 minutes. It looks like rune control. Quick is going to go for the bot, and RNG looking to secure that top rune off. Who wants his mouse in tip-top shape, just in case someone wants to contest him there. Full bottle for Quakeva, so would love to have it, but not so much for the regenerate thing, but simply so he can make a play. As you heard Blitz say, I want to see him get an early power rune. I want to see him go for a kill. I want to see him pressure the Anti-Mage. I mean, look where he is. He's approaching the lane or the rune spot closest to the Anti-Mage. This is exactly the play that he wants to go for here. And they also should have the chrono very soon.
Yeah.
Not quite there though. Yeah. A little unfortunate, as they'd love to sync that up just to try and help ensure it.
I mean, we might even see Boxy just try and beat down this creep wave and then the next one that comes afterwards to get that level 6, if there's a good rune that shows up for Storm Spirit. Because obviously finding a kill on that AM at this early stage of the game would be top tier.
Yeah, he can just take his time with the rune, maybe go back to the jungle a little bit, wait. Once he sees that moment with the chrono, that is plenty of time to allow you to TP in. And frankly, they might just bring in the gyrocopter too. The call down is on CD right now for another 35 seconds or so maybe he'll just chill and keep on farming. But call down, chrono, they go pretty well together.
Easy peasy. And we will have the restart now as well as we get back into this game. RNG versus Alliance. Will the dodge away from the stun a second time now, and Lanham just going to eat the dirt. Quakeva finds the kill with the Arcane Rune.
Okay, doesn't even need to pop it. Even better. And up top, Flyby has returned here. He just went all the way back to Fountain. It's currently holding the level 6, but it's going to put some harass onto Mickey, who is fresh out of regen. But Insania, of course, there to help him with the salve.
Well, and again, sort of this weird duality that we got going on in this game. Gyrocopter sitting top of the net worth, feeling like he's strong and in charge. Going to try and build up some of those quick fighting items, it looks like. And maybe they can try and hit this anti-mage before he really starts coming online.
Hey, even better than himself, they'll just shrine right up there. So Insania is saying, all right, I think you're good. You head back up top. I'm going to peek mid a little bit, try and get the double stack off for you. And they're going to start trying to propel this storm. All right, we got the in-sync pulls coming out here. Mind you, while they're doing this, the rotation is coming up top. The smoked up supports looking for that disruption in the splitter with combo.
This could be the big moment right now.
Yeah. All stacks successful, though. They got that.
You got to be really careful about this rotation. Okay, level 7, but Insania's going to run into him.
On Setsu.
Now, well done here. So they're going to make sure that they don't find the turnaround kill. Although, actually, they're going to turn and see if they can take down Flyby. But this is not going to be a rotation that works out that well. Meanwhile, Quakefa from the low ground hitting onto them. Setsu's here as well. They're in rather deep, but they are going to be able to find the stun. And then the follow-up kill on Afu. So a trade-off of the 5 positions. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, even with the Arcane Rune, Quakefa knows they doesn't have enough to actually make something happen there. He's forced to retreat and go back to these camps, as you saw, like fully stacked up there. Very good stuff here for Quakefa. So he's got a little bit of an edge already on the Ember, but that's going to start to grow here.
Up top, yet again, they find the dive. Setsu going in, has the Aphotic Shield with the Flame Guard going simultaneously, and Boxy shows up, has the Chronosphere available. Does he want to drop it though? He managed to land it just outside of range of Mickey.
What?
Boxy the player.
Oh man, Mickey was like a pixel outside of that.
They find the stun, disruption to interrupt it, and now Flyby moving into position, trying to see if they can save a life, but finds the bat afterwards. Boxy chasing forward for this one, gets the stun, the follow-up coming in from Quakefa. He wants to kill him off, and in fact, they're gonna be able to likely do it. Oh, the Brambles laid down again afterwards, and Lanham also under fire. 4 go dead. Alliance with the beautiful rotation.
Man, that first chrono is one that you usually don't even count on. You're just like, if I can kill the guy I'm laning against, that's a good chrono. It doesn't tend to be one that saves your position 1, because, you're not playing. Look at the damage he did! This is an off-lane void! He just kept on bashing people. I mean, you can't ask for anything more out of Boxy in this one. He's done enough.
Absolutely. Well, and you can see now he's caught back up ahead of where the Abaddon was in spite of that laning stage, which went a little bit worse, but the big rotation comes in with that Chronosphere. Now, I will mention that the combination of the Flame Guard and the Aphotic Shield is something that we saw a while ago. Quite strong, is just in maximum survivability and capable of dishing out a ton of damage. Just means that this Ember can go super ham.
Yes, it is a lot of magic damage from Alliance, especially until much later into the game. But at the same time, between the disruptions, the Flame Guard, the Aphotic Shield, there is still an opportunity for Alliance to be able to bring him down with these well-placed chronos from Boxy, but expect Setsu to have an extremely good match.
We see Insania there just throwing out a freezing field, because why not? The Gyrocopter was also helping to clear out the camps while all that was happening. So right now sitting at 4,500 net worth. The thing is, you've got to transition this into objectives afterwards for Alliance.
Yeah, despite all what happened up top, right? I mean, they're the ones who have lost the tier 1 tower. Their mid-tier one's being hit by Catapult there from RNG, though, so at least they got that going for themselves on Alliance, but they are still down a tower as Boxy tries to create space in the bottom lane.
Keeping that pressure on. Obviously, very maneuverable hero, capable of escaping if somebody comes down there to mess with him. And it does look like it's going to be Setsu that shows up. Boxy does have Chronosphere back off cooldown in a couple of seconds, but they would need a big rotation to make anything really worth it. And he's just going to back away.
Dance away.
Dance away,
yeah,
sorry.
Not just back.
How dare I?
Mickey is under vision here. You can see Afu just kind of leeching nearby, looking for a bit of free XP as he sees Alliance clearing things out here. But Insania, he's got 4 sentries, so you can say goodbye to this Observer. Very surprised if he were to miss this one, and there it goes.
Yeah, knowing exactly what was going on, Afu still wants to soak up some of that experience. Gets level 6 off of it, so we'll have access to his ultimate.
Oh, they've got the Purge, though, and they're still playing very aggressively with
down
this
bottom.
Abba.
They're looking for Setsu, and they're just going to go for the Chrono again. Well played by Boxy, as that one is just going to be a quick and easy kill. Oh, onto Setsu. No! The turnaround! Are you kidding me? He finds them both. Lanham! Oh, Lanham! The fear up top, they find a turn.
It costs, you can see Alliance at the same time in tandem movement. They start going for flyby, and Lano and Opfer are just like, sorry, dude. We gotta hit the guy up down bottom. This is all Setsu. You're the ABBA. Beautiful save coming out here, and we get essentially the reverse play now from RNG. Oh, saving Private Mickey and saving General Setsu.
God, we can only hope to be as good at Dota when we're as old as Lanham. Actually, we're probably older than him, now I'm talking about that. But still, the veteran making it happen on the big stage in the best of one. And Setsu just gonna back out now after the Cursed Crown lands on him. God, you love to see that stuff.
Yeah, and we've kind of evened out here. I mean, kills, don't worry about kills. Early game kills, they mean pretty much nothing these days, guys. It does give you a slight XP lead, I will say that. That just went from like 4K to 2K now for Alliance. But aside from that, we get pretty even on the gold, and we have that Anti-Mage so close to his Battle Fury. But that's a lot of stacks.
Yeah.
Alliance are very good at this.
Alliance have been super solid about keeping these stacks up, and obviously great heroes to clear through them, to build up that advantage, and obviously also get those supports, the gold that they desperately need. So right now, 1,000 gold lead. And Monet still not quite at his Battle Fury. He's getting close to it.
Yeah, speaking of farm and stuff, Lenham has an Atos nearly complete. He's only 100 gold away. So trying to maybe catch Quakefa off guard this early in the game, also helpful versus maybe this Dark Willow, just setting up for his own split earth. Especially when we're skirmishing so much.
Throw out the missile at the start. Quakefa is rooted over to the side and doesn't have a big enough mana pool to really join that fight if it were to happen. So yeah, they're gonna back out. Well, again, a little bit of a lull as we get ready for the bounty runes. We'll see if there are any fights for them. As already the ABBA is set up on the top side. Boxy picks up one, Monet gets the other, and RNG gonna get 3 out of 4.
Yeah, almost looked like Alliance were more so hopeful for the mid runes or something there, but I believe Setsu snagged one up too. So not a whole lot there at the 15-minute mark for the boys on the Dire side, but they're gonna smoke up and try and make use of another Chrono, as well as take this tower. So we'll see if RNG get the correct read. It looks like Mane is long gone. The guy's already back at his own ancient area, now farming up, stacked, and again, just getting so close to that Battle Fury. Flyby gonna keep pressuring into the top, so should be a pretty quick push here from Mickey. They're still deciding to keep everyone else hidden, but RNG, they've kind of figured it out.
But RNG, they're gonna make that rotation bottom, it looks like.
Ooh, okay. Maybe Lanham really wants this with the Atos. And that's Taiga. Oh.
Breaks it, goes into the Shadow Realm, gets the Curse Crown off as well. Setsu in a little bit of trouble. Boxy could think about chasing for this one, but they're underneath a ward. Gotta be careful. They've already found Quakefa. He's disrupted. Boxy needs to make the Coil perfect, and he does it! Yet again, the Terrorize comes out. Boxy making the plays with the Insane ulti on top of all of it. He ran into the root. Setsu under control, but do they have enough damage? Boxy turning now on to Setsu, tries to find a kill. Another round of the Sleight of Fist, and they have to back away. Trade-off already, but now Mickey, the big bad boss, has shown up. Wants to run down Flyby, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. The big win in all of this, though, was Storm Spirit able to escape.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I thought RNG had the saving. I thought it was the ABBA and the disruption from the Shadow Demon that's supposed to keep your cores alive, because this purple guy over here seems to keep chronoing everyone to keep them up.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Boxy has been playing his heart out here, going for the early hood as well to keep staying alive that much longer. But yeah, a couple rounds of it, gets it just in time, and Storm Spirit able to escape.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult rotation there for RNG. They're moving it at nighttime. You saw their smoke popped, and then he wasn't able to get the first Atos onto the Dark Willow, but it worked out because then he helped lock down Quakefa for this, and then Boxy. Take your time, RNG. I can watch this all day.
Very, very impressive showing. Yeah, and a couple of rounds there running into the brambles while it was all happening. Very impressive showing from Alliance, and most definitely Boxy there. And Mickey, you can see, just a little bit late to the party, but still making it work.
Yeah, yes, Boxy! You can just see it. Yeah.
Stuff.
Needed the big save there, but there was a lot of questions about what his build would be, right? On the Faceless Void. The last time we saw the hero, there was like Vlad's and sometimes Blink. Shadowblade was very popular. He's gone for the survivability and that hood first, and now he's thinking about a Manta because he has to deal with the root from the Ember, as well as that Atos now too, so quite a few good options for it. And then really, if you feel like this game's going along, which I have a feeling that they're probably thinking, you're going to get yourself the talents eventually for the mobility too.
All right, well, we do have some information. They are going to be swapping out that computer, but we do still have a lot of things that we can talk about in this match, because to me at least, you look at this series so far, I mean, series, it's best of one, but Boxy
still a
making
series.
Plays, that's fair.
Counts.
Yeah, that's fair. Boxy making the big plays. I think that it's a little bit unique that Taiga hasn't been getting as much farm as we've seen on him previously. Sometimes this guy has just been like completely out of control. A little bit more quiet this time.
Yeah, he tends to have like 4, 5, 6 kills or something at this point. I think he's about 300 gold ahead of Insania, which, yeah, that is indeed incredibly rare, but I guess it comes down to the fact that they're just stacking, focusing super heavily on Koikfa and Mickey right now, plus, you know, Boxy needs a little bit more of this game. Boxy, maybe he can be more of like a 3.5 sort of a deal, like you get from like Zai and Yaps or in a lot of games. Not so much on Faceless Void, right? This is not a guy who's like, yeah, I can be budget, I just need level 6. No.
No. He needs to be able to make those plays, gain into that Manta style like we're talking about, and eventually be a damage dealer. Because that's the other nice part about picking these types of heroes, and particularly when your supports have a ton of team fight. Like Dark Willow, you were talking about it before TI that you felt like this was going to be the hero of the tournament.
Well,
not to throw you on the spot or anything like that.
Okay, I have a conspiracy theory. I think Crit stopped picking Dark Willow because he didn't want her to get nerfed.
Okay, that's fair enough.
That's my conspiracy theory, because I think this hero's still been super good and very versatile for like several months, but like half the year.
Yeah.
And then like she pops up at tournaments, teams look good with her, and they just stop. I don't know. You know, obviously they're kind of pro players. They got to figure it out for the most part. But yeah, I'm down for Alliance. It allows them to play very aggressively in all their lanes. Taiga is phenomenal on it. He always pushes it like right to the limit before he goes for the Shadow Realm. You have teamfight control and save by able to use the ultimate with the Fear, the Terrorize, and then you can also just like roam at level 6 and get kills.
Totally, it's incredibly impressive, and I think that Terrorize is probably one of those spells that I don't know if it's underrated if everybody talks about how good it is, but it still might somehow be underrated, like how insane this spell is.
Yeah, it is a little ridiculous.
I would also like to say that for the anti-mage, this was a hero that I was wondering if it got to the point where people started picking it. Like if it fit the meta and what everybody wanted to do, it might just become insanely busted. Because to me, Counterspell just seems insane.
Counterspell is very good. We've seen it in several games versus the Sand King, who's been popping off a lot of this tournament, right? It's just like, oh, you can't burrow strike me, instantly I'm meta here. Pretty good. But this is more the traditional reasoning, right? It's a Storm Spirit.
Right.
It's almost as simple as that, right? I mean, he fits the game for a lot of other reasons, but you can essentially win the whole team fight, if not the game yourself, by blowing up this guy who's so crucial to the enemy team's plans, and you got that like one button press.
That's
got
true.
Again, at the perfect moment.
Well, when you had said, when we were watching the draft while the draft panel was going on, you were like, I can't believe AM's not banned.
Yeah.
As the crowd is getting into the moment as well a little bit here. I'm sure they're just saying, Loda, Loda. But yeah, I mean, is it really just as much of the case that like against the Storm Spirit, or is there other reasons that hero fits really well here?
It was a game that it kind of looked like it was me going a little bit long, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have the best lockdown, aside from the Chrono. Of course, Chrono's very good. At the same time, you have save. You know, put some faith in your draft, right? You have the Chrono, and you can't just be like, oh, let's draft all this save for the Chrono, and then be super concerned about the Chrono. No, you gotta say, okay, we solved the Chrono. Let's not worry about it. We'll pick ourselves an Anti-Mage. We'll win some Dota too. It'll be fine.
I can dig it.
That's I think that's what Loda said to them previously. He was like, yo, guys, come on. You know how to, you know, this, it's Dota, right? Get in there. This is a unique situation, though, because it's not often that you get this time, right? Dota, we all play.
Yeah,
we all know that after a pause, things get weird.
They really do. I think that probably the biggest thing is just if it was like in the middle of a team fight. Thankfully, that's not the case of this one.
Yes, of course.
But the thing that I'm going to really be watching for also is like the panel was talking about needing to get things done with this gyrocopter. Be aggressive. Get in there and fight. He has the items to do that. Almost completed the BKB too. Not to get too much into the Dota before we get to watch it again. But like, is that still the plan, do you think? That you need to just make stuff happen before AM gets online? Take down all the towers?
Yes and no. I think they have a direction-based hero right now in the Faceless Void, and I think every time that Chrono is up, they should be looking to essentially play aggressively and try and find something there. They definitely do want to be squeezing in, right? I mean, AIM's just starting to kick things in motion there with the Battle Fury.
Right.
So before he has the Manta, before he has the Batch, before he has the Butterfly and everything, you of course would love to be pressuring into his team. You want to be taking apart his part of the map and trying to slow down his farm.
You know what's so bizarre? I can still hear the chat wheel lines over audio, which is pretty great because even in this moment, and I do believe that we're going to be hopping back into that game.
Oh,
the
okay.
players are
If you
having
insist.
joy. They're having a little bit of levity as well as we get into this. Wonderful. So 16.5 minutes in, 5 to 12, 1,000 gold lead. And again, just to reorient everybody into what happened, there was a very big fight. Boxy was able to save the Storm Spirit with a Chronosphere, and now we're waiting again for that spell to be back up as Setsu's pushing up this top lane.
And we're just about into the Battle Fury. About 300 gold or so here now from Monet. So things looking kind of according to plan for both teams. We're essentially just waiting on that next Chrono before you're likely to see Alliance do all too much. And meanwhile, Flyby, he's looking to push things a little bit here. Oh, Dota Plus.
This is what I love about Flyby, and also just Abaddon in general. You're willing to run up there. If you happen to get caught out a little bit, you just got this natural escape mechanism, a Bottic Shield if you get rooted, you got borrow time if you get caught somewhere. It's a nice, less stressful hero to play in these stressful times of the lower bracket best of ones.
I mean, he's fishing for a big one here. Really baiting. Chucking some chum in the water, because he's got a couple of chums in the trees next to him. Afu and Lana looking for the setup for the kill, but no one's biting.
Ever since you had
a rough
kid,
day.
You've done way more dad jokes.
Yeah, it came in the mail, actually, the very next day. It was incredible.
All right, Battle Fury done, 18 minutes. A little bit on the later side, but he also went for a lot of those smaller items beforehand. And Lanham scouting out Taiga here. He's underneath a ward, and there's the reveal of the Eidos splitter. Afterwards, chase down. Can they get the kill? I think that the answer is yes. One more hit. There it is.
That Edict is just brutal versus the Dark Willow. Maxed out from Lanham. And I did see at the same time, though, Afu was off on the other side of the map getting a triple stack on the Ancients, because finally he's like, all right, my aim's got Battle Fury. It's my turn to show Alliance why stacking is good. And Shadow Demon, one of the best in getting those multiple camps at once. He needs this guy to catch up to this Gyrocopter and accelerate way past him.
And he has a lot of time to do it still, as there is still 2 tier 1 towers remaining for Real Never Give Up, the mid as well as up top, which makes the map control for RNG that much more accentuated.
is going for a little play down here. He's been camping by the wave, hanging out, but Lanham's coming in here too, so just to be a bit cautious. I think he was just revealed there, so Quakeman might want to get out of here. No, he's good.
Well, in the meantime, they also take down the wards, so a little bit of extra vision and security blanket there.
Meanwhile, Monet and Boxy are just lasting and denying in front of each other.
Oh, they have the rotations coming in though. Got to be careful. Storm Spirit there, as well as the CM gets the Chronosphere, has to zip to the other side. Koikba able to catch Monet. It is going to be able to get the kill. Not there in time. They get the kill.
Did he just run over and bash him?
I think that he did. Boxy Dota, man.
All right, well, kill was secured. A bit risky there. I wasn't sure if they were able to finish off Monet. But yeah, he is really feeling it today. At the same time, in the mid lane, Nicky just get a tower, but there's a couple of scary heroes here. Gonna pop that.
Lanham, you gotta run, my man, as the chase down comes, the BKB reveal. Are they gonna be there in time? No. Flyby shows up, and now Mickey is BKB wearing off. He's in a little bit of trouble. He's rooted, he's caught, but Quakeman shows up. The splitter lands as soon as they come in. Lanham with the double kill.
Had some vision of him coming too, maybe helping a little bit there, but Lanham, big necessary turnaround after losing your Anti-Mage. He has really been doing a lot here. 4, 4, and 3. He's been involved in a couple of the deaths, but also 7 of the 8 kills. And when you go Atos/Leshrac, you better be getting involved here. And he is the push. He's probably the best pusher in this entire game. And we'll help secure that mid tower there with the final hit. Going for a mech for the team too. Man, he is farmed.
He has had a fabulous game so far. As another round comes out, looks like Taiga is going to be able to escape. Setsu couldn't get any way to interrupt that one, so a nice little getaway there. But yeah, the slow, steady farm of Monet continues to grow. Likewise, the Gyrocopter staying ahead. This is something that's probably going to start to fall off as time goes on.
Well, especially, when they both die like that, it's just, we just stall for a second, but of course, unless they keep the stacks up like crazy, Monet is likely to start accelerating a little bit faster. The only thing that might slow down Monet is the fact that he has an Ember on his team, who is someone that can also be on these side lanes at the same time. So maybe you're not getting as much of that, one true carry on your team as you often do in Anti-Mage games.
Yeah, and on the
smoked up down bottom. They want Setsu.
This is a hard kill to get, though. Taiga moves in. They pull him back into the Bramble Maze, terrorize afterward, and that's more than enough damage as Alliance find the pickoff on the Setsu. And again, the thing that's tough about that is Setsu's going for this build, which is very defensive by nature. Yule Scepter drums, and he's still dying.
Yeah, that's not good. If you're going for that, you can't be going down. You need those remnants placed back. Have to be thinking defensively, but not quick enough on that one. I mean, that looked like Koikva had an Orchid already.
Yeah.
To be able to get that.
Well, very impressive pickoff there by Alliance. And need to find some answers now for Royal Never Give Up. Feels like the main answer. Ooh, that's a juicy stack. My goodness.
Okay, well, that's one way to keep your gyro in contention here for the top.
Look at this guy. This is going to be a lot of gold. So let's see, 11,400 when he starts it all. We'll see what he ends at. If he can even end it in this round.
I was going to say, it's going to take a little bit of time here. The guy went BKB first, but it's okay. Yeah. He's heading back to the butterfly after.
On the other side of the map, it looks like there's going to be a smoke up coming from Royal Never Give Up. A lot of the gyro spells will be on cooldown.
Yeah, he is not going to be available unless he like pops the Shrine of TV stop.
Oh, Boxy needs to jump, gets away for the moment, not able to find there with the slight chain. Setsu wants to get Insania, but Boxy's already away. If they get this kill on CM, I think that they're more than happy with the space created as Insania walking, finding the kill.
Man, they were really close to getting Boxy. The Shadow Poison almost caught him in the tree line there.
Oh, Boxy actually still in the jungle. And they're thinking about chasing this guy. Does have time walk available.
Yeah, the follow-up's a little bit difficult for them, though.
So another tower taken by RNG as they clear off that other tier 2 tower.
Oh, I'm a bit worried for Alliance, I have to say. I think that RNG have a bit of a window here. The one big option for them is definitely Koikva, no doubt. He just finished the Orchid, right? So he's 7-2-1. He wants to keep playing aggressively. He wants to try and focus on someone who can't really help themselves, like the Shadow Demon or the Leshrac. Pick them off instantaneously, create a good fight out of that.
But the thing that we have to keep in mind is that Manta style just completed as the Orchid is done. Setsu has a Yule Scepter as well, so Koikva gonna go for the zip TP away play.
And I'm worried, right? Because I think that's his game until he has BKB.
Right.
It is very worrisome.
And there are some other heroes across the map, but well, could even go for a Guardian Greaves if you wanted to in this game, just to have that Dispel for the Orchid.
Yeah, I think he's going to.
Because right
definitely the play, yeah.
He's just that sort of big pot of, oh, jump forward, silence, pull back in. This is going to be an ulti popped afterwards for Flyby, as he's going to get it caught down there, and now the rundown happens after the fact. Flyby in some trouble and is going to hit the ground.
Good grab there for Alliance. It takes a lot to get him. You know, he's trying to play aggressively and try and scout things out there, but that will end up just being a bit of free gold over to the side of Alliance and helping Koikva get towards that BKB, which he so desperately needs.
Smoke up coming now as we get close to the bounty runes. They have an inkling that Monet might be in the area. Oh god, if he blinks aggressively right now, they already have it on him. The chase down coming, but the pull, good counter spell. And that's going to keep Monet from being in too much trouble, and also going to throw the missile back at him, because why not? Are they going to try and go for something when this missile hits?
I think they were hoping to just be set up for the defensive play. Oh, there we go.
Root that jump forward, he gets him!
All right, there it is. You always get at least one. That is for sure. Mickey playing it ultra safe with a BKB while he's on the run here, but it's actually running low.
And it's going to be a Yule Scepter lift up afterwards. Can they get bodies here to defend Mickey? It's not looking like it so far. Another round of the Mrs. Force stack, keeping him alive for now. Insania, he's got to protect his carry, but it's not going to happen in time. Can they do it? Mickey's going to go down, and they're going to take down the CM as well. RNG get free. Can they get anything else in turn for this? The fear is there.
Oh, this is a tight chrono if he wants the Bedlam damage.
Oh, he's got to get it in time, but it's really hard. The bash comes through as well. Time dilation, but Taiga not able to get into range for any of the damage. The disruption is there afterwards. Monet facing forward. Boxy has to jump away, and they can't get anything even with the chrono.
Needed to take their lumps on that one, I think. Trying to go for the return save. Maybe didn't have a full read of the situation, wasn't aware there were still so many supports in the area. We know they have so many saves for the chrono. You need the full team to make it useful. And what you've done to your team now is you've just put 130 seconds of, yeah, we don't really want to fight.
And as we were talking about, actually as the draft panel was talking about, Blitz was saying that one free kill, you can't afford to give it away to the anti-mage.
I mean, they gave one on the Storm and then one on the Gyro right after. I mean, that's rough for Mickey because he was basically playing it as safe as he could, but he popped it a little bit too early, and they're willing to go right to the steps of your base for the kills.
And showing again the strength of these teams and a little bit of worry on the face of the young Alliance players. So we get back into the live game right now. Needing to find some kills, but again, with all of this save that RNG has, the Orchid's just becoming less and less valuable. It feels like it's going to need to depend upon this Gyrocopter and Void to sync up together for that maximum damage.
Yeah, Mickey. Up to the Butterfly at the very least, though, right? So, trying to stay alive versus Anti-Mage, but he does have the Basher fully finished. So he's going to be double luck there, right? First I got to hit him, then I got to bash him. But just a single, one touch can so easily set up for Lana of Setsu to follow up there. And even, I mean, the Shadow even Afu, right? I mean, this guy's up to level 12.
Yeah.
Damage starts coming through there with the Purge.
Well, and it's such a scary thing, too, because for RNG, there's a lot of very easy save. For Alliance, it's kind of a little bit more of a skill game. You have to hit like a crazy chrono that just barely keeps your carry off of the edge of it, or you have to get a Terrorize, which has a little bit of that build-up cast point on it. Neither of which is quite as good. Boxy actually going to try and play a little bit of mind games here with RNG, but they're not falling for it on the other side of the map completely. In the meantime, though, Quakeva doing what he can for his team, cutting waves.
Yeah, they're still sticking around to that top one there. Setsu does make his appearance here as well. Perhaps thinking to his team, like, what do you guys think? Can we do this? But some lingering vision from Alliance to spot that Afu's rotating over, so they should have an idea of what's going on. They do have Chrono, though.
And a Shadow Blade on Void to boot.
Yep.
Okay. Looking for it. The Atos is there. Split Earth afterwards. Taiga up on the high ground. Throws out the Curse Crown.
Jeez, they had no idea how alone he was there for a moment, right? I mean, they can't see. They think that Boxy's surely right here. He could be in the tree line to our left. You never know. But he was falling back a little bit there just for Shadow Blade. Now he's falling all the way back down to the bottom lane. Gonna try and push things out here. Don't see their moment yet. He's gonna Shadow Blade in, but he needs more friends than this. And Quakeva, he's got an Arcane Rune. He might make the big long zip, but no. Lane's out of there.
Smelling the potential gank coming his way and able to back out of there in time.
This is a tough part of the game for Boxy, though, right? He just got the Shadow Blade. He wants to make plays, but he has to stay off the map, but he also wants to keep farming.
Oh, and they realize that Mickey is over in the area here. He might have an inkling that they're nearby as well. BKB still available, as Setsu going to try and chase him down, but will not be able to find the pesky Gyrocopter, who is becoming a larger and larger physical damage problem for RNG. And Boxy gonna look forward for it, finds Flyby, chasing forward. Do they find an opening? Doesn't look like it. Don't want to use that Chronosphere on just the Abaddon. Although I feel like it's getting close to the point where just because of the damage that Lenem does, you might be willing to drop it on him, +1.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, you're also at the point now where the Aetherland's going to be finished. I think it is actually finished. No, not quite yet for Afu, but once you get there, right, you almost feel you have to Chrono the Shadow Demon, or it's pointless. So he's more likely to be that +1 person. Boxy guarding the bounty run with the Shadow Blade.
Oh my goodness. I'm not really afraid. Oh, jump forward, finds the Chronosphere. It's immediately there onto both of them. One of the save and one of the damage. Can they kill off this Abba, though? Borrow time's going to come out. Now the walk away. The chase forward coming. Quakeva, good disruption. Going to keep him alive for now, but Flyby also in trouble. Eul Scepter lift up. The Terrorize afterwards. They hit it. No, but Monet able to dodge away from it. They didn't quite get it in time. Quakeva still chasing forward. Has to be careful about the anti-mage jump forward and finding that Mana Void. It looks like that's going to be the end of the battle.
They got another root onto him, but yeah, with the cooldown should be fine. Jeez, putting the faith in the team there. Quakeva diving deep. Hit the Invis rune, so a little bit of protection to try and guard himself against the big Mana Void. And those 2 kills, that is going to get Alliance into the pit here and feeling confident. They don't have the Chrono, but RNG, they don't really see the possibility to fight it. And this is something that they needed so desperately. Again, Blitz the Prophet there, get themselves an Aegis, and maybe this game can go a little bit better for Alliance. It's going to be both the gold as well as the protection of the BKB for Koikva. They give it to Mickey though.
Interesting.
Koikva's saying, I'm getting my BKB.
Okay.
We need you.
Triple remnant forward.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Trying to force out a BKB there. Kind of interesting, the Faceless Void going all left side talent, so the survivability one's not even worried about any of the damage. At this point in time in the game, he's mainly that Chronosphere walking.
I mean, that's what he's been picked for too, right?
Yeah. A little bit of time dilation thrown in there, because why not? It's a fun spell. So 31 minutes in, still 1,000 gold lead, and Trent, as you talked about, very much going the distance is the feel of this game.
I love best ones like this. This is
so
what
good.
you need, right? I don't want some over and done with sort of deal. I want both teams to, I don't need a no rush 20 minutes sort of a deal, which is kind of what we have, where I was just getting their items and getting to play their heroes, and who knows who's going to win. But it is a lot of fun getting to see heroes played at their full potential, right? And seeing the tense moments of these team fights. I mean, how many times have we seen Mickey's face now, where he just looks like so worried on these player cams? That's what I want, You gotta enjoy this. Painfully, but pain comes the big glory of victory.
Oh yeah. Ooh, and Silver Edge is going to be the pickup for the Void afterwards. So if you can manage to get the break onto the Abba and also silence him, then you've got the ability to kill him without ulti going off.
Of course, the AM also would be lovely, but Silver Edge is kind of a weird item for me too, because how often are you going to be able to actually make use of it? But you got to upgrade the slot anyway, right?
Yeah.
Gives a 6-second better cooldown.
So other thing to keep our eyes on here with the BKB done for Koikva, he's still going to have to worry about that Abyssal Blade that's coming out on the anti-major and is completed at this point in time. So Monet,
he's always one ahead.
Yeah.
Right? Every time Koikva's like, okay, I figured it out. He's like, oh, now I've got Abyss.
So he's going to be in one ahead, jump forward, trying to find it. The Chronosphere, is it going to land? Can they get it in time? He's going to be able to find the back and then jump forward for the kill. They blow up the Faceless Void, no buyback. They can't get back into this fight. They need to escape. Alliance need to run. Mickey going to throw out that missile, taking down immediately Setsu, finds the root onto both of them. They're keeping Lenham out of this fight, but Mickey going to pop the BKB. He decides he needs to fight right now, and the fear comes out, able to dodge away from it though. Setsu lives through it. Koikva trying to turn onto this Ember. Can they kill him off in time though? It's not looking like it's going to happen, and Monet is in the fight as well. They find Mickey, and they kill him off through that Aegis. Round 2 in just a second, and I think that this is going to be another death for the Gyrocopter RNG. Can they do it? Yes, indeedy duty. They came to play. One more because it's going in the books. Taiga goes down as well.
The chase is just absurd once you have the Aghanim Scepter onto the Ember Spirit, as well as the survivability. So hard to bring him down, even those moments where it looks so good. Now pushing towards high ground.
I mean, look at the situation. They don't have buyback on these cores. They do have Chronosphere once they're all up and online, but at this point in time, it's so tough. Good Shadow Realm away, saving a life for a moment. Stun is on the illusion, so they don't need to be that worried about it. With Chrono back up again, it feels like this is at the very least one set of racks, but can they go for another?
They do have the Chrono, but they also don't have the most damage. Feels like a safe best of one decision will be to back. We'll see what RNG thinks.
Now Boxy walks in, no! He gets caught, he gets the missile! Boxy trying to run away. That's so scary right now for Alliance. They have to get out with everybody else. Woo! And the jump coming in, long range, but does not want to fully commit on that one. So Alliance do go down a set of racks, and RNG going to take full advantage by trying to clear off these shrines.
Yeah, I like the immediate move to the shrine too. They're not showing any fear because they know the gyro is still down. Alliance, they don't want to take this fight. If they're not taking on their high ground, they're not coming right now until Mickey is going to be returned to us. So get that shrine and make sure that we've secured ourselves the best possible positioning for that next Roche.
35 minutes, bounty runes to be picked up now as well. And the butterfly completed for Monet.
The guy's almost level 25 as well.
Oh man, that opens up a whole new avenue of pain when you bring down that Mana Void cooldown by 50 seconds.
I hope not, but maybe.
Maybe. Turn back around, the pull coming through, flyby. Going to be caught here, but needs to be careful. Help is coming through. Flyby trying to walk away, stunned for the moment. Chase forward for more. Boxy pops the Manta, looking for that Chronosphere, but doesn't drop it yet. He has to use it on Monet. He can't afford to.
He doesn't know where.
Flyby, he's going to go down, as it looks like they have finally caught him out. So Alliance pick up a key kill there in the Abba.
That couldn't quite get the grab onto Setsu. And what a timing to do this as well from Alliance. This is huge. This is getting them map presence and control as we're heading towards that roach. It's still going to be 3 minutes away before the possibility of the spawn, but I mean, this is wards right now. Yeah. This is something you have to take advantage of if you're one of these supports. Unfortunately, I don't think they have any with them. So finally getting in here and not going to be able to leave anything behind. Their one observer they planted is on top of a sentry in the river.
Scary stuff. Aboxy jumping forward, wants to find that chrono, but he gets caught. Is it going to be good? Blandem going to go down without having to use the chrono, it looks like, but disruption comes. And it looks like the chase away. They're fine for the moment. Aboxy backs out, able to escape. Monet's crazy. Jumps into the middle of it. Now he's caught. Monet, what have you done? They don't have the ability to save either. They've got him caught. Can they kill him off in time? It's so much damage coming out, and he is going to go down. No buyback for the anti-mage. Flyby also caught. The Alliance, they have to go right now. The buyback comes from the Shadow Demon, and they're trying to see if they can keep this pressure going. Eul Scepter lift up. Are they going to be able to find Setsu here? The route it lands, immediately taken off with the Lotus Orb, still getting the chase away, and Boxy trying to find himself a little bit more. Jump forward coming from Koikba, able to find that kill as well. Buyback coming from the Lich. This is huge for Alliance. Soul Catcher, can they kill these heroes off? Are Alliance going to go in fully for this tier 3?
They got to temper themselves here. They're way out of resources. Storm's got nothing left in the tank. He needs some runes. Everyone back and push the lanes. They got a huge win. I can't believe he took the Mana Void cooldown. I really thought he was going to take the magic resistance. It's like all magic this game.
All right.
He really wants to get Koikfa, but they got him.
And look at the swing. 5,700 gold, like 9,000 experience. This game has just blown completely wide open. I mean, honestly.
Tigers would be level 20 as well. Everything's starting to stack up. You might get the Bramble cooldown. Pretty much everyone does. That gets pretty ridiculous. And yeah, he does instantly. Don't even have time to see it pop up there. There we go.
You look at that swing back. Yeah, it was a significant lead for RNG, and now back into the favor, almost there, of Alliance. They're getting closer and closer.
I mean, they're still down to racks.
Yes.
So RNG,
oh my God, look at that graph.
They gotta relax. All right, think about it. Listen, we still have very good heroes. We have good matchups here. We're not far behind really, but you can see that it's not just like whatever the swing is in the team fight, right? That's not actually the true goal, because what ends up happening is that Animage just died for 70 seconds, which means he wasn't touching lanes. So you're getting control over to Alliance. He's not touching any camps. He's not gaining any gold. So you get way more out of it than what you see in a team fight recap.
Well, Monet probably going to be a little bit more trepidatious with his jumps forward, as they did catch him.
He managed to find himself like the only place he couldn't be saved. And Afu going to try and keep himself a little bit closer to his boy now.
And Boxy to be able to get that Chronos.
They are really close though. I mean, that's a little nerve-wracking.
Boxy, he's right nearby. Got to be careful. Chronos up.
And they have an Observer Sentry combo here in the mid lane.
Yeah, so they realize that Boxy is there in Biz, and they're going to play it safe now. Back out afterwards. But yeah, the ability to get that Chronosphere off without catching any of his teammates either.
And putting it so far back behind Monet too, right? That's always a good sign of a quality Void player, is that they're putting their opponent right on the peak edges to help protect against those heroes they're trying to save. Of course, the Universe Classic.
MKB coming out for Gyrocopter after the Satanic. I mean, he's getting big. He's getting real big. Alliance getting the items that they need. And there always is this factor that comes about with anti-mage drafts sometimes where he eventually does top out. How close do you think we're getting to that point where it's starting to become more difficult for him?
He's got room to grow, right? He's still got a Wraith Band in there. He'll be working with his mages and stuff. I mean, Gyro as well, as you're saying, it's kind of reaching that same point too, but I'm looking beyond those two because, you know, those guys are the story of the whole game. So the question is, what is everyone else in your team doing? How are they growing from there? And to me, I'm looking at how, like, Taiga can just have such a big impact in these team fights now, right? Like, one Terrorize catching out someone who didn't pop their BKB or someone who doesn't have one yet still, like Setsu, because he is saving buyback, perhaps after seeing what happened to Monet, to ensure his team. And there we go. So does he have enough for the buyback? No, he doesn't, actually. So he's got 350 gold.
That's 100 gold away. He'll be there.
All right, he got some more. We'll be fine.
But getting ready for that next Roche fight, and as you can see on that timer, about a minute away before it will respawn.
Oh, I see Boxy's opted back for the BKB in his quick buy. I'm very curious. He was looking at Lincoln's after he got Abyssal twice. But there we go. He buys out now.
Oh my goodness.
On the Faceless Void, all or nothing on this next team fight. Buybacks for the Dire. It is only Koikfa, and no one is particularly close. Maybe Insania is going to have one. So if we get a Roche engagement, Alliance aren't coming back. They don't have the Shrine though, right? So they know that they can't be there in time. It's more likely you're going to be valuable with this BKB rather than your buyback because it's going to take you forever to get back into this fight.
Separated a little bit, but Monet is on the low ground. And do they decide to go for it?
Oh god.
Yeah, you got to get out of there.
There's no friends for the damage. It's who you want, but you won't be able to bring them down. You can't see the saving graces afterwards, so pick your right moment, Alliance. You might only get one.
So 41 minutes in and Roche has respawned. Round 2 for this one, so Cheese will be there as well. And with a 2,000 gold lead, but no Shrine, it does feel like RNG is going to be the team that will be more favored in this. And as you mentioned, Alliance trying to make up for that by getting those valuable items early and often. Now, Alliance, they're actually just walking in. And Lanham sees this. Boxy is nearby. Oh, Monet.
That was instant.
They have the missile. They know Boxy jumps forward, gets the catch on both of them. That's the save hero, but no, the disruption. The secondary save is there afterwards. They have the long duration terrorize, jumping forward, trying to find the kill. Can they bring him down in time? The pullback comes, and they bring him down. Buyback comes from Monet, though. They gotta be careful.
They're out of everything.
Gotta run, gotta hide, gotta see if they can escape, but it won't happen for at least the Dark Willow, and looking like Insania is also in the grave as RNG take control of this map with the buyback coming from Monet.
The ultimate counter.
Oh, they found him! The missile blade, they got him caught, he's out of mana! Gyrocopter in trouble, Boxy able to escape, but maybe not so lucky for Mickey. He's trying to get out of here. Satanic has already popped, everything has already been used. Koikfa trying to buy some space for his carry. Is it gonna happen? He's not getting out of there either.
Woo! Setsu.
And RNG feeling the moment coming around them. It's only the Storm Spirit and the Void. They're going straight for the tier 4 towers. Boxy does not have anything left in the tank. They have to make miracles happen. They want to keep their TI run alive, but it's looking like RNG are going to be able to do it as they run for the tier 4 towers and making this crowd happy. Crystal Maiden is back up again, but they need everything and a little bit more. Alliance still trying to hold on, but RNG, GG is going to be called as they take it.
43 minutes into the game, we have ourselves a match where both sides really, they had their chance, right? They had their game plans, things started to come online. Obviously the disappointment here for Alliance, but you have to be proud as to how far you've made it in this tournament. It's brutal. It's the best Dota teams of the year, but RNG proved that they want more.
They do. Well, and as you said, it's always, you know, the highs and the lows, no matter what in this tournament. It's really just a story of human nature, if you will. It's at this point, somebody has to lose, and today it was Alliance's turn. But still a lot of things to be proud of for Alliance, and RNG going to get the love of the crowd here.
RNG is a team who a lot of people were quite scared of. We heard players talking about scrims, maybe just like, these guys are good.
Absolutely.
They tend to keep winning things. So expected to go further perhaps in the first round of the lower bracket, and they say yes. Never give up.
Never give up indeed. And as we mentioned, Alliance going to be knocked out at this point in time, but a lot to be proud of in there as we get ready to continue on in the best of ones here in the lower bracket. Gonna head back to the desk.
Heartbreak has begun here at TI as we head into those best of one eliminations. Alliance are now out. Gentlemen, just looking at the end of that game, I mean, these two teams, it's just, you got to feel for them, right? Both of them worked so hard to get here.
Yeah, that was disheartening to see the end of that one, right? Because it looked like Alliance, like back and forth fights, and then it just blows up in their faces immediately. And one little mistake, team fight. They even forced the anti-mage buyback. We're sitting here like, we're like, get back, Alliance! Come on, guys, get back! You got this! And then they just can't. They can't actually be able to back up away from it. They got chased.
All right, and with that, we're gonna head on. There's plenty more best of ones to go, and we have another panel to talk to.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. For me, this is obviously the first TI I've gotten to be to, and you know, before, even while the game was going on, kind of joking around, relatively light feeling, just enjoying the fact that we're here in Shanghai. But the second that loss comes in, the first best of one, and you actually see a team go home from the main stage, it really does kind of take the wind out of you. You really do get a feel for how that goes, especially with the momentum they're able to pick up throughout the year on the side of Alliance, and also even within that game.
Yeah, for sure. It just felt like Alliance, they had that one chance. They had the big team fight, but you blow all those cooldowns, you do all that. And RNG, I mean, they're just AM. They're just running at you. They have LAN played like a god early game. He carried them pretty much throughout the first 20 minutes. And, I mean, RNG just looked like the better team.
Yeah, and now we're going to take a look at the bracket and actually see where everybody will sit. And this bracket really starting to come along. We've sent 3 teams home now. We got 3 more best of ones as well. 3 Illuminati. But taking a look, it's going to be Fnatic versus Liquid coming up next.
That was some quick maths right there.
Yeah, that's some of my math. I typically don't do math, but
yeah, I'm with you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't have Nahaz on this panel, so I got to pick up the slack a little bit. But it really is, especially when we look at this next best of 1. Like, are you kidding me? Look at this matchup. This is so crazy to kick off the day. I do want to say one more time before we talk about the feat that RNG was able to pull off. Shout out to Alliance and everything that they accomplished. I mean, for this org, this is the first time that they've gotten to play on that TI stage since we had that original 5. Yeah. It's been a long road for them. Even in my time in Dota, which is back in January where it really started, I've seen this team grow, right? Yeah. So this is definitely a team that we want to give some props to. But let's talk about RNG. Obviously, they have the fans behind them. It's been a rough road so far for EU in this tournament, but you look at China, they got a lot of wind in their sails.
Oh, for sure. I just, looking forward, I just can't help but feel for Alliance. Like, I've known these guys for 5-6 years. They worked so hard to get here. They beat Gambit in that epic series at Epicenter just to make it through the direct invitation. They had an incredible tough time playing in Europe when they were, so many juggernauts keeping them out of these tournaments. And I just hope they hold their heads up high, because really this was a great year for them. It's a shame that there'll always be an asterisk, but
there's always that heartbreak, but also we do have to look at the bright side of this. We're going to see RNG moving forward, and luckily we're going to get to hear some words from them. We got Casey down on the floor.
Lanham here, congratulations. One of the first things that I heard was when you left the pods, the crowd went wild. You are obviously a god in the Dota community. Can you just describe what that feels like to be able to play in front of your home crowd and to be able to hear their love for you?
首先恭喜获得比赛的胜利。刚刚你出比赛房的时候，全场欢呼，所以你是他们的大神。作为他们的大神，在自己的本场打比赛，有什么感想？
大神谈不上吧，就是打得比较久，然后就认识人比较多嘛，就这样。然后在主场打比赛还是就是能得到现场观众的支持，然后相反的就是你也会就是很不想输掉这场比赛，就是这样。
Well, I wouldn't call myself a god. It's just that I played a long time, so I know a few people. Playing in the home field, I definitely get a lot of support, but it also makes me not want to lose the game.
I also think what's so interesting is we now have veteran Dota players who have been around a long time, and there's a mutual respect. So you were playing against Alliance, which as a team has been around a long time. Loda is their coach and won TI3 with them. Can you talk a little bit about how that is a good representation, perhaps, of the Dota community all coming together for TI and what that means?
其实我们就是这个比赛，这个 Dota 圈有很多老将，然后互相之间也有很多的尊重。你的对手 Alliance 是有 Loda 做教练，但是他为了这度在 TI3 获得了冠军。能不能跟我们说一下，这是什么样的好例子？作为整个 Dota 圈为了 TI 而来到聚在一起。
我觉得就是其实我们这些打得比较久的选手都互相就是之间都很尊重的，就是因为比较熟嘛，我们见面都会有打招呼啊、鞠躬啊这些，就是比较亲近的礼仪。其实这我觉得是一个怎么说呢？大家打得久了，虽然都经常当对手，但是也慢慢变成朋友了。我觉得就有点每次打到 TI 的时候，就有点老朋友聚会的感觉，就是这样。
For us veteran players, since we've played together for so long, it feels like we're friends, and every TI we get together we'll greet each other, and even though we've been opponents for a very long time, it makes me feel like we've become friends. So every TI is kind of like a gathering of old friends.
Well, congratulations, and we can't wait to see you guys play again tomorrow versus VP. And again, this is why TI is so exciting. You come in from the China qualifiers. Last time we had a team come in from a qualifier, they ended up TI champion in OG, so it can happen. I don't know if you want to translate all that. Maybe just paraphrase. Sorry.
就你明天
Just
会
excited.
对战 VP， Casey 也想表示，因为 TI 就是那么有魅力。上一次海选打进 TI 的队伍赢了 TI， 所以你们还是有很大的机会。
这个就你只要不放弃，然后就是你不断的进步自己，一切是都有可能的。
As long as you don't give up and you improve yourself, everything is possible.
Thank you so much. 谢谢, we really appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that. And you hear a big theme is going to be respect. The people that we're going to check in on right now, we obviously have a lot of respect for. We got Cheever and Insania.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rich. Insania, you said you had a story.
When it came to, I think the timer ran out, I clicked Banjaro, and we ended up picking it instead. And I don't know if there's footage from the booth, but you could see on our faces, or mine especially, like I was so surprised when the gyro icon popped up as our pick. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story. It sucks in moments, but we definitely had no idea what the hell we were doing at other times. So that kind of showed, I guess.
Now, none of us have any idea what it's like being in a situation that you're in right now. Could you give us a glimpse of what's going through your mind at the moment?
It's very blank, but I mean, most of all, it's kind of like this. You feel very shitty, especially me, towards my other 4 teammates for what happens with the draft, because like we do it kind of together a bit, but I'm the one clicking the buttons. So when that goes wrong, I feel like it's a lot on me. So yeah, no, I mostly feel like I let my team down and all of our fans down. You know, we do this for them and they help us. Yeah, so I'm sorry.
This was your first TI, and I'm sure it will not be your last. I think even along the way, this entire year, you guys have made so many new fans. And I know you just apologized to them, but they have been cheering for you. And I think that they will continue cheering for you as well. Do you have anything else to say to them right now?
I'm sorry. I just, hopefully next season we can, you know, live up to your expectations and do what you guys always support us and make us believe that we can accomplish. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much. Back to you, Rich.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of responsibility to kind of take on himself there. And you guys, I know you've been in situations not identical to it, but obviously having competed. And I mean, I feel like you can't do that to yourself, put that much responsibility on yourself. But in a moment like that, definitely being very humble. How easy is it to kind of grab some of that? I want to hear from both of you. How easy is it to kind of grab on those little things and blow them out?
I got no words for that one. I've unfortunately had experience making a mistake of a similar caliber. You know, credit to Aiden for just kind of taking the brunt of the blame. I think good leaders, that's what they got to do, right? More than your share of the blame, less than your share of the credit. In this case, it's a pretty egregious error, and it's a shame that that's how Alliance's season will end.
It's one of the saddest stories that you can leave in best of one, because there's so much at the stake and then you end up with not clicking the right buttons. If it was a best of 3, they could have maybe adapt, improvise, overcome, but in this kind of situation where you already have your setup lanes, they were forced to play an off-lane void, which was not the great. It did good, but overall it's not the way you want to end.
It definitely isn't, and that is going to really go with the theme of today, right? The rest of the day, it's nothing but best of ones. So any mistakes that do happen, that's it. That's what you have to live with, or you're getting sent home from TI. We're going to have 3 more eliminations. We're going to change up the pace a little bit, though, as we do head into the next best of one. We're going to relax a little bit, and we're going to watch Kuroki get a massage.
I have my notes.
Okay.
Did the notes ever scare you when the notes come out? Is it like, what the heck have they...
You're the only one who has notes. So
What?
Yeah,
Is that good or bad?
I think it's cool. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, Everybody I talk to says you're one of the most relaxed players that they've ever seen. Would you agree with that? Or do you feel like you just hide it really well when you get stressed?
I mean, I do think I'm calm overall.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard to see, it's hard to see if I'm stressed or phased or anything.
What about when it comes to the stress of TI? Is there a specific kind of stress when you go there versus all the other tournaments, or do you treat it all the same? Sorry,
It's definitely different. Like in the beginning, we're always nervous. Like it's impossible to remove all of it. It's even healthy to some extent.
How come? Why is it healthy?
I think the nerves, you can use it for something good. It's like using the energies for something good.
How do you do that? Because sometimes when I'm nervous, I can't get over it. And then in other times, I'm able to just use it.
I mean, are you nervous right now?
Yeah, do I sound nervous?
I think you're relaxed.
I of course have to ask about how roster changes come up. How do you know when you need to make a change in the style of play versus the roster itself?
I'll just try to keep it simple. At the end of the day, we as a team did what we think is right for our future. But the hardest part is always to differentiate the business and the friendship aspect, because it's just all mixed into one entity.
So how do you do that?
It's to be honest, I'm still dealing with it. It actually stresses me a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I haven't found a solution or anything. I think I'm even the most stressed by far in my team regarding that. I'm worried, and I don't know. I'm still dealing with it, to just put it this way. But there's more to it.
You're breaking up, girl.
There's more to it because it's in my case it's my friend.
Yeah.
So it's more like emotional problems more than anything.
Why Weeha?
Weeha was just a mid player.
Did I hit you?
It's okay. It's relaxing. And with Weeha, I just had a good feeling. He's a pure mid player, which I kind of seeked for in my team. And I think he's very skilled and experienced. When you change players, you take a big risk, and it could backfire or not, but you just go with it.
Are you excited for the tournament to be in Shanghai this year?
Yeah, very much.
How come?
It's TI, so it's the best tournament. And it's kind of cool that it started to be at different places too.
Yeah.
And yeah, just looking forward to it.
Kuro, thank you so much for being a good sport.
Yeah, my pleasure.
See, that wasn't so bad, right?
Yeah, I'm not
geez,
sure.
They're really going for it over there.
I was told they'll go light on me, but...
Oh man, you're so tense.
Guys.
Oh, sorry. We were just getting ready for this next best of one. This one's going to be a little bit of a doozy as well. I mean, we kick things off with obviously a matchup of seeing a Chinese team catch fire. What are we going to see in the next one? We're going to be jumping down to the stage and see our teams in just a few short minutes. It is going to be Liquid playing. Not necessarily the team that you expect to see in a best of one at TI. They're taking the stage right now. Liquid is going to be a squad made up of quite a few members that stand in a place that not many folks do. They have a chance of going on a run here and being a team that can have some members taking not only one TI, but two. Are they going to be able to live up to that? Actually pull down an achievement that not many have done, that not anyone has done. There are a few other names that were going to be on that list that were actually eliminated. One, obviously, Batu. He was eliminated when Chaos was eliminated. Another one, of course, going to be PPD when his squad was eliminated. But now, let's take a look at their opponents. And now join me in welcoming Fnatic. This is another squad that you don't really expect to see in the best of ones. This is going to be such a tough matchup here. Only one of these teams going to be able to move forward in the losers bracket. And the crowd definitely responding well to the lineup of Fnatic. And I do want to start talking about this matchup in particular. Lacoste, I've already said this isn't one you expect to see this early. What do you think of these two teams?
Well, definitely Liquid at the end of the season looked good. They swapped Natu for V. At one point, they looked like they are the team that can end up in the winner's bracket for sure. But when you saw them at the group stage, it felt a little bit tough, though.
And now to actually talk about their opponents a little bit more, to talk about Fnatic, we have an interview with Casey.
Dubu, DJ, hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the Couch of Pain.
Okay. Hello?
I'll start with a really easy positive question.
Okay.
Okay. Do you all enjoy playing with each other?
Mm-hmm.
Who are the Dota players that you admired before becoming a pro yourself?
I didn't understand the question.
Who are the professional?
Who's your idol? Oh, who's my idol? My idol is Dubu. He's the best. Yeah. When I meet him first time, he was great. He gave me a lot of impression. Yeah.
Meeting yourself?
Not myself. I said Dubu. Yeah, he's the best player. Was that the question? Player that who, like idol player you before you become a pro player?
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Next question.
So a lot of teams struggle with a post-TI hangover, but 4 weeks after TI 8, you turned around as a team and placed first in a qualifier for a Kuala Lumpur major. How were you able to do that?
This is not positive question.
How is it not positive? You were able to be really successful 4 weeks after TI when most teams right after TI aren't able to play as well.
I would say it's just our roster. We have very strong roster, and then we try to work hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we understand each other well.
Who would you most like to face in a grand final?
Grand final. TNC. Oh, that's a good answer. That is good answer. It sounds fun actually. I'll go with TNC too. Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Any positive answer question?
We had positive questions. We started with positive questions.
That's not a positive question.
What?
That sounds like just mediocre question. It's not positive, it's not negative. And then right after that, boom, negative question.
What was the negative
Pretend
question?
positive.
It's a positive question sandwich.
Okay.
What kind of a positive question would you rather me ask?
I don't know. Maybe like why your wife is so pretty, or like why you're having such good life, stuff like that.
Okay. Why is your wife so pretty?
She's just pretty. Yeah, I love her. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh man, I can relate. I can really relate to that that vibe. That's like every conversation I've ever had with Sind. Just like that's not a very good question. Like Sind, lol. Just trying to get through it, but that was a lot of fun getting to hear that. Now we're really getting close to the action getting started here on the main stage. We're getting to hear a lot from these players, but I really do want to hear from you guys just a little bit more as to what you think is going to happen when we actually get down into the game.
After TI, I'm making a team with Dubu. This PMA can't get triggered. This is the guy that you want to play with. It's something else. You could hear him in his voice. He's not going to get tilted.
I think it's a really important attitude to have in a BO1, right?
Yeah.
You can see even Ice as he walks out onto the stage, goofing around, like pretending to have a go with the camera.
I will say I am single, so I wouldn't know, but I feel like maybe the fact that they have pretty wives might help them.
Yeah, it could. I don't know how you're looking at me. I definitely don't have one.
Oh man, yeah, we're all.
No, the cost is actually. I think you're married, right?
No, I'm not married yet.
No.
Halfway there.
Oh yeah, we're all single. Why'd you wink at me? Oh my goodness, bigger Chad than Ogre here in the middle of us in Dominic. But what do you actually think about this matchup? Yeah, we obviously hear Dominic talk about some of the metal that these players are made of, but what do you actually think about how the head-to-head matchup could play out?
I think the biggest one, you go back, like Abed for a long time, for like a year or two, people thought he was up there, like at the top with Sumail and Miracle for a little bit. You know.
Well, yeah, Reddit thought that. What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, I thought
that as well.
I thought Abed. I still think he's a great player.
Reddit's
That
usually
doesn't
pretty
matter.
Yeah.
Reddit's usually pretty accurate.
Yeah.
But you don't think so?
Hey, that's your opinion, man.
Can't wait to see the Reddit thread about Kyle.
No, I think the craziest thing is it's Abed versus Weehaw, right? And we just heard Croaky say, I wanted a pure middle player. And Weehaw, this dude has been spamming middle heroes. He is the purest of mid heroes.
Funniest anecdote, the other day, it was like 7:30. I ran in, I had to get my room key because I always lose it. And Wee's mom was next to me, right? She was trying to meet Wee, and she was supposed to meet him at 7. It's 7:30. She's like, hey, do you know where he is? Because she recognized me.
Yeah.
Anyway, guess where he is? Huddled around Kuro in the practice room watching a replay.
Slow down there,
What?
Slick.
What?
Wait, keep going.
What? Rich, stop that, okay? I was trying to help her. Point is, Weehaw forgot his mom because Kuro had him watching replays. They were in like hour 47. That's all.
You don't want to be eliminated
That's a
in the
great
BO1.
point, Kyle. It really is.
My point is they work hard, okay? Yeah. Kuro, they boot camped for like 3 weeks in Europe before this tournament. Yeah. Then they came to China to boot camp for another 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. I think by far had the most practice of any team coming into this event, and they're in a BO1. I don't think anyone expected that.
Yeah, I think that there obviously have been kind of a lot of things that we didn't necessarily expect to happen. I mean, even with RNG being one of the teams that's in these best of ones, I think that you were one of the ones that was really saying this was a team that looked strong as well. And now when we look at this matchup, none of these teams are teams that you expected in best of one. But I want to talk about the particular head-to-head matchup. You already started to throw this under the microscope, and I kind of want to ask you, this was brilliant in the first panel, really starting to talk about different players that we want to look at that head-to-head matchup. Who are you looking at?
Probably the offlaners. I think Mind Control had by far like the worst tournament I've ever seen in play. Like when Liquid won TI7, they unanimously as a group said Mind Control is their best player. Yeah, and he honestly was phenomenal. Whereas thus far he's looked mortal in this tournament, and I think it's a big part of the reason they've slipped a little.
Yeah, that is a very important thing to keep in mind. Actually, start to talk about these matchups. But now we don't have to talk anymore. The matchup is about to get started. Let's see who will survive in TI.
Fnatic. Game 1.
And the best of ones continue. That's right, Fnatic versus Team Liquid. The TI7 champs are now in the lower bracket.
And the best stages they had, they were showing some rough games, but this is going to be a bit of a doozy. I don't really know what I'm expecting here. After seeing Liquid as well, some of the group stage games, they were shaky. I'm pretty excited for this one.
Blitz, do you feel the same? Do you think that both of these teams...
Like Fnatic, after they 2-0'd EG, a lot of people were really hot on them. And it just turned out during that time period, EG was just garbage. But they've gotten a lot better since then.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to rate that win anymore.
So do you still hold to your previous prediction? You said you started off the group stage and you told me Team Liquid, top 4 team, or bottom 4 team. There is no middle ground.
There is no middle ground.
Is this the bottom 4, or are they just going to make the run through the lower bracket?
Who knows? I think if they win this game, they'll find the confidence and they'll figure it out. That's what I meant by it. Or they just bust here. I don't think that they're going to get middle of the pack. I feel like they're either going to discover a concept here, it's going to get them rolling, and maybe they finish top 4, or this is it. They haven't figured it out whatsoever. None of their losses were a fluke. I mean, it's just a weird position for them to be in, considering they got second at the major, most recent major. It looked like they were coming on really strong. It felt like Weehaw sort of revitalized them. And now I have no idea where they could end up.
And then on the other side, I mean, just think about Fnatic's position. You're in a best of 1, and you actually have to match up against Team Liquid, but they're also a team that has a ton of star power. That they can actually win this best of 1. How far away are they from being actually the favorites against a Team Liquid that has been on shaky ground?
I don't think they're very far at all, honestly. I think that Fnatic's a bit of a weird team for me lately, just because of they just recently switched up, right? So I feel like it's still weird to be looking at them playing like this when they're. Yeah, it's just different. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange for me just because of their dynamic has changed so much with Jabs now playing like the carry and everything. Even though I know we've seen them so much in group stages, I don't know. It's just a bit of a weird one for me. So I think they can, but I think it's still going to be really difficult breaking into Liquid because overall, like they have these like their pedigree, right? Just the pedigree of these players is that much more above than Fnatic.
Yeah. And it has to say something about the confidence level that you have in your team to be able to have this kind of like role switch, right? Like it says you're not really happy with the way things are going.
Yeah, for sure. What's really weird is that I feel like both teams are pretty similar in the sense that I feel like these are both the most boom or bust teams in the tournament. And the scary part is once you start off in the lower bracket, it's not good to be a boom or bust team. All it takes is one bad day.
And the way Fnatic ended, right? That was the last game that they had. Their fate was definitely in their own hands. They were breaking high ground. Their game was looking great versus VP, right? And then something just happened. Something broke them. You can bounce back in Liquid. Some of the game, Miracle bleed as he was jumping in and kind of just dying a lot.
Knowing that you have a star player that can back of your mind and it's in your back pocket. We have Miracle. Eventually he will carry us through a few of these games. Probably one of the worst tournaments that we've seen him play. It feels like he's making more mechanical errors than ever, high amount of deaths. We're not really seeing that sort of star player impact that we've sort of come to expect from him.
And then on the Fnatic side, was it that man on screen? Is that the man you're going to be depending on? To bring in that star down where he's just going crazy, transition the chart. This was a playmaking. Unfortunately, Fnatic have not been seeing the same kind of 680A at the bottom there.
One of my favorite moments when I did, whenever they'd flash the camera inside the booths, you could say they lost fights. And so I asked after the game, I was like, what every time he wiped us.
That are eking out on everybody.
The one they can almost be too calm across the board. Like you have a guy like Abed too much.
No.
He's not one of those like energizing mids that's gonna go out there. He's
times where maybe that might be why they wanted Jabs. Extremely vocal. Like he's nonstop talking in those games. game. So maybe that could be a reason why they did end
wrong overall. We saw in the last game alone, Gyro with the IO, he transitions.
Liquid used to be Liquid's break. Now they won TI.
And unfortunately, that didn't turn out so well, perhaps in the draft. That offlane Void and the last pick Gyrocopter.
I like this kind of opener way better. I'm just like going off of like recent memory from the games that I got to see from Liquid when I was casting them during the group stages, and I saw some pretty strange drafts coming out. We saw like a last pick Pango into a Death Prophet where he just couldn't have a lane. Like overall, their drafts have been a little bit weird for me. Just the unison, like how do they all work so well together? I feel like with this type of opener, it's going to be a lot more natural and a lot easier for them to kind of build a lineup around it.
The second pick, Leshrank, this is going to be a squad that has plenty of AoE damage to throw around to try and bring down this Gyro Wisp. It also offers that bit of flexibility that we like to be able to see. We've seen plenty of like these 5-position Elder Titans. This Leshrank can be core or support.
Yeah, DJ had a couple 4-position Lesh, right? Yeah. He had a few throughout the group stages, so for sure.
And we saw what Lanam could do with his Leshrac in that previous game. It's such a dangerous hero. Has one of the better wave clear abilities in Dota with his ulti. He's so mana efficient at clearing stacks. As a support, he's always going to feel good because he comes equipped with a stun and good team fight. He has a way to tower push. He's sort of the type of hero that does it all. The only thing that really hard counters him is when people start to build either A, little bit more mobility, or B, BKBs, but even in those situations, he doesn't feel that weak because Edict goes through a lot of that damage too.
And he's speedy. He just feels nice to play, right? You're just running around at like 330 movement speed at level 1. Just feels nice.
I mean, I love any support that can wave clear because I'm greedy and I like to last hit creeps, but
Blitz will never be your hard 6 position that just kind of AFKs behind the carry, ready to save him. He'll never be that guy.
Yes, but I will nuke your range creep for you. I will definitely do that.
Secured it.
For you, he says.
Dude, I love Crystal Maiden as a support for that reason because you can justify doing that.
I'm nuking, I'm pressuring and securing the creep, I swear.
I got to play with the Blitz Dota 4-position Crystal Maiden, the most sacked offlaner of all time, where my 4-position gets to jungle at all times.
Yeah, I was like 2 levels higher than you every game.
Fnatic, so we do have this Wisp Gyro, right? There are a lot of traditional counters to what the Wisp Gyro is. You talk about like, oh, we used to be carrying Morphling all the time, you know, Ancient Apparition to be able to stop the heal. What is the meta counter to these two?
I personally like the Svens and the Lifestealers a couple of times that I've seen, just being able to close on top of him and just bring him down. The Sven also provides you like that Warcry for your team. So it seems to have started to back away from it a little bit lately, but I do think those can be some of those options. I think we used to always see the Jug as well, but Jug's kind of a hero that you're not really looking at too often unless you have some type of way to buff it up.
Yeah, typically you either want some way to deal with both the heroes at the same time, or you want the ability to just deal with the Wisp. Like way back when we used to see EG run the counter, it was their Clinks all the time, just the single target focus onto the IO. Nowadays, it's a little bit more difficult to do that.
See, Fnatic, they even take out so they're looking at just overall just healing and defensive supports, taking out the Oracle as well as that Chen. Oracle definitely making sense, and yeah, I mean the Chen too, right? This is just a very comfort pick, and I think taking out the 2 mobility cores on Liquid doing that is really telltale, right? They have an IO, they're looking for their Tidehunter, you're already like very limited on your disables in your draft. So taking out those 2, definitely a good option for Liquid.
You want heroes that will absolutely be punished by a relocate gank and don't have a chance to be able to quickly get out instead.
Plus, Ember is one of those heroes, like I said, it deals with both heroes at the same time. Sleight of Fist Chains is always going to feel good against these guys because you know that if you get one, you're likely getting the other. And Liquid, in response, they're going to take the Tidehunter. I like this hero. I feel like he's an interesting hero in that there used to be so many different lane counters to him, but nowadays a lot of them have been nerfed. You used to see Monkey Kings all the time, which made him nigh unplayable. You used to see Ursas all the time, but nowadays you don't really see those heroes. So I feel like his laning phase has been enabled a lot more than he used to be.
I think the supports too, right? Like Disruptor, we're not seeing that hero picked like almost at all. AA's been reworked a bit, so like it used to be like the Chilling Touch people would pick to deal with the Tidehunter. So yeah, I definitely can agree with that he's just, I haven't seen this hero, and I think Tidehunter looks like probably one of the best offlaners now, where I was rating like Centaurs and Mars and stuff really high. Now I've been seeing these teams picking it. The way they rally around it, it's just, I think like Fade even said it in his interview where he's just like, yeah, we don't really care if our lanes and stuff are going bad. We have this Tidehunter, we have team fight. We'll be able to take the team fight in those mid-game and later game situations where that's all that matters. You win the team fight, you win the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There are some counters left that are popular. You could have the Slark. That's what we saw Infamous pick against NIP, if you recall in that game. where they absolutely dumpstered that Tidehunter.
You want to talk about a support that does it. There's Grimstroke, who's a force mode pick, but that is highly unlikely to happen anymore. It looks like Fnatic just going to go back to their comfort zone, much like Liquid is doing here.
Yeah, I really like Enigma against the Tidehunter just because he doesn't care about the Kraken shell.
Yeah.
It's similar to the concept of when you pick Disruptor against Tidehunter. He can Kraken off that silence as often as he wants, but it's still going to hit you. Black Hole is a similar position, plus it deals with the IO gyro in the sense that they're always going to stick together, so you're almost always guaranteeing yourself a double Black Hole.
And with this, there's not too many. Normally, it's like your off lane that's going to provide that like BKB piercing disable that makes sure that the Enigma isn't as much of a threat. Liquid going to have to struggle to find those answers either from their 4-5 or maybe their mid.
Their lineup is a little bit greedy, though, on the side of Fnatic right now.
It is.
I'd like to see them have either more guaranteed stuns or easier ways to start fights.
And what are you leaning towards right now when it comes to Fnatic? This going to be a 2-3 position Lesh with a 5 and 4 Elder Titan and Enigma, respectively.
I think that's looking like Abed's Lesh, right?
It could be. It's a pretty good Lush game so far.
That's what
there's
I'm
no
thinking.
heavy burst damage on the side of Liquid, plus your natural BKB carrier. You push out the lanes, which I think is one of the better ways to deal with IO Gyro. Always have the lane in their face.
So while this Enigma is a really good counter pick to everything Liquid has right now, it does leave Fnatic in a bit of a lock position.
Yeah, right now Liquid, they don't have any real way to deal with BKB Enigma, which is always going to be an issue.
I'm surprised they went for the Shaman there. I thought they would go for something like the Rubik or the Silencer, something like that, just to be able to prevent that Enigma from getting any type of thing. But I guess they want to be able to have themselves some more way to push towers and also to have that extra form of lockdown, because right now they don't have no lockdown. This one provides 2. You have your Shackles and your Hex. So
I could see a situation where Liquid just own the map by playing the Shaman really quickly. Yeah. And if you mess up one Black Hole, the game just, that's it, it's over.
This is the lineup that can split push really well, is right. With all this team fight that's coming in from Fnatic, maybe it's better to avoid all this 5-manning and just have Wiz Gyro on one side of the map, Shadow Shaman pushing out the other side.
Yeah, and this is the type of hero that they needed. They needed some sort of pace setter, because I feel like what we just talked about, there is a possibility where Liquid just own the map, win the game really quickly on the back of that, and you have this Enigma that's largely useless. So you take a hero that can sort of set the tempo for your team, Timbersaw. He can potentially just go one-on-one against the Tidehunter. You can leave him relatively open at this point. He lanes everywhere pretty well in this game.
I think, like you said, too, he's a hero that addresses the IO, right? This is the other one, too. It's playing IO versus Timbersaw can be pretty tough because you are, unfortunately, a strength hero. So you really do get chunked down a lot by that. And this is Fnatic. So Ice, you're already like bells are ringing for that Ice Timbersaw. Even though it's been some time, he still has played it a couple of times here. I think he's played it once or twice.
Very few more like quintessential hero player combos than Ice Timbersaw.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Enigma this game as your 4. Just considering, I think your offlaner has to be a little bit quicker.
So wait, where are you leaning for this Timbersaw? Are you thinking it's going to be a mid and maybe like a 1 position or a 3 position Lesh? I mean, there's a lot of options, right? Fnatic, no matter what, they can change things around based off this Liquid last pick.
Yeah, you could even go something like safe lane Timber to one-on-one against the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
You allow the Enigma to do the Enigma thing, jungle, hit the site camp, and then you ET +1 to deal with the Gyro IO. I don't even think that's that bad of an option, because I think ET actually trades pretty well in that situation.
I want them to have a traditional carry, though, right? Like, if the game gets to later stages, if they end up with this, sure, they have the BKB Black Hole and they have all this damage, but they don't have that 1-to-1 to be able to actually match up versus the Gyro. So I'm wondering what carry they actually want to go for. Like, Lifestealer and... I've seen the Razor Band, so like the Lifestealer is sticking up a little bit more for me. There's that match. Just be able to chase out the eye on the Gyro, but...
I agree with you, because I feel like even though you have the Enigma for the ultra late game, because there is no cancel so far, you do want to see something more reliable in terms of DPS. I'd like some sort of BKB carry that can just frontline for you, hit away.
Like initially I was saying like the Sven could still be a possibility, but you were saying like Greed, Sven might be a little bit greedy here.
Is there anything like Juggernaut or one of those faster carries like Lifestealer or something? That's the kind of area you're looking for.
Yeah,
relatively quick tempo that can build up.
Yeah, I feel like Jug actually plays really well so far in this game. He's good against the Tidehunter, doesn't care about the Kraken at all, but in fact they ended up going for the Kunkka, so
it is going to be, is that a core Enigma?
I mean, it could be our Lesh ET as the side lane, the Timbersaw 1v1 against Tide, mid Kunkka?
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Kunkka I like a lot versus Gyrocopter. I think that's one of my favorites from even like, what, 2 years ago. I think Secret was one of the biggest ones when Kunkka wasn't being picked too much and Gyro was super popular. They just picked this because the Rum is just so good versus Flat Cannon and Call Down. You can predict it easily. All right, the Necrophos, last pick for Team Liquid. Blitz fogged. Last thoughts about it? Strong Necro versus Kunkka. I think that one's just for the lane. Try to take over him, and this looks like a good group up lineup for Liquid.
I think Fnatic's actually going to do it and knock out Liquid.
All right, it could happen. Maybe Liquid's going to go out as a bottom 4 team. We'll have to see. But next, we've got an analyst who's so good, he needed his very own segment. Let's go to Nahaz with the last word.
We are back once again here at TI9 with 60 seconds of stats. It's a Liquid game. You know what you're going to get from me. Liquid, this patch, 43-20 in games ending before that 35-minute mark. Only 31-34 in games that go past that point. But Fnatic has one of the best tempo controlling heroes in the game right now. Elder Titan in this patch, 20-6 prior to the 35-minute mark. A losing record, 21-24 in games that go past that point. And a legendary hero matchup as GH puts his 44-15 career record on the aisle, on the line, as Ice is to get his 80th career win on Timbersaw, 79-41. That is 50 more wins than the next closest player for his career. The TI7 champions against third-place Stockholm Major finishers Fnatic with everything on the line. Here are Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nahaz. A lot of tempo controlling, a lot of records going on. And at the end of the day, it's all coming down to this. A best of one. Who is going to move on? Who's getting knocked out?
I needed the numbers. I haven't got them yet. I'm feeling it. Well, I think the draft seemed to almost be settling there onto a Fnatic.
Yeah.
I would consider that a bit of an upset. I feel like a lot of people started taking Liquid and putting them pretty high up there and those predictions near the end of the tournament.
I mean, how could you not? You've got like the storied captain, you've got the new player that, you know, he's bringing a fresh new style. They looked amazing at the last majors, but they are coming up against the wall here after a disappointing group stage performance. We'll see if they can take down Fnatic, and also if Fnatic have something to say about themselves. Yeah. It's going to be a hype one. What else can we say? We got a black hole. We got a Ravage going on. There's going to be stuff part. Particle effects all over your screen. Let's talk for Ice as DJ will deny out the range creep coming in.
Yeah, if it wasn't easy enough already, right? Getting a matchup versus the Tide Hunter. I don't know if we were going to get like musical lanes going on here, how much the team's going to carry about it, and how much can the Shadow Shaman do here? Because we know the guy's got a mean right click. Kuro even starting with the Fairy Fire to try and bob it up a little bit higher, and trying to get those Eidolons. Oh, DJ with the micro. I hear this guy has a very good Enigma.
It's true. He is a monster, and we'll have to keep our eyes on him. Abed already getting the first range creep tonight. Nicely played there against Weehaw. As we said, those Eidolons die in the bottom lane. And up top, the other one we haven't talked about, Jabs playing on the Leshrac, a hero that has really run the gamut as far as positional play goes. He's absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, and something that he's comfortable with, I guess, and well, speaking of being everywhere, so is Jabs, right? I mean, the guy's played mid, the guy outplayed position 1, and the guy was just playing support, so let's track a hero that fits into all those categories. I would hope that he's going to be well-versed in it.
Yeah, and you can expect that that's going to be the case. A little CS there for Mr. Kuro, gets the last hit on the other one as well. Always up early on, but like you mentioned, something that could become an issue as this goes on is the Timbersaw against the thought of as the counter for those HP, and you can see he's just getting chunked a little bit.
And the problem is, I don't think they have a kill opportunity before level 3. Once you hit level 3, you get the second point. Times get pretty tough versus the old Timber, and the Enigma constantly just gaining a ton of gold for himself and fully focusing on his farm like DJ is right now, making sure they respawn.
As you can see, the illusion rune spawning down bottom. And moving over to that spot already is going to be DJ.
Mind Control's got a plan. He says, you know what? I just won't lane.
That's great.
This is pretty much what you have to do, right? He's already got the Kraken Shell. Unfortunately, you know, he's got himself a stay with shields, so maybe not helping him too much right now, but he's just going to dodge the Timber. And say, come get me if you... He's gone into the Radiant Jungle, which is also spotted right now by that ward. So this is a pretty...
Okay, so Kuro hangs down bottom, tries to mess with the last hits of Ice Ice. See, do this as well.
Yes.
The Shadow Shaman, when it was Darkseer, that was making this exact
base damage. So currently at 80, he already has 4 denies.
Can maybe get a couple of pulls off here as well. So this lane looking like it's probably going to Ice Ice, maybe losing out on a couple of creeps. We'll see if anybody rotates this, but...
Oh, he's getting close. I better move back one more. All the way back to the tier 3. And you can't blame him. Figuring it out.
Now, Yeehaw gonna eat a stun as well as a couple of tower shots there, but couldn't get the Tidebringer punch off to him either. Across all the lanes, they're kind of winning it out, but the big wrinkle that's thrown into that is that, of course, DJ on the Enigma constantly
making his move now towards the mid lane as well. Just gonna give a little high five to Yeehaw as he passes through. Oh, hopefully not to any...
Well, he's gonna pick up. And Mind Control, just keep it on farming. I don't talk that much about top lane as of yet. And is still that gyro, getting a little bit better of it.
No, pretty much even up here. Really have a solution. You can say it kind of comes down to what Ice to Ice can do, right? Because they are trading. He's going in for the hard camp, but at the same time, he's also depending. Kuro just really wants these denies. He should come out on top, right, as the Timbersaw, and then you'd also think that the Timbersaw is going to be the, push that net worth onto the enemy team.
Goes for the very risky courier
This is the hardest working courier you're ever going to see at 4 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to send it around the back. Oh, look out now. Top lane, Jab's already under fire. Gyrocopter trying. Get that kill, and it's going to be again a very passive laning stage. Just need to be a little bit careful. He's going to salve up since Rune's trading off. It looks like it is.
Yeah, just enough to get GH his bottle now too. So if this lane, you can see Miracle's already starting to pull away. Line drawn here from Dubus directly at the top. Hunter.
Just happy as a clam, hanging down here in the bottom.
Jungling. Like, this is significant.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
It is very frustrating, though, because...
No.
If you just waste your own time to do it, like, let's say you even killed her, then he's just going to TP back and probably do it again. Up the lane enough, the life's good. But here we go. Hey.
Ooh, that's a lot of Eidolons that are coming close in the Tide Hunter. The lower match. As they will find that kill the chain, but he gets the kill. Ice takes him down. But in the meantime, it's a lot of pressure.
Only at first blood. 6 minutes.
A little bit of a problem as Kuro made the rotation. They didn't quite spot it out, and the stomp is on that Lesh and gonna get the pressure onto the tower.
They also have that catapult with them. I don't think they want to give this one up. Doesn't want to make that rotation back into this.
He's thinking about
Jabs,
it.
He's not
now.
He's just sitting
now, and they do have the missile onto the top as of yet, but it looks like the catapult is eventually going to get denied, actually. So, yeah, tons of damage onto that tier 1 tower top, and not really that much to show for it. If they're not D-ward here.
That's nice. Fresh ward. Jeez, dude, we just walked in the girl.
He's going to get the pressure down bottom, so see if they can trade off these tier 1 towers one apiece, although there's a rotation coming in now. It's Weehaw moving down to as well. It does have Ravage available, but it doesn't look like they can really commit for it fully. Top tower goes down, GH getting the last hit on. They're actually going on him now. Looking for the stomp, is not quite going to connect, and Abed, look at that many points. Got on the side, they find themselves one. Dubu chasing out Girl, but they're trying to kill off Medium back in, take him down, and GH the one who gets away.
Another solid rotation there from Abed will actually get the kill this time, as Ice isn't there to snag it away from him. And that's the hero you want, right? Slow down this jump. Copper, of course, Weehaw is getting a little rich down bottom as he's tagging with Ice and D. That so tantalizing Enigma. But they're going to bring down Jabs here too, so this is the Weehaw Necrophos.
You do have to be careful though. Caught and killed. It's going to be a quick one for Weehaw most likely as he does go down.
Yeah, he was, also didn't even have that many wand charges in the first place, so now I believe we're going to get a trade here because it's going to be very difficult to try and defend this one.
The Timbersaw thing, right? Timber chain forward from Ice forces them back, take control of the jungle. Again, easy peasy for Fnatic. Of like, is there one side that you're favoring a little bit? More, I mean, you just got the Midas on the Enigma.
I just kind of trying to get to that level 6. A little bit creeps, waiting for the wave to push in. And
definitely. Much needed. So he heads off into the jungle to get some more. The downsides of having that Tide Hunter off to the side and then just denying is he a liquid. A little bit fresh and fanciful here. If the jungle.
Well, it was the point, you know, well, where's the catch? When suddenly this, the Enigma comes out, or with the BKB piercing, they wind up going back to deal with it. And then just general, like, low cooldown stuns even to try and handle this Timber off.
No, you really need that Shadow Shaman, but as we've yet, and certainly doesn't have the farm.
They're on, though, that is one thing that the hero's pretty good at. If the Timbersaw isn't very careful when he's going through these team fights, like, just anywhere close, you can get shackled or hexed.
Yeah. Can see DJ there, should be ready to get back going again. You see the go call from Abed. Play some Dota.
That would not be great.
10-minute mark, Rune off to the side, but should be pick up 3.
Looks that way.
Uh-oh.
First black hole if they want it.
He is in, and they might not even need it, although he is healed. For Scythe off in time, it does find the kill, but now can they pick off Jabs? This would be a huge...
That's alright, Ice wasn't even that scared. He slipped a missile, will send him running though. To Dubu.
He's in a little bit of a back. GH is the one of all people. There's kills happening all over the freaking place. Look like it's quick and having stick charge as well. Coming, Abed's actually making it. Trying to play interrupt as well. Throwing a couple more black cannon shots, and now Ice is the one-by-one save your buddy.
The one thing you don't want versus Liquid is these long, drawn-out fights on the next under the tower. For sure, keeping me nice and healed, and the only reason Abed gets out of there is because Kuro low manages to survive, but dude right now keep up with that Timber Saw.
Of taking down that tier 1. Tower in the mid lane, opening up the rest of the Fnatic. But a big win there, as they're able to find a couple quick kills for Team Liquid. In the meantime, it does look like Ice is going to try and clear through the Ancient stack. The Fnatic at this point was if that stack got stolen away, but it will be able to finish off his hood.
Across the board right now. Not a real like standout Timber Saw. Pace of things. It does hurt when you actually Abed himself is one of the people just go for this hood super early on, and like mind control was relaxed for both teams. I see some trolls and potentially stacks as well.
Now for the gyrocopter. And I think he feels like he's kind of changing. Doesn't really feel like a position 1.
No, I would agree with that. They do.
You can see the new team fight that they had.
As a TP,
moving in. Can they get there in time? No, they just turn back around at the last second. So
they're going to grab on that one, but yeah, couldn't quite. I get that. Ice is on the run. That will turn things
from Liquid up in the top lane.
Now this one in some of the more traditional senses, but he pushes. They really want the post as a way to cancel like the blink. Dagger and the BK, but sometimes for Kuro to get the they don't have an answer.
You need to be playing around the vision of Liquid.
And Weehaw is after it right now. Just got like found out, getting those Sadist goes going.
Meanwhile, towards mid, they were kind of time. It's a smoke up coming. From Liquid, GH, as well as Miracle, looking for an open. Does it break the TP in time, though?
These are broken in this game right now. Very busted. Gonna be getting quite a few. And the Vanguard done for Ice Ice Ice. This guy is itching to see some enemy heroes.
The type of game that we've got going on.
Look at this.
Oh.
Smoked up away from the Timbersaw here. So you've got him tangling with Weehaw up top.
GH,
Probably not expecting a smoke here.
They got him. They got Miracle, but the turnaround Ravage is there. On to 2. Is it going to be enough damage? It looks like already Jabs needing to run away. Get them out. Shackles are going to land on that. Liquid pickup one. That with only one dead.
And there's one problem with that strategy, and that's that Ice 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 can't cancel the TP. So in front of his face to ensure that enough. Great Ravage there, by the way. From Tide Hunters these days to just go like a blink this early on the hero, you tend to want more auras and everything, but this also comes back to that idea of just pretty poor catch here, trying to ensure that DJ doesn't take over this game early, and not even worrying so much about the BKBs, just saying, listen, we don't want to get like blackballed early, we lose 2 heroes, and suddenly we've lost like 3 towers.
Yeah. Well, the last fight broke out, and now there's going to be a fight. But the big thing is it feels like oftentimes these best of ones, you rush 15 minutes or so that end up Miracle moving into position. Are they going to try to be careful? The black hole laid down. Jabs getting the walkway. Wards are still behind the Torrent. Meanwhile, Reaper Scythe kills off Jabs. The Lesh does finally go.
It feels like Ice is just though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's getting stuck. He had 500 damage in his team fight. Like,
well, and much more being defensive items, it feels like. You know, picking up the pipe, it's a lot of get all of those team fight items. There's going to be a put the pressure on Liquid.
Yeah, good lane impact, right? He's helping to dominate the game, like you would hope.
1,000 gold lead right now.
Forward. That's where any sort of lead for Fnatic towards the side of Liquid. Fnatic, we don't have that like double bracer to play. He's going straight for the BKB and negate this healing.
A very unique build going for the Spirit Vessel first, but it's that item is against this draft, whether it's the Necrophos, you know, or the IO or whoever.
I do think though that they're looking like they might have some damage issues if Liquid can get over this hump, because you have Weehaw going for potentially the Radiance. He saved up a lot of gold. He isn't committed yet, but it's looking likely. And then you're going to have the Gyrocopter, the Aghanims. He's going to start getting to more and more items after that. And if you've gone for the Spirit Vessel BKB build, Abbott's going to have to wait for like a day list sort of thing, and he's not going to be farming that fast because he's committed so much into fighting items that if Liquid, then I think the hump past like 30 35-40 minutes, depending on how these tower pushes
come and go. The bounty runes will be traded off yet again, this time to the one of Team Liquid, with Abed also finding a little invis room map. You can just see him dotted here and there. Still just feeling like it's one of those games where neither side wants out of place.
I don't blame Liquid. Liquid are farming up a Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
I do think Fnatic are probably, you know, they're still a tier 1 mid and a tier 2 or a tier 1. On top with a 10, it's a big problem.
Yeah.
I don't see that as okay. They did get the tier 2 bottom. It has positioned Liquid good, but I feel like maybe Fnatic could have more.
Yeah. Move soon. Their lead does continue to the other side of the jungle, and as you see, one particular area.
Oh man, he's got so many islands. Whew.
That was beautiful. Done for the gyrocopter. His farm will continue to accelerate.
They want ice in the mid lane. Savage.
Gotta be careful. 20 stacks. Right now of reactive armor, but mind control is the relocate comes in afterwards. This guy is going down.
Right there. That's going to go right to Weehawk. You can't be that alone. You know, despite how tanky you are the Timbersaw, that is one beautiful HP by a significant...
Scene too, because oftentimes this, the split push coming in.
This is very good. Roche as the Dire team on a lane like this gives you information that they have. To leave the Roche pit.
And now finishing off, as well as a BKB on the Lesh, looking for where they want to try and just even start to take some solid fights. Because we got double BK survivability items for the Timbersaw.
Timing is coming very soon for Fnatic, right? Where they want to make the most out of this Timbersaw, but he's going to get a lot of help. He's starting to be caught up by his allies, which is exactly keep accelerating that much further. But you need to connect, make use of their quad net worth and triple, and take everything that's left here and deny it all away from Miracle.
Much needed. As they somewhat grouped up again, maybe go for a smoke play here, possibly.
They're only 23 minutes in, and you see that recipe in your backpack, and you're like, oh, thank you. Not giving himself anything new for 4,000. Now he's a whole new beast. He's going to be farming a lot. Faster, he's going to be doing much here. No really super strong right clickers to have to worry about those, so it's not so much a defensive radiance in this game or not offering any value in that regard.
Weeha is just on another level. He's like body blocking the range creep. That creep wave was so far away.
It creates a potential possible situation for a gank, right?
Yeah, it's true, I guess.
The closer it is to your side, the better things look. Meanwhile,
speaking of a game,
no, you don't get to use that one.
Kill off that Leshrac.
Kuro doesn't even have Aether, and he caught him daytime. Caught him sleeping on the Leshrac.
X though, back towards mid. One Radiance thing about it is that it is not a BKB and they've got control, but the Earth Splitter coming through. The Ravage as well. DJ Black pulling, but is it enough? It's not looking like it. They do end up still not having that Lesh. X though onto GH, pulling him back in. Can they find any extra kills? ICS's trying to escape.
They got him again
in the middle of that Timber chain. This guy is not going anywhere. ICS's tries to run. Can they kill him off afterwards?
Oh, a stop too.
Miracle still chasing, looking for that follow-up. The Torrent is going to be there. ICS's gets to the high ground. Jeez. This guy's actually getting away like crazy.
The team play there coming up. First, he gets shackled mid-chain, then he gets hexed. He needed everything he could from the man. Comes through with the double saves. Look at that damage, though, from Miracle. He is a scary guy already. 3,000 in that last team fight. And DJ was the one who picked up all the gold, about 400 for himself. So that first black hole with the BKB, it does land onto the Necrophos. But you hear it. Liquid heading to the pit. Not having to worry about the black hole, though not having the Ravage. That's why.
Mass beat across all the heroes. And these team fights feel like they're about to get a little bit weird.
Yep, time to start baiting BKBs out. Who's got it, who doesn't? There we go.
Jump in, mind control already on top, very maneuverable. The stun is going to connect. The boat's already gone out, but the BKB means it will not connect. And this, a three-person stomp, doesn't look like there's any follow-up though.
Came just a hair too late for the save.
So Roche going down, Dubu.
Burrow's crazy.
Now, and the Hex, does it go out in time? They don't quite have the range.
Gotta play it quite safe here.
But that stomp will land, and while he slept, he might actually kill off Roche. So Roche is gonna go down, Miracle picking up the Aegis.
Well, Fnatic, that very good timing for them is slipping away quite quickly. They need to find some sort of like a quick pick onto the Aegis, ideally without the black hole, right?
Yeah.
I mean, counts as the buyback, but you know what's even better? That brings you right back in the action of the Aegis.
Well, that's the other option.
Yeah, okay.
This game, how I feel about it, because you've got still this like quad core thing going on for Fnatic. I feel like they're that much stronger, and you've got that accentuation of strength coming from the IO as well.
You got the fear of the IO too, right? Like nowhere is safe on the map. You never know.
Inspires a lot of fear.
They might as well just put that as an IO Arcana. I just want his floating face. That would be great.
Oh, that's a possibility.
ISSA is gonna come down here. Maybe try to bait things out here. Set it up for Abba and DJ. He's got the blink, he's got the BKB. And Miracle, he's just saying, come on, I got the Aegis. Give me the black hole.
I saw the Spirit coming back to Dubu over on the side. There's going to be the Torrent, the follow-up coming afterwards from GH.
Jabs is trying a wrap around.
Looking for that combo. They already have the BKB out from the Leshrac as they continue to follow down GH as well as Miracle. If they can kill off the IO, be good, but the relocate comes in. Last second, Black Hole up to the north with the boat landing on top of it as well. Is it enough damage? No! The Ravage comes out on to 4. They're going to call them all out. Now BKB, he's still living. The turnaround comes as DJ is there with the Black Hole. The shackles onto Ice Ice on the side means there's not enough damage to throw in afterwards though. Ice Ice seeing if he can find the secondary kill here onto Miracle. There's going to be the X. They have nothing else to throw.
DJ just TV'd out. He's like, okay, we got it. We got a couple kills. We got the Aegis. Get out. Retreat. And sounds the horn, and his allies do just that. I'm going to call that a pretty nice win there for Fnatic right at the end. They made that fight so chaotic. So many angles coming through. You got Jabs running up the stairs. He's tagging with Weehaw right there by where the wards are planted. He's popping his BKB. BKB's galore. And the team fight recap. It was indeed incredibly messy.
Yeah. Well, and that's what happens when you get into these situations where, you know, everybody's super mobile. There's not a lot of like low cooldown control, as we can see this team fight or replay.
Oh,
right
DJ
here.
right there too. He gets hit by the Ravage, but his blink, he's just to wait, right? Coming back in there, perfectly in there, just to help clean up that last little bit of a double kill and then into the Aegis.
Very, very well played indeed. And now back to live. The same net worth disparity that we had before.
Gonna run into DJ. Oh, did they not see each other? Wow,
Ships
that was
in the
close.
night.
Okay, yeah. Just you know, we cool. Just pretend you farm, I farm. It's fine.
Don't tell anybody I'm down here. I don't want to be here anymore. So yeah,
he's scanning his way through here. He doesn't have any obs. Gross is on a mission.
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
Shadow Shaman, a good split pushing hero, and of course also one of these heroes that can set up for IO relocates. Like the Bane is the traditional one and the one that you always tend to think of, but they went for the Shadow Shaman instead this game.
Yeah, and you can see DJ doing the smart play, hiding off in the trees, knowing that that's where Kuro might be looking.
He's got that cast range talent now too, so he might be thinking about picking up that Aether lens as soon as he can. It's a tough call between the Aether and the Blink in some games.
There's a couple cool little plays you can do by just dropping wards down in the trees, and then it fills up all the areas, and then you just spot the Enigma.
Yep.
But obviously a high risk, high reward type of play. Zabed thinking about throwing out that Torrent. And mind control. Jason, they'll secure some bounty runes. Relocate in. They're going crazy. Tubu already down, and Ice 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 just out of there.
Another bailout situation here from Fnatic. But they're keeping the gap close. They're not letting this Aghanim's Gyrocopter get away from them, which I think is a little bit surprising. Probably speaks to just really DJ, right? That's what's keeping this net worth close. Perhaps it's a little bit inflated. Overvalue Enigma, of course. And if this guy does get the refresher he's working on,
It's really insane how strong a counter, particularly if you can find Weehaw KB Black Hole.
And he is all spends his last pennies on it. Picked up to go with it.
Liquid together as 3. They're going to smoke up and look for that relocate gank. Obviously, GH and Miracle sitting very close together, ready to come into the fight at a moment's notice. For this, DJ, double Black Hole available.
Ice has to be really fast here on the Lotus. If Kuro reveals. And,
yeah, they see him now. The rest of his team is so far away.
Oh, he's going right towards them.
They move in. Does have that Lotus Orb for the moment. Oh, Ice Ice, he's in trouble. He's gonna get Hex, he's gonna get Reapered, and he's gonna go down. And the turnaround coming though. Fnatic, they really want to take this fight. This is bold as brass. They don't have their Timbersaw. He's dead for 100 seconds. Jabs goes forward for Weehaw. Looking a little bit testy right now, Dubu. He got the sword rewards down as well. Jabs, super low. He's just dead. Fnatic, they're in a terrible... As they find them,
like they maybe capitalize on this.
And 32 minutes in, only no buybacks. They fully invested for that fight.
Yeah, nice from a buyback. Potentially, if they had any hope of winning that team fight.
High ground, they don't have wards, but you can see. Melon, fierce, up towards the high ground.
They're not still tier 3. DJ's gonna put a little bit of thing. Are they really gonna go for the racks?
This is crazy. I mean, they don't have the Kunkka for that double Black Hole, and you can see that Lesh is actually...
Commit, and a full lane will go to Liquid.
Well, heads up play from them, recognizing that there was just that chance to take the fight. And you can see here, it was set up like they wanted to go for that DJ Black Hole, but Mind Control found him.
It is such a risky play, too. If they're trying to get them all clumped up, they think they see their moment, there's no sight, and this is right there. Pinged, boom, got him, guys, get in there. Yeah, see you later, Enigma.
It's so tough. And obviously punished heavily Liquid, a team that you can't afford to make mistakes against.
Back in the live game, they almost found him again. But
yeah.
No worries there, Miracle, yeah.
They're feeling themselves. DJ getting caught out there.
Pretty much the expected reaction of just like, ah. Guys, next one.
Another smoke up. They know that they have all. A big jump. This could be their moment as well. They follow through already. GH super low. They need to find another. Can they get another? Coronation comes out, and this is all without
the ancient camp. What? Well, typically a place you expect there to be a sentry, but there was nothing covering it, so they didn't see it from Liquid. Dubu makes the play, and while we're Ice died, Fnatic look a little stunned. They're kind of running around in circles like,